All right, welcome to the program. Charles Moscowitz here. Michael D. Shaw is my guest. My new time is Monday through Friday, 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. I expect to be live at that time. There might be a few times when I'm not, in which case you'll get a rerun. But for the most part, my goal is going to be to develop an online experience where people can interact. You can call us. The number, by the way, is there at 508 637 5596. I'll be okay. 508 637 5596. Or you could text us and we will read your text. I'm also live on TikTok. They've given me back my show. And you can text me there as well. And the goal is to have like a live experience where we can have a few jokes. We can talk about some issues. We can delve into some topics. And we can do so regularly in an experience that I'd like to reproduce from the days when I actually was on the air in a good old-fashioned radio station. And I developed this sort of situation where I had regular callers, and it became an incredible experience. Anyway, Mike, things are going amazingly well in this country right now, thank God.
Oh
And
yeah, I mean, I have to give a call out to my old buddy Kevin Collins that wrote a book, I think maybe 20 years ago, essentially calling the Democratic Party a criminal organization.
mm,
And I called him the other day and said, I don't think even you knew the extent.
how bad it was.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, we're now getting the scandal around the seizure of the USAID,
Oh man.
which is by any stretch a huge scandal. About 10% of their budget, and they go back to an executive order that was issued by John F. Kennedy, by the
Yeah.
way. And by the way, Schumer is dead wrong when he says it was Congress. It was not. It was an
No, it was an
executive order.
executive order by JFK, and he's got to be spinning in his grave to see how this has
Oh yeah,
been
it's
so
horrible.
distorted.
Originally, it was supposed to deal with humanitarian crisis around the world. It was modeled after an Israeli group that had done this since the founding of Israel,
Hmm.
where they would go into Africa and help develop infrastructure, deal with crisis. And it started that way, but like a lot of other things, it became corrupt to the point where now, I don't know, maybe 10 or 15% of its budget goes into those things. It's like it's a criminal organization. And by the way, Secretary Rubio has said in response to all these lies being pushed by the mainstream media that those aspects of USAID are not going to be interrupted. That's going to continue under the direct auspices of the State Department, but that the rest of the USAID is funding horrible things, including, according to major media reports, the Wuhan lab in China where they created COVID.
Oh yeah.
Uh, media figure organizations like Politico.
Politico got $8 million over what, a couple of years, I think, three
Yeah,
years.
now they've apparently stopped their payroll. Like they can't afford it,
Yeah.
and a whole long list of media figures taking payoffs from USAID, probably around the world and here. They were involved in nation change, government.
Regime change. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, where they basically were the main drive behind stopping Bolsonaro in Brazil from getting reelected, probably trying to screw Netanyahu in Israel, probably trying to screw anyone that they don't like. And it's a kind of meddling that this country really is not supposed to be doing. It's not. I mean, it's not in our interests. It's not like we're supporting good people. It's the communists and radical Islamists. Apparently, money was pouring into Gaza
Yeah.
and Yemen and Afghanistan, even recently, certainly under Biden. Stuff that is not only not in the interest of the American people, but is promoting world war, is
Does
promoting.
anyone have an idea, Chuck, of when it started going rogue? I mean, ultimately, I guess it doesn't matter, but I'm just curious.
Well, I'll tell you one reference I saw when I interviewed an author, and I'm trying to remember his name. I'm looking into it. He wrote a book that was published by Regnery about world population control.
Yeah.
And USAID was one of the major funders of forced abortions in China and also forced sterilizations in India, starting in the 1960s, and other agendas that, really, I mean, apparently there was an experiment where hundreds of thousands of Peruvian women were sterilized without their knowledge. I mean, we're talking about ghoulish, evil
So
experiments.
what you're saying is it was almost from the get-go.
Oh, yeah. This was in the 60s. And
Yeah.
Lyndon Johnson praised them at that time as being on the cutting edge of creating, a reduction in the world population.
Well,
And
he was corrupt as hell.
yeah, and
And
Indira Gandhi in India was all behind it, probably got a ton of money. A lot of politicians, a lot of the money was funneled in, a lot of the money that was sent to Ukraine was funneled through USAID. And now the Ukrainians are saying, he says that they are missing $100 billion. I mean, really? I mean, this is a huge, a lot of that money ended up going back into the pockets of corrupt politicians, corrupt organizations around the world, and including in the Democratic Party. Now, this is it's a scandal that's so vast that it's almost impossible to get your hands around. But we could talk about one simple element to it, and that is the funding of political figures of a political organization called Politico, and also apparently funding anti-Trump activities like the all of the lawfare cases. I wonder how much money, if any, was funneled into the pockets of Alvin Bragg, or Jack Smith, or Big Fanny, or what's her name up in New York,
Letitia James.
yeah, Tish James. I mean, how many bucks did they get out of this? This is like a real rotten. And if anybody on the left has any defense of it, I mean, I would imagine they probably would have been, if somebody had been funneling money to Fox News, not that they're so great, but, it would have been we would have never heard the end of it. It would have been a huge national story. But now they're trying to tamp this down. This is the scandal that really could put a nail into them. And the fact that they're trying to run interference with the work of Doge, which of course is headed up by Elon Musk, which uncovered this and which asked for Rubio to abolish that organization, and he did.
Yeah.
The other element is that they have gotten the Treasury Department records from the new Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent it has been put on hold by a federal judge that indicate that people were getting money funneled through USAID to do all kinds of garbage around the world. I mean, this is people who are high-level Americans. So we are getting close to really uncovering what President Trump has accurately called the deep state. This is what they are. I mean, the USAID seems to be inextricably intertwined with the CIA and with Black Ops. And the reason that Rubio said, and I saw him interviewed on this, that he had to seize their organization and shut it down was because they would not turn over records about their budget and where their money was going and how much they had.
Yeah.
And that's, of course, at least insubordinate for any alleged American organization. But they're not even American. I mean, it's a worldwide thing. It's a corrupt group of rogue operators all around the world. They've got something like at least 10,000 employees, all of whom are now out on their ass. They've all been cut off. They were funneling money into Afghanistan. I mean, it's really a huge scandal, and we only know the tip of the iceberg.
Well, you would think that if someone really believed in the Democratic Party, they'd be all in exposing this kind of corruption, but instead they're doubling down. Chuck E.
They're having these stupid protests over this. Can you imagine? This is their big cause now, protesting the shutting down of USAID. And they're going to go on the street here in Boston at the State House. There not too many people showed up, but it's this is what they're fighting for now.
Yeah, it's pretty ridiculous because even if you say that 10% of the activities agency is worthwhile, okay, fine, that's
Right.
retained. But the notion that this is some sort of big slush fund for every corrupt person on earth, uh, this would make Bernie Madoff blush, the extent
Oh,
of this thing.
but of course they are. We know that they are standing by it because they are supporting leftist causes, leftist politicians and parties who are trying to overthrow governments. They spent $10,000 trying to have a what was it, like a gay pride parade in Belgrade.
Yeah.
First of all, they didn't have it, but which brings up the question in my mind: who got that 10 million bucks?
Well, see, right, Chuck. That's what I was going to mention. It's one thing to get the line items, but then who's at the other end
Right,
of that?
somebody's getting awfully rich
Yeah.
from this, and it's there's a lot of money sloshing around, and greasing a lot of palms, if it's to use the old mafia expression here in Boston. This is like it's and the stuff that they were funding is it's really not in anyone's interest. And now if you want to go support that, fine, go ahead. I mean, that's a private matter. But to expect taxpayer money to go into these things, I mean, this creates discord around these countries who don't want this stuff, going back to the population control agenda, which finally, I remember this book. I'm going to try to find this again. It was great. I remember my co-host Patrick O'Heffernan had a complete meltdown when we had him on. But the Philippines, they finally kicked them out,
Yeah.
and forced abortions, sterilizations. I mean, this is like really, really dark stuff. So that's what I know about their past. Who knows what else? I mean, this is something that we may never get to the bottom of it. But the good news is that they've been at least mostly stopped. This is a miraculous. It would never have happened had Trump not been elected. And
Wouldn't it have been, I mean, a better position for people like Chucky Schumer and others to come out and say, we're all in favor of Elon auditing and getting to the bottom of this because they just don't realize how bad this looks, I guess.
they're actually like fighting to say to preserve the lack of to keep everyone
Let's repeat what I said 2 weeks ago. Apparently, everybody is Ethel Rosenberg. Okay.
crazy. Yeah, they're absolutely they're Kool-Aid drinking, devout, radical, illuminated puppets. They're just it's a way of thinking. I mean, anybody who saw this meeting, I don't know if you caught any of the moments of the Democratic National Convention trying to elect new leadership. Did you see that?
I saw just little snippets.
Their main comment when they opened up the discussion and everybody applauded was the reason that Kamala Harris lost the election was because of racism and misogyny.
Right.
I mean, they haven't learned anything. Just locked into this.
No, they haven't learned anything because I've seen this happen in athletics, and we've talked about this so many times, this Model UN thing. Imagine if you're in the eighth or ninth grade and everybody around you tells you how smart you are, right? And you have this Model UN view of the world. And you live in your little ivory tower with your same friends and go to your same miserable university. And now, when you get out into the real world, if you have enough resources, it's possible to insulate yourself from most of it. I mean, I know people
Yep.
my age and older that are like that.
Me
They're,
too.
oh yeah. I mean, I went to a fairly wealthy part of LA high school,
Mhm.
and there are people there that were hardcore liberals, still are, have the same philosophy. They don't care what's happening in the real world because they don't live in the real world. They're either professors, they have jobs with NGOs, it's so that's how it gets perpetuated. And if you're Chucky Schumer, someone with, I mean, I don't know how the hell he ever got elected. He's a bozo, but I guess once in, he stays in. He is just a true believer. This guy's
Well,
worth eighty
it's
million
worse than
dollars.
that. I mean, you're right. I mean, there are these hardcore true believers who are, like, as you say, model UN types, and they haven't really had an original thought in their entire life, and they
Right.
just drank the Kool-Aid early on, and they're in it. And then you have people like Chuck Schumer, who I think is a conscious, witting participant in an international conspiracy. He knows the score.
Well,
He's
he's
part of
getting
it.
money from somebody.
Oh
Here's a
yeah.
guy that has a salary of what, 200 grand a year, but yet he's worth $80 million. How does that happen?
How does it happen? I mean, Elizabeth Warren is another one. You know, she got a lot of money from Big Pharma,
Yeah.
Bernie Sanders, Big Pharma. You know, all these people, they are witting, conscious participants in an agenda that seeks to subsume the entire planet into a world order where the nations of the world become nothing more than provinces that, you know, create like a massive system, probably powered by artificial intelligence eventually, where all aspects of your life will be controlled, where your everything you see, everything you know is going to be micromanaged by people that by non-people, by a artificial brain. They have this agenda. Transhumanism is the expression of it. They've kind of gone a little underground on that, but they used to be very open about that over at MIT, where I live, where they actually had a transhumanist website. It's gone now.
Yeah.
That, you know, had a department which they talked about these things. This new kind of a man that is basically half human, half cyborg. And this is their agenda. This is their belief. They don't believe in a creator of the universe. They believe in themselves as this elite group of operators. The good news is that there are people who were drinking the Kool-Aid on Trump who are now thinking. I know a few in my own
Well,
circle.
it's interesting you say that because if you go on X or TikTok or certain YouTube channels,
Yeah.
you are seeing a lot of primarily black men, some women,
Yep.
black men who are pissed off.
Yeah.
You know, they've been carrying the water for this party for X number of years. And now, you know, as we say, to throw in a little biblical reference here, the scales have fallen from their eyes.
Yes, I've seen it. But I even say that there are some people that maybe a few scales are starting to fall. People in my own circle, including people that are very close to me, who are just were devout Trump haters, who are now like, I don't know. I mean, this actually is interesting. You know, they are starting to think.
Well,
They're,
what is their reaction specifically to the USAID?
well, I mean, in the case of people close to me, they weren't too happy to find out that they'd been funding Hamas.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
You know, they've been funding Afghanistan, they've been funding Iran, Yemen. I mean, radical, you know, jihadists around the world. I mean, they're funding, you know, any group like that. I mean, they're creating like a conflict. You know, they're funding. I mean, but of course, people in our circle aren't too happy with finding out that they funded the lawfare agenda against Trump.
Oh, yeah.
And I am particularly, you know, you and I have talked often about Operation Mockingbird, which was part of the revelations of the Church Committee in the late 70s when they did hearings on the CIA, and that it was basically an operation where the CIA was handling satchels of cash to various media figures to run certain stories and to create certain stories out of scratch in some cases. And it was admitted during the hearings of the Church Committee. And yet it was never really gotten rid of, according to many of us who feel that it continued. Well, now we know that it continued
Yeah, yeah.
because USAID was doing Operation Mockingbird. I'd like to see the names of all of the reporters who got checks from that. They say there are hundreds of them. Media outlets, reporters, individual reporters, journalists, columnists. Let's get it all out. You see, they're trying to get judges to stop the release of this information. But we need to know exactly who was doing this because they have tried to corrupt. This is what they do in fascist countries. And, the media is like basically controlled by and a stooge of the ruling junta. This is what they were doing. They were just stooges of this state, of this apparatus. They were running stories, fake or otherwise. They were taking money to promote stories, mainly that were attacking Trump, of course, and demonizing the MAGA movement. The J6 narrative is completely phony. By the way, I'm having 3 of those people come on my show next week.
Oh, wow, good.
Obviously,
I think it's the old story, they don't know when to quit, okay? Joe Biden would have been a happy camper if he had not run for president, right? He could have left as a corrupt guy his whole life as a VP and gone back to Bethany Beach or Rehoboth or wherever the hell he hangs out, and that's fine.
right.
But instead he comes in, is going to be completely discredited president. No one is going to support this guy.
Do you know there's rumors that he pardoned himself an hour or 2 before leaving office?
I had heard that. Is that credible?
Yes. Well, he pardoned his brother and his brother's sister-in-law and his sister and her husband.
Yeah.
He issued these crazy pardons. We know about Fauci and Milley, all within a few hours of leaving office. This is, I think that there are a couple of federal judges now who have stood up and read the Constitution and realized that you can't pardon somebody for something that hasn't happened.
Yeah.
They have not been formally charged. Now, maybe he could get away with the Hunter Biden pardon because he was convicted.
Oh, he was charged.
Exactly. But
Milley wasn't, Fauci wasn't.
They were not charged with anything. And even the Hunter Biden thing, you can pardon him for the crimes that he committed, but you can't say, well, anything that might come up.
Yeah, you have lifetime immunity, lifetime free pass.
Yeah, it doesn't really, there's no precedent for that in terms of the use of the pardon, except with the one single exception, and that is, of course, the Nixon pardon, the Ford pardon of Nixon, which was an unusual and exceptional situation. But other than that, it's never been done like that. No one's ever been given pardons for something they may be possibly charged with in the future.
Of course, the proof of the pudding, my friend, is that these guys accepted it. All right. Where's the Fauci that I've always known who defends to the hilt every miserable thing he's done in his rotten life? He has an answer for. So
Right.
Now you give him a pardon. He's silent. The
Well,
real
he's
old
totally
Fauci would have said, I didn't do anything wrong. I don't need a pardon. Okay.
Well, it's by any standards, and I think legally even, and I think it's been stated as such under law, that the acceptance of a pardon is an admission of guilt.
Yes.
It's just like, in a way, pleading the fifth is an admission of guilt. You're saying, I'm guilty, which is why I can't talk about this, because I'll be incriminated. And
I think what's going to happen with this stuff is there's going to be these lame efforts to get left-wing federal judges to try to suppress these movements for a while. But first of all, what's going to happen is stuff is going to get leaked anyway. You can bet on that.
right.
And the public, there's not going to be very much support for this criminal activity. There's going to be the Jasmine Crockett's and these low IQ types. They're going to try to frame this as a fascist takeover of the government and so on. But that is mighty thin gruel now.
No one's buying it.
No.
It's not flying. And you're right. They got some leftist federal judges who might, we just had something here in Massachusetts where a federal judge has put a stay on President Trump's buyout program for federal employees. It might slow it down a little. There's going to be another hearing.
Well, wait a minute. What's wrong with that? Bill Clinton did it.
Of course, it's completely appropriate. And he didn't even say why he did it. There was no law cited. So it's just one like it's kind of a desperate grasp at like kind of judicial activism. It's not going to stand. I think that by Monday there's a hearing, and he is absolutely in his right to offer the buyout.
I think
And
about 50,000 employees have already taken
yeah,
the deal.
oh yeah,
So,
and that stands. But there's another federal judge. I mean, they're trying to jimmy up the system a little bit, but look, the Supreme Court is not going to stand for it. Other than that nutcase, Coney Barrett maybe is a loose cannon, but putting that aside, I don't think that it's going to stand.
I got to tell you something about her to interrupt. She was being praised to the hill, these adopted kids, and she's so religious about. I never bought it. Never bought it. This goody two shoes. I'm sorry. All right.
Yep.
And what happens? She ends up being a complete disappointment.
It's true. I mean, maybe Trump he put her in there just as like within a week or two of leaving office or the election, I think. And that was something he had to move quickly on, I guess.
Well, he was given some crummy information. Okay. She's a woman. She's allegedly conservative.
Yeah.
She's Catholic, so she says.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. But
yeah,
it's very difficult to get perfect information on that, but it's also important because there's a hell of a lot of damage that these people can do.
That's right.
And the idea of putting someone on there because she's a woman really drastically failed with Sandra Day O'Connor.
Right.
Although
she would be conservative by today's standards.
She was conservative by today's standards, but
she also got rid of affirmative action. Let's give credit where it's due. So, but the point is that, yeah, I mean, even with her, they still have a majority in the Supreme Court, and I think she's going to at least be half right.
Yeah, I mean, she's not going to be in favor of corruption. I'm just saying that she's taking some stands that were disappointing.
True. But anyways, I think that all of these sort of last-ditch attempts to gum up the works are not going to fly. Now we have Pam Bondi has been confirmed, and she's kicking ass. I mean, she immediately is investigating all of these lawfare cases. She's calling for cutting funds to sanctuary cities because they're violating the law. I mean, this is great. I mean, they're going in. I think that we can hold our breath and hope that RFK is confirmed. I think he probably will be, but if he is, that's huge. I mean, that's a revolution.
It's going to be a nail biter. And in fact, I got into it on the ACSH website with some woman who has a lot of knowledge about, and she picked this so-called HIV/AIDS denialism as something that he supports, and this was a disqualifier. But one of the things I countered her with was, okay, maybe I'll give you that. There were people at the beginning that didn't think that HIV caused AIDS. There's people that still don't think that it does. But how about COVID vaccine denialism? You think that's a bigger deal?
Right.
So I think it's going to be a nail biter for RFK. He's probably going to get it. And did you see how aggressively they went after him in those hearings? All these pharma stooges. It was unbelievable. Do you promise not to fire anybody in HHS? Well, we got 3 million employees.
And they also put all of them through the struggle session about whether or not they thought the 2020 election had been stolen. And, I thought in a free country we can question elections, but they all responded quite well in terms of saying, what I recognize is that Joe Biden was sworn in as president. That's all they would say, which is technically, of course, true. But they did not comment on their opinions on the election. Now that she's in there, she's commenting. And I think once they're all in, they can then be free to take a look at it, because everyone knows damn well what happened. I'm not going to say it because I'm still on YouTube now, and we're still censored on that topic, even though I
Well,
say,
here's the point too. Why does that? Well, okay, philosophically it matters, but why, in a practical sense, does it matter in this sort of hearing whether he
it's not
legitimately won
relevant.
the election? You know, his term is up. He's gone.
Exactly. It's over. I sent Google a note asking them to restore my account and YouTube, because I said, look, I was taken down because I had some people on the program who claimed that the election was stolen, but he's gone now. It's over.
Yeah.
It's not relevant at this point, and no one's going to threaten Obama's regime. There was, I get the fact that they
Like
were
how you
afraid,
said Obama's. Okay.
Obama's regime, Biden's regime. I mean that there was comments about people wanting to decertify electors. Yeah, they wanted to stop that. Okay, fine, but it's over now. He's out. Doesn't matter. Now we could go back to status quo ante and talk about whatever the hell we want on elections. It's no different than talking about whether or not James Buchanan's election was stolen. It's history. Doesn't matter. Anyway, we'll see what happens.
Well, wait. Why are you comparing him to James Buchanan?
No, I'm making the point that we could talk about Jefferson's election stolen. It doesn't matter. He's gone. It's like it's history now. It's not a threat to any regimes. It's not like a political issue anymore. It's now an issue for historians to kick around, which is free speech. It's at this point. If he's proven to have stolen the election, it doesn't matter now. He's out of power. I mean, I suppose it would obviously be greatly damaging and embarrassing to the entire liberal democratic establishment. Too bad. That's free speech. But whatever, tell them.
Well, what you're seeing now, in parallel to the political situation, is a total freaking meltdown of the entertainment industry. Okay? They are doubling down and tripling down, and they gave 13 Oscar nominations to this Emilia Perez movie, which basically is about
Transvestite or something that got the did he get like the greatest woman actor? I think.
Yeah, well, the promotion of this, despite the fact that the movie did no box office, it very tellingly has an extremely low rating with the public on Rotten Tomatoes, but with, of course, the Access Media Critics is up there. But they're just doubling down. I mean, Disney is hemorrhaging money. The entertainment industry is collapsing, and it's like, I see an iceberg ahead. We're going to just go right into it.
Although I understand that I saw a few snippets of it, but the Oscars, they did not do the usual typical attacking Trump. Oh, we're going
that was, I think you're thinking of the Grammys.
The Grammys, yeah. We're going through such hard times now. We're going through such trauma. America's going through such a dark period.
Well, there were some DEI comments made at the Grammys, I believe.
Because I thought the main focus was on the LA fires.
That industry is collapsing. I mean, all the awards for Beyonce, please, best country album.
Yeah, right. But
I mean, I used to be a member of NARIS in the 90s, and it was already going bad. At that, but I mean, there was a great story that they figured that the show was getting popular, National Academy of Recording Arts Society. So the show was getting popular, so they decided they had to have a front man, rather than just kind of an office staff in Burbank. So they brought this unemployed musician out of Atlanta. I forget his name, frankly.
Okay.
It may come back to me. They give this guy, and this is in the 90s, $1 million salary. He starts sexually harassing all the women in the office. It was just
That's bad news.
pathetic. There were scandals with money, um, and it's just too bad how that goes. And I guess that was kind of a harbinger of what was going to happen now.
Hmm.
It's a completely different universe. There's no such thing as a record anymore. Everything is streaming
Right.
or an MP3. There are a jillion different genres of music. Billboard magazine is important only in that you can track the popularity of certain charts. But there's kids of the prime age that used to be this top 40 kind of stuff that don't listen to that anymore.
Right. And they've also, I mean, the big record companies have lost their relevancy because they used to
Yeah,
be the gatekeepers. You didn't get a record deal and you didn't get heard unless you were
yeah,
picked by the big three. I think it was a big five,
yeah,
people like Clive Davis. And,
yeah,
they decided everything. That's gone.
yeah.
They no longer have that kind of control. And, yeah, it's kind of similar to, the paring down of it is similar to what to get back to our original topic, what Doge is doing.
Yeah.
I mean, it's what Elon Musk did at Twitter. He basically fired 80% of the staff when he took over Twitter. He brought back a handful of them afterwards, but it's became stronger, better, more prosperous than ever.
That was the best example in history of the 80-20 principle, right?
Yes.
He fires 80% of the people, 20% of the people are doing the work.
Mm.
Uh, and remember when they told him, oh, no, it's going to fall apart. You need all those people. And he's thinking, no, I don't. This is all IT. It's all automation. What are these people doing? And if you remember that video that went viral a couple of years ago of those two women in a swimming pool talking about what their day was like, they worked for some tech company.
Mm.
And, they got free meals and they got all this time off. And as an afterthought, well, what is it you do here? Um,
Yeah. I mean, that's that about describes it. So, anyways, he's now doing this with the federal government, and they're freaking out. But it's about time. I mean, it makes me think of I consider him to be my mentor, the late great Jerry Williams here in Boston, who was talking about this back in the '80s, back in the '70s. I mean, he was talking about, like, for example, use the example of the Massachusetts Registry of Motor Vehicles, this massive department with their big offices and staffs, and you had to go in and have this miserable experience all day waiting in line to get your license renewed. And just they were harassing people, and it was a boondoggle. And eventually it showed how corrupt it was, the people getting on payrolls, and Whitey Bulger's kids were on the friggin' payroll. It was, there was like all this political hacks. And he pointed out we could get rid of 80% of this, sell the buildings and have the state put the money in the coffers, lay off these people, and put the friggin' thing online.
yeah.
Now they have done that, and it's
Yep.
worked out pretty well. You still have too much of it, but at least it's been pared down a little bit. That's what needs to be done on the federal level. We don't need to have this kind of stuff anymore. I mean, Lee Zeldin, he's been confirmed as head of the Environmental Protection Agency, I believe.
Right.
He just closed the Department of Environmental Social Justice, something like that. Laid off 200 people. They're going to sell the building. They're going to get rid of the whole freaking thing. That's how they're going to save money, because we don't need these things.
Right.
Somebody wants to talk about environmental social justice, let them do it on their own dime. Let them, set up a website and talk about it. But do we need to hire a whole agency with 200 people, probably earning who knows how much? It's, they're saying, oh, well, people don't appreciate the basic services. That's the big lie. The basic things that we want the government to do aren't going to change. This is 80% of the government I mean, I had an interview off the record with somebody who's a pretty high level government official in Washington. I can't say who because it was a private conversation, but he pointed out to me that none of them have gone back to work. The pandemic has been over now for 4 years. They basically, they've never been seen, and they're getting full salary. Nobody knows what they're doing. And the people who do go to work, they sit around all day looking at porn on their computers.
Yeah.
And that all the work is being done by these consultancies, these consultant agencies, which are getting a ton of money, and that it's become so bad.
Well, that's the other scandal, okay, which I'm sure Elon is going to get into. These contractors are hired to do the work. All right. Here's the problem. I knew a bunch of these guys when I was living in the DC area. The dirty little secret is the contractors were making way more money than the federal employees.
Right.
So not only was there this resentment, it's like, what the hell is this? You have staff that's supposed to do these things. You're bringing these outside guys, and it was a joke how much more these outfits were getting paid.
Oh yeah, and those things are. I mean, look, I get consultancy, but when it has this interaction with government, it's very corrupt. And we could look at the work of Kinsey and company here in Boston for that, and Deloitte. Yeah, they do some good work in the private sector, but their interaction. I mean, there's even recently here in Boston, there was a consultancy that's been brought in to look at the recreation and redesign of a highway in Brighton, which is a neighborhood of Boston.
Right.
And they had a public meeting, and one of the citizens asked a question of the consultant, and the consultant said, and I quote, I don't talk like this publicly, he said, "Shut the fuck up." And yeah, and this made the newspaper. But I mean, these are the consultants. They're not accountable to anyone, and they're running this thing. They're not listening to anybody's complaints. So there are some legitimate issues around that. And in a sense, the elected authorities have turned over their responsibilities to these consultants.
Well, I mean, it's a vicious circle, because what happened in the case I was describing, this was the Department of Agriculture. And the thing in question was this big software involved with how to plan your diet and whatnot. And of course, agriculture had tried and failed to get this website to work. So they brought in these high-priced people and to fix it, which they did. But as the guy told me, this guy Paul told me, he said, but at the end of the day, no one's using the website anyway. Okay. Mm-hmm. It was a bad idea. But he'll take the money.
And they take a lot of money to do probably in many cases nothing. You get a big contract, and they're rolling in dough. But the point is that Doge is going to really take a hard look, and they're freaking out because they're gonna pare down. This is what I can't believe this is happening. It's incredible. This should have happened decades ago. It's an incredible thing. Finally, they're going to bring the government into the present time. A lot of these activities can be replaced by websites and even by AI to a certain extent. I mean, I don't think that we want to see AI making decisions about real things that affect real people, but there's a lot of stuff that could be automated. I'll give an example. There's a lot of stuff that lawyers do where they charge a ton of money for things that could be done by AI, could be done through ChatGPT, could be done online. Standard things, like setting up a will or setting up, a contract of different types that are not complicated. Certain transactions in areas of like real estate or whatever. A lot of this could be done with automatically and at no, if zero cost or low cost. And so they're holding on to it's like holding on to the horse and buggy. They want to hold on to their gig over there.
Well, that's it. That's the mentality. Do you remember some years ago when the bill pay function was introduced on bank websites. You
Hmm.
can now pay your bills online.
Right.
There was a big movement within the US Postal Service. No, no, tell your friends it's better to write a check and put it in the mail.
Mm.
Uh, and you and I are old enough to remember what a pain in the butt that was.
Yeah,
You
and I remember waiting in long lines at the telebooth,
Yeah.
right? I think my daughter has never seen the inside of a bank. I mean, maybe when she set it up. Because everything is done. If you get a check in the mail, you just scan it and it goes into your account. Everything is done now using your smartphone. You don't need to have this whole big infrastructure. Now, look, people are going to lose their jobs. People lost their jobs when the horse and buggy, I mentioned that, when the car was invented, the horse and buggy industry, which was up in Amesbury, Massachusetts, along the Merrimack Valley, there was several big companies that did this. They lost their jobs, and it created a local depression. I get that. And they were lobbying the state to subsidize them anyways, and the state did not do it, but it can be dislocating. Look at I lost my company because of computers. My company, City Metro Enterprises,
I
I
remember them.
yeah, I was going gangbusters. I was
They
very.
didn't work for me, which you probably don't remember.
Did I do a job for you?
Yes, a couple of jobs.
Well, I'll tell you what. I don't think so because our City
No,
Metro.
no, no. And here's what it is.
Yeah.
And this is for the world to see. When we had that Helimeter product for the dental industry, you guys distributed flyers on that product at the trade shows.
Yes, we did.
Yes.
That was my company.
City Metro, baby.
Yep. I was rolling high for
Yeah.
many, many years. I distributed flyers. I distributed posters. I
Yeah.
I did like an ad agency could call me up, a record company could call me up and say we need posters in 50 colleges around the country, and I could do it. And
Yeah.
did. And there was about 5 or 6 of us who were in that business. We each did a little something different, and we competed with each other, but we also sometimes worked with each other on certain things.
Right.
All of us went out of business. All of us around the year 2008,
Yeah.
around that time. I remember I was down to one more ad agency, and they canceled it, not because they didn't like the service, but because they went automatic. They
Yeah.
all would decide, well, we're doing something different now. We're going to focus on advertising online where we
Right.
could get it for free or we could get it cheap. A lot of people lost their jobs. A lot of people, printing companies. I remember Copy Cop, was it Copy Cop in Boston? They
Yeah.
had huge offices with printing machines. People were waiting in line at those companies to get their printing done, and they had all these expensive machines, a whole room of them. They all went out of business because people had printers with their computer. They didn't need them anymore. I'm just, it's like I'm saying that's, as my late father used to say, that's progress.
Yeah.
I did not understand the times. I did not adapt. And so I lost my company. And that's, it's no different, should be no different in the public sector. I'm sorry, but if you're not needed, you're out.
Well, then I have to ask you this. With all the waste, which is so obvious to the point that you can create a department to promote government efficiency,
Yeah.
I have to ask you, as a student of the human race, when all these cabinet secretaries came in, what did they think? They were just a big potentate and they'd go to lunch and look pretty? I
Mm.
mean, why didn't any of these people look into the operations of these vast bureaucracies?
It
Because
was,
what? They didn't want to diminish their empire?
yeah. I mean, it had become a perpetual, I'm sure there's a word in sociology for this, but it had become a perpetual entity, starting really with Wilson. It goes back in history, with these massive agencies just would perpetuate themselves, and they would exacerbate the problems they were supposed to solve because that helped them get more money and more budget. And it became like what Steve Bannon talks about, the administrative state. It's it's just that simple. It's
Well, I think the one example, I wish I had more details, was apparently the ex-president of Procter and Gamble was
yeah.
brought in to run some agency, and a complaint was made that Procter and Gamble, fine, they make a lot of money because they have a lot of name products that people like, but they're not exactly the most efficient operation in the world. And he was just a guy that presided over ginormous bureaucracy, and then went in to preside over whatever this agency was. Um, so I think that's what happens, that you have people that allegedly have, quote, business experience, but this becomes kind of a retirement job,
Mm.
and they're heading up the Department of Commerce, whatever it happens to be. And there's waste in all these things, but that's not their gig, you know. But
It's just
apparently it's Elon Musk gig.
and Musk is doing amazing things. I mean, already he has cut $10 billion from the federal budget,
Yeah,
and his goal is $1 trillion by the end of the year. At this rate, he's going to get there.
yeah, he is.
And yeah, the other thing is, of course, if you accompany that with a loosening of regulations on businesses and a lowering of taxes, then you can't tell what people may create. What businesses they may get into in the future. We don't know that because it's just like, I mean, the automobile replaced the horse and buggy, to use that example again, but it opened up a whole world of possibilities and ancillary businesses, and it created it created an economic boom in
Yeah,
the same way that in the 1990s there was an economic boom from the internet, from the laptop, and from cell phones.
yeah.
These things, yeah, they probably put some people out of business, but they opened up opportunities in other ways and in other modalities. I mean, I found other things to do when City Metro disappeared, and I've never really recovered from it, quite frankly, but that's the way it goes. I mean, I've done other things. I've done creative things.
Yeah.
We all go through a new phase in life. That's just how it is. I mean, you can't expect something to just chug along forever when it's no longer needed.
No, and I think that's the key right there. That people think that whatever the institution is going to last forever.
Exactly. And that's
It
what my mistake was. I thought what I was doing would last forever. I didn't really look at things collapsing around me at the time, even though I was warned by some people. I still didn't want to face it. That's part of
that's the other thing. I mean, the signs are often there,
right.
And where this happened, by the way, in the record industry, I think it was about the year 2000 or 2001, early 2000s, and a number, I believe it. Well, okay, it was a couple of different labels, and they decided to get what I guess today we would call influencers from various high schools around New York area,
Mm-hmm.
and serve them lunch and introduce them to some of the new artists. And, so they're getting the kids' opinions on stuff. But here was the kicker. So when this is all over, the guy running it said, okay, kids, when you leave this room, there are a bunch of conference tables out there with CDs of all these artists. Go ahead and take what you want, give them to your friends, promote this thing.
Yeah.
Virtually none of the kids picked up CDs.
Mm-hmm.
Because they don't use that format anymore.
It's right.
And one of my friends in the industry said that was the first sign that this model is done.
Well, you can't look at the guy that ran Blockbuster, right?
Yeah.
He was offered, I think it was like $1.5 billion to sell that company.
Yeah.
And he refused because he said, hey, they want this company. Why should I give it to them if it's that great? And he ended up going bankrupt. It's just it had.
Well, he was offered a deal by Reed Hastings to create what eventually did become Netflix, and he didn't want to do that either. I think the problem with that guy, the Blockbuster guy, was he was too greedy. There were interviews with that guy. I don't remember his name, where he was saying, "Look at this Blockbuster store. No one in here gets paid more than $6 an hour." And he was proud of that. Um, but that all fell apart. Uh,
Yeah, that was just a case of greed, it sounds like.
yeah,
But the point is that, to go back to the Doge story, I mean, I think it was actually FDR. This is Doge. He's doing no different than, in a way, FDR did, but not. Musk wants to do it on a bigger scale. When FDR entered office, he immediately ordered, by executive order, all agencies to cut their budgets by 10%.
10%, right?
Yeah. And he said at the time, he goes, look, the country is in a depression. Why should the government not reflect what's going on
Yeah.
everywhere else? And they did. So, I mean, and he's, of course, a hero of the liberals, but that's what's happening now. You have to go in and clean house. I mean, I feel bad saying that for some people. Trump is offering a very generous buyout, 8 months of pay, plus you might have a retirement fund of some sort, or you can, have 8 months to look for doing something else.
Yeah.
And again, with the reduction in regulation, it opens up opportunities to get into business, to become more entrepreneurial. There are, who knows what might be invented coming down the pike. You have to learn, open your eyes and, think, people need to think outside the box. It's just that simple.
Yeah, I agree. It's, you can ask yourself why no one did this before.
Mm.
And it took someone from the outside to do it.
It did. And every government probably from FDR, because ultimately he did increase the size of government anyways, but
A little bit.
yeah, I mean, so from that time on, it's just continued to grow and it's continued to increase. And now you had, we've talked about Michael Glennon's theory about the double government. I mean, that was the establishment of the intelligence half of the government, what he calls the Trumanites.
Yeah.
Their power is being curtailed. You got Ratcliffe now offering buyouts to CIA agents. Apparently, something like, what is it, like 90% of them are taking it?
Yeah.
It's
Yeah.
incredible. Good riddance to them.
Well, I think it's so high in the intelligence agency because they realize that there's been such abuses. And whether they're going to retire early or try to do something else, but they know the hammer's going to come down on this.
Right. I mean, they know that, like, President Trump has declassified the information around the assassination of JFK,
Yeah.
which implicates the CIA, quite frankly, and other things like that. I mean, it's their power now is being curtailed. I mean, I worry about President Trump's safety when I say that, but it seems to me, thank God, so far they're being reined in. Whoever thought this could happen? It's incredible. This is really like,
Well, it could never have happened under the standard paradigm, where Bob Dole, it's his turn to run for president, It had to be
it would never have happened under
the
that.
outside, yeah.
I mean, and now Trump is coming back, having learned lessons from the first term, and he's getting rid of all of his enemies who have burrowed into the government.
Yeah.
Biden tried to put them there just like Obama did when he left, except Trump is finding them and routing them out. Those corrupt inspector generals and the FBI agents. I mean, people like, we remember Peter Strzok and Lisa Page and McCabe and Comey, the Vindman brothers. These are people who are all in the government, burrowed away, waiting to get Trump later. Trump's learned, and he's getting rid of them. He's finding them and firing them. And I just think that that's very heartening. They're not going to pull off another coup like they did last time with the fake dossier and the Mueller group and then the perfect phone call impeachment. It distracted Trump for 4 years with that crap. And they're not going to get away with it now. It's great. So.
Yeah, there's going to be a new revelation every day. And next week, we'll probably have some other big deal to talk about.
Yeah, like getting rid of the Department of Education. The late Sam Blumenfeld is dancing in heaven because he wrote about this for decades, how corrupt that was. Reagan promised to do it, and he didn't. Now it looks like it's being done. Trump has been very open.
Well, I'm not a member of the Reagan cult,
Neither am I.
and one of the reasons is that not only did he promise to do it, he could have done it.
Right. No, Reagan was not a lot of what people think. I mean, there are a lot of great things about him, but no, he was an insider.
Yeah.
But Trump is doing it, and again, the propaganda is going to be, oh, the children are going to be, bull crap. Maybe 10% of what they do might have some good aspects that will be folded into another agency. The 90% of stuff they do is push leftist propaganda, critical race theory, sex change operations on children, masks. Who knows what else? It's garbage. It's very bad.
It's a very exciting time, and it's just wonderful to see the change in your demeanor. I mean, before the election, you were so worried. Now,
oh my God,
you're the old positive Chuck.
Oh yeah, no, I'm feeling better every day, and I think that everyone is. Even people who hate Trump are. Everyone knows it.
Oh,
thank
even
God
the liberals deep down are admitting that, gee, things are better.
It's incredible, and he's just an absolute dynamo. It's just an incredible thing to see. I look forward every day to opening the newspaper or looking online and finding out what's happened next, and it's amazing.
Yeah,
absolutely amazing.
It's hard to keep track of it all.
Yeah. Now he's just signed an executive order getting rid of men and women's sports. Did you see that? That's fantastic, and they're cheering. Young women are finally not going to have their heads bashed in by some greasy guy in a wig.
Yeah.
I mean, it's these are important developments. He's doing it at all levels, politically, economically, culturally, all of it. He's taking it all on. I hope that RFK is confirmed because I think he's very key to cleaning up America's health. That's why they hate him and fear him. And Tulsi Gabbard.
What is so disturbing is the way his cousin has gone after him.
Oh my God, that's disgusting. Can you imagine saying that he was a predator? Yeah. Hello, what about Uncle Teddy?
Yeah.
You want to talk about predators? I don't think she was saying much about that.
No, and when it got even worse is that her son posted these videos.
Oh, he's weird.
RFK's neurological condition and so on, but it just isn't landing.
No. And he's weird. I mean, if you've seen his TikToks, he's like, the guy has a screw loose. I mean, in a way, it's sort of like that relative of Jackie Onassis in that movie they did with the, I forget what it was. He had like some weird relatives. He's a lot like that. But yeah, that's really disgraceful. And
I mean, why did she's got all the money she needs? Why doesn't she just keep her mouth shut? Does anybody really think that she is the chosen representative of the JFK flame?
I don't think it's gone over well. I don't even with liberals. I mean, she's a hardcore partisan. I think with her, it's an old Democrat Party thing.
Yeah.
And I don't think that's flowing. I don't think that's a good look.
No. No, but let him do it,
And also, Kash Patel is going to be friggin' amazing if he gets in. That's a tough one, too.
Well, they delayed it, I think.
They did. They delayed it, but it's going to happen, hopefully, God willing. He's an amazing. I mean, he's conducted himself incredibly. And that's going to finally clean up the FBI. Bring it back to its original.
Well, that's the other thing we should mention for a second here. They had 5,000 out of 13,000 of their agents. 5,000 were working on J6, which roughly works out to 3 agents per J6 offender.
J6 and anti-Trump shit. Doing the house and home invasion, messing around with Melania Trump's underwear drawer.
Yeah.
I mean, it's really ugly. And I mean, I think that Pam Bondi has kind of backed away a little bit on that, in that she said that people who were doing like low level or following orders, they're not going to be dismissed. That's okay. I mean, I don't like it, but you have to have somebody in there. But the bigger people, the big fish, are gone. The people who actually were behind this, and they're people that are dangerous to Trump. They're going to try to find a new impeachment. They're going to try to sabotage him any way they can.
Well,
So,
Al Green already filed articles of impeachment
yeah,
for
his filings were like for dastardly behavior or something like that.
yeah.
It reminds me of historian Alan Lichman on my program.
Oh,
He,
oh,
he hung up on me. He got off the show. He wanted to file impeachment complaints against Trump for his war against women. Yeah, what? It's like it's not even good
the
logic.
trouble with that guy,
Oh,
and
he's
I wrote a piece about this. I'm going to start writing again now that we moved. Um, is that if he had followed his own keys to presidential election, he would have picked Trump. If you
right.
analyze the keys, he was so partisan in picking Harris that it was absurd.
Well, he's been completely discredited, and I think that he apparently in his last interview he went out screaming and just a totally talk about Trump derangement. Him and that other historian from Tennessee, the Mitchum.
Yeah.
Otherwise, a good historian. He's written a great. I think he wrote a great book about Thomas Jefferson, but so Trump deranged that he can't get it straight. The worst one was Michael Beschloss as a historian. I mean, he actually he said he called for Trump to be executed
Yeah. Yeah.
because of he
Well, you have to
claimed
understand these are all academics. They're
that
sitting in their little ivory tower. They have no idea of real life. Yeah,
True.
you write a biography of Thomas Jefferson. He died a couple of years ago.
Yeah, exactly.
So you're putting yourself in a different framework, um, and don't get me started on
No, no,
academics
no.
in general.
Yeah,
But
exactly.
that's
They're
so.
completely.
Anyway, next week at the
Next
new
week,
time.
7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, Monday through Friday. The program is going to be live, probably possibly not on Friday, but there'll be a rerun on Friday. But I am reestablishing the live program, and I'm glad you can do that, Michael. And I look forward to it. What's happening on your
It's always
subject?
a pleasure. I mean, it's especially now in my new studio here, right?
There you
Well,
go. So you might as well
yeah,
get
we'll
some.
get it. We'll get it fixed up. We still have plenty of boxes to unpack,
Yeah,
and
you
maybe
should
on the
launch
next
your
show
own podcast, Mike.
we can talk a little bit about the brutal housing market, but that's
We
that,
could.
yeah, that's a good
You
topic
might
for
you
next
might
week.
consider launching your own podcast, Mike.
I how could I say this? Uh, had I been able to sell the old business for a little more, I would have had somewhat more free time. But I have another company
Okay.
now, so we're doing okay, but don't have as much free time as I'd like.
Okay.
Fortunately, I'm still under 90 years old, so
Yep.
should
Thank
be
God.
able to keep doing it.
What's happening on the Substack? Anything coming up or?
Um, there's a bunch of notes,
Okay.
and I think I'm going to delve into this notion that this crap was all hiding in plain sight, if you think, because how in the world did the government go from whatever the size was under LBJ to this massive thing that nobody knows, what the right hand, the left hand's doing, and you're paying taxes like mad. Um, how did it all happen? Is it incrementalism?
Mm.
And you suddenly wake up and you're a boiled frog, So
I think that's what it was. I think that's kind of it's basically did it by sleepwalking.
yeah,
Anyways, Mike, thanks again, as always.
yeah. Well, we will
And
see you next time at the new time, and
yep,
until then, just enjoy it.
onward and upward. Thanks a
Right?
lot. All right, thanks for joining me, everyone. Charles Moskowitz here. Monday through Friday, I'm doing this thing now, 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, roughly for an hour or so, all depending on what's going on. And my guest is Amber May. Amber May is the host of The Amber May Show. She's a creator of the online education program Podcast Like a Pro, which teaches aspiring podcasters how to build a successful podcast. She's also a fellow Sun Devil, And Amber has a headline here from her publicist. Has the media been fair in the first 2 weeks of Trump's return to the White House? Before we go there, Amber, and thanks so much for joining me.
I'm so
Um,
excited to be here.
okay. I just want to talk a little bit about this incredible institution that you and I are both dabbling in, and that is podcasting.
Hmm.
I think that it's a very democratic institution in that really anyone now can host a podcast. All you need is a laptop, maybe invest in a good mic and a good camera, not expensive, and get a platform. And
Hmm.
you can invite people on, you can talk to them, see them, hear them, have it go live on your social network where it can be seen by all of your friends and colleagues and members of your network, and you can build a program. Do I have that right?
Absolutely right. I mean, when I first got into journalism, I was interning because when you're in journalism school, you end up interning, and I ended up interning at the local Fox affiliate here in Phoenix.
Mhm.
And it wasn't even that long ago. It was like early 2000s. And the way they did broadcast then, there was no way you and I could do a show like we're doing now because the equipment and the technology just wasn't there. I mean, their editing back then was beta tape to beta tape. It wasn't even digital editing. The
Right.
digital editing just started becoming a thing back then. And they had one editing bay for the promotion side that was digital. But the news side was still beta tape to beta tape. So everything is just really rapidly changing in the last few years. So now anyone can be a content creator. It's amazing.
Yes, I mean, back in the day, I mean, for a while I was doing talk radio in Greater Boston, where I live, and it was all very planned, and you had to be there at a certain time, and there's a whole office there with everybody kind of controlling everything, and it was sort of, yeah, there was definitely free speech in a way freer than we have on online, by the way. We'll get into that,
Yeah.
but it was still very curated. It was a different style of communicating. It was very kind of formal. And, it was very limited in terms of there was just so many slots in any city or town that you would get in. Whereas now you could have millions of people, millions and millions of people doing programming and having influence. And, before we go further, I want your headline, which I think is quite provocative. Has the media been fair in the first 2 weeks of Trump? That in the old days, Trump would never have won re-election because he was being censored, including online,
Hmm.
but they were not able to completely suppress President Trump's message, and that's why he was elected. The media, I think they would acknowledge it pretty much, was viciously anti-Trump.
Hmm.
All of the mainstream media, even Fox News to a certain extent.
Hmm.
And they just really like dismissed him and attacked him, but it didn't work. And I think the reason it didn't work was because of people like yourself and others who got up and gave all sides of the story. And that includes the anti and pro. And that's where freedom ended up residing. And in spite of huge efforts to censor that, I mean, like a lot of people, I lost my YouTube channel because I had a doctor on my program, very respected, internationally known doctor, who suggested that pregnant women and children should not get the COVID vaccine. For that, I lost my station. Okay. I mean, I'm not alone here. I'm not, that's how it is. For various reasons, we can speculate that is a hot button for YouTube, and they don't allow any comment on that, on the vaccine. But, and obviously, they took President Trump's Twitter account away, where he lost, I think, upwards of 50 million followers. So they really did try to crack down on the internet, but it failed
Hmm.
because of people found other ways to do it. In my case, I reestablished the program on Rumble,
Hmm.
and like you have a great Rumble station, by the way, Amber.
Thank you.
And I then found all these other stations as well, Rockfin. I mean, there's a bunch of them out there.
Hmm.
So I was able to continue on, not at the same level as YouTube, but still enough that I could still do what I do and have a level of influence.
You hit the nail on the head. Everything you just said was right on. They did the same thing to me with YouTube. I started gaining followers like crazy. Started talking to them about the Maricopa County election.
Oh boy.
And then I started talking about COVID on top of it. Oh, they didn't like that. They shut me down right away.
Yeah, yeah. And the Maricopa County was another hot button.
Yes, it was.
Could not talk about the forensic audit. You
Mm-hmm.
couldn't talk about, Kerry Lake, right? I mean, all that stuff
Right.
was censored like crazy, but it didn't work there either. Well, it did work against Kerry Lake, okay, but it didn't in the bigger picture work because President Trump came back, and now maybe Maricopa County might finally be investigated. Maybe they'll get to the
That's
bottom
what
of
they're
that.
saying. I'm part of the Maricopa County Republicans here in Arizona, and our county board of supervisors said that is one of the things they are planning on doing is doing a deep dive on our election system. Our
Mhm.
state legislators are very much in favor of that. And of course, our Arizona GOP chair is also in favor. So I see good things happening as far as the election front goes.
Well, that would be amazing. I hope that maybe you get the Department of Justice under Pam Bondi involved.
Wouldn't that be great?
Oh my God! I mean, to have really it's a national scandal, and the whole world saw it.
Oh,
I
yeah.
have now that we're on that topic, I have a quick question about
Sure.
that. Besides the 2022 election, when the machines didn't work in the Republican precincts, and the paper that they used had been created by a very partisan printer, and that it didn't fit in the machines. I noticed that about a year ago, when there was a special election in Maricopa County, not to get into a controversy, but why not? There was a national incident, some kind of a readjustment of Google, where different computers were having problems for about a day, including, like, I think at airports in some cases.
There was a
I
cyber attack.
It was because I happened to be in New York that day, and we
Mhm.
were staying at a hotel, and our hotel couldn't get their computer functioning, and they couldn't open doors, so they had to do it manually. And it was something that happened all over the United States.
Mhm.
But I seem to recall that Maricopa County, coincidentally, was having a special election that day, and
Yeah.
they had to shut down all of the electronic computers.
For a time they did, yeah. They were eventually able to get him back up going again, but yeah, it did affect some of the machines on the election. So yeah, that was a thing.
Well, what that tells me, I mean, not to state the obvious, is that those machines were online. Otherwise, why would they have been affected?
That's what I've been saying for a long time. I want them to do a real deep dive. I want they say the machines are not connected to the internet. I went to McTech, which is where they supposed to tabulate the votes. McTech staff is telling me they're not connected to the internet. I honestly believe that they think that is true.
Hmm.
I don't think they are
How could they not
lying
be?
to my face. I think they genuinely believe that to be true.
Well, how do they
However,
explain this
I
then?
don't believe that to be true. So,
Well, I mean, how do you explain it? I mean, if they weren't online, why were they affected by this bug? Of course they
yeah.
were online. They had to have been. I mean, it's obvious. And of course, people like myself, when you mentioned this in the 2000 election, you were like demonized.
Oh
I mean,
yeah.
you almost seemed as a subhuman for even suggesting it. But it turned out to be true. Anyway, let's go on to talking about podcasting, because you actually are teaching people how to podcast, which is a great thing. You offer your services online in that regard. You have a website called Podcast Like a Pro. It's part of your Amber May Show website where you
Mhm.
can hear your podcast. So let's talk about that. I mean, what is some basic information that we can share with my audience about how to do a podcast now?
I'm so glad you asked. And if anyone wants to join, they could go to the ambermayshow.com, theambermayshow.com. And then there's a tab that says podcast like a pro. If they use your name Charles, they're going to get a discount at checkout.
Great.
So make sure you use the discount code Charles so you guys can save some money there, because I don't want anyone having to pay full price. If you want to, you're welcome to, but I'd love for you to get a discount. I get asked all the time. Like you, I have a radio background. After I graduated college, I got to work at an AM talk radio show
Mm,
station. And so I have professional experience. I've done this for a living. The reason why I quit my radio gig was because I finally had a child after 8 years of trying.
mhm,
So on my way to work one day, I'm crying. I'm crying so hard because all I've ever wanted to do is be a broadcaster. I
mm,
got this great job that I just absolutely love, but now I'm about to have a child.
yeah,
And the idea of putting her in daycare after I've been waiting for 8 years to have a baby was awful.
right.
So I quit my job and I went 9 years without broadcasting. And then I restarted my show again.
Mhm,
So, long story short, I get asked all the time, just a little background for your audience. I get asked all the time, how do I do this? And how do I do that? And how do I start this? And so, what I decided to do is I wanted to help everybody that I possibly could. So, I took my knowledge in the most frequently asked questions and I put it in a course. And you covered a little bit of that. I'm going to show you how you can do a podcast that's not going to cost you an arm and a leg. I'm going to show you the equipment necessary to do it. And if you have more means, then great. Upgrade your equipment. Great. Fantastic. I applaud you. But if things are a little tight, but you still have a message or you still have a passion that you want to get out there, maybe you love classic cars or maybe you're into remodeling and you want to kind of just show people how to remodel a home, then you could do that and I could show you how and I could show you how to build an audience. So I went from a built-in audience at a radio station going 9 years, not having any audience whatsoever and having to build it from scratch. So I'm going to give you tips and tricks on how to do that. The really cool thing about my course is I have a exclusive community that everyone who takes my course gets to be a part of. And then
mm,
you'll have access to me and other content creators. And my idea is I want to make it to where it's a community where we network together, where we share ideas, where we promote one another on each other's shows. So I'm
mhm.
just trying to build a community of podcasters because we are the new media. Elon Musk says it all the time. The media is freaking out about us. They're saying, oh, they're not the media and they're throwing tantrums on TV. But you said it perfectly, Charles. Because of what we've been doing in the alternate space, it really made a difference in this last election because you were right. They censored RFK. They
Mm,
prevented him from running. They wouldn't interview him very much. And they really, really censored Donald Trump and
mm,
always put him in a bad light. But Kamala Harris is in the great light. And if you remember when we were during the campaign, CBS did a piece on Kamala Harris and they edited a whole bunch of that content out to 20 minutes. Now, I don't know if you're familiar with this, but the Daily Mail is reporting that Donald Trump sued and it looks like he's winning the case that CBS is going to have to release the full 60 minutes of the interview that they filmed with
well,
Kamala
let me
Harris.
just add a little to that. It's even worse than that. What they did was I forget who the reporter was who interviewed her, but he or she asked a question and she gave some a crazy, the usual kind of weird answer that didn't make a lot of sense. What they did was they spliced that out and they put in another segment that she had answered something else, and they kind of diced and sliced that one to make it sound a
Mhm,
certain way, so that it looked like she had given an intelligent and coherent answer. Now, Donald Trump's lawsuit on that is basically that constitutes election interference, which it does. I mean,
mhm,
that's like altering reality. I mean, you can't, create something out of nothing, which is what they tried to do, which came off badly anyway. But the point is that it's not, it was a classic example, not only of what Trump's up against, but what the kind of the old legacy, the mockingbird media, as we like to say, what
mhm,
they're up to, what they've been probably doing forever. I mean, they kind
mhm,
of mold a story. I mean, the classic example is when John F. Kennedy was assassinated.
mhm,
I think it was Walter Cronkite got up on the air, and he says that it was just a one lone crazy gunman. Where did he get that information? How did he know? He was told by handlers that this is what to say. And when he said it, back then you only had three sources of news, and that's what the official line became. And then anyone who questioned that was attacked.
mhm.
So they can't do that now.
Remember
Yeah,
that Nancy Pelosi, she talked about how the smear goes? that you put something in the media and then someone officially will say it and then they're going to cover it up with another attack or a smear. I mean, she laid it out perfectly of how they do it in mainstream media, where it's all made up, it's all fabricated. And people are finally done with being lied to, and that's why this time right now is the best time to get into this space.
Oh,
That's
yeah.
why if you go to the ambermayshow.com and hit the tab podcast like a pro. Remember, use promo code Charles at checkout. I'm going to show you how you could do what we're doing, and you don't even have to do news and commentary. Whatever your passion is, I want to show you how to do that, because I think the world of programming in general, TV in general, is going to change with, I think people are going to want to watch real people doing stuff. And to them, that will be entertaining, whether that's homesteading, whether that's fixing cars, whether that's, I think the way it's going to change, I think you and I, I could be wrong, it's possible, but I think things are going to change a little bit outside of Hollywood, and we're going to see more of a change onto just regular content creators as being the foremost place people go to get entertained.
Oh, yeah. I mean, also, I mean, speaking of Hollywood, I mean, this last election showed that they don't have very much coattails anymore, because Harris was shelling out millions of dollars to people to not only endorse her, but to go on stage so she could generate some kind of audience. And it didn't matter. It was worth nothing to her.
Yeah.
It's like it was then Beyonce. I mean, all of them. They didn't amount to a hill of beans, to be polite.
Mm-hmm.
And so, the days of their influence have been exposed. And then, yeah, people are looking to TikTok. They're looking to, the YouTube Reels. They're looking to all of these things for entertainment and for information. I think particularly the younger generation. So, this is something that I think is certainly the future. It's not going to be stopped. Even with YouTube, maybe that might be changed now that President Trump's in office. I mean, I actually sent YouTube a note saying, now that President Trump's in office and Biden is gone, maybe, you might be able to restore my station, because it doesn't matter what people think about the 2020 election. It's over. He's gone. No one's threatening his position anymore. We'll see. But so going back to your podcast, can you talk a little bit about some of the nuts and bolts of how you do this? How do you create your podcast technically? And also, what kind of a schedule do you maintain? I mean, what do you actually do?
I think, okay, so the learning is self-paced. So the classes are self-paced. It's not going to take you all day to do any of the courses. I know we're all working people, we're all busy people. So I put things down in a time fashion, come back to it tomorrow, come back to it in a week, come back to whatever you want to. It's self-paced. I talk about all the fundamentals that you're going to need to know. You're going to need to know, like Charles said earlier about equipment. You're going to need to know where to publish your episode, because like Charles said, him and I have been canceled in a lot of platforms, but we found some platforms that are very much free speech oriented, and I share that with you. I tell you, I show you how you can monetize. I give you ideas to monetize, and any of my students can be an affiliate of mine, because if you're going to come to my class, I want to believe in you and invest in you. So if you decide to be an affiliate with me, wonderful. I'd love to have that partnership. So we talk about monetization. We talk about how to get guests. Where do you find guests? So that's an important topic. People want to know, well, okay, I'm going to have a show, and I want to interview people, but where do I find them? So we're going to talk about things like that. So all the fundamentals that you need so you launch successfully. And just know this. Your first episode is going to be the worst episode. And that's coming from me, a professional, someone who's been in radio. My episodes back then were not as good as they are now. Why? Just because with years of experience, you just get better and better as you go. And with the perfectionists out there, I want to tell you, don't wait till everything's going to be perfect to go. Start now, because perfection comes as you continue doing your craft, as you start getting more ideas about what kind of things, elements you want to add to your program. So don't be caught up with everything has to be so perfect right now. Actually, in this space, people love imperfection. I'm not saying have a sloppy show. By no means. I want you to have a great, well-produced show. But I'm just saying, if something goes awry and something's not perfect, your audience will be fine with it.
It's a different format. It's not
Yes.
as quite that like you have to be perfect when you do this thing. It's more conversational. It's more off the cuff. Be yourself.
Mhm.
In my case, I'm trying to put together at this point. I mean, I kind of got out of it for a while for a lot of reasons, but now I'm getting back in, and I'm trying to put together consistency of doing the program Monday through Friday at 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time as a way to sort of build up perhaps a participatory audience. And I offer a phone number so that people can literally call into my program. I offer, obviously chat and all of that stuff. The program goes live on both my Facebook and my Twitter page. I got about 8,000 something followers on Twitter. And that opened up a little bit when Elon Musk took
Oh
over
yeah,
Twitter.
for me too. Yep,
My page was frozen for years.
mine too. I
And
got
although now it seems to have gone back to slightly frozen, I don't know. Musk is great, but not, there's still, some hanky panky. Either way, I go live there. And now that I'm going to be doing this thing daily, weekdays live, and then I download it into a podcast platform. We could talk about that. But I'm hoping to get a real live experience with people who tune in regularly and who join me. And we can just have a great time talking about issues, having a few jokes, maybe kicking around a few ideas, doing whatever it is that we feel like getting into on a given night. That's my goal. That's my goal for this whole thing.
And
Now,
Charles, that's important what you just talked about, and that's something I do mention in the program. I don't want to give too much away in the course, but consistency is key, and I do stress that in my show, in the course. I mean, if
mhm,
you want an audience, they need to know what time you're going to be on and where you're going to be. And just show up consistently. And if I mean, and I'm not telling anyone don't do anything you can't physically do. If you can't be like Charles, that's okay. You don't have to be like Charles. If
right.
one day a week is all you can do that one day a week and do it well. Whatever you can do, make sure you're just consistent. Don't go for one day and then not go for 3 weeks, and then come for 2 days and not go for 7 days. All I'm saying is, if you want to grow successfully, you got to be consistent.
Indeed. And by the way, it's still not old-fashioned, radio with a stick in the ground. I mean, I'm going to have nights where I can't make it, in which case
Right.
I can run a rerun. And I
Or you
use,
tell your audience ahead of time, "Hey, I'm gonna be taking a break." I've done that, when it was Christmas break, I'm like, "Guys, I'm gonna be off for a couple weeks, so we'll see you in January." It's okay as long as you tell them, but if you just don't show up, that's like a problem.
no, exactly. Now, one of the things I've discovered, besides once I do the program, I'm giving away everything. I don't mind, but once I do the program live, like I'm doing right now, I then download the MP4 file into the Podomatic, which is
Mhm.
the only thing I mean, I pay a little bit for that, and I also pay a little bit for Restream. It's not expensive. It's a once a year payment. And that Podomatic puts the audio up on Apple, it puts it up on Spotify, iHeart, all these different sites.
Mhm.
And then through the Restream, I'm able to put together a playlist of the past maybe 7 or 8, 10 podcasts, and that runs live. Oh, it runs as a repeat on all of my social network, including my own website. So technically I could be on 24 hours a day.
That's awesome.
Yeah, with just so it's amazing. I mean, and I'm not savvy when it comes to tech. I really am not. I've never. Maybe if I had been earlier, I might have gotten further, but I never really learned it. But even me, as a kind of an old guy, have figured out a few tricks about how to do these special things. So, Amber, I want to ask you again, without giving away too much, how do you promote your podcast?
Networking is important. So I'm gonna show you how to network, and one tip I will give you
Yep.
is make a list of 100 people you want to be on, and then make a list of 100 guests you want to have. And don't limit yourself. even if, like, let's say you're in the tech world and there's this mega guy or this mega woman that everyone in the tech world knows and you want that person on your show, reach out. Because if you never reach out, it's an automatic no. If you reach out, there's a 50-50 chance they're going to say yes and come on your show.
Oh yeah.
So,
People love to go on
that's
God.
one of the keys is like making a list of anyone and everyone you would want on your show, and then make a list of the people you want on your show or on the shows you want to be on, and then you just start reaching out and start networking. That's one of the tips that I'll give you on this
No,
episode.
people like to go on podcasts. They want,
Yes.
especially if they have a book out.
Yes.
You go on. I mean, I'm the author of a whole ton of books, but you go on Amazon and you could look at books you're interested in that are just coming out. They want to get on shows. They're trying to promote their book. They could, and not only that, but if they come on with you, they then can promote you by promoting their appearance on your
That's
show.
right.
And they can post that on their social network, and their social network might be huge. I mean, it could be like, there's 100,000 people that are going to see it. And one of the little tricks, I haven't figured out how to do it yet, but Restream, which is what we're on now, I could have given you a link, or not the one I gave you, but some other link,
Mhm.
and you could have run this interview live on your social network.
That's very cool.
Well, yeah, I mean, there's some real stuff that's happening that you can do that's amazing.
Hmm.
How do you make money?
Advertisers?
But that's hard. I mean, I haven't figured that out. I mean,
Then come to my course.
I'm going. You'll see me there. No, that's a tough one. And I mean, I make a little bit of money mainly because I'm an author and I promote my books and I get royalties when somebody buys a book. And I also use the books. And by the way, writing a book now is a lot easier than ever. If you're passionate about something, there's no better way to learn about it and to go deep than to write a book.
Oh, wow.
And you can do it. You don't need a publisher anymore because everything's online. I mean, like you and I both, you graduated from Arizona State. I'm going to Arizona State. They have an archive, they have a library link that you can get source material on just about any subject under the sun through their library.
Wow.
You can use that information, footnote that information as part of your book. So if you're passionate about something and you really want to delve into it, doesn't matter what it is. You could be a mountain climber, you could be anything, a surfer, or you could be interested in a political issue or history. You can write a short book on it and get it published on Amazon. They do a great job. It's free. You can get a nice cover. You could put together your manuscript, maybe hire somebody for a few bucks off of Fiverr to do editing. I have a guy who's a Canadian high school teacher who does edits on my books. Cost me about $100. Gee, I'm giving away all my secrets. I don't mind. Then I download the manuscript. I download the cover, which I also get a guy from Fiverr to create for me. And you can not only get royalties for every sale, but it's a vehicle to get yourself booked on other shows,
Correct.
right? I mean,
Yep.
you're good at this, Amber. You get yourself, you're booked here. I mean,
Are you doing digital books or do you do paperback books?
all of it, all of
Okay.
it. Ebook,
So I
Amazon,
didn't know Amazon does like paperback books.
they do.
Publishes.
It's all
Okay.
free. Electronic book, paperback, hardcover, even the voice book, what do they call that?
Audiobooks.
Audiobooks. I have audiobooks now.
Uh-oh. I can't hear you. I can't hear you. I can't hear you.
Okay, can you hear me now, Amber?
Yes, yes.
I don't know what the heck is going on. Anyways, maybe they're trying to sabotage me. I don't know. I'm just kidding. Anyways, but that's the deal with writing books. It's a wonderful thing to do. You should write a book, I would say. You have at least a couple of books in you, I'm sure. And you get yourself booked on shows. You could write a press release on a topic that has to do with your book. And I can't tell you, I've been interviewed by people all over the place. So
That's awesome.
yeah, so it's great fun. These are all interesting media things that anybody like a poor schlub like me sitting at my table here can do. You don't have to be, you know, going to a highfalutin office to do this stuff. Anybody can do it. As I said, it's very democratic in that way. It's the voice of the people. So, Amber, you do a great job of promoting your program and helping people, which is a great, great endeavor. Let my listeners and viewers know again how they can reach you and how they can get involved in your course and a little bit more about your course.
Oh, thank you so much. I appreciate you. The best place to go to find me is theambermayshow.com. There you're going to find all the places where my program airs, but most importantly, my podcast like a pro course is right there. So you go to the Amber May Show, theambermayshow.com, hit podcast like a pro, and then remember to use Charles at checkout. I go through some of the things that are going to make you successful because I did this from scratch. Remember, 9 years of not broadcasting, so I did it from scratch, and I wanted you just to get kind of a head start to where I didn't have to do. So, like all the things that I kind of messed up on, you can avoid all those things. I'm going to show you how to launch successfully. So that's really exciting, and I'm excited to help in this space that we're in because things are shifting, and I believe that we need to hold the government accountable to the people, but I also believe in really good content. So some of the stuff coming out of Hollywood is just garbage. And so I want to teach people if you really have something you're passionate about, remember, I mean, you can do it now. You don't have to have this big Hollywood production studio. And I could show you how to do that with podcasts like a pro at theambermayshow.com. So I'm on Rumble, I'm on Podbean, I'm on a lot of other places. So if you go to my website, you're going to click on the button and you can find where I broadcast from.
Excellent. And I just want to wrap it up by going back to the original press release that caught my attention. Has the media been fair in the first 2 weeks of Trump's return to the White House? What say you?
I say no. If you look at what the other side says, like just in social media circles, they're so overcharged. Like they're so upset. They think their world is collapsing because they're only getting half a truth. So they are not being fair. The media is not being fair to Donald Trump. I mean, the US aid should be a big red flag for everybody because, it just came out actually. Yournews.com reported on that the federal records reveal Politico and the New York Times received millions in
Oh,
taxpayer
yeah.
funding
Oh,
from the
yeah,
Biden
right. And some of the
administration.
stuff, and they lie about it too. They say, "Oh, it's going to end humanitarian aid." That's
That's
nonsense. The
that's
little,
right.
the little bit of humanitarian aid that they handle, which is probably like 10%, that's not going to end. I heard Secretary Rubio talk about that. He said it's going to continue to be run by either by the State Department directly or by some reconstructed U.S. aid. The problem is that the majority of their money goes to very bad things
Mhm.
all around the world. I mean, overthrowing government, left-wing causes. You want to support left-wing causes? Write a check. It's not something that should be done by taxpayer money.
Right.
They even are involved, and maybe I'm going to get in trouble for saying this, but it's out there, in funding the Wuhan lab, which
Mhm.
created COVID. Okay,
Correct,
enough
correct.
said. I mean, it's not pro-America.
Right.
It's not in the interests of anyone, regardless of your political affiliation. So they're going
So,
to
no,
lie
they
about it.
have not been fair. When you look at how they interview Donald Trump, it's very attack-oriented, very attack, and when he gives the correct answer, they wanna lie about it because they don't wanna look like they're lying, so they try to fact check what the president or vice president says, and they do it in a very attackful manner, and so it gives the perception to their viewers that our president is trying to lie to them when in fact he's trying to reveal that the media is trying to lie with all these half truths. And that's even if they're doing a half truth, right?
Oh, yeah,
So
these things, they're complete lies, but you know something? It's not working for them. Trump knows what he's doing now. He's going right into it. JD Vance is tremendous. I'm glad he picked him. He's
Mhm.
handles people very well in the media. Pam Bondi, Pete Hegseth, these are experienced media people. They know how to do it. You know, they know how to handle this kind of stuff. And I mean, those hearings, I mean, they sounded like a bunch of harpies the way they were.
Oh, the hearings were a joke. They
But
didn't give the people that were supposedly being uh, questioned any chance to speak. All they were doing was, where's the statesman in all of this?
it was
They
so,
hold a political office. You should be a statesman. I'm not saying you have to like Mark Rubio. You have
right.
to like Kash Patel. You have to like Pete Hegseth. You don't have to like him. You don't have to like his policies, but you could be there in a respectable in a manner and not just say all these accusations and never give the person a chance to respond. That
Or,
was such a gross way of doing things that I'm tired of it. I need it to change. It's been going on for decades.
yeah.
It needs to stop. Be statesmen. You guys are representing your state. Act like it. That's what I got to say.
It would be nice if they actually talked about a couple of substantive issues rather than
Right.
just pure, mudslinging. And,
That's
you
all
know,
it is.
people are really sick and tired of it. And it didn't work for them this time. It just, they came across very poorly and they couldn't stop it. So I feel like maybe I'm baby pipe dream, but I do think that President Trump's nailed it when he said that we're entering into a golden age, and that I think it's going to be in that position. We'll be in that position for a generation, possibly. People are just it's a whole different paradigm, a whole different way of doing things, and I'm excited. You know, I'm sure you seem to be too. So,
Oh, I'm very excited.
oh yeah. So Amber, again, let my listeners know your websites, and I urge you to check this out. I will be doing so. Amber, please talk about that.
Charles, I had so much fun being on your show. I think we're very like-minded. I like the way you think and the questions you asked. And so your audience is blessed to be tuning in every day to your program. The way you find me is going to theambermayshow.com. There you're going to find all the places where I broadcast my show, The Amber May Show, if you didn't get it from the website. or
Okay.
and while you're there, please head over to Podcast Like a Pro. If you've had a small inkling, if you're a pastor in the faith realm, or
Mhm.
if you're in the DIY realm, or if you're in the news realm, go over to Podcast Like a Pro. And I'm going to show you how you can do what me and Charles are doing and do it successfully. And again, use promo code Charles at checkout to save some money.
All right. Thanks so much, Amber. I really appreciate you joining me. Let's stay in touch, and God bless.
God bless.
Welcome aboard, everyone. Charles Moscowitz here, live at my station, at my website, and all my live streams, which I'm looking into expanding. I just sent a request into YouTube, I should note. YouTube suspended my account or canceled my account in 2001, where I had probably about at least 600 or 700 videos going way back. I've saved them. I didn't lose them. I lost my
I'm not sure if it was 2001. I think
No?
YouTube was founded in 2005. But
Yeah.
you,
I'm sorry,
20,
2021. Thank you. Thank you.
but knowing you, they would have kicked you off before they even started.
Exactly. That would have been
Yeah.
historic. So, I sent them a note noting that the two major issues that I was booted off with, which were questioning the legitimacy of the 2020 election and medical experts who suggested that the use of hydroxychloroquine and ivermectin was good treatment for early COVID. That these are no longer issues. Maybe they wanted to censor it back then, but the Biden regime is gone. There is no more threat to having them recalled or having Delhi, nothing like that. So it's kind of irrelevant whether or not we talk about that now.
Yeah.
And secondly, the ivermectin controversy. Even the CDC now admits that it's perfectly okay to use it as early treatment for COVID. So I asked them to reconsider this in the context of today. And I also mentioned at the end of the note that I want to test President Trump's executive order ending censorship to see if that's something that has any legs. So, we'll see what happens. But I think that I'm making the case that it's time to restore free speech. It's time to bring back freedom. And there's freedom in the air, I must say.
Oh yeah, oh yeah. Well, it's kind of ridiculous that they clung to that, and included in that mess is the kicking all those people out of the armed services for the vaccine thing.
Oh,
And
awful.
it was, but as your viewers know, that went on for about 18 months beyond the time it was, if it ever made sense, which it didn't. It was 18 months beyond that, and it was private companies and so on, hospitals.
Oh yeah.
And
I couldn't
now,
get into my community college without showing an ID that I had the COVID shot, which I did, but unfortunately, I'm fine. But
yeah. Well, I
but
mean,
the
that was
point to make is that it was over at that point. I mean, by the time Biden got into office, regardless of what you think of the vaccine, COVID itself was over. There was a mild case of it around. What do they call it? The something the name for it. I don't remember right now, but it
a
was
very Greek letter.
a mild strain. It wasn't the bad COVID. The serious COVID was over. So it was no longer should have been viewed as a public health issue. It was political entirely. And the fact that men in uniform, men and women in uniform, would be not only kicked out of the military, but dishonorably discharged and lose their benefits. And I remember there were people, there was such a propaganda campaign. It was like classic Nazi-like, people like cheering this. Oh, they deserve it. They should be put in concentration camps. And now President Trump has signed an executive order reinstating all of them, reimbursing them for back pay, and issuing a formal apology. Thank God. This is why elections matter.
Oh, it's why elections matter. And this is why Biden pardoned this host of miscreants that were behind this. It's almost amusing to watch this unfold. All right. Lloyd Austin, who in my judgment was a DEI hire by Raytheon in the first place, became a DEI defense secretary. And he went along with every single stupid leftist precept that was applied to the military. And the Democrats have the gall to say, well, what are Hesget's qualifications? What are any of these idiots' qualifications? Robert McNamara had a resume to die for. How did that work out?
Well, actually, Hegseth has done 2 tours of duty.
Yeah.
That he would be the first defense secretary to actually have been literally on the front lines and in battle. I mean, I think that that's something that does stand him apart and makes him unique. Exactly. What the hell are they? They're talking about with qualifications. I mean, this is it's a good thing to see somebody who has some insights from the inside, rather than coming in because they're connected and they're a hack or they've got money or whatever.
Well, that was the problem is that's almost never been the case. I mean, you can go back. Maybe you'd have to go as far back as World War I, where you'd find a significant number of generals that actually had combat experience before they were promoted.
I think the last one might have been Ulysses S. Grant.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know. It definitely goes. Although I will say that JFK as president had combat experience.
Well, yeah, JFK did, but the point is, MacArthur was passed way over by Eisenhower, who had little, if no, combat experience to become Supreme Allied Commander. There's a long and sordid history of desk generals so to speak,
Yeah.
being heavily promoted. Or in the case of Eisenhower, let's be honest, he was a big friend of FDR. I mean, he was more
He
of a
was.
political guy. But the point is that it's really a first that you have a guy who's, God forbid, a war fighter who's in charge of this agency.
It's very exciting. I mean, these all of these people are extraordinary. Trump is I mean, this. I feel like I'm living. I'm living in a time that's analogous to how Americans must have felt when Washington became president. You know,
Yeah.
everything is like happening. It's new. You've got a president and an administration that is establishing entirely new ways of doing things, entirely new paradigms. Trump is simply fulfilling his campaign promises to the letter. He has now fired all of these federal employees that basically Biden had tried to stuff into the bureaucracy in the final months of his election so that they could do damage to Trump. You know, he's sort of salting them into all these agencies. I think that Trump, obviously this time around, he knows because he already went through it the first time when they did do this. Remember the Vindman brothers? I mean, these people were all put in there by Obama. They were like booby traps. They were little bomblets that would go off at the right time. Trump knows this now, and he is cleaning house. I mean, he's utterly banned the DEI bureaus that were put in by Biden. He's taking on all of these political people who claim they have, civil service protection when they don't because they've been in there long enough. And he's ordering people. He signed an order ordering people to go back to work. And it's just incredible. I mean, I feel overwhelmed almost when I look at the news. I don't know which. You almost can't even concentrate right now. You hear one thing, and then I'm thinking about that. And then there's something else that's coming on, and then
it was like 56 executive orders the first day.
Oh my God! I mean, I think it was 100 orders, and it's just
and the other thing it showed on, Biden could have changed at the drop of a hat. Oh dear!
Do you need to take the call, Mike?
Hi, can I call you back? Thanks.
Sorry about that, folks.
No, that's okay.
Too many things going on.
If you need to take a call, you can step away for a minute.
It's one of my old cliches is everything happens at once.
Okay, I get it.
All these guys showing up at the new house to do whatever, and it's all right now at the exact moment. Anyway,
but so Trump is going to have all of these booby traps and minefields that have been planted, and he seems to be handling it pretty well.
He's doing a great job. Here's the other thing.
Yeah.
Remember this quote bishop that gave that address?
Oh, yeah.
I mean, that was no kind of sermon. All right, here's the thing. People like Laura Loomer are saying, boy, how come Trump's people didn't tell him he was walking this minefield? He knew what he was walking into, and he went in there to just expose this crap. All right? We don't even have to worry about how far down the Episcopal Church has gotten that in their primary national cathedral, the clergy person in charge is some radical lesbian. I mean, let that sink in for a minute. But
it hurts them a lot more than anything. Plus, I noticed that after she made her pitch for child sex change surgeries and open borders, then she's I don't know if she has a PR person or not, but she's doing a national media tour.
All right.
And I watched her on with Rachel Maddow, which is probably the best site to watch for that kind of thing. And it's the same old thing. It's like they haven't learned anything. These are the same, don't they, first of all, they obviously don't believe in democracy, because if they did, they would know that Trump won the popular vote. But putting that aside, I mean, it didn't work for them. It didn't help them. And now they're digging in further, and it's just becoming this diminished cult of bitter, hateful looking, sour faces.
So what you're saying is nothing has changed since Ethel Rosenberg, right?
Yeah.
They are haters. They're hardcore commies. Nothing's going to change them. It doesn't matter whether it works or it doesn't work. They have to die for the cause, and the cause is finding some way to divide people. And in the case of Ethel Rosenberg, it was more important to die for the cause than to be alive as a mother for her own children. They're all negative. There was never anything on the left that was ever positive. It was always about tearing things down, destroying things, and just depending on what the hobby horse of the moment was. In 1917 is we have to take down the czar. Okay. In 1964, it was civil rights. In the early 70s, it was women's rights and workers' rights and transgender rights. It's all a bunch of garbage to divide people, but it always has this little bit of panache that we're doing something good, but no good ever comes out of it, does it?
Well, they basically leech onto what may very well be, in some cases, good causes. I think like the labor movement was a good cause, and the one and only area where I actually give credit to the far left is that they did help organize labor, and that's good. But they did it for the wrong reasons. They did it because they want to overthrow the society and use workers to further their collectivist goals, which are against the interests of workers. But nevertheless, in the process, it's kind of like they get something done. But here they are now.
By accident. I think it was
Well,
by
yeah,
accident.
and it backfired on them because labor became very patriotic.
Yeah.
And of course, now they're against labor because they want to open the borders, which hurts the value of labor. And most people in labor unions voted for Trump for that reason. Even Bernie Sanders has admitted that. He said, I could find common cause with Trump on that one. But, the thing is that it's we're at a point where they really, and maybe I'm just, still having this incredible high from the election and watching these wonderful images and the inauguration and watching all of it. I mean, I feel like weeping over this. I mean, it's so incredible that maybe my feet aren't yet on the ground, but yet as I feel right now, I do think that their influence is diminishing in the real sense. I think that they are falling down and that they're not going to be able to get up for the rest of it for at least another generation.
Well, the reason it's falling apart is that there's a built-in tendency, no matter what it is they do, no matter what the cause is, they always have to jump the shark. All right? Perfect contemporary example. I don't believe in this transgender crap, but I'm certainly against discriminating against this person as an individual. Right. I mean, no one could argue with that. But what came from that was the men playing in women's sports. And this took on a whole life of its own. It is impossible for them to be clean with any single cause they ever do.
I think that would really damage them. I mean, right here in Massachusetts, we had Congressman Seth Moulton, liberal Democrat, as liberal as anyone, make a few mild remarks after the election against men and women's sports. He says, look, I'm the father of 2 daughters, and I am not happy with the idea of them playing soccer with men. And they came down on him like a ton of bricks. I mean, oh my God, he backed off. But the point is that, I mean, he wants to save his career. So then he votes against this, keeping men out of women's sports bill, even though he doesn't believe it.
Well, okay, but that shouldn't have surprised you. I'm sure it didn't.
No, it doesn't surprise me, but I think that they're really not winning. He was influenced by this small radical cult that started protesting outside his office in Salem, and also by this national and international agenda that continues to goose step along to these crazy and wrong-headed ideas. And I think that they're losing ground. People are, this isn't even a liberal conservative thing. I mean, people are fathers of girls. They don't want to have their daughter have her
Well,
get a
right,
concussion.
but the unifying principle here is the left hates women, hates families, hates children. How can someone, I mean, forget about abortion, how can you vote against the Born Alive Act unless you just hate children, hate people, hate
Yeah.
society? And it all stems ultimately from the fact that it's a satanic, atheistic point of view, and it can't reconcile with reality. So that's why it's always burning up.
Yeah, I mean, how can they vote against the Lake and Riley Act? Do they want to have violent, murderous, illegal aliens have rights in this country and walk around? I mean, we just had, and by the way, speaking of another success, Tom Homan is doing the job.
Oh, yeah.
They picked up 300 people on the first day of Trump's term. Yesterday here in Boston, they picked up, I think it was, 19 people. And there's a video of one of these guys, a Haitian drug kingpin who has 18 felonies counts against him. As the police are putting him in the paddy wagon, he's there. F Trump. We love Biden. Thank you, Biden, for all you did for me.
Yeah, right.
And the people in the neighborhood, predominantly black, are saying, thank you, Trump. And it was like, this is what their cause is? How do they justify not? And I think that Homan, the other thing is that he has a whistleblower. They are marbled throughout the government. They need to catch these people because somebody blew the whistle on his pending operation in Chicago. So he had to cancel it because it puts, officers at risk. I mean, I think that they need to get a handle on bringing that. If I were in Homan's shoes, I mean, what do I know? But if they find out who that whistleblower is, they ought to bring him in the office and say, look, we have the goods on you. We know we knew you dropped the dime here. You have two options. Either you turn in 10 other people in your outfit and we'll allow you to resign quietly and then you can go away, or we're going to fire you and we're going to prosecute you because you've committed a felony. You can't release information from inside government like that.
Well, this is it. I mean, think about it, Chuck. These people are willing to die for a cause. All right. And the argument they always use, I mean, it's hilarious. Well, migrants, whatever that means, commit less crime than Americans. That may or may not be, but that doesn't change the fact that this Haitian drug lord was in the country.
Yeah.
And it only took 2 days for Homan to find these guys, because remember hearing all through Biden's term, we don't know who these people are. We can't find them. It would be too expensive.
Oh,
no. They knew damn well.
Homan is operating off of lists that are compiled by local police departments.
Oh, yeah.
And they're being very careful. Here in Boston, we have, I don't want to mention her name because I've got some personal issues, but she's a major liberal figure. She has said that they're going to make mistakes because they'll apprehend someone who's not, involved with crime, and they'll get deported. And this, that may happen. There may be some instances of that, but I think that they're going to have a pretty tight ship over there. They know exactly who they're getting. I've seen Homan interviewed about this. They know exactly where these people are, and they're quietly and methodically picking them up and then having them deported. And it's not going to be out of the media. Homan himself said, look, they're going to find one case where they'll have some woman crying, and look at what they've done, and you'll have Lester Holt putting it up on the news, right? And he said, look at how about the hundreds of thousands of children who have disappeared? Why don't they show them? Why don't they show the victims of fentanyl, like my brother's stepson who died last year because of fentanyl poisoning?
Yeah.
You know, why don't they show his mother? Her life has been shattered. My sister-in-law. Why don't they show them? Why don't we see who really has been harmed?
Well, look, it's the same thing. That whatever good came out of these fires was what the deep blue ivory tower people in Palisades in Malibu finally hit. It hit them. Okay. And now they want the National Guard and they want the protection. Okay.
Meanwhile, there's video of Trump in the first term after a fire meeting with Gavin Newsom, and he's like, and I think Bill Maher made a reference to this. It's like, just because Trump says something, they won't do it because, it's like that's supporting the Trump and the right wing. And he's like, you have to rake the forests. You have to bring these trillions of gallons of fresh water from Northern California south through pipelines and aqueducts. We'll help you. The federal government will aid you. And Newsom is there like, oh, yes, sir. Yes, great idea. Thank you, Mr. President. Then he didn't do diddly squat.
No.
Then nothing. Crickets.
No, he's a total clown. And what happened in LA, I mean, it took years. It was not overnight that the mayor became this lesbian DEI moron who actually ran against a guy who was pretty qualified in Rick Caruso.
Yes.
But no, this took decades for this infrastructure to be put in. And okay, hey, you had your way. You got all these leftist plants in there. As Dr. Phil would say, how's that working out for you?
Exactly. You have all these. This is why planes are falling out of the air.
Yeah.
You've got, fire, uncontrollable fires. Her whole website, we are so proud of the fact that we've hired lesbians and that we're, it's like nobody, what about fighting fires, right? I mean, Trump is like, hey, we're going to have a merit-based system. He is doing it, and nobody can say a damn thing about it.
Well, I want people to know that this DEI in the LA Fire Department was going on for decades. They just didn't call it DEI. I had a very good friend who was forever a captain in the LA Fire Department. When he came in, he was one of the top young, smart guys. Hey, you know what? He just couldn't become a chief. Just wouldn't happen, because he's a white guy.
Yeah.
And that was it. And he was told that to his face.
Oh, yeah. I mean, I was listening to Jeff Kuhner this morning. He's in Boston, great talk show host. They can say stuff that I can't say because of YouTube. But he had a caller who said, look, I'm a high-level government engineer. He's a retired guy. Right. Said, I was working on a project for years and building it and creating this incredible thing. And just before we were to roll it out in the public, suddenly I'm demoted and a young Chinese woman is brought in as the head of the agency. And then when they rolled it out, she got all the credit. And it's like,
that's happening with every agency.
Yeah. And I'm just working there. I'm just a worker.
Well,
and the part of the campaign, look what we've done. We've hired a woman, a minority, and she's done these incredible things. She didn't do diddly squat. I mean, she didn't know anything about it. He actually had to teach her a little bit to help her talk about it.
Yeah, well, this has been going on for a long time. The other agency that got ruined is the Patent and Trademark Office. All right.
Oh,
that used to have, first of all, that was one of the few agencies in the federal government that actually made a lot of money, because you have to pay fees for trademarks and patents. All right. And they had examiners, generally were attorneys with an engineering background in the patent office. And a lot of these guys, you may not know this, that was one of the quote unquote Jewish agencies of federal government. IRS was one, the Patent and Trademark Office is the other.
The Jews are at the IRS. That's discouraging.
Yeah, that was for a long time.
Yeah.
Well, what had happened and GSA, by the way, was also Jewish agency.
Well, that doesn't surprise me.
But
Jews have a history of being property managers.
yeah, well, what had happened in all those agencies, how can I put this? When I started dealing with the federal government back in the 70s, I would deal with Sid Goldstein. Then one change came. Then I started dealing with Viola C. Jones.
Ah,
Okay, guess the race on that one.
right.
And then after Viola, it would be an Indian person or a Chinese person with an unpronounceable name who couldn't speak English very well. All right. And again, I've dealt with these agencies since 1975. And so I've seen how this stuff has changed. And
no, it's definitely been creeping in for decades. And, it's sort of like a merit-based system, I think ultimately is going to mean that plenty of minorities and women are going to get great positions because they're good. But, the idea of putting someone in there, if you have a quota, it's not going to be because they're good. It's going to, and then there's incentives to do it. And we see the consequences. We see, as I say, wings are falling off of Boeing airplanes because of this, right? And you're in the sky, get a hole blown in your plane. This isn't an accident. These are done by people who are just not the best. And if there's one thing we could say about Trump, he does want the best, no matter who they are. He doesn't give a damn. Look at, Scott Bessent, he's gay, married, he's got kids. Trump doesn't give a damn. He wants the best. He's the best economist in Trump's opinion, and he probably is the best. He doesn't look at those things. Bessent himself made that point when he was asked about it in his, confirmation. He goes, yeah, but the point is that that's not why I'm being brought in here. It just so happens to be the case.
Well, there was another stereotype, again, early on in my dealings with the federal government that you don't see much anymore, and you'll get a kick out of this. And that was the spinster, all right? Every agency I ever dealt with, there'd be, in every office, there'd be at least one middle-aged, unmarried woman that would work 70, 80 hours a week. That job was, as they say, her life. And I remember vividly, and this woman worked for the Library of Congress.
Mm.
And I had an appointment to see her. She said, well, Mr. Shaw, can you come at 8 o'clock? I said, sure. No, 8 p.m. So, yeah, I'll come at 8 p.m. Why would you want that time? Well, everybody else is gone. And we'll be able to get into more detail and not be interrupted. And I found women like that at every single agency. Now, that started fading away a little bit, but that was one of the good stereotypes.
Yeah.
Because you knew if there was someone like that in an office, that's who you wanted to talk to because they knew what was going on.
They were dedicated to it, and it was their life.
Yeah.
It's like a nun or what I mean? Like,
that's a very good analogy.
Yeah, and they're incredible people, powerful.
Yeah.
They run I think that those nuns run the church. Anyway.
Yeah, it's well, today I guess is the saint's day of one of them, Mother Mary Ann Cope, who people might be familiar with, Father Damien, who went and serviced the lepers in Hawaii.
In Hawaii, yeah, Molokai, yeah.
He died. Sister Mary Ann, or Mother Mary Ann, they called her because she ran this group of nuns.
Yeah,
took over. So yeah, there's always been a tradition of service, and it
it's a great tradition, and people actually care about they're focused on their mission. It's I think that, as I said, Trump wants to get back to that. He doesn't give a damn. People, I remember, said, I think that Ivanka actually said, we answered a question like, he says mean stuff to women. It's like, no, he says mean stuff to people, whether they're women or men. He doesn't give a damn. he treats people like people. It's not like he's, you know what I mean? It's sort of like an equal opportunity, mean guy. That's just, he looks at situations. Years ago, and I urge people to do this, I can't recall the details, but I read the book, The Art of the Deal. And I think Trump played a lot of he was very involved in writing that book, unlike a lot of, famous people who really don't write their book,
Right.
like Bill Clinton or someone like that, or Obama. And
Especially
what?
Especially Obama.
Yeah. Oh, well, yeah. We know who wrote that book, but he really, you get that personality. Like he's like, this person is great, and it doesn't matter. It's like everything is based on who did something. It's like accomplishment based, and he loves to make deals, and he enjoys the process of making a deal. Speaking of deals, I can't confirm this. I heard this in passing. I don't know if this is true, but there's a lot of danger right now with regard to the internationalist establishment trying to suck Trump into some kind of a perpetual war in Ukraine. Trump has said in the beginning that he wants to have a deal and he wants to stop the killing. And that basically, as unpleasant as it is, Russia has, captured territory there, and that's that. Ukraine has to suck it up and deal with it. Whereas you have Zelensky trying to agitate. He wants boots on the ground from Europe and from the United States, more money, which is insane. But what I've heard is that Putin has agreed that he should come to the peace table and make a deal. But he put out several conditions, and one of them was that he wants to extradite Anthony Fauci to Russia to stand trial for COVID crimes. Now, when I heard this, I thought of your article, Michael. About, and I think, that would be like sending Mengele to Tel Aviv, right? It's like, really? That would be incredible.
Well, they sent Adolf Eichmann.
Who?
And, Eichmann was sent to
Tel Aviv. Exactly. But that's I draw a parallel between that and Fauci standing trial. I don't know if this is true. I heard this. I read this. I think it's a comment made.
Let me put it this way. There's a lot of people who want to get Fauci and are not going to be at all deterred by the pardon that he received.
Oh, I think that those pardons now are under serious question, including by a federal judge who has weighed in. I don't get his name, but that they're not really valid, because you can't just pardon someone for something they might do in the future, or if they might get charged with. A pardon has to be connected to.
Well, that's what I always thought.
Oh, I mean, there's one single exception to that, and that, of course, was the Ford pardon of Nixon. That's fine. He was a former president of the United States, and that he was pardoning him in a manner that probably today wouldn't have been necessary, because former presidents have a certain level of immunity from prosecution. But you can't just pardon people without them having, like, all those pardons that Biden, with 10 minutes left to his presidency, issued for his brother and his brother's wife and his sister and her husband. They're not valid because those people have not been charged with a crime. Yeah. They're not being prosecuted. There's no investigation of them. Now, maybe the Hunter Biden pardon may stand up because he actually was convicted of a crime. But the rest of this stuff, and Fauci and Milley, they don't have any legal standing. Even liberals are.
It's like an all-purpose get out of jail free card.
Yeah, I mean, even liberals are not happy with this. I heard even Jim Braude on NPR here in Boston, who is the biggest hater of Trump, and he's suck up to Biden for years. Even he said he didn't like this, and that to me says something. I've never heard him criticize anything. So I think that, these investigations are going to go forward anyways, that Milley very well may be court-martialed. And the way to do that is for Trump to call him back into service and then have him court-martialed. And if they find him guilty of treason, I think he may face a firing squad, and would deserve to.
Well, I mean, the whole thing was absurd. He was another one of these desk general types that got promoted. I don't know who he knew or what he had on whoever, but there's been so many of these guys over the years. You wonder how they got to that position. The military has a long way to come back from all this stuff, but I think it's headed now in the right direction.
It reminds me of, I mean, my late father was a big fan of Gilbert and Sullivan. I don't know if you know them.
Yeah. The Major General.
Major General. He polished up the handle of the big brass door. He polished up that handle so carefully that now he is the leader of the Queen's Navy.
Yeah.
And then they had some wonderful satire. And at the end he goes, so they're asking me, how do you get ahead in the Queen's Navy? He's like, stick close to your desk and never go to sea, and you'll all be the leaders of the Queen's Navy. And then it's a great piece. I'm going to revisit that. There's some great stuff there. But this is how they do it. I mean, it's like, just polish up the handle of the big brass door and you get promoted, but not in Trump world.
No. Yeah, and you have to wonder why the left is so against bringing a warfighter in to head up the Department of Defense.
Oh, they despise the idea. Somebody who's actually going to look at and none of the questions they asked Hegseth were dealing with philosophy of a military philosophy or. And by the way, Hegseth is a brilliant guy. He's graduated Harvard and Princeton. He wrote a book that is filled with military strategy. I mean, he's no dummy. He's very qualified. But all the questions were about his personal life, really kind of nasty. I mean, some of the, I'm sorry if this sounds sexist, and I don't mean it to, but the female senators were literally screaming at him. It's like, really? I mean, it was just bad. And
well, I mean, the latest thing was his ex-sister-in-law accused him of beating his wife, and the wife denied that.
The wife, not only did she deny it, and she's his ex-wife, so there's no love lost there, but she's saying she may sue this woman.
Yeah.
She's going to bring a lawsuit. I mean, she's apparently a radical Trump hater and a leftist, and the ex-wife of Trump's brother, and that this is being, and then you have this Congress Senator Jack Reed. They're trying to do another like Kavanaugh.
Yeah.
And he trots this out. It reminds me of, I mean, do they really think they're going to relive that one again? I mean,
I've been saying for a long time, they don't have anything. They don't have anything else. Before we knew that Kamala Harris was going to run, I posed a question to you, which there was no answer. Who do they have on the bench? They don't have anybody.
No.
If you're thinking, well, gee, maybe Gavin Newsom, what a clown.
No, he's gone. His future's, I mean, he's, after this, I mean, he was always, kind of a lightweight and just a hack. He's a brilliant liar. I've noticed that about him. I saw him on Bill Maher. Bill Maher really covers these things. And he could smoothly lie and with a silver tongue, twist something so out of proportion that your head is spinning and you forget the original question. Very, very skilled at that. But other than that, there's not much going on.
You have a state with nearly 40 million people. All right. There's a lot of talent in this state, frankly, both on the Democrat and the Republican side somewhere.
Right.
How this clown gets to high position, but he came out of San Francisco along with Dianne Feinstein, and everybody that came out of the San Francisco tradition were all these unlikely individuals.
Pelosi.
Yeah. I mean,
but how is it that California now, there's been a poll done, they still would vote for Karen Bass? We're talking now after the fires that are still going on. I mean, and you know, with her communist background, I mean,
What kind of poll? Okay, who are you asking?
I don't know.
You know, there certainly are people on the left that are Ethel Rosenberg type haters. Okay, and you know what? We're going to vote for the commie dyke, no matter what.
No, I know people like that. Oh yeah, no, that you're right. I mean, but I mean, I would imagine that she must have taken some hit amongst
You
there's
got to
still some sane
understand,
people out there.
LA is a very large city, and I'm sure you could go into large portions of LA that you could find any number of people who would tell you, oh, those SOBs in Palisades and Malibu had it coming, you know, and the fire should have gone through Bel Air and Beverly Hills too, you know, and then taken the curb and gone down to Rolling Hills Estates and Palandsburg, you know, because
Yeah, right. And Brentwood, take it all. Sure.
Yeah. So it's just kind of the same sort of thing that's been going on. You're always going to find people that hate others, and I believe that's what you're looking at here.
But I think that their numbers are diminishing, I hope. And that's really how
I would hope so.
That with the advent of the golden age of Trump, and this is the biggest social movement to happen in this country since Reconstruction. You know, there are several social movements that have occurred in this country that have had indelible marks on our future and that lasted for generations. I was thinking about that this morning. I mean, obviously the first one is Washington, the establishment of the republic, and the generation that fought the revolution. I think the second one was Jefferson. The third one was Jackson, and I would argue Lincoln. I know some people have, you know, he's gone out of favor, but it did lead to the abolition of slavery, and that it did create. On the less known part of Lincoln was that it was the beginning of the American system of Henry Clay, and the Transcontinental Railroad, and it was back to, you know, American putting its own interests first. And then I think that the two Roosevelts, I think, were both leaders in that, including Franklin. Personally, I think Kennedy was. I don't know. Some people, he wasn't in long enough. And Reagan maybe a little bit less so. But certainly Trump is one of those figures that has unleashed a whole new way of thinking, a whole new way of being. He has gone in and he's just doing stuff at a level that everybody is shocked how fast he's working. He's been president for 2 days, and it's like, it's all of a sudden, it's like we have a leadership again.
Well, I mean, the shock is that he could get stuff done, putting the lie to, you know, Obama is being hamstrung by the system. No,
Obama was just was part of the system. I know this sounds, I don't mean to sound racist here, and I'm not being, but I remember a commentator saying that Obama was basically Bush with a tan.
Yeah.
You know, it's like nothing changed. It was all moving along. This is the establishment, and certainly Wilson was not the head of a movement at all. That was an elitist coup. You know, they divided the electorate three ways and they installed him. You know, that is old. That's like the people that ran the Biden regime. But Trump really represents a major way of thinking that's changing. Even liberals, I mean, I think a lot of them are thinking a little differently now, even if they don't admit it. Obviously, we're never going to reach the Ethel Rosenberg crowd, but right. But even a lot of liberals, I mean, even some that I know, are like, yeah, well, you know, this is interesting. I mean, I think that
there seems to be tremendous optimism, and you're right. All but the hardcore hater left are just coming to realize that, you know, this was all crap, and what you learned in your Model UN class in the 9th grade isn't really the way things are.
Yeah, exactly. It's all over.
And you know, this is it. How dumb do you have to be? This is funny because I'm getting all this work done at the house, and here's the analogy. There's a guy that's got a pretty big YouTube site called The Lock Picking Lawyer. He's got about 4 million subs. Pretty decent sized
Wow,
YouTube
that's
channel.
huge.
All right. His whole thing is he makes it look easy picking locks. All right. So I was talking to this guy today, the locksmith, putting some stuff for me. And we started talking about the lock picking lawyer. He said, it makes it look easy. And I said, well, you know, real life, most things aren't that easy. And he said, yeah, you're right. It isn't quite like you see on TV, you know? So there really is a change
Yes.
in the air.
And this time around, Trump knows what
people
the
feel
story
more
is.
positive, optimistic. Everybody wants me.
All right, Mike. I think I'm going to have to thank you for joining me.
Yeah, and we'll talk to you
Get
next
stuff going.
week.
All right, Mike. Be
All right,
well.
take
All right, take care. Okay. So I just wanted to, before I sign off here, I wanted to briefly get into the business of the pardon of the 1,500 men and women who protested at the U.S. Capitol, because let me see if I can go live on TikTok. No, I can. All right, we're live on TikTok. I guess that TikTok has restored my live stream, so I'm going to just do a little live here before I sign off. I'm doing my usual live stream on Rumble, by the way, if you're joining me on TikTok. And we discuss issues of the day. Michael D. Shaw was my guest. He had to step out. He's got a lot going on. But I decided I'm staying on a little longer to talk about a few issues. By the way, you can join the program. 508-637-5596. 508-637-5596 is the number. And I just want to talk about the pardon of the 1,500 men and women who protested at the U.S. Capitol building, and how that has seems to be the only issue that the left and the Uniparty and the opposition to President Trump, people who lost the last election, that they think they may get some traction with. And I want to address it because the fact of the matter is that they're not going to get anywhere with that. From a conventional standpoint, President Trump showed compassion. He showed decency. I don't know if anyone's seen some of these videos of these poor men who were tortured for 4 years in prison. In one case, one of them had his eye knocked out and kept in solitary confinement, meeting his dear beloved baby daughter for the first time, getting out of prison. And the girl is like, Daddy is home. Made me cry. I felt like weeping when I saw that. These people were abused. This was a political, these hostages. I'm not saying they're as bad as the hostages in Gaza, but America had hostages. 1,500 people, not to mention people who actually had to do time and did a short sentence, people who committed suicide, like that Mr. Perno, young guy, committed suicide because he couldn't handle this horrible system that was prosecuting him. It's a terrible, terrible commentary on this country that this happened, that this Nazi-like jackboot approach to basically people who were doing nothing more than trespassing, and in many cases they didn't even know it, because the property of the U.S. Capitol was not clearly demarked on that day. They may have been standing on a piece of lawn that they didn't even know was part of the property of the U.S. Capitol, and people who went in were ushered in mostly by Capitol Police. And one of the reasons they didn't want those videos released, and they still haven't released all of it, is because it shows them walking between the felt, rails and looking at the artwork, and they really were acting like tourists. And they were let in. Nobody had any weapons, and yet they've been abused. I think that this administration in the past, maybe they thought they could get away with it because they were so sure that they had destroyed the MAGA movement, and Trump, that they felt that this could be their, their ability to finally, make an example and scare people, which they did. I think that had a lot to do with why more people didn't come out for the Trump inauguration this time. Can you blame them? And also by shutting down the media, including President Trump's Twitter account, and Parler and other sites, they felt that they could control the argument. They felt that they had the upper hand in terms of censorship when they didn't, because people found other ways to communicate. And in spite of this massive campaign against President Trump, including attempts to shoot him, and they did shoot him, and bankrupt him and put him in prison for paperwork and bring up accusations that were ridiculous, he still won. Thank God he still did it. He did it with very little money spent, and they could not stop him. So I think that with all of these factors, we ought to put this event of January 6th in its proper context. Hi, Dominic. How are you?
What up, my guy? Charles, how you doing, my guy?
I'm good. What's up? Harry Sisson for president? Seems a little soon to be running for president, I guess, but why not?
For president?
Yes, it says behind you.
You sure about that?
Yeah. Look, your background, it says Harry Sisson for president. Did somebody put that up there, or did maybe you did? I don't know. What's going on?
Charles, you trolling me, Charles?
No, I'm looking at the screen.
You sure?
Yes, I am positive.
Do you wear glasses?
I see what I see. Listen, maybe somebody else has put that over you and you don't know it. But if you record this talk and you watch it back, you'll see that you have a big sign behind you that says Harry Sisson for oh, wait a minute, you're right. Maybe I do need glasses. Harry Sisson for president.
There we go.
Okay. All right. I better get a new prescription. All right.
I was gonna say, I think we need a new prescription.
All right. I guess maybe I was fooled by the stars. I don't know.
I was gonna say, I think you're seeing something.
All right. Welcome aboard, everyone. Charles Moscowitz here. Michael D. Shaw is joining me today.
Here
Mike,
we are.
how are you?
Hey, it's it's a beautiful day in the neighborhood. Right?
Yes, indeed. It's a countdown toward President Trump.
Do you notice, even among the liberal environment that you're in, there's just a more positive vibe from everybody, even the real hardcore liberals?
Oh, everyone knows that the country bit a bullet. I mean, I think that everyone senses that, even the hardcore. As you say, I mean, our Governor Healy just did an interview with the Globe where she said that she plans to fully cooperate with the new Trump administration.
Whoa.
And a couple of left wingers and liberals are absolutely having a meltdown over this. But I think that the whole rotten, so-called resistance is crumbling. You still might have Newsom and you might have that fat guy in Illinois, but other than that, I think it's starting to just disappear. They're finally starting to move inexorably into the dustbin of history.
Yeah, and even with the case of Pritzker and Newsom,
yeah,
they're going to turn because the popular will just isn't with it, and I don't think even those two are going to want to die on the hill of whatever the hell the left stands for now, which I'm not even sure what that is.
Well, what are they going to do? Stand in the way of deporting criminal, illegal, violent gang members and drug dealers and, rapists? I mean, this guy just yesterday immolating a woman on a subway car in Brooklyn and sitting there, someone's filming it and he's there throwing gas on the fire. I mean, this was an illegal alien from Guatemala, by the way. And I just don't think that certainly Eric Adams is on board. So I think that the idea of opposing them being apprehended and deported is not going to be very popular. I mean, it's just, is that really the hill they want to die on?
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it all started falling apart. The whole identity thing. I mean, good grief, if you saw any of the video between Anna Kasparian and Cenk Uygur, where she is just freaking out about how she believed all the BS. And then suddenly it's like it hit her like a stroke of lightning that her life has been ruined, not by the Republicans, but by the Democrats. And then Cenk Uygur was at something with Charlie Kirk, right?
Yeah, Charlie, he was at the Turning Point USA event. And he's, exactly. I mean, he said, look, the conservatives and the Republicans are a lot more tolerant and generally a lot more friendly to opposing opinion than my side. And he's, I think there's going to be a major cleaning of house over there. They're just, it is kind of like I observed before the election. It's going to be like the George McGovern loss of 1972. Right. I mean, they're going to have to really get their house in order, and it's going to take it could take a decade before they come back from this. And I mean, I don't think that Biden is going to really, he has a few more weeks of mischief. I don't think he's going to be able to do much more. He's already commuted the sentences of some really, really bad people, and it didn't go over as being particularly humane. Now today he's commuting the death sentences of, I think it's 24 people on death row. And these are some of the worst, people. I mean, slaughtering children. I mean, really violent criminals. And I think, does he think this is going to be seen as progressive? I mean, I don't think so. And I don't think most liberals and progressives are jumping for joy over that either.
Well, I think what's happening is that it's being revealed that whoever controls Biden is the hardcore lunatic fringe of the left. Because if you wanted to write a recipe to get people to leave the left, you would do stuff like pardoning serial killers and whatever the hell he's doing now. So it comes down to, our little topic of before, this model UN mentality where, well, gee, this was my worldview when I was 13 years old, and I'm just freaking out. The world has to be like this. And it's all falling apart for those people. And I feel no sympathy whatsoever because I knew people like that, and they were able to create a fantasy life for themselves. In many cases, I'm thinking of one particular woman who would epitomize this whole thing. She ends up going to what was then called Radcliffe. She creates an academic life for herself and is able to live in this bubble the whole time. But the fact is, most of the others aren't quite as, quote, fortunate to be able to do that, and now are coming to the reality very late in life that this was all a crock. And I'm seeing this, okay? You go on ACSH, and this Henry Miller guy puts up an article, I could not believe it, arguing that the vaccine was beneficial to the nursing home people.
Oh my God, that's
I mean,
where did he come up with that BS? I mean, it's obviously not science.
You can find, quote, scientific articles for anything you want. It was
beneficial to them after Cuomo put COVID active people in the nursing home. Great, really, that's wonderful.
So there are some of the people that are just going to keep doubling down for the rest of their lives. And there's not much you can do about it.
No, but they're becoming, it's a dwindling cult of haters, basically. And, even, now that the Wall Street Journal has done an article that really has said what we've been saying since before the last election, and that is that Biden is seriously impaired mentally and physically, to the point where people surrounding him would keep him sequestered and out of the scene because he was having good days and bad days. I remember you said way back when that it's a symptom of sunsetting. It's a it's a mid to advanced stage of dementia, something we've all observed. They're now admitting it, and it does bring up the question of who was running the country and who was running the executive branch for 4 years. I mean, apparently he'd have good days and bad days, and when he's having a bad day, they just would cancel everything, and that he would basically have to have long naps. He would just come in, maybe he was cognizant for a few hours in the course of a day. He had only, I think he only had like a half a dozen cabinet meetings in his entire presidency. Yeah. And one of them was headed up by Jill. And he would have to have everything, the cabinet ministers would have to send their questions to him in advance for those, even for those meetings, so he could already have a formulaic answer, which he couldn't even do that. So, it's, on the one hand, it's pretty sad, but on the other hand, it's criminal that this would have been covered up. This should have been a constitutional crisis issue where he should have been removed from the office. I mean, they certainly talked about removing Trump from the office for 4 years every time he blew his nose. This is, I would think this is something that ought to be investigated. It does go to the level of criminal malfeasance and fraud.
It's criminal malfeasance, and you wonder what was the point, okay? If this were a family member, it would be sad to see someone declining. But you would lose a lot of sympathy if that guy was a CEO of a business and was screwing up things right and left just to maintain this illusion that he was in control. It wouldn't happen. So,
well, that's right. And that's exactly what's happened. It's apparently what happened during the Afghanistan fiasco. He was nowhere to be found. He wasn't answering the phone that day. Not that he would have done anything if he had been, but the whole thing involved a massive deception on the part of the people around him, including Harris, including Peppermint Patty over there, the spokeswoman, and all the rest of these people in Congress. Sharp as attack, sharp as attack, sharp as attack, sharp as attack. Right? The talking head.
Okay, here's the thing, and you've been in media forever. All right, I can understand how all the rest of the mafia around him is going to be part of it, but I really don't understand how a guy like Joe Scarborough can say this is the best Biden ever. What was that all about?
It was obviously a complete lie, and he knew it.
But why do it is what I'm saying.
Just like they lied about the 2020 election, just like they lied about the J6 attack. These are all, that they lied about COVID. They lied about the vaccine. I mean, this is why Trump, one of the primary reasons, the basic reasons why Trump was elected. People got sick and tired of living in this context of lies. And it also shows that the mainstream media has completely jumped the shark. They've lost their relevancy at this point openly. Nobody believes them anymore. And they're still doing it. If you watch them now, now Elon Musk is now the president, is their latest.
Yeah, right.
I mean, this is like, they just haven't learned. They're continuing to push, hoax after hoax. And I mean, I've been saying to some of these people in my Twitter, because I go back and forth, I say, look, it's one thing to go into the loyal opposition and criticize legitimate political positions, and even maybe to criticize personality, but to continue on this course of these, of these hoaxes and running them up the flag one after the other, it's a little late for that. You got to move on. No one's believing this anymore.
So why are they doing it? Are they playing to this hardcore subscriber base that wants to hear this? I mean, consider that Rachel Maddow at least before all the cutbacks are occurring now at MSNBC, was at a $15 million salary. All right. Apparently, there are people that watch her. Apparently, there's advertisers on MSNBC that think that's a worthwhile demographic. But at what point do they not see that it's all falling apart?
Well, I mean, I heard it was 30 million for her. I don't know, maybe 15. But the point is that I understand she's taken a haircut, and they've cut back, I think, 5.
Yeah.
And that those other hosts over there have taken cutbacks. They're losing money, and it's time to catch up to them financially. There's some rumors that good old Elon Musk is going to step up and buy MSNBC and replace Rachel Maddow with Laura Loomer.
Boy, that would be something.
Oh my God, that would be a beautiful thing. But they're losing their relevancy. They haven't got their audience back. Even that nincompoop, what's his name, David Pacman, said right after the election that he's been doing this for, I think, 15 years now, maybe. And every year he grows. This is the first time he's lost something like 20-25% of his subscribers. Because people, even liberals, don't want to hear this crap anymore. It's all lies. I mean, why? And you're going to pay for it? I mean, no, I don't think so. I mean, and I don't think they're going to get it back. I mean, what are they going to do? I mean, what can they really do? I mean, they are kind of trapped in this hologramic-like atmosphere where they're just they're forced to be these cutout characters that mouth these cutout comments, and I don't see how they can put any substance behind it.
No, it's going to go down a spiral. It'll take longer than it did for St. Francis. For the viewers, he was in the 80s, 90s, early 2000s, was a pretty responsible right-wing guy. But then somehow he discovered that he had a hardcore audience of people who were, no other word for it, white supremacists. That wasn't his particular belief, but he discovered that there was a big demographic for that. Mm-hmm. So he doubled down and made more content toward this white supremacy thing as opposed to just conservative stuff. And he just spiraled down, down, down. Now, he didn't start out from having X number of million subscribers like MSNBC, but it's the same thing. They're going to keep playing to the hardcore base until it just dwindles and it ends up being what they used to call little old ladies in tennis shoes.
Right.
Was,
well, maybe he got wrapped up into a particular ideology. I mean, that happened to Joe Soberin also in terms of his war against the Jews. He basically imbibed this ideology. It's a very attractive ideology in terms of answering all of the riddles of the universe.
Right.
And it makes things very simple and very basic. I mean, you could
once you blame
the Jews. I mean, E. Michael Jones is an example of that, right? He's embraced a very, very particular view that's been largely rejected by Christianity and largely rejected by the Catholic Church. And he has added to it. He's created this hybrid, and that everything then gets squeezed into it. Anything that doesn't agree with it is edited out of it. And it reaches a point where someone becomes dishonest. They become warped. And it's a sad thing, actually, in that case to see, because there is someone there who actually is a very pretty substantial intellectual who actually had a lot to say before he went down that deep end. And so, it discredits what is otherwise a great body of work.
Well, I've seen this happen a few times.
Yeah.
And in many fields, and it becomes when somebody comes up with a unified theory of everything and they get hung up on it, it just doesn't work.
No, it becomes unreal because that's not reality. I mean, existence and morality actually has a lot more nuance to it. These are things that, suddenly they basically they're playing God. at that
Yeah.
point. It's the sin of the Garden of Eden. They know everything. They know all good and all evil, and that it's a form of idol worship. I know I don't mean to claim that they're involved with some of the aspects around it.
Well, that's exactly right. And the trouble is that the people that tend to fall down this pit tend to be smarter people
Yeah,
that like the fact that they have an explanation. I mean, one that's current now. There is, and you have to be very specific here, vaccines and autism. Now, the connection isn't so much vaccines as it is the fact that when they were giving 40 vaccines back in the 80s, and now they give 220, it might just be this assault on the immune system, yes, caused by giving so many vaccines, but it's not vaccines per se. So this has become a huge deal, RFK and others, and they're trying to hang their hat on this. Life, as you said, is not that simple.
no. And by the way, I mean, that's not to say that the Jews aren't annoying. I mean, you can criticize. I mean, Jews do tend to think we're better than everyone else, and I get that it's irritating, and it's an arrogance that's we could do without, and it doesn't exactly result in good neighbors. So you can take criticisms that are real.
Well, I have to tell you, my old friend died a couple of years ago, Vin Lewis, Catholic apologist. He said, "What is it about Jews that when you meet them for the first time, within the first 10 words of the conversation, they have to tell you they're Jewish?"
Well, it's this kind of, it is a smug sense.
Yeah.
And look, in fairness of criticism, you could say that it comes from Talmud. The Talmud is a bit supremacist when you study it. It's sort of like that's how the Jews survived 2,000 years without a country. I mean, there's a reason for that. It didn't just happen by accident. There was this idea: we're a separate nation, we are better than everyone else, and we have to keep ourselves separate. Yeah. I get that. I'm not saying I agree with it. I don't agree with it, but it's an element that has preserved a Jewish covenant, which I think is overall good. And it's kind of trying to create something where otherwise other people would disappear. I mean, it's the only case in history where a people have retained their identity without interruption from the time of Abraham till today. There's no other nation in the world that has done that. So you have a little bit of an arrogance, maybe a little bit of smugness, and yes, it can piss people off. I get it. I mean, it pisses me off when I see this.
Well, I think where it might have started going sideways was when the Maccabees threw in with Rome.
Well, they did that from day one. I mean, the minute Judah Maccabee liberated Jerusalem and purified the temple and kicked out the Syrian Greeks,
right,
and began to, the first thing he did was send a tribute to Rome.
Yeah.
Because Rome was, that was pragmatic. That's like Israel throwing its lot in with the United States. Rome was the power was at that point becoming the main empire of the world. So he wanted to be on their side. That's a diplomatic, secular decision. But of course, the Talmud is critical of that. But I'm not sure that I think he did the right thing. Otherwise, they went on to create a pretty powerful commonwealth.
Oh yeah, I think it was the right thing in that the policy of Rome was to let all the little conquered peoples do their thing, right? Which was different from previous regimes.
Which would wipe everyone out or ethnically cleanse. Exactly.
But that, ended up having other problems. But
it ended up, it backfired on them ultimately. But at the same time, they were able to buy enough time to create this incredible state that invented some things that have had positive impact on the world, like public education. Not that it's a great thing today, but I'm just saying they implemented a system of education. They implemented a sort of a unified culture. They did get back to a belief in God. and in Torah, and they rejected the Greek elements of the Greek secular state. And at the same time, they embraced other elements of it. It's kind of, that's classic conservatism, to take a look at that which is good and embrace it, and then winnow out that which is bad.
Yeah.
Um,
Interesting history with that, of course. It would be nice to have this conversation now of your temple members, of all these hardcore liberals that you're surrounded by. Are you getting a different sense that maybe they're secretly happy that Trump won?
Yes, I do. And it brings up a question in my mind that could deal with anything. And that is, how do they know on election day how people voted? Like they always say, well, the Jewish vote was XYZ, the black vote was this, the women vote was that. How do they know that? Where do they get that information? Is there like a survey done? Do they ask people coming out of the poll, are you Jewish, or are you are you black, or like, are they, how did you vote? I mean, how do they do that?
This is, and okay, the way they do it is with exit polls. But as we've said so many times on this show, if someone came up to me and asked me stuff like that, I'd ignore them and walk on.
Yeah, I've never been asked a question like that.
There's a self-selection process that if you are volunteering to be at that, I don't know that you're that representative. And you're exactly right that I've always thought that this idea that Jews are 105% liberal, I've never believed that, because I've met real people.
I think it's that the Jews who are not on the left keep it quiet.
Yeah.
Because the left-wing Jews who are holding the high ground are so nasty. They're like regular liberals, except on speed. We're talking real ugly people who will do stuff to you that is not pleasant. Jews are very good shunners. You're going to be excommunicated, to use a Christian term. And I've seen this. I've seen it in my own life. I mean, it's some of the most vicious. So it's only natural to want to avoid that. So you keep it quiet. But I think that at the end of the day, Jews are a lot more conservative than people realize, and they themselves realize. But it's a tyranny of power that is running the high ground, and I'm hoping that with the election of Trump, that's going to start to change. I think it already is.
You could draw the analogy to the entertainment industry, and I had some experience with that. I was a member of a couple of secret groups, if you will, of Hollywood conservatives.
Yes.
Well, it wasn't all that secret, but there were more people that belonged to these things than you would care, than you would think, albeit I remember being at some of these events, one of which was at David Horowitz's house. And there were people that were afraid to give their name. There were others who were golden age type stars.
You mean like a Charlton Heston?
Well, Charlton Heston, as well known. Someone maybe a little less well known, unless you're a fan of B movies of the 50s, Marie Windsor.
Okay.
Who was in like 50, 60 features, always played the bad girl. So these events took place in the 90s, I remember. And it was funny, you'd see Marie Windsor sitting over there, and it looked like Marie Windsor from the movies, but older, And she was very outspoken about her conservative beliefs. And there were a number of people that you wouldn't recognize by sight who were, administrative in the industry.
Right, but they could lose their careers. I mean, conversely, I remember reading an interview with Dalton Trumbo, who was one of the Communist 10. But he said in this interview, he goes, look, I wasn't really a communist. I didn't have any particular ideology at all, but I signed on to this thing because it got me jobs.
Yeah.
I wanted to work in Hollywood. I was ambitious. So they said, oh, you want to be, if you're a communist, great. You get a network. I mean, I think that's why a lot of people do it. I mean, you automatically the door swings open. the keys. You get the keys to the castle. Suddenly he's getting all these screens because all of a sudden he's on the inside. And yet, he didn't give a damn about it. I mean, he wasn't, it was all like, it was just sheer ambition. So that kind of thing goes both ways.
Yeah, well, Michael Flores might tend to disagree with that, but with the case of Trumbo, but
Right. Okay.
there were some people that were just hardcore commies.
Oh yeah, no, they definitely were, and they had power for sure, and that's why you had a guy like a Trumbo, whether he was or not, sign on to it because he wanted to get somewhere. I mean, I think that's why you have a guy, not to go into it, but the late great Reverend Dr. Martin Luther King played footsie with the communists because he wanted to get somewhere. He saw what side the bread was buttered on. He wanted to have influence. I get it. I mean, I think it's a selling out, but he would not have been able to have done what he did had he not at least slightly genuflected to that side. And he did. I don't think that probably was who he really was. Maybe it was. I don't know. But
okay, but the times have changed in that the prevailing mood is going to become MAGA, and
it is. You can already feel it, and it's a. I mean, the only fly in the ointment that I see right now between now and inauguration day, well, besides the fact that God forbid something could happen to Trump, if Trump makes it to inauguration day and he's sworn in, then we're home free.
Yeah,
because all of his cabinet people will be in place. J.D. Vance is pretty good. You've got Kennedy. They'll all be in place. And so that even if they take Trump out, that government is there and that'll continue. So in a way, it's a race against time right now. The other problem I see that is more on the international stage, and that is that Iran is on the verge of throwing a nuke at Tel Aviv. It's a real thing. That's not a joke. They have been seriously set back. Originally, for whatever reason, I don't know if it's radical Islam, I don't know what it is, but Iran has at some point decided to go to war against Israel. I mean, it's a traditional ally to Israel, but under the Ayatollahs and the mullahs, they have focused obsessively on destroying Israel, even though Israel never had any particular beef with Iran. And they set up all these proxies. You got the Houthis, you've got Hamas, you've got Hezbollah, and Israel has disintegrated all of them at this point. I mean, they have completely defeated Hamas. It's still there, but it's no longer a threat. Same thing with Hezbollah. And now with the fall of Assad, Israel has gone in and they've debilitated a lot of the serious, dangerous weaponry that could be used against them in Syria. So Iran is now somewhat isolated, but they still have their nuclear development and they could still use it. And now it's being said that they're within days of getting a nuclear warhead. And you get very naive people in the US State Department and military establishment and in those of others who say, well, I mean, that's fine. Let Iran have a nuclear bomb because it'll be like the United States and Russia. It'll be mutually assured destruction and it'll be a balance. But that's not how Iran is operating. They believe that they're going to have 70 virgins and they're going to create a world order by destroying Israel. And they don't give a damn if they get hit back. I mean, the Hojatollah Islam Hashemi Rafsanjani went on record as saying that. He goes, hey, if Israel hits us with a nuclear bomb, we don't care. We've got 130 million people, but then if we hit them back, we can take them out. So that's the mentality they're dealing with. And that's what, I mean, it's really a race against time because I think that, I don't know if Israel has the capability to do it. They did it twice before.
Right, take out the nuclear development, which
well, they did it in Iraq with the Osiris, and they did it in northern Syria a couple of years ago. And in the case, I was listening to an Israeli military, I was reading a site. In the case of Syria, they dropped some very heavy bombs on that site. And Also, in the case of taking out Nasrallah, the head of Hezbollah, people, how did you do this? He was like 100 feet underground in these airproof bunkers, and nobody, it was supposed to be 100% secure. They did it because they dropped some big bombs, and they kept going over and dropping them again and again and again until they finally did it. So Israel has the military capability, and it's the kind of situation where it's like if you're in a forest and you wound a lion, you better make sure you kill that lion, or else you're going to be toast. And so Israel has to go in and make sure, if they do this, that they are going to be able to complete it. And I think it's a window of opportunity now. And I do think that Iran is like backed into a corner, and they're afraid of what might happen if Trump becomes president. So there's a vacuum of lack of power, which is something that in the Middle East people understand, both Israelis and Arabs. When you have a vacuum of power, look at what Israel's doing right now in Syria. There's a vacuum of power. They're going in and they're taking out all these sites that they would have liked to have done before, but they were afraid to do it because of Assad. Now that he's gone, they're doing it. I'm just saying that right now there's a vacuum of power in the Middle East, and Iran might step up to respond to that. So these are very perilous weeks as we go toward Trump. Once Trump is in there, he's unpredictable. Biden, they didn't expect him to do diddly squat, because he wouldn't have. But in fact, if anything, he was giving Iran billions. He was releasing funds to Iran that had been impounded by Jimmy Carter. And that helped Iran fund these proxy armies. So they didn't expect anything. They're of the mentality that, like, well, if we appease Iran and we give them money, they're going to be nicer and they're going to join the Western world. But that's not how it works. Trump understands that. And I think that Trump does not want to see a nuclear war in his presidency. It's already been leaked that on the inner chambers of Trump's strategy team, that they feel that they will stop Iran's nuclear capabilities. And they're just worried about whether or not it'll trigger a world war. And I think in the case of Trump in the White House, it will not, because Trump will be in touch with Putin. He'll be in touch with Xi, and they won't let that happen, or it's less likely.
Well, let me ask you this. Is there a scenario before noon on January 20th that things could get bad enough that the uninaugurated Trump, would have enough influence to just step in and say, no, I'm not going to let Joe screw this up anymore?
You mean before the 20th of January?
Yeah. Yes.
I don't think so. No, I mean, it's not in the Constitution. It's just, that's how our system, that's why there was an amendment to shorten the lame duck period. The lame duck period used to go right through till March 15th.
Yeah.
And historically, somebody should do a book on this. Maybe I'll write it.
All right.
Some of the garbage that would happen during that lame duck period, some of the worst sort of policies were put in place because you had a regime that was going out. They didn't care. They were unaccountable, and they were in a position where they could pull off stuff that was not wholesome and good because they could. They just it happens in the state level. It always happens in Massachusetts.
well, no. Let me put it this way. Maybe I wasn't clear about it. Obviously, Trump isn't the president until inauguration. But what if he has to take the bully pulpit on January 10th or something because something stupid is happening? And he takes the bully pulpit and forces the current regime to get it together.
I mean, I think he could. Eisenhower did this. Eisenhower, after elected and before inaugurated, went to Panmunjom in Korea during the hot period of the war.
Yeah.
And he had a meeting with both sides, and he said, look, I'm going to be president in 2 weeks or 3 weeks. If you guys don't come to a peace agreement, I'm going to use nuclear power. And they believed him, and they came to a treaty.
Yeah, well, that's the kind of thing I'm talking about here.
And I think that's the kind of thing that Trump could do. I could see that. I could see Trump going there, getting a meeting, and saying, "Hey, you want to f around? Guess what? After January 21st, it's going to be, zzz," I don't know. I'm just saying that you're right. I mean, it worked with Eisenhower. That treaty has held up ever since. There hasn't been a war again in Korea. So, yeah, that's use of power and leverage. And yeah, Trump could do it. I think he could, I mean, maybe Iran isn't that crazy. I don't know. They.
Well, I actually thought of that. I didn't remember the specific timing, and thank you for the 2-week thing.
Yeah.
But I mean, I hope it doesn't come to that. But
I don't think it, and also I think that Biden at this point is so impaired that I just don't think he's. I mean, the worst thing I think he could do, and he probably will do it, is he'll give pardons to the J6 committee and to Fauci. And that's going to bury the Democratic Party for another century because it's obviously so, already he's maybe these other pardons are kind of trial balloons to see how the public reacts to it. And it's not good.
no, it has to be positive, which is why I wonder what's in it for Joe Biden.
Well, I mean, I guess the first they pardoned Hunter Biden. I get that. Maybe he might pardon the rest of his family. That didn't go over well, even with liberals. But then he's commuting of sentences for, 1,500 people, including some really, really nasty characters.
Oh, yeah.
That's a subversion of our system of justice. It takes a huge effort in terms of due process to get people convicted in this day and age. And to simply overturn that with a pardon, that could destroy someone's reputation. Look what the Nixon pardon did to Ford. It was very damaging. Now, that doesn't mean he shouldn't have done it. I think he should have done it. I think he did the right thing, but it was very damaging. When you give a pardon, you're basically, I mean, the infamous Clinton pardons, right? Mark Rich, and he pardoned his brother, and he pardoned Hillary's two brothers.
Yeah, and Peter Paul.
Right. Yeah, I mean, there was pardons. And at the end, I think I did an interview with someone who wrote about this. I don't remember who, but he literally had people sitting in the White House calling people, cold calling, and offering pardons in exchange for money.
Yeah.
Selling them, and trying to get in. He had pardons. He was pardoning people right up to the moment he walked out of the White House. I mean, when George W. Bush showed up at the White House after Clinton left, he found pardons sitting on the desk that hadn't been finished yet. I mean, he was that was really and it completely tarnished what was left of his record. And I don't know if you've noticed, but Bill Clinton now is trying to make a comeback. I noticed a billboard on the highway here in Boston promoting his book with a big picture of him, and now he's going on TV. It's not working. Nobody wants to hear from him. Right. It's flat. It isn't going anywhere. I mean, he's really been relegated, and now with Trump's election, that's the final, the final nail for the Clintons. Nobody wants to hear from them ever again. They're done. It's like Jimmy Carter. But anyway.
And the interesting thing with Jimmy Carter is he perpetually is staying around to see his reputation deteriorate more and more and more. And what better example is this Panama Canal thing? That
it does bring up memories of that. He sold it to Panama for $1.
Yeah.
And, they're violating elements of that treaty. It's that simple. I mean, they're overcharging the United States. That is a vital national security location. They're giving China a pass. Those are violations of the treaty that was made when Jimmy Carter handed it over to them. So Trump's absolutely right about that. That's strategic. That's like, that's a basic of American security, that canal. It's not that you need to go down and seize it, but influence has to be brought to bear to make sure that everything's done right over there.
Yeah, well, and this is just one more cog in this, reestablishment of Make America Great Again.
Yeah, and the left. I watched the Twitter page. I have all the left wingers. Oh, they're all like, "Oh, this is horrible. How could they do this?" And these Panama taking back the people don't care. People are like, "Okay, I guess we might have to." I mean, they're not getting what the reaction they were assuming.
No.
And now he's talking about buying back Greenland. I remember last time around he brought that up. People were in a tizzy over that. These are reasonable. Yeah, this is the real world. These are real national and international questions. There's nothing wrong with that. I mean, the United States controlled Greenland and Iceland during World War II.
Yeah.
So, I mean, mainly to keep the Nazis out. But these are national security questions. Anyways, but there could be a lot of stuff going down between now and January 20th, and it'll be a big, big relief when we have Inauguration Day. That's for sure.
Oh, absolutely.
It's going to be beautiful, God willing.
Yeah, it's and like we said, I think last week, as bitter as 2020 was, it's better that it worked out 2024 because all that momentum built up, which is now being released. I mean, there were people right after the election that I thought I was going to hear from. And one of the guys said, "Why didn't you call me?" I thought, and he said it was just taking me a few days to just drink it all in,
It was a complete landslide.
Yeah.
And that's even with all this, everything that was stolen. And that's something that I do hope that Trump gets into. I don't know if it's going to be the top priority because there are a lot of bigger issues, but I hope that they don't drop the ball on election reform. They have to bring about voter ID, same day voting, getting rid of the machines, just like what Elizabeth Warren called for, and getting this country on the right path toward the integrity of one person, one vote, one citizen, one vote. There was still theft in this election. I think Trump did better than he only won because it was such a huge victory. But I think it was probably a lot
most egregious, I think, in Maricopa.
Oh, they stole it again from Kerry Lake.
Yeah,
that is the most corrupt. I hope that Attorney General Bondi looks into that. That needs to be investigated. That is what the Irish used to call a rotten borough.
Yeah.
That and Fulton County, Georgia, and Wayne County, Michigan. These are rotten boroughs, probably Boston. I mean, it's it's institutionally corrupt, has been for decades. They're run by machines. It's California, they're still counting, right? They got in those two congressmen in spite of the fact that those districts voted for Trump.
Yeah. Well, that's sort of the whole fallacy. It was most egregious in Maricopa. I forget the exact number, but to believe the results in Maricopa, you had to believe that there were 30,000 plus people that cast ballots where they didn't vote for Trump. Where they voted for Trump, but did not vote for Kerry Lake.
Yeah, they voted for Gallego, who's like a real radical left. Obviously, it's stolen. And it's the problem in Maricopa is that rotten Republican-controlled county with people like Stephen Richer and these other skunks. I mean, they hate Kerry Lake. It's like a local kind of rotten. Maybe they may be corrupted by Mexican drug cartels. It's been rumored. I'm not saying
cartel influence. I think what happened in Maricopa was the same kind of thing that happened in the state of Vermont, right?
Right.
Where Vermont had 230,000 people in the whole state. The Ben and Jerry types from New York move up.
Right.
It gets transformed. So it was the same stupid thing.
They elect Bernie Sanders and they elect Howard Dean and all these other New York left wingers.
But the question was, well, why did you leave New York only to try to reestablish it in Vermont. The people that left
I
LA,
think it's happening in New Hampshire now. Yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
so I
They
think
left
that's what's happening
California.
in Arizona. All the Californians, right?
Yeah.
Now they're moving to Idaho. Are they going to take over there too? I mean, I don't know. It's
Oh, here's a audience comment. 2020 was stolen 100%. Thank you very much.
yes, absolutely. Thank you. It does. I mean, it's 2020. Oh yeah. I mean, look, I think it's one of those things. We were talking earlier about people answering questions of pollsters. 60% of Republicans then and now believe that that election was stolen.
Yeah.
Probably, a large percentage of Democrats and independents believe that, who are polled. And yet, I think a lot of people refuse to answer that question, even back then, out of fear, and just because they don't want to, they don't want to put their neck out. You never know; you might end up getting picked up by this corrupt FBI. So, yeah, I mean, I think most people did believe that it was stolen, and that's why President Trump, you could say that it was self-serving because he was in office. Sure, that you could say that. However, as the elected president of the United States and chief magistrate, it was his responsibility to investigate that. It's that simple. That's to think that an election couldn't be stolen is more than naive. Elections are stolen around the world. Why wouldn't it happen here? It's a color revolution.
Comment from a viewer. Did you see this? Trump should get an 8-year term now since he has won 3 times.
Already I think Steve Bannon made a crack during this Turning Point USA. I mean, he said Trump 2028. We'll see. I mean, I don't know. It would be Trump prophecy. I'm reading this, affecting the White House for 20 years. Look, I mean, it might take that long to bring back, sane policies and America First policies. Now, I don't know if you agree with this or not, but during this congressional reconciliation bill, President Trump wanted Congress to lift the debt ceiling. Now, I don't know if I think that's the right way to go. I mean, I think that I get why Trump wants that, because it's going to cost money to secure the border, to do a lot of these other things that he wants to do, and that it would be easy to raise that money in Congress. But I think that might not necessarily be the right approach. I mean, I would think that it would be better to have the Doge guys, Musk and Ramaswamy and others, do some serious cutting of unnecessary government costs and really bring in some of these agencies, and also to allow the private sector to do some of the things that the government would otherwise do, rather than raise the debt ceiling. So I don't know if I agree with.
Right, but remember that everything in human existence is subject to the ravages of time. So if you increase the debt ceiling, as bad as that is, you at least buy yourself a little time while you're doing this Doge stuff and everything else, because undoubtedly you're going to run into some backlash when you start really doing some serious cuts.
Right, and I guess it does take time. It's like Reagan cut the budget and he cut taxes, but he also raised the debt, mainly because he inherited a decimated military, and he had some other things that it took money. So, ultimately he turned things around. It took a full term before the economy started to turn around and they started to pay down the debt. But he did need to have those revenues in the first couple of years at least. So, I mean, that's true also. So you could argue it that way too.
Well, that's kind of my impression. And I think in the case of Ramaswamy and Musk, they're not going to be shy about mocking some of the stuff that they're going to find.
Oh, yeah.
And believe me, if you look at the federal budget for 5 seconds, you can find stuff that's outrageous. I mean, I did an article just on the NIH, all right? And all I was doing was looking at what was the biggest grant and what was the smallest grant. And you found out that inevitably the small grants were very practical. You know, we're going to get rid of this disease in this particular locality and so on. And the high money stuff inevitably was this, what the term they use in biology, sexy sounding, you know, nanomaterials and all this highfalutin, impractical stuff that's never going to work. But these guys got big grants.
Oh yeah, the money is all. I mean, it's like crack. You know, it's you know, they don't. I mean, I think that we should look at also the fact that the budget was changed as a victory for Trump for two reasons. Firstly, when they first came out with that budget that Johnson negotiated secretly with Schumer and
why the hell did he do that?
Because he's a skunk. But I mean, he's just as bad. I don't think he's any better than McCarthy. But the point is that it went up on Musk's Twitter. Thank God he has Twitter. And the result was a huge negative response all over the country. And that had an impact. That's what made them step back. And secondly, the eventual bill they did pass, it cut out something like $350 billion, including the global engagement, which is the title of this program today. And that was one of the big censorship mills in this country. They've been cut out. They didn't get their pay raises, which they don't need. And they cut out a bunch of other things that they were secretly salting in there. So it shows that a little public exposure goes a long way.
Well, you're right. So explain this to me. How in the world did Johnson and Schumer think that it's still, you know, 1961 and you're Sam Rayburn or something? I don't get it.
They're still playing the old playlist. These big fat, you know, what they call a crap sandwich, right? It's a 1,500 page bill with all this stuff. I remember interviewing Jack Abramoff. Remember him?
Oh yeah.
He came on my show after he came out of prison. He had a book out, which is pretty good. And he explained how they do this. I mean, the lobbyists in K Street, they put in little language into these bills and nobody knows where it leads. It's like, you know, S3-423-B3B. And you click on that and it goes to another SUV. And before you know it, you keep clicking and eventually you get to something that involves a big check for somebody. or some kind of a law that benefits, makes lawyers make more money, you know, or something. And it's very corrupt. And his answer at the time, and Trump has gone on record as calling for this, was that every bill before Congress has to be no bigger than 3,000 words, which is about 7 pages, 10 pages. It has to be posted online fully so that we can all see what it is. We don't have to believe the media telling us what it is. It could be debated by high school civics classes. Everybody can get in on it. And in that way, we're going to clean out these lobbyist giveaways. And I think that this is a step in that direction. They were able to cut out a lot of this garbage that is corrupting the system and that the uniparty supports. And I don't think that they're going to get away with it again.
Well, I think there's a book idea for you that centers around the notion of why does the elite media and why do these political hacks still think that it's 1953, you know, that there isn't complete digital everything all the time, that you can somehow operate the way you used to. I don't understand how you can live in the real world at all and not realize. I mean, I'll give you an example, something I'm going through at this moment. All right. Thank God we're buying a house and so on. But here's the point. All the paperwork is online. It's all DocuSign. You know, you don't have to go to some title company. All right. Things have changed. how come a guy like Johnson believes that he's still living in the old times? I truly don't understand it.
I think in his case he knows, but he's just got no spine. I mean, I just get the sense that he doesn't have the fortitude. Let's put it that way. I mean, that's my image of him. Just, I mean, I say that without any evidence. I was just looking at him. I mean, I don't know. He looks like a 16-year-old kid, and he's just way over his head. And he's pushed around by these other people, and their whole priority was to keep the government open. Which, by the way, it would have been very interesting if it had closed, because then Musk and Ramaswamy would have gotten a good sense of what could be eliminated. But either way, I mean, I think we're entering into a time when they can't pull that off anymore. There's too much. They tried censorship; it didn't work. They removed President Trump's Twitter account. We had 30 million followers. They destroyed Parler. They destroyed thousands of accounts, including mine, and yet it didn't work. It didn't work because people stepped up. You had Rumble, you had Gab, you had all these other sites, and then you had Musk buy Twitter, and that was the end.
Be so arrogant, though, to think that you have this monopoly on fill in the blank, that you're always going to have this monopoly. I remember when I was involved with the music industry and the MP3s came along and the file sharing came along, and they just didn't get it. They just
they were used to a monopoly. They had. I interviewed somebody in the music business a while ago who talked about this. He was doing Christian music, and he was saying that they could not get a record deal in the 60s, 70s, and most of the 80s because there were about 4 or 5 gatekeepers, maybe 7 gatekeepers, one of whom was Clive Davis from Arista Records. And they decided what was going to be heard and not heard. And they had their agendas. They had their worldview. They wanted things to conform to a certain way, a certain message, a certain style. If you can believe, by the way, some people have talked about, Laurel Canyon and the fact that, David Crosby from Crosby, Stills and Nash his father was a high level, CIA type, a government type. Same thing with Jim Morrison. His father was an admiral. I mean, a lot of these people were sort of put in there to be like, I mean, they were great musicians. Don't get me wrong. I mean, I think, I admire the music, and they didn't even make a lot of the music. It was done by the Wrecking Crew. But, they kind of were like steering the culture in a certain way that fit the establishment. And that
the analogy that was used, because I was a member of the Academy of Recording Arts and Sciences back when all this was happening.
Yeah.
And somebody made the analogy at one of the meetings that picture you're at your elementary school playground. And there's a fat kid that's got a big bag of candy. And he's selling these little pieces of candy for 5 cents. And he's waving this bag around. And all of a sudden, this hole develops in the bottom of the bag. And all the candy starts flowing all over the playground. And he's running around, wait a minute, that's my candy, that's my candy. And no, it isn't. And it all fell apart. And I just have to tell this funny anecdote.
Yeah.
When the MP3 stuff really started, I got a hold of something, and picture what was then a CD. And remember, the MP3 format was about 11 times more compressed than the so-called red box format. So you could put more music on a CD than you could before.
Right.
So this guy gives me a CD. I put it in the computer, and there's images of every Beatles album cover. And if you click on the image, you get all the songs of those albums. All right. Anyway,
No, I mean it's I think that in a way the whole music industry it fell apart in the same way that the internet has done to politics. It's like
yeah.
everything now is accessible and it cannot be controlled. I mean, I've heard that the Beatles, for example, were Tavistock Institute. Now that doesn't take away from the fact that they were great musicians. I admire the Beatles. I love the Beatles, but they had to conform to a certain.
Oh
You
yeah.
know, and the Rolling Stones also. I mean, some of these big bands. I mean, they didn't sit in that perch for nothing. I mean, these were like it didn't just happen by accident. They were influencers of not the kind that we think about today. They were there to. I mean, in the case of the Beatles, I mean, they glamorized drug use. They just did. I mean, there's no question about that. They deny it. I mean, John Lennon denied that Lucy in the Sky with Diamonds was about LSD. That's bullcrap. It was. I mean, they glamorized, and that led to a lot of people, including people I know personally, ending up dying. So, I mean, I hope there's responsibility there, and it was a weakening of people, of the culture, of the opposition in a way. I mean, we could talk. This is a great subject. We could go into this deep.
Well, let me wrap up this story because it is funny. I will not mention the name of the guy.
Yeah.
Very well-known songwriter. Will not mention his name. Anyway, he's in my office and he's decrying the fact of the MP3s and it's terrible and violating copyright. And I said, okay, you want to see something really illegal? And I showed this Beatles CD. So I expected him to blow his mind, right?
Right.
Instead, he says, Mike, can I get one of those?
By the way, we have one final comment here from our texting friend. The Yellow Submarine song. Adolf Hitler escaped to South America on a yellow submarine. Coincidence? No, Jerome Corsi, who's been a regular on mine, did a book on this topic. And he does say that there is a possibility that Hitler did escape to Argentina, took on a different identity, and had to live the rest of his life quietly in Patagonia. I think that's possible. I mean, when Truman met Stalin at Potsdam, Stalin said to him that he felt that Hitler had escaped. He probably did. Why wouldn't he have? I mean, putting myself in his shoes, right? He knew it was all coming to. He knew that everything was crashing down. I mean, that he wouldn't have had an escape route.
Well, I remember as a child, that was a huge rumor all the time.
Yes.
That Hitler wasn't really dead. And
I don't think there's ever been DNA evidence indicating that he had died in that.
The closest they've ever got is they had fragments supposedly of his skull or something, but that was years later. No one really believed it.
No, there was like a hoax.
Yeah.
Now, I'm not saying I know. Look, I don't know any more than anyone else, but it's entirely plausible. I mean,
well, there were plenty of lower level Nazis that escaped.
Yeah, including Mengele, who ended up in Paraguay. I mean, and Eichmann, right? He got to eventually hunted down by the Israelis, but there was plenty of people who got out, and they knew it was all coming down. I mean, they knew everything was.
The only reason that Mengele escaped was, and the official.
And by the way, I agree with you on the call. Jerome Corsi is very trustworthy. I've had him on my program many times. I admire his work. He's had nothing to gain by writing that book.
Yeah.
Anyway.
But what happened? Because the official story from Israel, which take with a grain of salt, the only reason they didn't get Mengele was they couldn't concentrate on both Eichmann and Mengele, so they picked Eichmann.
Plus, Mengele died in his swimming pool, I think.
Yeah, no, I mean he was
causes. Yeah.
They knew where Mengele was. They knew where Eichmann was. To this day, I don't understand why they picked Eichmann, because he wasn't that well known. He was a bureaucrat. Mengele actually was killing people. No,
Eichmann was, I think, high level. I think he was the number 3 man.
Yeah.
In the particularly involved in the so-called final solution. I mean, he was a Hebraist. He knew all about. He studied Judaism. He was just absolutely despised Judaism and Jews, and he actually visited Palestine briefly in 1936, where he put the Grand Mufti of Jerusalem on the payroll, and a real enemy of the Jewish people.
Oh, there's no question about
Yeah.
it. But I'm saying by today's standards, which maybe that's irrelevant, but by today's standards, who do you think of as the angel of death?
Oh, yeah.
I've written about this, Mengele.
Well, I think Mengele got some protection because he was a doctor. It's just
Yeah.
like Fauci. These guys, there's like an international fraternity of medical people. I mean, Mengele wasn't even the worst one. Von Verscher was his boss and
Yeah.
mentor, and he was involved with some of the most heinous experiments. He got a slap on the wrist after the war. I think he did like 2 years in prison.
I think he went into private practice.
Well, he went back to his college in Munster,
Yeah.
where he
Yeah.
died of natural causes. He was fine. Anyway, but great topic. We'll have to get into it at another time. What do you have coming up on the Substack?
Well, now that some of the, I've got a little bit of time now with the holidays and so on. I think I'm going to get into, it's going to help you with your book idea.
Yes.
Of why these people are so ingrained in stuff that just ain't true anymore, that they've devoted their entire lives to fill in the blank, even though it's pretty obvious that it's all falling apart. Remember, we started the show, I mentioned Henry Miller with this absurd article about how the vaccines help the nursing homes. He's got to let it go. I mean, whatever credibility the guy has left.
Yeah, who is he working for? That's
he was
even the most virulent leftist isn't saying that anymore.
He's retired. But if you truly, really, really believed that every vaccine has an image of Jonas Salk in it and is saving the world, and you just can't bear to hear the details about what happened with this one, there's
something about medical issues anyways, that people who come to believe these things, they just absolutely flip out if you question it. I mean, I even recently had a situation where I mentioned to someone that I had heard that all these hand sanitizers are not exactly healthy. And this woman had a meltdown over that. How could I say? Because they're invested in it. It's like they've been doing it, and it's it's almost like maybe it's the new religion. I don't know, but there's something about. I still see people, even like at my synagogue, who are still fully masked 4 years after the pandemic, assuming masks were ever any good anyway, which they weren't. But putting that aside, I have never seen their face. I mean, they're still completely with heavy masks, and they put this one couple, they have their son in a mask. I think it's almost child abuse.
Yeah.
I mean, it's just, and it's like, I want to say something to them, but I'm not, I know that I'll be stepping in.
There were people that really bought into it, but I think you cannot engage these people.
It's not rational. Definitely not.
And the problem is okay. When my oldest son was in college, they had a parents' weekend at University of Arizona. All right. So we're at the hotel, and we see this older couple dressed up in the purple of University of Washington. And the guy says that he's been going to every University of Washington game, home and away, since the 1960s, 70s, whatever.
Right.
All right. So I look at the guy, and I said, well, that's very interesting. But you graduated from there, what, in the 50s or whatever it was. Have you ever thought about how little your college experience has in common with the kids that are in college now in the 1990s?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So I've got to ask you this. What are you identifying with exactly? The logo? I mean, what is behind all this? And the guy turns ashen and silent. I realized, why did he even do this? And it was like a fundamental thing of his life to follow.
It's very tribal. It's like criticizing the Boston Red Sox. It's just right. It's very tribal. Anyway, Mike, but I want to wish you a Merry Christmas.
Well, thank you very much. And this
And I
is
wanna-
one of those rare years where
Yes,
Christmas,
I want to
where
wish all of my listeners a Merry
after
Christmas.
Christmas.
Merry Christmas, Happy Hanukkah, Happy New Year.
All
God
right,
bless
and we
America.
will be up.
And we could look forward to, God willing, a very good and interesting and positive year. So I'll talk to you.
All right, sounds good.
All right, thanks a lot.
All righty.
All right, welcome aboard, everyone. Charles Moscowitz, welcome to the program. A triumphal time as we count down the days, the hours, the minutes to the inauguration of Donald J. Trump, which is an earth-shattering event, politically, spiritually, economically, and in every other way.
You're
Michael
right.
D. Shore is with us. Mike, first of all, give us a quick update on what's going on in California right now.
Well, one of the things that's helping is the winds are dying down.
Yeah.
And as we said last time, if any good comes out of this at all, it's going to be the complete dismantling of this corrupt Democratic machine that's been in total control here. And you're hearing it from the most unlikely places. You know, the big blue enclaves of Palisades, Malibu, Brentwood,
Yeah.
etc. Pasadena, for that matter. So, yeah, things are improving, but I'll tell you how it's affecting everything. There's been reports of outrageous price gouging already on
Right.
rental properties, which I think they're going to prosecute some of these people. We are closing on a new property, and I'm telling you, it's the first time in my life that I've been asked by the bank, is there any fire damage to your house? Thank God, no. But
Yeah.
Can you imagine getting fire insurance out here is bad enough. Thank God we got it before the fire started for the new place.
Now, has anybody learned anything about improving fire prevention on properties? I mean, is there, methodologies? It's like after a catastrophe like this, there's often lessons learned.
Yeah, I think that's true. And the lesson learned, beyond the obvious stuff of cutting back brush, not cutting the budget of the fire department,
Right.
is that the political system has been a mess for 40, 50 years or more. And as I told people, my friends, it's very easy to be up on a hill in Palisades and talk about how you needn't call out the National Guard for BLM and Antifa. But I want to tell you, they were very happy to have the National Guard patrolling Palisades. And there were a number of well-heeled individuals that hired $2,000 per hour private fire crews to take care of their house. So, yeah.
I understand that the fire department was late in terms of responding to the Palisades fire, something like, I think it was like 7 or 8 hours after they should have responded. And if they had responded in a timely manner, it could have prevented a lot, it could have contained.
Absolutely. And of course, if the reservoir were full,
right,
that would have helped. It turns out that reservoir had been empty since 2009.
That's strange.
So,
and also the 3 lesbians who run the fire department, their main focus was DEI.
Yeah.
And they didn't have any background in fire handling. I mean, they were Harvard graduates, big deal. I mean, so they should go write books about diversity. It's not like they actually know something about what they were doing. So I hope that people in California are becoming aware of that.
And as we said on the last show, go ahead and make the entire city government of Los Angeles all lesbians, but try to find some who are at least qualified in what they do.
Exactly. Let it be. I mean, I think this came up when Hegseth was grilled in Congress. He goes, I'm not against women in the front lines. I just want to make sure that the standards are equally high, and that if a woman can meet those standards, I don't care who they are. we want to have people who can do this job of, in a fighting situation. So I think that came across, and I think that people are realizing that this idea of promoting people based on such, secondary, even if not irrelevant issues, there's a price to be paid for that. And unfortunately, California is paying it now.
Well, it's definitely paying it, but as happy as I am to see people come over from these areas who got red pilled, you have to ask yourself, it's sort of like Dershowitz. Dershowitz got red pilled at the age of 83? Okay, good for you, Alan. But where the hell were you for all those years?
No, I know. Although Dershowitz actually has often clashed with the left in that his big deal is free speech and civil liberties. So he doesn't seem to care left, right, or center on that. And he's been criticized for that over a long period of time. So the political situation is very promising.
Yes.
No matter what they do, I think that the left is not going to change. They're in the same rage state, and they'll probably remain there for the rest of their lives and for the next 4 years. They're going to try to ignore the inauguration, pretend, oh well, it's Martin Luther King Day, and do other things. But it's not going to work because it's going to happen at 12 noon on Monday. No matter what they try to do, this could be their Nakba, if you get my drift.
Yeah.
It's really a launching. And Trump this time around, he's doing it very differently. He didn't wait to do the transition for the GSA to kick in with funds. And that would have brought him right up to a week or two before inauguration. He immediately set up his own transition group. He raised money from private donors and his own money. And he started to hire thousands of people, and he began the process. So no matter what they do, they're going to hit the ground running. Their attack on Hegseth and even on Pam Bondi was really pathetic and low.
Oh, the Pam Bondi thing was ridiculous. Did you see when Mazie Hirono started her questioning by asking Pam Bondi if she's ever been convicted of sexual assault?
Oh, today they asked Burgum. He's not even a controversial appointee. What's his attitude about sexual assault? It's almost like they've got some kind of a weird computer chip embedded in the back of their skulls. They're like a bunch of rabbits. And it was so nasty against Hegseth and the idea of that Kane from what a weaselly looking guy from Virginia bringing up Hegseth's 7-year-old daughter, and just really, they had nothing to say about military policy or anything of substance. It was all it was like reading a copy of the National Enquirer. We had to learn about his private life. Look, the man is a military, soldier on the front lines for 2 terms of duty. Generally speaking, that type of situation can lead to things like drunkenness and adultery. Let's face it. And, for them to rack him over the coals or try to, he was brilliant.
Well, the other thing that came out is this guy, I forget his name, you probably know, Darren something, a big cartoonist for the Washington Post.
Yes.
Oh, you're
what was it? Pedophilia?
Yeah. Pedophile. He's arrested. But here's the point. Many of his cartoons were lurid sexual reference cartoons applied mostly to Trump. And sure enough, the guy's a pedophile. Now you're looking into Tim Kaine and the story coming out. Bongino's show said that he has on very, very good source that Tim Kaine had 3 nephews spend the night with him in a hotel when he was on some trip.
Yeah.
Tim Kaine is creepy. When I was living in Virginia, I just didn't like, you'd see his face.
He looks like a rat. And it was very unpleasant. And another one, not to get
He was Hillary's running mate, my friend. You remember that?
I know he was.
Yeah.
And while we were on the subject, not to get specific, but Adam Schiff is not exactly, pure as the driven snow. Let's just put it that way.
No.
So, and I think that it's all falling apart because Hegseth showed a strong kind of military bearing, and he just was very cool. As in, people are like shrieking at him. It was just so ugly and screaming at him. I mean, Elizabeth Warren, it was disgraceful. She's like, are you going to take a job in the military corporations after you leave? Never mind the fact that Lloyd Austin was head of Raytheon.
Yeah.
After he left the military, she didn't seem to ask that. And it was really tacky. I just don't think they landed anything on him. I think that it showed they're trying to set the template for how they're going to handle all the Trump people. Maybe they smelled blood because of Matt Gaetz, which he probably should not have left. But nevertheless, that's what they're going to do. I can only imagine what they're going to say about Kennedy, but I don't think it's working. That's all they have.
No, well, here's remember how this is all tied in with one of our favorite cliches, the Model UN. All right.
Yes.
Because, and you know where I'm going with this.
Yeah.
If your entire,
here they go. You know what?
Can I switch off?
Yeah.
For now.
Sure.
Okay. See you later.
Oh, no problem. So we're talking here, and by the way, we could take calls 508-637-5596, 508-637-5596. I wonder if I should go live on TikTok. I don't know if they're going to be around much longer, and it might be too late for them to shut me down. But I do take calls live like I would with any radio show, and you can do that. Let me just see what's happening on TikTok. Yeah, we're good on TikTok.
Still on?
Yeah, we're still on. I just decided I'm going to go live on TikTok while they're still running.
Yeah.
There we go. Okay, we're live on TikTok. So I don't think that it's working. I think that Pam Bondi stood up very well in questioning about whether or not the election was legitimate of 2020. Perfectly she didn't fold under that, which means that door is going to be opened, and we're going to get investigations on that. I think that we're going to finally put an end to the gaslighting that we've had to deal with for 4 years. 60% of Republicans do believe the election was stolen. They want to have like some kind of a swearing on the Bible. Oh, I don't believe it was stolen. That ain't happening because
it's not happening. And why does everybody forget? How many votes did Trump get? You probably know 75
million.
All right. So would you explain to me how Joe Biden got 81 million votes? Okay. And here's the thing, Chuck, we've been talking about this forever. Jumping the shark. All right. If you're going to cheat, don't make it so damn obvious. All right.
Well, right after the election, there was all this talk briefly amongst some Democrats. How could it be that Harris did not get this 81 million? What happened to 15 million voters? But you notice that they got awfully quiet about that after a while. They no longer bring it up because obviously those 15 million voters were fake. Anyway, I'm on YouTube today, so we have to still be careful.
Okay. Well,
Biden's still in office, so this is still a verboten subject.
Well, let's go back to the Model UN analogy. I think what's happening and why you see this anger of these people coupled with some of the lunatics in California, while it's all climate change, is because if you truly, truly believe in the Model UN, concept that whatever you learned in the 6th grade, 7th grade is the way life is, and you're finding it ain't like that, your head's going to explode if you want to keep believing it. And the chickens are coming home to roost on that. There's no question about it. How in the world does climate change affect the ignition point of wood? It's still over 400 degrees. Last time I checked, it's not quite that warm out there yet.
No, and even if climate change did have anything to do with it, that's not relevant. The fact is that government screwed up. They could have stopped or contained the fire, and they didn't do it. And they didn't do it because of their focus on things other than fire safety and doing their jobs. And I think that is going to possibly turn California red. People are really, I mean, we are.
It's a good possibility, yeah.
I predict that once Trump is in, we're going to see a major shift. I mean, they're dwindling in support. I predict that we're going to have probably a half a dozen representatives switch parties. I think you might have even a couple of senators like Fetterman apparently switch parties. You're going to have this dwindling, the same lies coming out of the media. Like, I mean, Lester Holt, even yesterday, Jack Smith's report, which is just his opinions. There's no basis that he still is talking about how Trump tried to steal the 2020 election. Trump tried to steal it, they think. This is part of their faith, but it's not flying. The American people didn't buy it. The question is, who tried to steal the election? Was it Trump, or was it the deep state and the Democrats and the Uniparty? And yet they continue to flat out lie. And I think that's why they've jumped the shark. I think that the mainstream media it has really taken a major hit. People don't look to it anymore. They don't look to it anyways. I mean, the media has changed. Media philosopher Marshall McLuhan predicted this back in the 60s, that basically the media would be, I just got a warning from TikTok. I don't know. What did I say? Was it Marshall McLuhan? They still have me on. I don't know. But he made the point that media, everything is media. I mean, he wasn't right about that, but he did point out that as media changes, once you have a new media, the old media falls apart, becomes much kind of irrelevant, especially if it's a cooler media, not a hot media.
Yeah.
And that hot media is the major networks, because you just sit there like a receptacle and they tell you everything. Whereas the internet is a cooler media because you can interact with it and you can post things and you can talk back. And that's the new paradigm. So they're losing ground anyway. But on top of it, all the lies and all the gaslighting, starting with the pandemic, I think that's caught up with them. They no longer have the influence. It's obvious. They went through 4 months of attacking Trump, and it didn't work. It didn't even with all this censorship, it didn't work. And so now we're entering into an age of Trump, which is going to have worldwide ramifications. Already you see Sweden, Denmark, they're starting to deport people. They're starting to revoke citizenship for people who emigrated there under false pretenses. This is going to spread, and people are going to be required to go home, go back to their countries. There's going to be a tightening of this kind of unfettered and frankly illegal immigration.
Right.
The days of Merkel are over, and the days of whoever was running the Biden show is over.
Okay, but can you explain to me why these policies have to go into effect, have to turn into an unmitigated disaster, and then the light bulb goes off? I mean, who could have predicted that
they were deliberate disasters? I mean, this is a, they don't recognize national sovereignty. They don't recognize borders. They want to have a world order where nations become nothing more than names and provinces of some kind of an amorphous, unelected, international, quote unquote, scientific, illuminated ruling class. And it ain't working for them.
Well, it's not working for them.
Waking up all over the world.
Coming out of, in the wake of the fires, and people having to rebuild, they are trying to suggest to people, you could get permits quicker if you want to rebuild as a higher density structure.
Okay.
Your old 15-minute city, that's not going to fly in Palisades or Malibu. I think that what's going to happen, Chuck? These people have to die off or what before these absurd ideas just disappear?
They're not going to go anywhere. But the point is, they've been defeated, and they still don't recognize it. And they're just going to be put in remission. They're not going to stop Trump's cabinet. They're not going to stop RFK from looking at seed oil and the other things that have made everybody fat and given everyone heart disease. They're gonna, it's coming. This is a new time. It's a time of honesty. We're gonna have people who actually care about the welfare of the country. Bessent's testimony, the Treasury Secretary, they're talking about this idea of an external revenue service. It's brilliant. It's revolutionary. It goes back to the way this country raised revenue before the income tax was implemented. And Trump has been very articulate about it. He's like, instead of burdening the American people with all these taxes so that they have to support everything, why not put a charge on foreign investors and foreign importers and foreigners coming into the country? This country is a golden goose. I mean, they should pay a fee for that. So this is how the country raised revenue all the way up to, the World War I period. Some of the greatest presidents were high tariff presidents, including Lincoln and including FDR, by the way.
Yeah.
And this is
everybody wants to forget that part of it.
Exactly. No, he was very tight on imports, and it helped the economy.
He wasn't real big on immigration either.
Right, okay. That's right. And neither was Eisenhower with Operation Wetback.
Yeah.
So the point is that it's all coming down the pike, and it's really, I think we're here. I think it's too late for them to stop Trump. They can't stop him now. There were rumors that there was a national security issue going on. It hasn't materialized. God forbid it does. But putting that aside, it's all coming down on Monday at 12 noon, no matter what they do. Yeah. So I'm very excited about it.
These little silly things of certain figures are not going to attend the inauguration.
Oh, who cares?
Yeah, who cares?
I mean, by the way, the important people actually are attending it. I mean, the Clintons are going to be there. Obama will be there.
Big Mike is not going to be there.
Big Mike won't be there, no. But it's really a time when the country is going to realign, and it's just they ain't going to stop it. It's just it's happening, and I like the way they try to quiz Pam Bondi about, are you going to prosecute Liz Cheney, and are you going to? And her answers were so brilliant. She goes, look, you're a lawyer. You know that I can't comment on a case I haven't seen the file for yet. You have to look at the file and decide whether or not there's criminality there before you make even a statement about something like that. She seems like a very serious person, and I think that she is going to look at those files. And if they do go after these people, it's going to be because they actually do have real crimes, not the kind of crimes that they made up to go after Trump and the J6 protesters. This is real stuff. So I hope that they do go after all of them. That would be a beautiful thing. That's called justice. They spoke for years. Oh, no one is above the law. Well, guess what? The shoe is going to be on the other foot now. So we'll see. You're right. No one is going to be above the law.
Do you think there are going to be any high-profile defections of Democrats to Team R?
Absolutely. Already has been. Elon Musk, he's a former Democrat. Kennedy. Yeah, I think that you're going to see a lot of people. Zuckerberg even. I don't know if I trust him.
Okay, but I mean actual politicians.
Politicians, yes, I do. I do think that you're going to have, once Trump's in and they see where the wind is blowing and they see that things are getting interesting, you're going to have at least a half a dozen Dems switch parties in the House, I think, and maybe one or two in the Senate, maybe on the state level. I don't know. I do think there will be. Yeah, I mean, because they want to get reelected. They're politicians, and they'll see that you can do it without, that the left doesn't have the kind of teeth it once had, where they can really rip at someone. What are they going to do? They'll put Rachel Maddow on, and she's going to be doing like full time. And what they're doing, it's like the National Enquirer. They're going to attack. Oh, this person cheated on his wife, and this is that. It's just so despicable and so low. They have nothing to say about how to govern. They've got nothing to say about their political philosophy. Instead, they're going to go to the lowest, and people aren't interested. And no one cares. It's personal matters.
Well, especially these days. with all the crap that's come out, do you really care, as you say, that Senator so-and-so is cheating on his wife?
Oh my God. And I thought that was Mark Wine Mullen. He's a congressman. He nailed it when he said, listen, how many of you senators and congressmen have come into the House drunk, like at night to cast a vote? You have. I've seen it. And how many of you guys have cheated on your wives? I mean, really? They want to go there?
Yeah.
I mean, it's, so I think that people see.
No, they're getting to the bottom of the barrel of the playbook. It isn't working.
No.
And the hubris was unbelievable. All right. They thought that they could just trot out Kamala Harris, and in 100 days she would defeat Trump. They weren't stupid in that sense. They knew she was an empty suit.
Yeah, but they did believe they could pull her over the line.
Yeah.
And I think they meant it. And they still think that they're going to use the same playbook to attack Trump. I don't know what else they have. They've tried to kill him. They've tried to arrest him. They've tried to put him in prison. They've tried to bankrupt him. They've raided his wife's underwear drawer with SWAT teams. What else can they do? It's over.
That's the point. They don't know anything else. I mean, for those of a certain age watching the show, you remember a coach from Ohio State named Woody Hayes.
Yeah.
He had ways to win games back in the day, but the game of football, college football, was changing. And he didn't change. And he got more and more frustrated. And then he finally attacked an opposing player on the sidelines, and it was finally fired. The point is, he didn't change. He didn't adapt. He took that old playbook from 1950, and it stopped working. Okay.
Yes. That's a good analogy, because I think that's where they're heading. Yeah. As things tighten up and as they continue to become more irrelevant, they're going to have a final miserable implosion of some sort. And I don't know what it's going to be, but
it's going to be the blame game. Okay. They're going to go after each other. All right. You're seeing that with the fires, that the mayor goes after the fire chief, and the fire chief's after some underlings, and the water department, and what it's so.
Maybe we could have them all. We could put them all in some room somewhere and let them just duke it out.
Let them fight it out.
And sort of like a bunch of cockroaches on the bottom of a barrel. I'm sorry to be nasty, but
but that's I'm afraid what has to happen, and it's just all positive. I'll tell you, as you say, 12 o'clock, January 20th.
Hallelujah.
Yeah. And
it's going to be a beautiful
I'm sure that in your deep blue enclave out there, you've noticed even the bluest of the blue people secretly feeling a lot better.
Oh, yeah. I mean, I spoke with a blue person this morning about this at length. And she was like, yeah, it's going to be interesting. She's kind of like not on, not this, if I talked to her a year ago, it would have been a different story. Even Governor Healy here, they're talking about left wing. She said that she said, I'm going to be on board with the Trump administration in terms of apprehending illegal alien criminals. And the day after she said this, the Boston Globe attacked her with an old story that they were saving. The Globe. This is how the Globe does it. This is how the left does it. It didn't matter. I mean, people are with her. If she wants to do that, she can change. She doesn't want to have a failure for the administration. Even if she's totally DEI.
Is the Globe going to change because LA Times is trying to get more conservative to stay alive? And
I don't know. I don't think so. The Globe is about as left as they get. Yeah. Has been going way back to the Taylors, who the family this old Yankee family that ran the Globe for 40 years. They've always played the same game. I don't think that they look, none of these people have the influence that they once had. They thought they'd have influence because it would become like a one newspaper town, but it didn't really work. They're shrinking. I don't know how they stay in business. I mean, they had to sell their magnificent headquarters in Dorchester. It's no longer there. It's become.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, they abandoned it. It's now being refitted as sort of a mall of some sort for business, and they just have a downtown office. They share a printing plant with their rival, the Boston Herald. They're no longer, they've shrunk literally, physically. The Globe is literally, it's like, zzz, zzz, it's like they laid off a lot of their very important journalists. They no longer have a foreign desk. They basically subcontract with Phil Balboni, who runs this foreign, journalist outfit. And they no longer, as much as I despise the Globe, I used to read it every day because at least I got a sense of what people in Boston were thinking. You no longer get that from the Globe. It's totally lost its way. Now I don't know what's going to happen in the long run, but it's owned by Henry, who owns the Boston Red Sox, the multi-billionaire. I don't know. I mean, he's like a deep pocket kind of a guy. I don't know what's going to happen to it. Who knows? They've lost their way.
So the point is they're not showing any effort to try to.
No, it's just as bad as ever. It's almost like, as I said earlier, these are people who have a computer chip implanted in the back of their skulls. They're like automatons. The hologram will never be broken. They live in some kind of a virtual reality. They are not recognizing what's going on. And yet the rest of us are moving on. We're moving forward, and they're going to be relegated to the sewers of history. They're going to be pushed aside. Oop, that one just got me removed. Yeah, look, TikTok.
How bad was that, though?
I don't know. What did I say? The sewers of history?
Yeah.
I don't care. I got my point across.
Can you believe that kind of censorship? If you would have told people in the 1950s and 60s that this would be going on, there'd be some algorithm listening to everything you say. What a joke.
I don't know if it's going to come to an end, but it's not, it didn't work. Let's just put it that way. In spite of their censorship, their removal of thousands of accounts. I mean, it started really in 2018. It was before Trump, even before the pandemic. It didn't work. Trump was reelected. It just didn't happen. They were not able to suppress. They got rid of Parler. Now it looks like they're getting rid of TikTok. Not that they need to, but it still ain't going to work. They're not going to be able to censor opinion in this country. There are too many alternatives. There are too many other ways to get the word out.
I think the last holdout for all this DEI stuff is going to be Google.
Google is the biggest offender.
Doubling down on stuff.
Oh, yeah.
Rumble is doing very well. And just about every major creator is on Rumble also. And is, I think, waiting for the day that he gets kicked off YouTube. And you know what? That's fine. Because the big creators on YouTube, this stuff is a joke. I mean,
basically, it's a good place to go if you want to learn how to bake an apple pie.
Yeah.
It's not anything serious, and they're going to ultimately lose ground. I mean, look, Steve Bannon has the biggest online program in the world, and I think he has something like 100 million hits. I mean, it's huge, and he's not on YouTube. He's not on Google. He was kicked off of those. He doesn't even have Twitter or any of it. But so the point is, it can be done, and it is being done. They can't stop it. Even if you don't have the same reach, you can still get your message out. You can still have an impact. And they're not going to win, not in this country. And I don't think elsewhere either.
That's it. That's news of all. They're not going to win. And on Monday, it's officially all going to change.
It's all over. It's all over for them. Like the late Jerry Williams used to say, it's all over. He was great. I view him as a mentor. Great.
Yeah, I'm trying to find tapes on him.
You can't. He was just didn't keep it. I mean, unfortunately, he's a brilliant talk show host. He could get on, no guests. He would just swing open the phone lines and he would talk for 6 hours and it was
Oh,
brilliant. And he was he was hilarious. He had an incredible sense of humor, and toward the end, he was bringing on comedians, and they were hilarious, like Steve Sweeney and others. And he was so good that you literally had to stop everything to listen. I mean, he was a master at conversation. I mean, the way he went after Michael Dukakis was gold. I mean, it was so incredible. I mean, there's no one like that anymore. I mean, and he sometimes would get onto a silly topic that wasn't all that important, and he would run at it like a dog chasing a meat truck, and he would do it for day after day. So, but nevertheless, I mean, he was just an amazing host. I wish he could have seen this. I wish he could have seen Trump. I mean, he passed away in I think 2006, and I actually got him. He was kicked off the air because his criticism of the Big Dig in Boston, and exposing some of the corruption.
Yeah, nothing to criticize there. Originally budgeted at $2 billion, ended up costing $20 billion. No problem there.
Right? No. I mean, and he exposed it. And then about 5 years later, I was on a small station in Quincy, Christian station.
Yeah.
I used to come on right after former Vatican ambassador Ray Flynn. And people said that I was more pro-Catholic than Flynn, but putting that aside.
You probably were.
I was. I called, this is during the pre-scandal, and the Globe was really crazy. But I called Jerry Williams. My producer happened to know his number, and I asked him to come on my show. And I said, Jerry, I really missed you, and I love you, and I want to hear you again. And he did. He was not in good health. He came down. He was had an assistant. He was in a wheelchair. He was not, and he did my show. And then I convinced the manager to give him a show and give him some time, which he did. And he came back very briefly. I think he only did 5 weeks. He was great. And then after that, he passed away. Wow. But he was just one of the real founders of talk radio. He really was. When he started it in the 1950s, you couldn't bring a live person on the air with you. It was not allowed. So he would have to take the call off the air and then repeat what they said and respond to it. And but he was able to convince the station to let him have the live experience. And he was just a master. I mean, he defined what talk radio became. He was really a pioneer and a great communicator, just a great all-around person. Amazing man. Yeah, I really miss Jerry. A great man. Anyway.
All right, so I will switch off now.
Okay.
We are both looking forward to Monday.
You bet. It's going to be exciting. I am psyched. I am absolutely.
I've never seen you like this. This is the most positive I've ever seen you. And I know you for 25 years. So this is great.
I really feel like we finally have hit the finish line, and we're getting there. I'm anticipating it in a good way. I mean, I anticipated the election in a bad way because I felt they were going to steal it. I know that Steve Turley said to me, "I'm being too traumatized by what happened last time." He says to me, "I was very traumatized, but he did it, and now he's going to take his shot. He's going to take his position. Thank God."
So anyway, we will see you next week.
Yes. All right. Take care. Thanks, Mike. Okay. So I'm going to just mention that I'll be doing some live streaming on Inauguration Day. You can check out my books, are all available at Amazon Books. Just look it up, Charles Moscowitz, Moscowitz, Charles Moscowitz. Put it in the server at Amazon Books, and you'll see all of my books come up. They're a cross-section of issues, political, social, economic, religious. I've touched a lot of things in my books, so check it out. Thank you for watching, everyone. God bless America. God bless you. God bless President Trump and his family. God bless Vice President J.D. Vance and his family and all of the cabinet ministers. God bless them. God protect them. God, keep them safe. And we have to continue to pray that everything goes according to plan, because ultimately the Lord our God, King of the universe, is the master of all events. Anyway, thank you for joining me, everyone. God bless all of you, and God bless America. All right, good afternoon. Charles Moscowitz here. Welcome to the program. I'm going live today solo, and I'm taking calls mainly because my usual co-host, that being Michael D. Shaw, just informed me about a half an hour ago that he could not make it today. He'll be joining me tomorrow at 3:00, and that the reason he can't make it is because, and he didn't get into details, we're going to talk more tomorrow, but he's in Los Angeles, and he is being affected, and his home is being affected by these horrendous fires. There's, I don't know if he told me that he's safe and that his family is safe, but that, like many people, hundreds of thousands of people, he is being affected by this awful and horrendous fire. So my prayer goes out to my good friend Michael D. Shaw and to all of the people in Los Angeles right now who are suffering the effects of this horrible fire. We can, by the way, you can chat with me online, or you can literally call the program. I take calls here. This is a live program, and you could call in. We do it sort of like old-fashioned radio. Let me just see. Where am I? Did I just lose everything? I think I did. Okay, let me get out of this. Let me get out of this, and let me get out of this, and I'll call it back. I'm sorry about this. You'll have to bear with me, TikTok. By the way, you're welcome to comment as I go back into the system here. Let me just see what the heck. Here we go. Enter studio. And continuing onward and upward. All right, there we are. We're in the studio. As I mentioned, 508. Whoops. Am I like somewhere else? Oh, I see. So I never did leave. All right. I apologize if this is a little confusing here. Let me just see if I can X out of this one then. Let me just see maybe the best way for me to. Yeah, there we are. Okay, thank you very much. 508-637-5596 is the number. 508-637-5596. If you'd like to join the program, you are welcome aboard. And you can also, as I mentioned, we receive texts here, and you can do that. Public chats. I don't want private chats. You can do that by doing on the various networks that carry the show, which includes Kicks and Rumble and all the rest. You can text me, and I will read that text. And you can do that at TikTok, where I am also live. So, as I mentioned, my good friend Michael D. Shaw cannot make it today because he is, and his family is in Los Angeles, and they are dealing with the biggest bonfire, the biggest fires to ever afflict California in history. God willing, he's okay. My prayers go out to him and to all of the people who are losing property and possibly, God forbid, lives in this horrendous fire, which comes in the final, decrepit, miserable, corrupt last days of this illegitimate regime in Washington, and should be a wake-up call to the people of California who elected this rotten leftist government in their state. This is an example of where elections matter. This is an example of where the belief system and the philosophy of those who are elected matters, because they make laws and they establish regulation and they set the tone. And in the case of California, President Trump warned them years ago during a brush fire when he was out there face to face with Gavin Newsom that they had to figure out a way, and he based this on solid science and good environmental policy, that they had to find a way to divert the hundreds of millions of gallons of fresh water in the northern part of the state, some of that water to the desert-like, drought-stricken southern part of the state. More broadly, it has been suggested, and this is something that's been out there for a long time. I don't know why this has never been taken up by Congress. This is a national issue, that the waters of the great northwestern part of Canada, the Great Slave Lake and the Great Blue Lake, and there's some lakes up there that are bigger than Lake Superior. They're huge lakes, that those lakes dump trillions of gallons of fresh water into the ocean, probably daily. I don't know the numbers. I'm not a scientist. But I do know the general political suggestion, which is that it wouldn't take a lot to divert a small amount of that water by means of pipelines and aqueducts to the western part of the United States. California, Nevada, Arizona, New Mexico, regions that are in a serious water shortage, while at the same time regions that are growing in population. These things make basic sense. This is the way the United States once operated. We had these forward-thinking ideas that would advance our culture, our civilization, our way of life, our economy, things like building the Erie Canal, in the 19th century. I mean, things like building forts along the eastern seaboard to protect from foreign invasion, the network of canals and highways. I mean, the Intercontinental Railway, which was built during the time of Abraham Lincoln. I don't know if it was finished at that time. I think it was after Lincoln had been assassinated that it was finished. Even in the 1950s, Eisenhower's interstate highway system. Eisenhower built that because he observed as the commanding general in World War II that the Germans had a highway system that crisscrossed the country and that allowed them to get military personnel and munitions and material easily from one side of the country to the other, which was good for defense, and that he wanted to replicate that system in the United States and did so with the interstate highway system. The launching of NASA under John F. Kennedy. These were great national infrastructure, public works projects that we need to bring back to this country. Biden promised to connect people up to the, for cyber connection all over the country. And of course, he didn't do a damn thing about it and took in who knows how many billions of dollars, which went who knows where. That's usually how liberal Democrats roll. But now with President Trump, thank God, about to take office in a matter of weeks, maybe we can get back to some of these great projects which made this country great and which are very much in line with the spirit of America. And Trump seems to be the type that is open to this. I mean, even talk about annexing Greenland is very much in that realm. Greenland with a receding ice cap, we now know that Greenland has rare minerals, things like lithium, which is used for car batteries and other products, and that stuff that we import from China, almost entirely, can now be imported from Greenland, and that Greenland is coveted by thus the superpowers of the world. You got Russia looking at it, you've got China looking at putting a base there. So President Trump is co-opting them by offering to acquire Greenland from Denmark, which is in no position to defend it, and as such, creating either a new commonwealth similar to Puerto Rico, which has local autonomy and semi-independence, but yet which is a territory of the United States, or Greenland perhaps at some point may qualify to become an American state, but I don't think they're there yet. So it would have a territorial government similar to all of the territorial governments that were created as America expanded west after the American Revolution, starting with Tennessee and Ohio, and then moving west into all of the other states, all of which started out as territories. So perhaps Greenland could take on a status of territory. As far as the Panama Canal is concerned, that was sovereign American land that was given up by Jimmy Carter, mistakenly, in my opinion. But even so, there were treaties involved in that turning over to Panama of the canal, and those treaties have been violated or ignored. So the United States has, and particularly with regard to China, taking a very large commanding share in the control of that canal, and the turning over, the triple, quadruple charging of American shipping going through the canal. That's a national security issue for the United States. That is the main causeway that connects the eastern and the western seaboards of the United States. So we have to have access to that canal unimpeded. Thus, you have President Trump putting pressure on Panama to make sure that that happens, with the threat that if it doesn't happen, and if they continue to violate the treaties that they signed when Jimmy Carter handed it over, that we will take reasonable action to reassert our authority and our sovereignty over the canal that indeed the United States built and that Americans lost their lives building back in the early part of the 20th century, starting with Teddy Roosevelt. So, these are all assertions of American sovereignty, of American influence in the North American continent, and it's all for the better. Thank God President Trump is doing it. President Trump is taking office now in less than 2 weeks, and I'm just so grateful. I worry that something bad could happen. Let me just see. We have somebody who wants to join me on TikTok. Welcome aboard. You're welcome to join me. You're welcome to call in. 508-637-5596. 508-637-5596. And it's an open line. So as I mentioned earlier, my good friend, Michael D. Shaw, who joins me every Thursday at 3, he just called me about 20 minutes ago to tell me he can't make it today, mainly because he's in Los Angeles and he's dealing with fire. Thank God he's okay. I didn't get into details with him, but he told me that the atmosphere is pretty smoky, and this is a catastrophe. Does anybody want to talk about this? There were a lot of issues around this. There was mismanagement of the environment, as I mentioned earlier. President Trump predicted it. He talked to Gavin Newsom about this during his first term. In person, there's videos of it where they're standing together and he's saying, basically divert some of the hundreds of millions of gallons of fresh water in the north to the south. The federal government will help to build aqueducts and pipelines to bring that water to the south, to preserve that water. And Gavin Newsom said no thank you, because he had some cockamamie environmentalists having a theory that too much water in the south would somehow damage the rare smelt that's like a little fish, which, by the way, apparently is not even true. It would not have damaged the smelt. The smelt would have been fine. Why should the smelt care if there's more or less water? I'm not a scientist, but it doesn't seem to make a lot of sense from a general understanding. If anyone out there knows something about this, you're welcome to call 508-637-5596, 508-637-5596, or you can text me on TikTok or on Rumble or any of the other stations that carry this show. Let me just see if I'm up on Rumble. I should be live there. I'll go to charlesmoscowitz.com and see. Yeah. Well, it looks like we're live on the Charles Moscowitz website, but let me see. Are we live on Rumble? Rumble. Yeah, Rumble. Yeah, we're live on Rumble. So you're welcome to, let me just shut there we go. You're welcome to text on Rumble, which is the flagship station of this show. I was removed from YouTube, by the way, in several years ago. I think mainly the main strike at YouTube was that I discussed the verboten topic of the legitimacy of the 2020 election. And my hope is that now that regime is leaving, thank God, in a matter of days, and I'll wait until they're completely and utterly gone, maybe now YouTube could lift that censorship, because there is no longer a threat to the regime. The regime is dead. It's not like anything that I could or anyone else could say might result in a decertification of that election. It'll be over. They will have been basically, marched back into the sewers of history where they belong. And by the way, they have the Trump haters have one final gasp, one final orgasm, if you will. I'm sorry to be crude. One final miserable moment, which is whether or not this corrupt judge in Manhattan sentences Trump. And that's supposed to happen tomorrow, unless the U.S. Supreme Court intervenes. I'm not going to spend a lot of time on that case, other than to briefly state that what they did there, which was part of this agenda to take Trump out by putting him in jail, by throwing as much mud as they could at him, using the legal system to do it, possibly, God forbid, assassinating him, raiding his home. I mean, you name it. They did everything to Trump. There's never been a man more investigated than Trump. That part of this was to basically charge him with allegedly a campaign misdemeanor by inappropriately labeling an expense that was not a campaign expense. It was a personal expense, and it did not use any campaign funds, unlike Hillary Clinton, by the way, who used millions of dollars of campaign funds and who was fined by the Federal Elections Commission for doing so. Instead, it was just that he had mislabeled a payment that allegedly had been made to a hooker for, as a legal expense, in order to avoid the embarrassment of reveal. So this was too good for them to give up, because it both smeared Trump as a man, and it basically, oh, look at, he's like paying off hookers, but also that because it was technically not a payment, he made it into a payment for legal expense or some other expense, that could have been seen as a crime. The fact is that any legal theorists, including great legal minds like Alan Dershowitz and Jonathan Turley of Georgetown University, and the law itself have noted that this is a misdemeanor that either should have been taken up with the IRS, which would have resulted in a fine, or if it was to be taken up by the Federal Election Commission, and that's a very big question as to whether or not it was a campaign matter, it would have also been a misdemeanor that would have been penalized with a fine. That is the kind of thing that happens all the time with politicians in every election. That's what the FCC is there to do, FEC. But instead, you had this corrupt judge and this corrupt DA receiving, colluding with the corrupt Department of Justice in the Biden administration, particularly in the person of Matthew Colangelo, who was a assistant DA, number 3 man at the Department of Justice, quitting his job and going to work for Alvin Bragg in New York 3 weeks later. So you had a collusion between, that's the argument made, and I think it's a good one, that there is a collusion between the Department of Justice and the local DA, which is very questionable. I'm not sure it's illegal, but it's highly unethical. And what they did was they took this misdemeanor, they turned it into a felony. They used the state of New York law, the legal system in New York did nothing to stop that. They split it up into 34 pieces of the same felony, and they got convictions from a corrupt jury who had been given very questionable instructions from this judge. And meanwhile, this judge is profiting from the thing personally by using his daughter's PR firm, which accepted tens of millions of dollars, selling the idea there that the father was going to get Trump, put him in jail. And they got big money from the Harris campaign, from Adam Schiff, and from others. So very corrupt. The kind of thing that in a normal society that doesn't have a 2-tier system of justice, these people would have been put in prison. They would have been charged with crimes. But instead, they were able to prosecute the former president at the time as and given a complete pass. I mean, this whole issue of this lawfare is something that really ought to be investigated. Trump did nothing wrong, really. I mean, the idea that he would be, the investigations against him, there's never been a person in history who has been more investigated than Donald Trump. So anyway, it didn't work. President Trump won both the popular vote and the Electoral College. He won all of the battleground states. He won all of the bellwether counties. The U.S. Senate went to the Republicans, even though they might have stolen a seat or two. Certainly in the case of Kerry Lake, they did, I think. And they held on to the U.S. House, even though several of those elections were questionable, particularly 2 in California, where you had counting going on 3 weeks after the election. Really? And then all of a sudden the Democrat is installed. So in spite of that, the Republicans have held on to the House. Speaker Johnson, whether we like him or not, and I'm not a fan, but nevertheless, he was reelected as House Speaker. So we did not have the ruckus contest that the liberal Dems were chopping, their hands together and hoping for. And now we have President Trump heading into office, and it's going to be a very interesting time. I thought it was interesting watching the Jimmy Carter funeral. And just because I was wanting to see what kind of interactions the former presidents would have with President-elect Trump. And the Bushes, they were just, they walked by as if Trump didn't exist. They looked extremely uncomfortable. The Clintons, I think, deliberately must have had their seating away from Trump so they wouldn't have to in any way engage with him. Hillary Clinton's hairdo was unbelievable, by the way. Check it out. But Obama sat down right next to Trump and had a very affable conversation with him, with both of them shaking hands and smiling. Trump didn't look like he really wanted to talk to Obama, but Obama was the Karen Pence snub of Trump was fantastic. Thank you. Yeah, and Pence, he wanted to make contact with Trump. I mean, don't forget, he betrayed Trump during the assembly of January the 6th. It was his prerogative as the president of the assembly and as vice president to call for contact, to recognize 7 states that wanted to contest their elections. The whole thing was interrupted when the Capitol Police swung open the doors to the U.S. Capitol, and people like Ray Epps and other potential agents came crashing in. They were the ringleaders. That put an end to the assembly hearing those 7 states. There were 7 states that were contesting the election. 7 states. Think about it. I think there's even an 8th state possibly. But that didn't happen because of the incursion into the Capitol. So who benefited from that? I'll tell you who benefited. At around midnight, Congress reconvened and they gavelled Biden into office. That's who benefited, okay? I don't know if I want to go too far into that because this is still a taboo subject on YouTube, and I am running on YouTube today through another station. So, and also TikTok, I think it's a no-no. So let's leave that right there. Okay, we've got somebody who wants to join the show. Yeah, you're welcome. Come on down. The comments, you're welcome to comment. You're welcome to call in 508-637-5596. 508-637-5596. How do you feel about the upcoming Trump era, MAGA era? Are you excited like I am? Are you looking forward to it? What are the Trump haters doing? I mean, I have to say, I'm awfully worried about the sort of the quiet element. I mean, they aren't like doing the usual agitating. That says Pelosi's evil timing. She forewent procedures and installed House rules. Well, just to briefly touch on January 6th, again, I don't want to go too deep, but President Trump, it's now been confirmed, contacted Nancy Pelosi. He contacted Mark Milley, the head of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, and he contacted Muriel Bowser, the mayor of Washington, D.C., asking all 3 to provide security backup at the U.S. Capitol building, none of which happened. They were all ignored. So does that tell us something about what was going down that day? By the way, there's also this very interesting element that's being covered by Darren Beatty at Revolver News. He's been a guest on my program about the pipe bomber who had planted a bomb or a fake bomb or whatever at both the DNC and the RNC headquarters the day before the assembly. The FBI was investigating that, which is a major incident, and then they suddenly dropped the investigation for reasons that are not known. When Christopher Wray, the corrupt head of the FBI, was asked about this under oath at Congress, he answered, well, I can't comment on that because that's an ongoing investigation. And I think it was Ted Cruz or whoever was doing the questioning, might have been Josh Hawley, said, well, you just said that this was no longer being investigated. And Ray responded by reiterating, oh, no, we cannot comment on an ongoing investigation. So is it being investigated or not? No comment. Anyways, that kind of crap is going to be over if, God willing, Kash Patel is installed as the head of the FBI. Finally, the FBI will have a cleaning of the house, and it'll get back to its original mission, which is to literally go after bad criminal conspiracies against the United States. I mean, I don't know if I'm not a big fan of the FBI anyway, but at least under J. Edgar Hoover, the FBI did investigate and go after genuine enemies that threatened the peace in the United States, namely the Ku Klux Klan, the Communist Party, and the Mafia. Okay? Enough said. Anyway, you're welcome to join the program, 508-637-5596, 508-637-5596. Thank God I'm counting down the days when President Trump is sworn in. I am worried a little bit about his safety and the safety of his family. Okay, I'm not going to deny that. I've said this on a couple of TikToks that I've done already. James O'Keefe, who does undercover journalism, the kind of journalism that used to be done originally at 60 Minutes with Mike Wallace. Remember, he would chase someone down the street. He has sources who have said that the Department of Homeland Security is beefing up their presence with medical personnel at the inaugural. Why is that? Are they expecting something to happen? I mean, who knows? We know that there's possible connection between these drones that have been all over seen primarily in the skies of New Jersey and Iran. Maybe there might be something like that. God forbid. The other piece of evidence I'll mention is Dan Bongino, who is a great talk show host and podcaster. Check out his podcast. Former Secret Service agent himself, worked in both the Bush and Obama administrations. He knows the inner workings of the Secret Service. He's very good at it. He has sent out a warning about rallies that might take place the day before inauguration. He's basically suggesting that people stay home because we may, God forbid, experience a repeat of what happened on January the 6th of 2021, where you have agents, assets, cutouts, whatever you want to call them, of enemies of President Trump dressed in Trump garb coming out and causing trouble. All right. Maybe as a way to rough things up and try to muddy the waters for the new administration, as a way to distract it. They're not going quietly. I don't see that. We should remember what happened after President Trump took office the first time. The next day, somebody released the tapes of his phone calls with two world leaders, which of course is classified. There's top secret information naturally on those calls. That is a felony. Whoever did that should have been charged with, spying, treason, I don't know, something serious. And that those transcripts were picked up by the Washington Post, which then basically extracted various statements, putting them out of context that could be used to embarrass the new president. And that's what happened throughout his presidency. Now, I believe that Trump has learned from that. I think he's coming into office now with a pretty good handle on what you're right, you don't know. No, we don't. None of us know, but we can conjecture. Okay, We all only have information available to us that we can glean from the media. You know, the people that are in the know on any of these things aren't talking for the most part, although there were a few truth tellers. By the way, one of whom is Jeffrey Sachs. He's telling the truth about the Ukraine war. He's bringing up some unpleasant and uncomfortable elements of the Israel-Gaza war and of Israel's relationship with the United States. He's a truth teller. So, you know, we have to admire that when it happens. Every phone call is taped, like the call he pressured the LG of Georgia more votes and didn't get. Well, first of all, yes, every call is taped, but it's not supposed to be released. That's top secret information on those calls, especially when you're talking to a foreign leader. And the problem is whoever released those calls committed a felony. As far as his conversation with Raffensperger of Georgia, he asked Raffensperger to, quote, find, unquote, 11,000 votes. He didn't say steal. He said find. And Raffensperger could, if Raffensperger had been honest, he could have found 100,000 votes for Trump. But he didn't want to, mainly because he was, for whatever reason, he didn't want Trump to win Georgia. I don't know why. What I've been told is, according to Favorito, who is a major, he's a legal figure in Georgia. He was a part of the government, and he did some research on the corrupt election of 2020. Raffensperger had a report on his desk which indicated that hundreds of thousands of votes had been stolen. And he didn't mention it to President Trump during that call. So I think that that's something that ought to be investigated, not by some partisan hack like Big Fanny, but by maybe the incoming Department of Justice under Pam Bondi and the incoming FBI director, Kash Patel. I would hope that they do investigate Georgia and Maricopa County in Arizona and that corrupt Secretary of State in Michigan who changed laws to make it easier for votes that had no connection to a voter to be cast, and other factors that led to, let's just say, election improprieties. I want to be careful here because, once again, I am on YouTube today, so I don't want to get shut down. Also, I don't want to get shut down on TikTok. The party of law and order is now totally against law and order. And which party would that be? Influence number 13. I mean, be more specific. I don't know if you're talking about Trump, you're dead wrong. That has also been investigated. You guys are still whining. Hey, you don't like it? Tough. I am going to continue to whine, if you will. But I do believe in election integrity, and I'm not going to let that go. You know, it's the future. They didn't do it this time because Trump's vote was so overwhelming that it turned out to be impossible to steal. That's my opinion. But this country has to get voting right. My senator here in Massachusetts, Elizabeth Warren, filed legislation in 2019 that would have ended electronic voting, that would have required all votes to be cast on paper ballots, and that the election would happen in one day and it would be counted and the winner would be known by the end of that day. That's Elizabeth Warren, okay? She's not talking about that now. You know, she kind of changed her tune, but there it is. Voter integrity, voter ID used to be a liberal cause. It stopped being when they realized that they could use these levers of fraud. Likewise, censorship, by the way. Remember the ACLU used to be into stopping censorship? Remember how the liberals used to come out with the annual most censored stories of the year? Now the liberals are the ones who are complaining, who are the main censors, as they complain about the fact that Mark Zuckerberg has decided to end. I'm getting a terrible cough here. Sorry. To end the censorship regime, and maybe he will. I don't know how sincere he is, but it would certainly be a great thing. Anyway, you're welcome to join the program. You can text me on TikTok and I'll read it. You could text me on Rumble or Kicks. You could call 508-637-5596. 508-637-5596. Hello, you're on the
Hello,
air.
Charles.
Hi.
How are you doing?
I'm well, thanks. How are you?
I'm just fine. Here in Texas, and it's very cold.
Oh, well, it's pretty cold up here in Massachusetts, too.
Oh, I can only imagine.
So,
I just found out. What's the conversation?
well, we're talking about the incoming Trump administration. We're talking about the Carter funeral. We're talking about the fires in Los Angeles. We're talking about news. What's on your mind?
Yes. Well, I'm really. I think I watched a video of yours. Maybe it was yesterday, last night,
Yeah.
and this morning, talking about the inauguration and just worries of what could possibly happen. And
Yes.
It's really like it's starting to click to me that there is a possibility that something could very well happen.
Well, I'm suggesting that people not go to any rallies in the day up. It's too dangerous. I mean, this establishment, look what they did on January the 6th of 2021.
Yes.
I don't want to see that happen again. I think we should stay home. I think Donald Trump should stay home until the day. Stay in a bunker, stay safe. Tell his family, everybody should be quiet. We won. Let's just be quiet. Let's stay safe and get across the finish line on January 20th in one piece. I mean, I'm sorry, maybe, we'll have plenty of time to celebrate later. Once Trump is in office, it's going to be very difficult for this corrupt, rotten, illuminated, internationalist deep state to stop him. Even if, God forbid, they did injure Trump once he's president, it'll be too late because he will have been inaugurated. We'll have J.D. Vance and we'll have the whole establishment in place. It looks like all of his nominees are going to be confirmed at this point. And so they won't be able to stop Trump, even if they, God forbid, if something happens.
I am looking so forward to it. And I'm so glad that it's happening on Martin Luther King Day. Everybody's going to go. We're all going to be able to watch.
You bet. Oh, yeah. It's a beautiful, beautiful thing. And, I can't wait. I mean, I'm counting the days. And I am so happy and gratified that we bit the bullet this time. And that Trump, I'm just looking forward to a glorious and great revival of this country. And I think moving forward, we need to continue to define what that's about. Why, what the MAGA movement's about, what it is to put America first, and really stand up and advance it. And so it becomes a generational movement, which I think it already is. I actually think that this is the most significant social movement since Reconstruction. We have never had this kind of.
It's something you can feel. It's something you can feel. I can feel it.
Oh, yeah.
I know I can feel it.
Absolutely.
It's amazing.
Hallelujah.
Amazing. It's amazing. Well, I'll definitely be praying. I think we all should keep, our heads on a swivel and be very vigilant.
You bet. All right. Thanks a lot.
Thanks, Charles.
Okay. All right. Looks like I've got a couple of people that would like to join me on TikTok. You're welcome to join me, by the way, on live if you want to call in. 508-637-5596 if you're watching on Rumble or on Rockfin or some of the other venues that are carrying the program. I'm running live on Podomatic. I'm kind of looking forward this year to hopefully ending the censorship regime. Now that this corrupt, illegitimate regime is out of office. Yeah, I'm live on Rockfin. Rockfin is a pretty cool. Rockfin's a pretty cool site, by the way. And not to get in a quick, shameless plug, if I may, but my books are all available at Amazon Books, at Barnes & Noble Books. Amazon is the best because Amazon's actually published my books. And you could check them out just by putting my name in the server, Charles Moscowitz, like Moscow, Moscowitz. By the way, just for clarification, that the name means son of Moscow, son of Moses, not son of Moscow. In the same way that, like, in the Irish language, a name like O'Malley means son of Mali, or the son of the tribe of Mali. That's my understanding. It's a similar, linguistic element. All right, looks like we have someone. They're all invited. You're all invited to join. Come on down. So let's just stay safe. I mean, I hope that we can get to the bottom of this really serious environmental catastrophe in California, which has nothing to do with global warming, has everything to do with bad management. I'm not a scientist, but I will note that there is a reason why, for example, forests in Germany, in Scandinavia, in France, in Eastern Europe, that they don't have these out of control wildfires that take out villages and destroy homes. And the reason they don't is because they manage their forests. They rake them, apparently. They they do like controlled burns to keep them clean. They build roads that separate them out. I mean, there are management techniques, water management, that help them treat their forests like you would treat any other crop. I mean, and thus they don't have these destructive fires. That the corrupt liberal regime in California was warned actually by President Trump in his first administration, where he warned Gavin Newsom in person. There's a video of it. They're standing face to face. And he says, the federal government will help, but you need to divert some of the billions of gallons of fresh water that are dumped into the ocean in Northern California into the south by means of aqueducts or pond tunnels or pipes or whatever. And that Newsom ignored that. He ignored it instead because he had some cockamamie theory being put forth by alleged environmentalists who really, it was not good science, that somehow the increase in water supply would damage the rare smelt, a tiny fish, which, I mean, I don't even think that's true. I mean, I'm not a scientist. I don't claim to be. But how could an increase in water supply hurt a fish? I don't know. It doesn't ring well in terms of authenticity. Let's put it that way. Anyhow, or as my late grandmother used to say, anyhow, or anywho, I think that I'm going to leave it there for now. I'm going to thank you all for joining me today. I shall return tomorrow, God willing, at 3 p.m. Eastern Standard Time with my usual co-host, Michael Shaw, who called me earlier to let me know that he's in Los Angeles, that he was having problems dealing with the fire. He is safe, he assured me. His family is safe. The atmosphere is smoky. And, there ought to be a price paid for this catastrophe. This is something that maybe could have been at least somewhat averted, maybe not fully. And that I hope that this leads to an awakening in California about the corruption and the rot of wokeism, of DEI, of illegitimate leftism, and how they now are paying the price. I feel very worried and bad for innocent people. I feel bad for everybody. Certainly, there is a little bit of schadenfreude over some of these fat cat left-wing actors and actresses and Hollywood types who are having their homes burned. I'm not going to deny the fact that I got a little drop of Schadenfreude to see that Ben Affleck, who's from Boston, my hometown, and who's an ass, had to flee his home and go to that of his ex-wife. All right, okay, fine. I don't wish it on anyone, including him. And I'm not trying to be mean. But most of the people that are being hurt are regular people like all of us. And it's a catastrophe. It's a tragedy. God willing, everyone is safe, and that President Trump could come in and declare an emergency and help people rebuild, but to do so under the guise that they can ensure that it not likely will happen again. You have to learn from history. You learn from mistakes that were made. When an airplane crashes, the FAA, the Federal Aviation Administration, goes in and they do a report. What happened? Why did it crash? Was it a design flaw? Was it, stress from overuse? Was it human error? What happened? And they try to correct problems that may be discovered so it doesn't happen again. And so flight can be safer. Cannot ever be 100% guaranteed. That's not, nothing in life can be 100%. But you make improvements. You don't just go back to, the casus belli. You improve. I mean, I suppose historically another example is the Great Boston Cotton Grove fire in 1942, where you had 1,000 people burned to death because this nightclub didn't have doors that opened so people could get out. You only could get in. I actually had a relative die in that fire. The fact is that after that fire and after the situation was studied, now venues, you have doors that can only go out so people can get out, and you have a limitation on the number of people allowed into a venue. I mean, there were regulations which are good because they're based on science and observation and research. Well, I hope that happens in this case. Last time it was ignored. This time, with President Trump coming in, and maybe with an awakened public in California, there might be real change. There ought to be a price paid for your misinfo. Well, can you give me an example of misinfo that I have spewed? I'd be open to debate that with you. I'm not saying my information is always 100% foolproof. I do the best I can. But if you feel that I have engaged in something that is not accurate, please elaborate and I will make the correction. If I'm wrong, I will stand corrected or I will debate you on it. So AMC OOSA on TikTok. You're welcome to call me 508-637-5596. 508-637-5596. Put your money where your mouth is. You think I gave misinfo? Tell me where. Tell me why. Tell me what. Okay? Am I being unfair to ask that? Okay, we've got a couple of other people. Nothing I've heard represents any kind of misinfo. No, I mean, I think that my record is fairly good. I'm not perfect. But hello, you're on the air. Peter?
Oh, hello, me?
Yes, sir. Yes, you are. You're on the air with me.
Hey, how are you, Charles?
I'm well, thank you.
I didn't even mean to do that.
Well, here you are. What's on your mind, Peter?
Oh, well, you know what? I didn't think you were spreading any misinformation, really. I think you're just having a conversation.
I mean, I may have gotten something wrong. Look, if I got something wrong, someone is welcome to call me, and if I am wrong, I'll stand corrected. I'm not claiming to be I'm not unimpeachable. I mean, I do my best, but I try to do my research.
I think all of us all of us on the right are that way. We're all open for, if there's any new information or if
Yeah.
something we've said or posted that is incorrect, we're definitely open for to be corrected.
Absolutely. Well, that's because conservatism is normal and natural, unlike the left, which is goose stepping along to some agenda, and they really don't care about the truth.
Absolutely.
Anyways,
No, I agree with you there.
thank you,
Well,
Peter.
Charles, I'm glad I didn't really mean to I don't know how. I guess I joined your live, but I'm glad I got to talk to you. I love all your content.
Thank you.
And I just hope I'm out here in California myself, and I hope we can just deal with the situations, and I was raised on a tree farm up in Oregon.
Okay.
And I know about taking care of the forest and how you got to clean. You have to take care of your forest. You got to take care of the fuel so you don't have fire problems. And, even as having a tree farm, my family was always dealing with having to, do the requirements of the insurance companies. Because we had a tree farm, you had to make sure that the land was cleared correctly to get insured every year.
I would think that a forest could be managed like any other field. I mean, it's not, they do it in Europe. I mean, you don't see these big fires in Germany, and they have huge forests. What about the Black Forest? Right? I mean, they know how to manage them. They don't shy away about it. I mean, and I now see there's evidence that Newsom was warned by none other than President Trump at the time. They can divert millions of gallons of water from Northern California without affecting the water supply. And
absolutely, and I know that Gavin Newsom's been sending water out to the ocean because of a smelt. That's always been a controversy with me. I always think humans first.
Well, how does that even work? Why would more water negatively affect a fish? I don't get that. I'm not a scientist.
No idea. I don't think I haven't researched that enough to really know what his reasoning was.
Yeah, I don't think. I wonder if the science on that is sound. But anyway.
Anyway, Charles, it's really nice to talk to you.
Same here.
I'm glad I did get into your live.
Thank you.
And I do have an appointment here at 1:00. I'm in the parking lot, but it was really good chatting. And I'm glad I got on to say hello and talk to somebody else. Like you said, on the right, we seem to be a little more level-headed.
Yeah.
And we would, definitely want to digest everything and try to figure out what's really going on.
Indeed. It's where the intellectuals are. Thanks a lot, Peter. And be well. God bless.
Thank you, Charles.
All right.
And God bless you, too. You have a wonderful day.
You too. Thanks a lot. Okay. All right. I think I have enough time to take maybe one or two more calls. I'm going to sign off pretty soon, but you're welcome to join the program either on TikTok with a chat or an invite, or on Rumble, which is the flagship station of the show. I can take a chat or Kicks, or you can call in at 508-637-5596, 508-637-5596. Let's see, we have a couple of more invites here. You're welcome aboard. But anyhow, my books are available, as I said. My show is self-sponsored, so the way I sustain it is through my books. I've written over 20 books on a cross-section of topics. I've written on health. I've written on economy, a lot of history. I've written on religion. I've written a book about Judaism, about Islam. My most recent book actually is about anti-Semitism. And I'm working on one right now dealing with conservative social theory. You're welcome to check them out. They're all available at Amazon Books, Amazon.com. Put my name in the server, Charles Moscowitz, and you shall see them come up. So that's how I sponsor the show, through my books. Anyhow, I want to thank you all for joining me this afternoon. I shall return, God willing, tomorrow at 3 p.m. Eastern Standard Time with my usual co-host on Thursday, Michael D. Shaw, who is dealing right now with the fire in Los Angeles. He's fine, but it's smoky and he's having issues. So hopefully everything will be okay for him. Looks like we're getting somebody from TikTok. Hello, you're on the air with me. Oh, no, okay. All right. So on that note, I'm going to thank you all for joining me this afternoon. God bless America. God bless the MAGA movement. God bless President Trump. And have a wonderful afternoon, everybody. All right. Welcome to the program. Charles Moscowitz here. We can take calls. 508-367-5596. Michael D. Shaw is here. Mike, how are you today?
Well, it's a new year. And on January 20th, it'll look even more positive.
I can hardly wait. I think everyone's counting down the days. I'm sorry to bring up a grim subject, but obviously I feel we need to talk about the terrorist attack in New Orleans and the bomb outside of Trump's hotel in Las Vegas.
Right.
And as just with the hope that this isn't going to become the new pattern. This is an issue, by the way, that I can't talk about on TikTok because I did a short TikTok earlier and I was given a strike. I guess, I don't know, they think it's sensitive, whatever reason. Apparently this is verboten in the establishment media.
Well, evidently, I mean, if you saw the news conference right after the New Orleans event, they brought out that nose ring DEI FBI spokesperson who, I mean, despite the fact that she said initially it was not an act of terrorism, she acknowledged in the same statement that there was improvised explosives on there. And when you drive a truck through a crowd of people on Bourbon Street on New Year's Eve, what the hell is it if it isn't terrorism? So why was it that the first response of the what Debbie Schlussel started calling a number of years ago, FBI, famous but incompetent, the first thing they do is say it's not a terrorist attack. And then Senator John Kennedy, when asked if this could be repeated, says, well, I can't answer. I could, but I can't. So what the hell is going on? And are the two attacks related?
Well, I mean, they seem to be, in that they were both sharing this particular app that I guess has to do with coordinating events. At least that's some evidence. But I think what Kennedy said and what others have said is that there's up to 1,000 Al-Qaeda terrorists and cells threaded throughout the United States, and that this sort of thing may become a more normal understanding in the United States. I mean, just like it has become in Germany, when it seems like every year somebody does a terrorist act at a Christmas fair. And now in Germany, they're having, rioting amongst some of the, let's just say the minority neighborhoods in Germany. We know what they are.
Yeah.
And they're calling it a problem with fireworks, as opposed to somehow the firework is showing up and doing this. But it gets to a deeper question that I really feel I want to mention. And it's a topic of a short book that I issued called The Anatomy of a Murderer, a mass murderer, where I look at the guy that committed the murder at the Pulse nightclub in Orlando, Florida.
Right.
In my criminology class, we were given a list of criminals that we could write an essay about, and that's the guy I chose. And it was similar to this incident, except in the case of this incident, the guy seemed to have had a military involvement. He was an army background. But the question is, how is it that these people are doing things that are so abnormal and so outside of normal function, and that it has become common enough that you could almost call it an epidemic? And what's going on with them? I mean, this isn't something that was happening before. I know that it happened a little bit during World War II with the Japanese kamikaze attackers who would commit suicide as a way to kill Americans on battleships. And there was one incident of this kind of terror in the 1960s that I know about, and that was the shooter at the tower in the University
of Texas. Yeah.
Right? And that was big, big news. I mean, he went up to the top of the tower and he started taking pot shots at people below. And it was like, oh my God, how could this happen? But since I think the 1990s, the late 1990s, between school shooters, starting with a big one at Columbine, and these kinds of terrorist acts, it's become an epidemic. It's become a common problem. And so we have to take a look at it, in a way sociologically, because that's the subject I'm studying now. Yeah. What is going on with these people? I mean, we should look at it like you look at any disease. You could look at it like you look at an airplane accident. What happened? Was it, a design flaw? Was it that the plane was too old? Was it stressed, mechanics? Was it human error? And when these plane crashes happen, the FDA does come in and they do a study like that. The Federal Aviation, FAA, and rightfully, and then they file a report and they find some problems and then they fix it in the future, right? I mean, a classic example here in Boston was the Coconut Grove fire in 1942. I actually had a relative who died in that fire. And what happened is that when that Coconut Grove went on fire, people couldn't get out because the doors were opening going in. So they were trapped. So they studied it. And since then, building regulations are such that you have to have doors that go out. And you have to have a certain number of doors. And there's a certain regulation on the number of people that are allowed in. And this is rightful because you learn from the mistakes and so that it doesn't happen again. So we have to have an objective study of what's going on here with these people. And, I don't claim to know the answer, but there are certain threads of reality here. There are certain things that are involved here that were not prevalent before. And the one I would just say right off the bat, and this has to do with, I think, every case of school shooters and young people involved in shooting, is the bad use of psych drugs and the side effects of those drugs. You have young people who are not physically, let alone mentally or emotionally competent enough, because they're just not developed to handle those sorts of drugs. And so, it creates psychosis. It creates a sense of unreality. Suddenly they think they're in a video game shooting people. Yeah. They become like zoned into into almost like a quasi-reality. And that there's also elements, if you look at the fine print of those drugs, and I'm not saying I'm completely against them. I mean, there might be some use of them from time to time, particularly with someone who is dealing with schizophrenia. So that's not the issue. The issue is that if you look at the fine print, there it says, like, if you go off of these drugs, you have to do it under supervision because it could lead to homicidal tendencies and suicidal tendencies. It says this in the fine print on the container of these drugs. You can just read it.
Right, Chuck, but you have to understand one thing about when they give these side effects and contraindications. It also says that your doctor has determined that the benefits of this outweigh the possible side effects, which is the universal antidote to any of that type of information. But there's multiple causes here. Right. What was different in the early 1960s when that school shooting occurred, University of Texas, Austin? And it comes down to a couple of things. One is we didn't then have these virtually suicidal levels of tolerance that have been forced upon everybody. Okay. If there was some lunatic out there, and believe me, when they retell these stories, it's always no one had any idea that. No, everybody had a big idea. But back then, these things didn't get out of hand. But the mere fact that the most important thing for the FBI to say after the New Orleans incident was, although they changed this is not a terrorist attack.
Oh, I know. Well, that's
the same nonsense that propelled the entire response to COVID, the fake vaccines, and so on. Okay. And one of the reasons Trump won the election was that people decided they weren't going to listen to the elite media or the government anymore. And I was saying, by the way, in articles I wrote in 2020, when this thing first started, and I was getting very few responses. Why would anyone believe a word the CDC says anymore when they keep changing their narrative every 5 minutes? But you have to appreciate that there are psychotic levels of people worshiping authority in an atheist society. All right. They have to believe the government, because what else is there? Remember, the government told you to become an atheist, in effect, with the school prayer decisions. And from that came this pornographic obsession, of which these terrorist attacks are basically part of. Okay. These guys are all disaffected. They're living in some sort of bizarre fantasy world. Go ahead and be a Muslim, but what is the point of blowing stuff up? There's no,
I think, Mike, your points are all well taken. I mean, about the atheist society, the pulling the rug out from under the moral and ethical foundation of Western society, which is something they've deliberately done.
Of course.
The lies that have come out, particularly from this illegitimate regime that is winding down right now, and going back to COVID. And I blame Trump for listening to Fauci and Birx. He should not have done that. But putting that aside, everything about that was a lie. Everything about, we've gotten used to this. I mean, the most recent example, now we all know this, you and I have been talking about this since day one, is Biden's dementia. The media just lied about this for 4 years. And I think people now get used to this. The FBI is a classic example. Thank God we're going to get Kash Patel, God willing, to go in and clean this thing up, because he's a clear truth teller. But this still doesn't get to the deeper question. What is going on with these individuals that they would become so extreme that they would go out and just kill as many people as they can like that? And, in these cases, I think particularly in the case of this New Orleans guy, I don't know if you've seen the video of him when he was basically a property manager in Houston. He seemed like a normal person to me, right? A lot of these people, it's like something happened to their brains. And maybe people might say, well, this is what I think got me in trouble on TikTok. I'm putting the tin hat on. Okay, fine. I think that this is a situation similar to the medieval cult of the assassins. And I think I've talked about this before.
Yeah.
And it's worth mentioning again. The cult of the assassins, and this is history. I'm not making this up. It was in Persia during Islamic rule. What they would do is they would find some disaffected guy, like a lot of the personalities that are involved in these things, somebody who was kind of going nowhere, and they would pick him up and swoop him up to this beautiful palace in the mountains where he'd have every kind of earthly desire fulfilled, everything you could want. The word hashish comes from assassins. You'd have drugs, you'd have all kinds of substances, you name it, complete luxury. This would go on for maybe 2 or 3 weeks. And then you'd reach the end of the time and they'd say, we're going to send you back down to, regular society. But if you want to have this for eternity, you have to fulfill a mission. And that mission was usually to kill somebody that they wanted to take out, an assassination. You need to get yourself into this circle and get close and perform this murder. And if you do, then the soul of this person that you just murdered is going to enter your body and you're going to become like Superman. You'll have a super eternal life. And that the process of this involved I don't say primitive, but a medieval form of brainwashing. You would literally put a person under a hypnotic state between the combination of the drugs and the earthly pleasures, and then they're going back and all these things going on, this sort of controlled environment. You would have a person who was, to use a modern term, an automaton. They would be programmed to perform this act. Now, since World War II, and I think that the Nazis were masters at this. I mean, in terms of learning how to program masses of people to a very high degree. I mean, every ruler, in a sense, every high commissioner, every going all the way back to ancient times, there's an element of that in society. A certain, we accept certain principles that may be not true, just because there's a mass, understanding of what's true, as opposed to what may actually be true. But the Nazis brought this kind of manipulation to a high art. If you look at their rallies at Nuremberg, for example, filmed by Leni Riefenstahl very brilliantly, these were situations where the participants, all of the sensory elements would be channeled. They'd have certain smells. They'd use these massive bonfires. There were certain visuals. They were always done at night. They had loudspeakers, so you heard the sound would take over. Everything would become like this collective experience. There's a sociological term for this, collective effervescence or something like that, where you would be I suppose you could even say that churches do this, synagogues do it, right? Where you have like a group, you're chanting a group prayer, except in a sense, it's not to try to create something evil. I mean, it's not like a brainwashing. But this is on a mass scale where you have thousands of people experiencing this. And then, Hitler was a brilliant practitioner of this, and he's been imitated ever since by world leaders. They all admit this. I mean, maybe not publicly, but he would come out on the stage in a very meek, speaking almost like in a whisper, and he would appear very kind of quiet and sad. And then he would start to build, and he'd build, and he'd build by the end of the speech, he'd be screaming and arms flailing, and everybody in the audience, the women would be passing out. And, there were reports of women having orgasms. I mean, everybody would be like in a state of frenzy by the end of the experience. Very planned and very coordinated. Well, I think that after World War II, you had the American intelligence apparatus, do MK Ultra. You had the British with their Tavistock Institute. Canada was involved in it. Russia certainly was involved in it with their Polytech Institute. And you had them study further psychological means by which people could be brainwashed, both on a mass level and on an individual level. And I think that they've taken it to a fine, high art in terms of finding these, disaffected guys, like the assassins did, and brainwashing them to do these missions, because this isn't normal. Nobody in their right mind would go out and do this. I don't care how evil they are.
But maybe what's unspoken here, but I will speak it, is that there's a self-preservation aspect in law enforcement. I mean, what would happen if crime disappeared? That's a big, big industry with
Right.
defense attorneys, judicial system, and by the same token, there's a lot of stuff that goes on in healthcare. One wonders how you can spend $1 trillion on cancer research and not
Right.
cure cancer, right?
Sure.
So I would not be surprised at all if this is directed by, let's say, the FBI. I mean, why not? Okay, fine. Kill a few people, but keep the population in a state of alert so we can turn to Massa and he's going to take care of us. I mean,
Right.
why aren't people asking the obvious question?
I think that you're basically continuing my train of thought here.
Yeah.
That I don't know if it's the FBI in particular, but there, this is this might be the last gasp of the deep state. I don't know, but the point is that they have these skills to commit these acts of terror, to scare the hell out of everyone, to create social disorder. What could be more ripping apart of the social fabric than sending out a car to kill innocent people on a sidewalk like that on a mass scale? So they program them to do this, and it creates such havoc, and rightfully, that they are then able to perpetrate and further advance their power.
Well, in further support of this, as we've said on this show many times, how come there is never a definitive explanation of any of these mass shootings, especially who financed it? It's always some disaffected guy, living in his parents' basement or in a trailer park.
Right.
How do you come up with thousands of dollars to buy guns and ammo, work out the logistics, unless he has some help? All right. Why, in the name of God, do people do gain of function research on viruses unless you want to weaponize viruses?
That's right. And they're doing it apparently right here in Boston right now. They're still doing gain of function. These are all tools of this international establishment. I hate to put it that way. And I don't think it's an issue of Islam either. I mean, I think Islam is being used as a scapegoat in this regard. I don't. Why would they? What do they get out of this? I mean, sending somebody into into New Orleans, going into a crowd. I mean, I think that it's something much bigger than that. It's not an issue of Islamic terrorism at all. It's because I mean
it's a small, scary event. Okay, think about it, Chuck. If you coordinated 500 of these events to occur in 1 month, people would get wise. Okay,
right.
But if you do a little one here and a little
well,
one
that's
there,
right. They keep everybody off balance. You never know what's going to happen next. We don't know when the next one's going to be. Everybody the next day wakes up in a, whether you want to admit it or not. I mean, I don't think I have a problem. You're scared. You're thinking, gee, where are my kids? Where's my daughter right now? Where's, so and so, where should I go to that concert? Should I go to that movie? Do I want to be out in public, in these events? It creates, look, this is what happened in Israel to a certain extent. I mean, after they had a situation with a Purim celebration in Tel Aviv, some terrorists showed up. They started to massacre little children and girls, dressed in costumes. And since then, the Israelis no longer have Purim outside. It's just, they just don't do it. I mean, they do it inside. It creates, it changes the society. I mean, I know we could say, well, we can't let it change society, and that's true. But terrorism does do that. I mean, I'll give the historic example, and the Israelis have learned from this one, and that is the Crusades. When the Crusades created the Kingdom of Jerusalem under Godfrey II, the Frankish king, he brought his family after there was, first of all, it was all men, then they sent for their families. And the wives and the children decided to go down to the banks of the Jordan River to celebrate and have a picnic. And when they got there, they were all massacred by Saracens, is who they called it in that time. it's Arab today, putting that aside. And one or two of them were allowed to get away, who went back to Jerusalem, and they reported what had happened. Now, the answer on the part of King Godfrey was to shut the gates of Jerusalem and to build castles and to close everything in. We're not going to go outside. It's too dangerous. Eventually, they sent their families back home to France. And it became like a garrison mentality. And that is what led to the defeat of the Crusades, because they were changed by the fear of the terrorism around them. They didn't stand up to it. Not that they necessarily ultimately could have, putting that aside, but they went inward. They withdrew. They became like, they responded to the terrorism the very way that the terrorists wanted them to respond. So yeah, you don't want to withdraw in the face of this sort of problem, and the Israelis have not. I mean, they have a little bit, but for the most part, you go into Israel, you mess with Israel, they'll kick you back. They'll fight, they'll find you, and they'll get everyone involved in it. They won't kill innocent people to the best of their ability, in spite of the propaganda that the other side might push. But they will try to find the people involved in that incident and take them out, because that's the message they want to send. If you want to do this, we don't care if it takes 10 years, 20 years, we're going to find you. That's what Golda Meir said after the Munich attack at the Olympics. There were 20 terrorists involved, and she said, look, we're going to find every one of them and take them out. And it took, I think, 20 years to get them all, but they did, and that's the response. There wasn't this kind of.
By the way, there were plenty of people in Israel that were against this prolonged search for these guys.
Oh, I'm sure.
Because, this flower child mentality, which apparently is more important than life itself, that maybe they were misguided, or we can't lower ourselves to that level, or whatever cliche they're going to come up with.
Well, that's why Hamas was able to do this terrorism on October 7th, because the army had become kind of taken over by the same type that has taken over the U.S. Army and the U.S. establishment. This couldn't happen, and we can be nice to people. And Golda Meir also said something, and I'm paraphrasing. She said, "Look, if we have a choice between having good public relations or being alive, I'd rather pick life."
Yeah.
It's like we have, and you have a right to defend your life and that of your family and your property. If a sovereign nation can't do that, it's not worth being sovereign. I mean, that's the basic function of creating a sovereign.
That's exactly right. I mean, the people in Gaza and their supporters played the PR perfectly, right? And it's not so much anti-Semitism, it's that there's so many people with the woke mind virus that it's easy enough for them to become sympathetic to, oh my gosh, you're killing civilians and whatnot.
Right.
And
they're building their headquarters in the basement of a hospital for that very reason. They want to see the civilians killed, so they could then, you can have CBS, Lester Holt sent a reporter down there to film babies being killed, and they would get that kind of public relations out of it. Meanwhile, they're firing missiles from that basement, and they're terrorizing the hospital.
Well, I mean, to be honest, though, that's nothing new with Hamas. I mean, you can go back to Pearl Harbor. I don't think any serious historian believes that we didn't know in advance of the attack.
Right. That's been established. I think that Thomas Dewey actually talked about that when he ran against FDR, and he was told to tone it down, which apparently he did. He shouldn't have. But
that's it. So it certainly, in FDR's sick mentality, it was worth killing 2,900 personnel at Pearl Harbor to get us into this war that he wanted to get into so badly.
Exactly. Exactly. And he was celebrating it right after he gave that famous speech. There's images of him just having a yuck over the whole thing. That, yes, we finally did it. We're at war. This is the warmongers mentality. But to go back to these terrorists, this is a new phenomena where you have people who are committing senseless mass murders against just, it's not even political. I mean, are the people in New Orleans celebrating New Year's, is that a political target? I mean, I get, as evil as it is, I get the fact that Hamas wants to kill the Jews, right? And so they go to a rock concert to kill as many Jews as they can. Completely evil, but it is targeted. Whereas this is just like, we're going to kill people in New Orleans? I mean, really? What the hell? Or like you get, somebody shooting up a high school. It's something about this that, it's just not normal. There is something.
It's not normal, but it's becoming more common. And I don't use the term pornographic lightly. All right. Ultimately, well, all right, there's a video going around now where some woman analyzes the demographics of OnlyFans. She claims, and I find this extremely hard to believe, that there's 165 million men in the US, over 80 million are subscribers to OnlyFans. All right, I don't think that's true, but go with that. All right. And then there's some ridiculous number of women who are OnlyFans models, a few million. All right.
Isn't that the thing where just like anybody can open up an account and take nude pictures of themselves and sell it?
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
So this is maybe relatively harmless, but one of the other factors that came out of this analysis is that the vast majority of these OnlyFans customers are married men. Okay. So,
well, that's probably the vast majority of porno customers anyway.
Yeah.
Right?
So, yeah, if you think about that, what the hell is going on? Okay. You'd rather look at somebody else doing it in a picture than your own partner. All right.
Right.
So you ask the question, what's the point of killing X number of people in the French Quarter in New Orleans? It's pornographic mentality. There's no point in it, but it's some sort of sick release mechanism. You're not going to win anything for ISIS. I
don't see it as a political thing unless to go back to my original premise. These people are somehow Manchurian candidates for somebody who has an agenda. They think
absolutely, and it's law enforcement that has the agenda. I mean, the easiest way to analyze this is the so-called war on drugs.
Right.
Okay. The war on drugs proved that you can spend $1 trillion to incarcerate over 1 million people to make sure that drugs are more readily available and of higher quality. But it's a tool of enforcement. So you can take some poor black kid in the ghetto that has a dime bag and put him in jail, enriching this so-called prison industrial complex. This doesn't happen by itself.
No, it's a big business. It's slave labor. It's profitable, right? I mean, isn't that something, especially with the privatization of prisons?
Yeah.
Right. Isn't that like, didn't Kamala Harris, when she was Attorney General in California, she was like, big Democrat donors or these private prisons were big donors to the Democratic Party. So she was keeping people in prison, mostly black men, for minor crimes longer than they needed to be there so that they could do slave labor.
Well, that's exactly right. But people never want to come to this conclusion. All right.
Right.
These questions aren't completely answered. And like Senator Kennedy of Louisiana, well, I could say, but I'm not going to say. Well, why the
Right.
hell not? All
Probably
right.
because it might be because it's classified, which is interesting. He knows something because he looks at briefings, but he's not going to say it publicly, which is his way of telling us that there's something going on here.
Yeah, well, I mean, it was clever that way.
Yeah. I mean, that's a smoke signal. And, right. But the thing is that I think that there is something going on here. These are instances that are planned. They're not accidental. They are coordinated. They are, I mean, in this case, the New Orleans target was a soft target. They knew that there was going to be an easy ride in there.
Well, but how did they know that the bollards were under maintenance?
Well, that's just it. That's why I'm saying this is well planned. People did know. And that, look, I'm not pointing fingers. I have no idea who this is. I mean, this is like what Michael Glennon wrote about the double government, right? It's very powerful. It is unaccountable. It is faceless. It is, it's secretive, and it does stuff. In Europe, I heard Charlie Robinson. I don't know if you ever listened to his podcast. He actually started as a guest of mine before he did the podcast. It's great. It's called Macroaggressions. Good guy. He's done some pretty deep dive work on this Operation Gladio in Europe, that he says what it was irregular military personnel that were operating behind the lines during World War II, who are still there and who make up the backbone of NATO, and that who are involved in various kind of criminal activities and violent nation building activities around the world. He points out that they're deeply involved in the drug trade, and that he seems to think that they have a hand in these school shootings and in other things. Now, I don't know that, but the point that it gets into a little bit of a closer approximation of who is behind this. Again, we don't know because it is secret, but there is something going on here. Say I have a tin hat on, I don't know, whatever.
No, it's not a tin hat. What you're doing is using inductive reasoning and coming up with this dangerous conclusion that they don't want you to come up with. I wrote a whole piece on this a couple of years ago, why they always favor deductive logic, which really is not that useful unless you're Sherlock Holmes and you want to come to a very small conclusion that because of this soiled handkerchief, it therefore must be this guy. Okay, great. But you don't want to come to a big conclusion that there's no other way to explain this crap other than there's some malevolent force behind it. All right. And again, people don't want to accept that. I mean, when this, you mentioned Thomas Dewey, but the real sort of revisionist look at Pearl Harbor started kind of in the 80s, where these articles came out, and there were people my age who they would say, I don't want to accept it. I don't want to hear about it, because it was drummed into their head, the evil empire attacked us unprovoked, which of course it was provoked. And that just became an article of faith. All right.
Well, something, any of these things are stage managed by a sort of a mainstream establishment. I mean, look, I'm not to go to details, but I got in trouble when I ran for Congress because I had written a few articles questioning the Oklahoma City bombing. And I quoted in those articles reporters who were there at the time who were, part of CBS. I mean, major stream reporters. But I mean, Barney Frank took me to the coals for that. And even more recently, there are questions about what happened on the September the 11th of 2001 that have never been answered. And what I'd say to that is that it seems like every time something like this happens, we are given like an official series of points that we are to accept, and then if you don't believe it, you're
It's conspiracy
you're
theory.
subhuman. You're like an Untermensch. You're like evil, you know. And I mean, the 2020 election is a perfect example of that. Not to mention the January 6th protests.
Yeah.
It's all gaslighting, but you're given a couple of principles. This is what happened. These are the talking points. It's delivered by Lester Holt and the rest of them. And if you don't go along, you're crazy. I mean, there's something wrong with you, and you could, or worse, you end up being committed somewhere. So, you know, I don't believe any of these official narratives anymore. I don't trust any of it. And yeah, I know this sounds like a weird thing, but the one incident that really made me no longer trust the mainstream media and realize that it's all lies was the death of Trayvon Martin. Do you remember that?
Oh yeah. Okay.
There was something about that we then find out that the tape was doctored by CBS News and that it was not at all the way it was originally portrayed. Now, I'm not saying that the man did, you know, unfortunately, he died as a result of a scuffle. But, you know, it was not, the guy that killed him was not a white supremacist. He's actually black. And, you know, the whole.
I believe. They call him a white Hispanic.
But he was a black Hispanic.
Yeah.
But the point is that the whole thing was nothing but a concoction. And it was done at the time, I think, because subliminally, it was a way to help Obama get reelected. Somehow we would think, oh, this is Republicans who want to have guns and who are violent and who are racists and who are doing, you know, and it's kind of the use of this mass, you know, agenda.
Right, but you know, you can mention that, and I agree with you, and you can mention COVID, and I agree with you, but what about the fact that the common man believes all this crap?
Because they don't have time to go deeper like you and I do. Most people are too busy, you know, working so they can pay 40% of their income in taxes, and they're, you know, they still get their news from
Lester Holt.
The big three, yeah, Lester Holt and them and David Muir. You know, that's where they get their news. And they just, if you watch those shows, I mean, they just repeat the same friggin' story, and it's often something that's so trivial, and it's lies. I mean, most recently, they're fear-mongering and lying about the upcoming Trump administration policy on deportation. They did a whole story the other night, Lester Holt, since we're on the topic, about.
Why don't you get him on your show?
I mean, they interviewed these people saying, we might be deported. Well, it turns out that they were not going to be deported because they were legal refugees from Afghanistan who were rescued because they'd been pro-American at the time that Biden had that catastrophe and that government collapsed. So there's no problem with them being deported. They're here legally. That's not what it's about. But somehow they did this story all around this family, fearing that they're going to be deported. They're not going to be deported. It's a lie. They don't address the real question here, which is, what about illegal aliens who can be deported? That's not, you know what I mean? In other words, it's this enormous kind of like three-card Monte, this sort of, they're not going to talk about the actual issue.
Right, but what is the audience? I mean, maybe the common man doesn't have time to think about it, but let's face it, the common man went through COVID, saw how he was lied to, saw how businesses failed on purpose. You know, it's the old story. Well, they were doing their best, but I prefer the Robert Welch approach, okay, where he said, look, if Eisenhower were completely in favor of the communists, what would he have done different? And leave it at that, all right?
Mm-hmm.
If the government specifically wanted to shut down the economy and force the election of Biden, what would they have done differently?
Right. That was the actual sum effect of the whole thing.
Yeah.
And it had everything to do with it. And I think everybody knows that now. But I know what you mean. I mean, could they pull that off again? I mean, they couldn't pull off another election steal. So I don't know. What do you think? I mean, as President Trump is about to be sworn into office, you know, you kind of know. I mean, you feel, I certainly sense that they're not going to take it lying down. I mean, they're going to do everything they can to obstruct and to make sure that Trump doesn't have the functionality as president.
Yeah, but I'm afraid it's going to backfire.
Yeah.
The same way that some of these entertainment idiots keep going on. And Julia Roberts recently got fired from a number of upcoming projects because she just wouldn't back down with her stupid politics and that insane ad. If you remember, go ahead and lie to your husband about how you voted. It's up to you. You know, what happens at the ballot box stays in the ballot box, all this kind of stuff.
Right.
And that turned off a lot of people. So, you know, they're
almost as bad as the one with Sarah Silverman doing those commercials about how to steal votes. They don't like to talk about that now, but you're making a joke. Ha ha, you're a college student. You could vote at college and you could vote at home. You could vote for your grandma. You could vote for your grandpa. It was a big joke. Of course, after the 2020 election, that's been deep-sixed. But yeah, I mean, they're not going to get away with such open, you know, kind of like stuff like that. I mean, like,
well, it doesn't surprise me at all that the elite media just keeps doubling down. They don't know anything other than that. Okay. The analogy I use, I had a good friend who was a vice president of Capitol Records back during the glory years of the music industry. All right.
Mm-hmm.
He saw the writing on the wall, you know, when the MP3s came along and the file sharing and so he got out of the record business. All right. Meanwhile, other people stayed in, doubled down, trying to prosecute that infamous case that RIAA had against some poor kid in the ghetto that was sharing music files with his friends. And they somehow didn't realize the bad PR of something that idiotic. So, no, that's all they know. They don't realize.
But the question is, how are they going to do it? I mean, are they going to be successful in terms of thwarting President Trump's agenda?
No.
I mean, I think that they're going to try to obstruct his placing of his cabinet. And I just want to say on that just from a political standpoint, I hope that people see how bad that is, given the fact that, I mean, is every single Democrat in the House of Representatives going to vote against every single Trump appointee?
Yeah.
I mean, that didn't happen even when Biden was in office. Republicans voted for his cabinet ministers. Republicans voted for Obama's ministers because you want to have the new president have his cabinet. I mean, it's not really.
Well, not if you're a Democrat. The only thing you stand for is abortion and destruction.
Yeah, but have they gotten that bad now that they're just going to vote?
Have they gotten that bad?
I mean, I don't think they did that to George W. Bush. Democrats voted for his nominees. They voted for
George W. Bush was a few years ago. All right. And what happened is they just doubled and tripled down on the same thing, and it doesn't matter that it doesn't work. You know, it's the old story.
But are they going to get away with that? I mean, are they going to? Is that going to lead to what it should lead to, which is in 2 years they're going to get big losses? I mean, are people going to? I mean, are their constituents going to put up with it?
No.
Has it got to be? I mean, they're going to vote against every. I mean, first of all, Trump can now implement his cabinet without them, anyways.
Yeah.
He can.
Well, the Democratic Party
appointees. I just saw an article about this in the Gateway Pundit. There's not just recess appointments, but there's also there's this other act that was passed. I think it was a way to stop Trump in the first term. But the point is, it actually works in his favor in that he can appoint his entire cabinet without if the House wants to monkey around with his cabinet, he can just appoint them all. Maybe not indefinitely, but he can get every one of them in there. And because he wants to get started on day one, they can't be messing around and dragging this through. You know, they're going to turn it into another, especially with certain nominees, like, not to mention names, but Robert F. Kennedy Jr. They're going to try to do another Kavanaugh, pull that kind of crap, go into somebody's personal life and take out a magnifying glass and look at every little thing they ever did. I mean, is that what they're going to do?
Well, look at the difference. When Clarence Thomas was up,
yeah,
they brought in Anita Hill, and that got plenty of traction, although Thomas still got obviously confirmed. But back then, people weren't as cynical as they are now.
Right.
People actually gave the time of day to this stupid woman. It was on TV for days and so on and so forth. And no one seemed to come, in media anyway, to the obvious conclusion that if you believe every damn word Anita Hill said, the worst thing was that Clarence Thomas told her a dirty joke.
Exactly. Nobody ever said that he touched her or that he, and in fact, there's evidence that they were friends right up to the time he left that department. And then he advanced her. That was phony. I mean, she was offered money. I think that in that case, she was offered money. She was offered fame. She was offered, position she ended up getting a tenured professor spot at Brandeis, heading up the diversity department, interestingly. She was not anybody. She was like a nobody. Talk about plucking somebody out of obscurity. She was a mid-level office person who suddenly, I mean, but this is, yeah.
I mean, Liz Warren was an obscure professor at Rutgers and suddenly is fast-tracked to Harvard University.
Right. Well, because she checked off a box saying Native American.
Right.
But
But to answer your question, people are not quite as gullible as they were back then.
But are they as partisan? I mean, is the Trump derangement and the hatred for Trump that high?
Look, there's always going to be, as you and I have talked about, 25 to 30% of these left-wing fanatics that hate their life, always will. So they have to, again, not to beat the drum here, another form of sort of political pornography.
Yeah, but if that's all it is, then they're not going anywhere. The point is, can they do this? Do they have enough of a clout left? Okay.
No, and the Democratic Party is a dying brand. All right.
Right.
They lost all the swing states. So you can slice it and dice it any way you want. But the most
lost all the bellwether districts. They lost both the popular and the electoral college. They lost the Senate convincingly, even though they tried to steal, I think, one or two, including Kerry Lake. But they still lost it. And they might have a little bit of a finger on the House. I don't know. Do you think that? I mean, Johnson is really a weak, spineless figure, but. I mean, do they? I don't know if the Republic, because of their stolen seats, I'm not sure it's the time to have like a.
I don't know that Johnson has the votes to be speaker again, even with Trump endorsement. Trump was trying to make peace. I mean, you got to understand that he can't be, pounding the table and being bellicose about every damn thing.
No, but I heard one very troubling scenario, which is that if Johnson he doesn't get the speakership, Trump may not get certified in the electoral college on January 8th, because January 6th, because the speaker has to, make that happen. I think there's it's actually a pretty perilous situation, and the Republicans only have two two more representatives as their majority. So
yeah, it's a very, very slim majority.
I mean,
But
and
again,
putting aside the fact that several seats were stolen, I mean, that's the way
Yeah.
it goes in California, where they're still counting.
yeah, well, I don't think that's going to persist. The biggest thing that I noticed was Starr County, Texas, the most Hispanic county in the U.S., had never voted Republican since 1892, went 75% Republican. So the times they are changing. It's a dying brand, okay? And how many years did it take from 1865 to 2025, let's say? This Civil War segregationist mentality it's going down the drain.
Yeah, but do they have the chutzpah to pull off one final coup
They
d'etat?
could try. They could try, but it's going to backfire. I mean, the most pathetic column came out today by your friend, what's his name, the political pundit, so-called, from Louisiana. Why can't I think of his name? You know who I mean. The Southern guy who predicted Harris was going to win easily. Carville.
Oh, yeah.
All right. So it's about, what does the Democratic Party have to do to get back? And it's like, why do you care? When is it time to jump off the bandwagon here? It ain't worth saving.
Yeah, well, I mean, I hope you're right. I mean, I don't think it is, but they seem to, they're just waiting. They're just waiting and sitting, waiting for Trump to do something. I don't know. It's I don't know what
do they stand for, Chuck? Besides abortion,
obviously nothing. Abortion and welfare, as you say.
And I don't think that's real popular as much as they think it is. But that's it. That's the entire platform. And they acted surprised when they lost. I don't think anyone was really surprised.
Well, the only question in my mind at the time was, how much are they going to try to steal it? And Trump. That you had that. I remember that Iowa poll that said that Harris was surging. That was fraud. I mean, that's election interference. She should be prosecuted. I think Trump is filing a case there. I'm glad Trump is finally standing up to this crap. He's going to file law cases against.
Well, okay, let me ask you this. What was in it for her to destroy a decades-long reputation for this asinine poll?
I think that she finally decided to fall on her sword as one final Hail Mary pass to try to derail the election. This is all they had left. It was just a few days left. Maybe they actually thought it would work, right? Because the minute they announced this in the Des Moines Register, it became international news. Oh, my God. Harris is surging. I mean, it was just like a last-minute, desperate sort of, pass. I mean, it was like they just threw everything at it, and she just took a gamble, and it didn't fly, obviously. But
no, but understand, her
that was not right fraud.
Career is based on doing accurate polls. What would possess her to come out with an obviously fake poll? Her credibility is gone. She's out of the business.
Maybe something. We might keep an eye on her bank accounts and see if something. It's like these phony fat, prosecutors who have gone after Trump with the lawfare cases. They've all gotten rich from that. Big Fani and Bragg in New York and the rest of them. They get big fat paychecks. I mean, that corrupt judge, Meacham or whatever his name is, his daughter got 85 mil. Yeah, 85 mil in money from leftist groups selling the idea that we're going to put Trump in jail. they've all gotten rich from it. That's what it partially is about. They're willing to put their, and they know they think that this leftist infrastructure is very powerful, and it is, and it'll reward them, and they'll be taken care of, and they have been. So maybe she's in that category. You know, you have to watch Lois Lerner, right? Remember from during the Obama years?
yeah.
She was taken care of. You know, pled the fifth 42 times before Congress, screwing conservative organizations who wanted to do the same thing liberal organizations have done in terms of tax exemption. You know, met with Obama many times. I mean, the whole thing was a screw job, but she was taken care of. You know, after the fact. I mean, you know, I'd like to see what she's doing now. It's like Anita Hill.
Yeah, well, how does she live with herself? And if the answer is she has no conscience, that's fine.
But they've convinced themselves that they're doing good. They've stopped Trump, or they've stopped the evil conservatives. They're true believers, right? I mean, how does the communist movement and people involved in any of these movements?
Yeah, but I would respect her more if she went into a Berlin bunker and blew her brains out, you know, died for the cause. But to walk around for the rest of her life knowing that
they genuinely believe that all the people involved in the election steal, you know, they believe that they were doing the right thing. They do. They believe for the country. This is all, you know, we're standing up against the evil, you know, orange man. I mean, I really think that. I mean, I've seen this. I've seen people like this.
But if you ask any of these people, why is he evil? They can't answer.
Of course not. No, they can't. They fall into an inarticulate ball of blubber. I mean, they can't. It's like trying to nail Jello to a wall. Anyways, Mike, what do you have coming up on your
Well, I have my latest piece went out a few days ago. Unto us a child is born.
Indeed.
Which I got actually some good commentary on, including the guy I've known for years gave me a call. I mean, I'm not making this up. Gave me a call the other day, and he said, "I really want to thank you." That made my day, and I was like, "What the hell is he talking about?" And he mentioned that call. So it and the way it is, and you as a creator know that ultimately you have no idea how this stuff is going to fly with the public.
Right.
There's stuff you probably thought was great that no one thought was good, and vice versa.
Sure.
So, yeah, we try to tie a few things together.
Oh, that's excellent. That's very gratifying.
And yeah, it's one of the shorter ones actually.
Yeah.
But we talk about your friend Isaiah from the Old Testament.
Yes.
And mention that, and you know, not every one of my pieces gets into religious stuff, but some of them do. So. I mean, if you're not going to do that for Christmas, what the hell are you going to do it, right?
Exactly. That's the time for it. Right?
And by the way, you're still Hanukkah is still going on, I believe, or
I think we had our last lighting of candles last night, so it's off to the new year.
Off to the new year, and you know.
And I feel generally very excited. I just I felt the need to bring up these.
Yeah, there's always going to be something, you know.
Exactly.
No evil without a serpent, as they say.
And it's also, you know, as much as we want to celebrate this great victory, which it is, you can't put down the armor too quickly. No. It's an ongoing struggle. This is the beginning of a continuation of efforts, education efforts, just bringing people up to awareness.
But you're asking exactly the right question. How are these events occurring? Who's behind it?
Exactly. It's not an accident. These things are not coincidences.
No.
And I think it's simplistic to say, oh, it's Islamic terrorism. No, it's something bigger than that. You know, this is something else going on here, I really think. Anyway, Mike, so I'll talk to you next week.
All right, sounds good. Take care.
You too.
See you next time.
You bet. Thanks. All right, welcome aboard, everyone. Charles Moscowitz here. Michael D. Shaw is joining me today.
Here
Mike,
we are.
how are you?
Hey, it's it's a beautiful day in the neighborhood. Right?
Yes, indeed. You know, it's a countdown toward President Trump.
Do you
And-
notice, even among the liberal environment that you're in, there's just a more positive vibe from everybody, even the real hardcore liberals?
Oh, everyone knows that the country bit a bullet. I mean, I think that everyone senses that, even the hardcore. As you say, I mean, our Governor Healy just did an interview with the Globe where she said that she plans to fully cooperate with the new Trump administration.
Whoa.
And a couple of left wingers and liberals are absolutely having a meltdown over this. But I think that the whole rotten, so-called resistance is crumbling. You know, you still might have Newsom and you might have that fat guy in Illinois, but other than that, I think it's starting to just disappear. They're finally starting to move inexorably into the dustbin of history.
Yeah, and even with the case of Pritzker and Newsom,
Yeah,
they're going to they're going to turn because the popular will just isn't with it, and I don't think even those two are going to want to die on the hill of whatever the hell the left stands for now, which I'm not even sure what that is.
well, what are they going to do? Stand in the way of deporting criminal, illegal, violent gang members and drug dealers and rapists? I mean, this guy just yesterday immolating a woman on a subway car in Brooklyn and sitting there, someone's filming it and he's there throwing gas on the fire. I mean, this was an illegal alien from Guatemala, by the way. And I just don't think that certainly Eric Adams is on board. So I think that, the idea of opposing them being apprehended and deported is not going to be very popular. I mean, it's just, is that really the hill they want to die on?
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it all started falling apart. The whole identity thing. I mean, good grief, if you saw any of the video between Anna Kasparian and Cenk Uygur, where she is just freaking out about how she believed all the BS, and then suddenly it's like it hit her like a stroke of lightning that her life has been ruined, not by the Republicans, but by the Democrats. And then Cenk Uygur was at something with Charlie Kirk, right?
Yeah, Charlie, he was at the Turning Point USA event, and he's, exactly. I mean, he said, look, the conservatives and the Republicans are a lot more tolerant and generally a lot more friendly to opposing opinion than my side. And he's, I think there's going to be a major cleaning of house over there. They're just, it is kind of like I observed before the election. It's going to be like the George McGovern loss of 1972. Right? I mean, they're going to have to really get their house in order, and it's going to take it could take a decade before they come back from this. And I mean, I don't think that Biden is going to he has a few more weeks of mischief. I don't think he's going to be able to do much more. He's already commuted the sentences of some really, really bad people, and it didn't go over as being particularly humane. Now today he's commuting the death sentences of, I think it's 24 people on death row. And these are some of the worst, people. I mean, slaughtering children. I mean, really violent criminals. And I think, does he think this is going to be seen as progressive? I mean, I don't think so. And I don't think most liberals and progressives are jumping for joy over that either.
Well, I think what's happening is that it's being revealed that whoever controls Biden is a hardcore lunatic fringe of the left. Because if you wanted to write a recipe to get people to leave the left, you would do stuff like pardoning serial killers and whatever the hell he's doing now. So it comes down to, our little topic before, this model UN mentality where, well, gee, this was my worldview when I was 13 years old, and I'm just freaking out. The world has to be like this. And it's all falling apart for those people. And I feel no sympathy whatsoever because I knew people like that, and they were able to create a fantasy life for themselves. In many cases, I'm thinking of one particular woman who would epitomize this whole thing. She ends up going to what was then called Radcliffe. She creates an academic life for herself and is able to live in this bubble the whole time. But the fact is, most of the others aren't quite as, quote, fortunate to be able to do that, and now are coming to the reality very late in life that this was all a crock. And I'm seeing this, okay? You go on ACSH, and this Henry Miller guy puts up an article, I could not believe it, arguing that the vaccine was beneficial to the nursing home people.
Oh my God, that's
I mean,
where did he come up with that BS? I mean, it's obviously not science.
You can find, quote, scientific articles for anything you want. It was
beneficial to them after Cuomo put COVID active people in the nursing home. Great, yeah, really, that's wonderful.
So there are some of the people that are just going to keep doubling down for the rest of their lives.
Yeah.
And there's not much you can do about it.
No, but they're becoming, it's a dwindling cult of haters, basically. And, even, now that the Wall Street Journal has done an article that really has said what we've been saying since before the last election, and that is that Biden is seriously impaired mentally and physically, to the point where people surrounding him would keep him sequestered and out of the scene because he was having good days and bad days. I remember you said way back when that it's a symptom of sunsetting. It's a it's a mid to advanced stage of dementia, something we've all observed. They're now admitting it, and it does bring up the question of who was running the country and who was running the executive branch for 4 years. I mean, apparently he'd have good days and bad days, and when he's having a bad day, they just would cancel everything, and then he would basically have to have long naps. He would just come in, maybe he was cognizant for a few hours in the course of a day. He had I think he only had like a half a dozen cabinet meetings in his entire presidency. And one of them was headed up by Jill. And he would have to have everything. The cabinet ministers would have to send their questions to him in advance for those meetings, so he could already have a formulaic answer, which he couldn't even do that. So, it's on the one hand, it's pretty sad, but on the other hand, it's criminal that this would have been covered up. This should have been a constitutional crisis issue where he should have been removed from the office. I mean, they certainly talked about removing Trump from the office for 4 years every time he blew his nose. This is I would think this is something that ought to be investigated. It does go to the level of criminal malfeasance and fraud.
It's criminal malfeasance, and you wonder what was the point. Okay, if this were a family member, it would be sad to see someone declining, but you would lose a lot of sympathy if that guy was a CEO of a business and was screwing up things right and left just to maintain this illusion that he was in control. It wouldn't happen. So,
well, that's right. And that's exactly what's happened. It's apparently what happened during the Afghanistan fiasco. He was nowhere to be found. He wasn't answering the phone that day. Not that he would have done anything if he had been, but the whole thing involved a massive deception on the part of the people around him, including Harris, including Peppermint Patty over there, the spokeswoman, and all the rest of these people in Congress. Sharp as attack, sharp as attack, sharp as attack, sharp as attack. Right? Every the talking head.
Okay, here's the thing, and you've been in media forever. All right, I can understand how all the rest of the mafia around him is going to be part of it, but I really don't understand how a guy like Joe Scarborough can say this is the best Biden ever. What was that all about?
It was obviously a complete lie, and he knew it.
But why do it is what I'm saying.
Just like they lied about the 2020 election, just like they lied about the J6 attack. These are all, that they lied about COVID. They lied about the vaccine. I mean, this is why Trump, one of the primary reasons, the basic reasons why Trump was elected. People got sick and tired of living in this context of lies. And it also shows that the mainstream media has completely jumped the shark. They've lost their relevancy at this point openly. Nobody believes them anymore. And they're still doing it. If you watch them now, now Elon Musk is now the president, is the latest.
Right.
I mean, this is like, they just haven't learned. They're continuing to push, hoax after hoax. And I mean, I've been saying to some of these people in my Twitter, because I go back and forth, I say, look, it's one thing to go into the loyal opposition and criticize legitimate political positions, and even maybe to criticize personality, but to continue on this course of these, of these hoaxes and running them up the flag one after the other, it's a little late for that. You got to move on. No one's believing this anymore.
So why are they doing it? Are they playing to this hardcore subscriber base that wants to hear this? I mean, consider that Rachel Maddow, at least before all the cutbacks are occurring now at MSNBC, was at a $15 million salary. All right. Apparently, there are people that watch her. Apparently, there's advertisers on MSNBC that think that's a worthwhile demographic. But at what point do they not see that it's all falling apart?
Well, I mean, I heard it was 30 million for her. I don't know, maybe 15. But the point is that I understand she's taken a haircut. And they've cut back, I think, 5.
Yeah.
And that those other hosts over there have taken cutbacks. They're losing money, and it's time to catch up to them financially. There's some rumors that good old Elon Musk is going to step up and buy MSNBC and replace Rachel Maddow with Laura Loomer.
Boy, that would be something.
Oh my God, that would be a beautiful thing. But they're losing their relevancy. They haven't got their audience back. Even that nincompoop, what's his name, David Pacman, said right after the election that he's been doing this for, I think, 15 years now, maybe. And every year he grows. This is the first time he's lost something like 25% of his subscribers. Because people, even liberals, don't want to hear this crap anymore. It's all lies. I mean, why? And you're going to pay for it? I mean, no, I don't think so. I mean, and I don't think they're going to get it back. I mean, what are they going to do? I mean, what can they really do? I mean, they are kind of trapped in this hologramic-like atmosphere where they're just they're forced to be these cutout characters that mouth these cutout comments, and I don't see how they can put any substance behind it.
No, it's going to go down a spiral. It'll take longer than it did for St. Francis. For the viewers, he was in the 80s, 90s, early 2000s, was a pretty responsible right-wing guy. But then somehow he discovered that he had a hardcore audience of people who were, no other word for it, white supremacists. That wasn't his particular belief, but he discovered that there was a big demographic for that. Mm-hmm. So he doubled down and made more content toward this white supremacy thing as opposed to just conservative stuff. And he just spiraled down, down, down. Now, he didn't start out from having X number of million subscribers like MSNBC, but it's the same thing. They're going to keep playing to the hardcore base until it just dwindles and it ends up being what they used to call little old ladies in tennis shoes.
Right.
Was,
well, maybe he got wrapped up into a particular ideology. I mean, that happened to Joe Sobran also in terms of his war against the Jews. He just he basically imbibed this ideology. It's a very attractive ideology in terms of answering all of the riddles of the universe.
Right.
And it makes things very simple and very basic. I mean, you could once you
the Jews. Right.
Blame the Jews. I mean, E. Michael Jones is an example of that, right? He's embraced a very, very particular view that's been largely rejected by Christianity and largely rejected by the Catholic Church, and he has added to it. He's created this hybrid, and that everything then gets squeezed into it. Anything that doesn't agree with it is edited out of it, and it reaches a point where someone becomes dishonest. They become warped. And it's a sad thing, actually, in that case to see, because there is someone there who actually is a very pretty substantial intellectual who actually had a lot to say before he went down that deep end. And so, it discredits what is otherwise a great body of work.
Well, I've seen this happen a few times.
Yeah.
And in many fields, and it becomes when somebody comes up with a unified theory of everything and they get hung up on it, it just doesn't work.
No, it becomes unreal because that's not reality. I mean, existence and morality actually has a lot more nuance to it. These are things that, suddenly they basically they're playing God at that point. It's the sin of the Garden of Eden. They know everything. They know all good and all evil. And that, it's a form of idol worship. I know I don't mean to claim that they're involved with some of the aspects around it.
But that's exactly right. And the trouble is that the people that tend to fall down this pit tend to be smarter people that like the fact that they have an explanation. I mean, one that's current now. There is, and you have to be very specific here, vaccines and autism. Now, the connection isn't so much vaccines as it is the fact that when they were giving 40 vaccines back in the 80s and now they give 220, it might just be this assault on the immune system, yes, caused by giving so many vaccines, but it's not vaccines per se. So this has become a huge deal, RFK and others, and they're trying to hang their hat on this. Life, as you said, is not that simple.
No, and by the way, I mean, that's not to say that the Jews aren't annoying. I mean, you can criticize. I mean, Jews we tend to think we're better than everyone else. And I get that it's irritating, and it's an arrogance that's we could do without, and it doesn't exactly result in good neighbors. So, you can take criticisms that are real.
Well, I have to tell you, my old friend, died a couple of years ago, Vin Lewis, Catholic apologist, he said, what is it about Jews that when you meet them for the first time, within the first 10 words of the conversation, they have to tell you they're Jewish?
Well, it's this kind of, it is a smug sense. Yeah. And look, in fairness of criticism, you could say that it comes from Talmud. The Talmud is a bit supremacist when you study it. It's sort of like that's how the Jews survived 2,000 years without a country. Yeah. I mean, there's a reason for that. It didn't just happen by accident. There was this idea: we're a separate nation. We are better than everyone else, and we have to keep ourselves separate. Yeah. I get that. I'm not saying I agree with it. I don't agree with it, but it's an element that has preserved a Jewish covenant which I think is overall good. And it's kind of trying to create something where otherwise other people would disappear. I mean, it's the only case in history where people have retained their identity without interruption from the time of Abraham till today. There's no other nation in the world that has done that. So yeah, you have a little bit of an arrogance, maybe a little bit of smugness, and yes, it can piss people off. I get it. I mean, it pisses me off when I see this.
Well, I think where it might have started going sideways was when the Maccabees threw in with Rome.
Well, they did that from day one. I mean, the minute Judah Maccabee liberated Jerusalem and purified the temple and kicked out the Syrian Greeks,
right,
and began to the first thing he did was send a tribute to Rome.
Yeah.
Because Rome was, I mean, that was pragmatic. That's like Israel throwing its lot in with the United States. I mean, Rome was the power was at that point becoming the main empire of the world. So he wanted to be on their side. That's a diplomatic, secular decision. But of course, the Talmud is critical of that. But I'm not sure that I think he did the right thing. Otherwise, they went on to create a pretty powerful commonwealth.
Oh yeah, I think it was the right thing in that the policy of Rome was to let all the little conquered peoples do their thing, right? Which was different from previous regimes,
which would wipe everyone out or ethnically cleanse. Exactly.
But that ended up having other problems. But
it ended up it backfired on them ultimately. But at the same time, they were able to buy enough time to create this incredible state that invented some things that have had positive impact on the world, like public education. Not that it's a great thing today, but I'm just saying they implemented a system of education. They implemented a sort of a unified culture. They did get back to a belief in God and in Torah, and they rejected the Greek elements of the Greek secular state. And at the same time, they embraced other elements of it. It's kind of, that's classic conservatism, to take a look at that which is good and embrace it, and then winnow out that which is bad.
Interesting history with that, of course. It would be nice to have this conversation now of your temple members, of all these hardcore liberals that you're surrounded by. Are you getting a different sense that maybe they're secretly happy that Trump won?
Yes, I do. And it brings up a question in my mind that could deal with anything. And that is, how do they know on election day how people voted? Like they always say, well, the Jewish vote was XYZ, the black vote was this, the women vote was that. How do they know that? Where do they get that information? Is there like a survey done? Do they ask people coming out of the poll, are you Jewish or are you black or like, how did you vote? I mean, how do they do that?
The way they do it is with exit polls. But as we've said so many times on this show, if someone came up to me and asked me stuff like that, I'd ignore them and walk on.
Yeah, I've never been asked a question like that.
There's a self-selection process that if you are volunteering to be at that, I don't know that you're that representative. And you're exactly right that I've always thought that this idea that Jews are 105% liberal, I've never believed that because I've met real people.
I think it's that the Jews who are not on the left keep it quiet.
Yeah.
Because the left-wing Jews who are holding the high ground are so nasty. They're like regular liberals except on speed. We're talking real ugly people who will do stuff to you that is not pleasant. Jews are very good shunners. You're going to be excommunicated, to use a Christian term. I've seen this. I've seen it in my own life. I mean, it's some of the most vicious, so it's only natural to want to avoid that. So you keep it quiet. But I think that at the end of the day, Jews are a lot more conservative than people realize, and they themselves realize. But it's a tyranny of power that is running the high ground, and I'm hoping that with the election of Trump, that's going to start to change.
I think
it
that
already
is,
is.
you could draw the analogy to the entertainment industry, and I had some experience with that. I was a member of a couple of secret groups, if you will, of Hollywood conservatives.
Yes.
Well, it wasn't all that secret, but there were more people that belonged to these things than you would care, than you would think. Albeit, I remember being at some of these events, one of which was at David Horowitz's house, and there were people that were afraid to give their name. Were others. There were others who were golden age type stars.
You mean like a Charlton Heston?
Well, Charlton Heston, as well known. Someone maybe a little less well known, unless you're a fan of B movies of the 50s, Marie Windsor.
Okay.
Who was in like 50, 60 features, always played the bad girl. So these events took place in the 90s, I remember. And it was funny. You'd see Marie Windsor sitting over there, and it looked like Marie Windsor from the movies, but older, And she was very outspoken about her conservative beliefs. And there were a number of people that you wouldn't recognize by sight who were, administrative in the industry.
Right, but they could lose their careers. I mean, conversely, I remember reading an interview with Dalton Trumbo, who was one of the Communist 10. But he said in this interview, he goes, look, I wasn't really a communist. I didn't have any particular ideology at all, but I signed on to this thing because it got me jobs.
Yeah.
I wanted to work in Hollywood. I was ambitious. So they said, oh, you want to be, if you're a communist, great. You get a network. I mean, I think that's why a lot of people do it. I mean, you automatically the door swings open, you get the keys to the castle. Suddenly he's getting all these screens because all of a sudden he's on the inside. And yet, he didn't give a damn about it. I mean, it was all like, it was just sheer ambition. So that kind of thing goes both ways.
Yeah, well, Michael Flores might tend to disagree with that, but with the case of Trumbo, but
right, okay.
There were some people that were just hardcore commies.
Oh yeah, no, they definitely were, and they had power, for sure, and that's why you had a guy like a Trumbo, whether he was or not, sign on to it because he wanted to get somewhere. I mean, I think that's why you have a guy, not to go into it, but the late great Reverend Dr. Martin Luther King played footsie with the communists because he wanted to get somewhere. He saw what side the bread was buttered on. He wanted to have influence. I get it. I mean, I think it's a selling out, but he would not have been able to have done what he did had he not at least slightly genuflected to that side. And he did. I don't think that probably was who he really was. Maybe it was. I don't know. But
well, okay, but the times have changed in that the prevailing mood is going to become MAGA, and
it is. You can already feel it, and it's a. I mean, the only fly in the ointment that I see right now between now and Inauguration Day, well, besides the fact that God forbid something could happen to Trump. If Trump makes it to Inauguration Day and he's sworn in, then we're home free.
Yeah.
Because all of his cabinet people will be in place. J.D. Vance is pretty good. You've got Kennedy. They'll all be in place. And so that even if they take Trump out, that government is there and that'll continue. So in a way, it's a race against time right now. The other problem I see that is more on the international stage, and that is that Iran is on the verge of throwing a nuke at Tel Aviv. It's a real thing. That's not a joke. They have been seriously set back. Originally, for whatever reason, I don't know if it's radical Islam, I don't know what it is, but Iran has at some point decided to go to war against Israel. I mean, it's a traditional ally to Israel, but under the Ayatollahs and the mullahs, they have focused obsessively on destroying Israel, even though Israel never had any particular beef with Iran. And they set up all these proxies. You got the Houthis, you've got Hamas, you've got Hezbollah, and Israel has disintegrated all of them at this point. I mean, they have completely defeated Hamas. It's still there, but it's no longer a threat. Same thing with Hezbollah. And now with the fall of Assad, Israel has gone in and they've debilitated a lot of the serious, dangerous weaponry that could be used against them in Syria. So Iran is now somewhat isolated, but they still have their nuclear development and they could still use it. And now it's being said that they're within days of getting a nuclear warhead. And you get very naive people in the US State Department and military establishment and in those of others who say, well, I mean, that's fine. Let Iran have a nuclear bomb because it'll be like the United States and Russia. It'll be mutually assured destruction and it'll be a balance. But that's not how Iran is operating. They believe that they're going to have 70 virgins and they're going to create a world order by destroying Israel. And they don't give a damn if they get hit back. I mean, the Hojatollah Islam Hashemi Rafsanjani went on record as saying that. He goes, hey, if Israel hits us with a nuclear bomb, we don't care. We've got 130 million people, but then if we hit them back, we can take them out. So that's the mentality they're dealing with. And that's what, I mean, it's really a race against time because I think that, I don't know if Israel has the capability to do it. They did it twice before.
Right, but take out the nuclear development, which
well, they did it in Iraq with the Osiris, and they did it in northern Syria a couple of years ago. And in the case, I was listening to an Israeli military, I was reading a site. In the case of Syria, they dropped some very heavy bombs on that site. And also in the case of taking out Nasrallah, the head of Hezbollah, people, how did you do this? He was like 100 feet underground in these airproof bunkers, and nobody was supposed to be 100% secure. They did it because they dropped some big bombs, and they kept going over and dropping them again and again and again until they finally did it. So Israel has the military capability, and it's the kind of situation where it's like if you're in a forest and you wound a lion, you better make sure you kill that lion, or else you're going to be toast. And so Israel has to go in and make sure, if they do this, that they are going to be able to complete it. And I think it's a window of opportunity now. And I do think that Iran is like backed into a corner, and they're afraid of what might happen if Trump becomes president. So there's a vacuum of lack of power, which is something that in the Middle East people understand, both Israelis and Arabs. When you have a vacuum of power, look at what Israel's doing right now in Syria. There's a vacuum of power. They're going in and they're taking out all these sites that they would have liked to have done before, but they were afraid to do it because of Assad. Now that he's gone, they're doing it. I'm just saying that right now there's a vacuum of power in the Middle East, and Iran might step up to respond to that. So these are very perilous weeks as we go toward Trump. Once Trump is in there, he's unpredictable. Biden, they didn't expect him to do diddly squat, because he wouldn't have. But in fact, if anything, he was giving Iran billions. He was releasing funds to Iran that had been impounded by Jimmy Carter. And that helped Iran fund these proxy armies. So they didn't expect anything, they're of the mentality that like, well, if we appease Iran and we give them money, they're going to be nicer and they're going to join the Western world. But that's not how it works. Trump understands that. And I think that Trump does not want to see a nuclear war in his presidency. It's already been leaked that on the inner chambers of Trump's strategy team, that they feel that they will stop Iran's nuclear capabilities. And they're just worried about whether or not it'll trigger a world war. And I think in the case of Trump in the White House, it will not. because Trump will be in touch with Putin. He'll be in touch with Xi, and they won't let that happen, or it's less likely.
Well, let me ask you this. Is there a scenario before noon on January 20th that things could get bad enough that the uninaugurated Trump would have enough influence to just step in and say, no, I'm not going to let Joe screw this up anymore?
You mean before the 20th of January?
Yeah. Yes.
I don't think so. No, I mean, it's not in the Constitution. It's just that's how our system. That's why there was an amendment to shorten the lame duck period. The lame duck period used to go right through till March 15th.
Yeah.
And historically, somebody should do a book on this. Maybe I'll write it.
All right.
Some of the garbage that would happen during that lame duck period, some of the worst sort of policies were put in place because you had a regime that was going out. They didn't care. They were unaccountable. And they were in a position where they could pull off stuff that was not wholesome and good because they could. They just it happens in the state level. It always happens in Massachusetts.
Well, no. Let me put it this way. Maybe I wasn't clear about it. Obviously, Trump isn't the president until inauguration. But what if he has to take the bully pulpit on January 10th or something because something stupid is happening? And he takes the bully pulpit and forces the current regime to get it together.
I mean, I think he could. Eisenhower did this. Eisenhower, after elected and before inaugurated, went to Panmunjom in Korea during the hot period of the war.
Yeah.
And he had a meeting with both sides and he said, look, I'm going to be president in 2 weeks or 3 weeks. If you guys don't come to a peace agreement, I'm going to use nuclear power. And they believed him and they came to a treaty.
Yeah, well, that's the kind of thing I'm talking about here.
And I think that's the kind of thing that Trump could do. I could see that. I could see Trump going there, getting a meeting and saying, hey, you want to F around? Guess what? After January 21st, it's going to be, I don't know. I'm just saying that you're right. I mean, it worked with Eisenhower. That treaty has held up ever since. There hasn't been a war again in Korea. So, that's use of power and leverage. And Trump could do it. I think he could, I mean, maybe Iran isn't that crazy. I don't know.
Well, I actually thought of that. I didn't remember the specific timing, and thank you for the 2-week thing.
Yeah.
But I mean, I hope it doesn't come to that. But
I don't think it, and also I think that Biden at this point is so impaired that I just don't think he's, I mean, the worst thing I think he could do, and he probably will do it, is he'll give pardons to the J6 committee and to Fauci. And that's going to bury the Democratic Party for another century because it's obviously so, already he's maybe these other pardons are kind of trial balloons to see how the public reacts to it. And it's not good.
No, it has to be positive, which is why I wonder what's in it for Joe Biden.
Well, I mean, I guess the first they pardoned Hunter Biden. I get that. Maybe he might pardon the rest of his family. That didn't go over well, even with liberals. But then he's commuting of sentences for, 1,500 people, including some really, really nasty characters.
Oh, yeah.
That's a subversion of our system of justice. It takes a huge effort in terms of due process to get people convicted in this day and age. And to simply overturn that with a pardon, that could destroy someone's reputation. Look what the Nixon pardon did to Ford. It was very damaging. Now, that doesn't mean he shouldn't have done it. I think he should have done it. I think he did the right thing, but it was very damaging. When you give a pardon, you're basically, I mean, the infamous Clinton pardons, right? Mark Rich, and he pardoned his brother, and he pardoned Hillary's 2 brothers.
Yeah, and Peter Paul.
Right. Yeah, I mean, there was pardons, and at the end, I think I did an interview with someone who wrote about this. I don't remember who, but he literally had people sitting in the White House calling people, cold calling, and saying, offering pardons in exchange for money.
Yeah.
Selling them, like, and trying to get in. He had pardons. He was pardoning people right up to the moment he walked out of the White House. I mean, when George W. Bush showed up at the White House after Clinton left, he found pardons sitting on the desk that hadn't been finished yet. I mean, he was just, that was really, and it completely tarnished what was left of his record. And I don't know if you've noticed, but Bill Clinton now is trying to make a comeback. I noticed a billboard on the highway here in Boston promoting his book with a big picture of him. And now he's going on TV. It's not working. Nobody wants to hear from him.
Right.
It's flat. It's just, it isn't going anywhere. I mean, he's really been relegated. And now with Trump's election, that's the final, the final nail for the Clintons. Nobody wants to hear from them ever again. They're done. It's like Jimmy Carter. But anyway.
And well, the interesting thing with Jimmy Carter is he perpetually is staying around to see his reputation deteriorate more and more and more. And what better example is this Panama Canal thing? That
it does bring up memories of that. He sold it to Panama for $1.
Yeah.
And, they're violating elements of that treaty. It's that simple. I mean, they're overcharging the United States. That is a vital national security location. They're giving China a pass. Those are violations of the treaty that was made when Jimmy Carter handed it over to them. So Trump's absolutely right about that. That's strategic. That's like, that's a basic of American security, that canal. It's not that you need to go down and seize it, but influence has to be brought to bear to make sure that everything is done right over there.
Yeah, well, and this is just one more cog in this, reestablishment of Make America Great Again.
Yeah, and the left. I watched the Twitter page. I have all the left wingers. Oh, they were all like, "Oh, this is horrible. How could they do this?" And these Panama taking back the people don't care. People are like, okay, I guess we might have to. I mean, they're not getting what the reaction they were assuming.
No.
And now he's talking about buying back Greenland. I remember last time around he brought that up. People were in a tizzy over that. These are reasonable. This is the real world. These are real national and international questions. There's nothing wrong with that. I mean, the United States controlled Greenland and Iceland during World War II.
Yeah.
So, I mean, mainly to keep the Nazis out. But these are national security questions. Anyways, but there could be a lot of stuff going down between now and January 20th, and it'll be a big, big relief when we have Inauguration Day. That's for sure.
Oh, absolutely.
It's going to be beautiful, God willing.
Yeah, it's and like we said, I think last week, as bitter as 2020 was, it's better that it worked out 2024 because all that momentum built up, which is now being released. I mean, there were people right after the election that I thought I was going to hear from. And one of the guys said, "Why didn't you call me?" I thought, and he said it was just taking me a few days to just drink it all in,
It was a complete landslide.
Yeah.
And that's even with everything that was stolen. And that's something that I do hope that Trump gets into. I don't know if it's going to be the top priority because there are a lot of bigger issues, but I hope that they don't drop the ball on election reform. They have to bring about voter ID, same-day voting, getting rid of the machines, just like what Elizabeth Warren called for, and getting this country on the right path toward the integrity of one person, one vote, one citizen, one vote. There was still theft in this election. I think Trump did better than he only won because it was such a huge huge victory, but I think it was probably a lot
Most
bigger.
egregious, I think, in Maricopa.
Oh, they stole it again from Kerry Lake.
Yeah,
That is the most corrupt. I hope that Attorney General Bondi looks into that. That needs to be investigated. That is what the Irish used to call a rotten borough. That and Fulton County, Georgia, and Wayne County, Michigan. These are rotten boroughs, probably Boston. I mean, it's it's institutionally corrupt, has been for decades. They're run by machines. It's California, they're still counting, right? They got in those two congressmen in spite of the fact that those districts voted for Trump.
Yeah. Well, that's sort of the whole fallacy. It was most egregious in Maricopa. I forget the exact number, but to believe the results in Maricopa, you had to believe that there were 30,000 plus people that cast ballots where they didn't vote for Trump. Where they voted for Trump, but did not vote for Kerry Lake.
Yeah, they voted for Gallego, who's like a real radical left. Obviously, it's stolen. And it's the problem in Maricopa is that rotten Republican-controlled county with people like Stephen Richer and these other skunks. I mean, they hate Kerry Lake. It's like a local kind of rotten. Maybe they may be corrupted by Mexican drug cartels. It's been rumored. I'm not saying
cartel influence. I think what happened in Maricopa was the same kind of thing that happened in the state of Vermont, right?
Right.
Where Vermont had 230,000 people in the whole state. The Ben and Jerry types from New York move up.
Right.
It gets transformed. So it was the same stupid thing.
They elect Bernie Sanders and they elect Howard Dean and all these other New York left wingers.
But the question was, well, why did you leave New York only to try to reestablish it in Vermont? The people that left LA.
It's happening in New Hampshire now. Yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
So I think that's what's happening in Arizona, all the Californians, right? Yeah. Now they're moving to Idaho. Are they going to take over there too? I mean, I don't know. It's
here's an audience comment. 2020 was stolen 100%. Thank you very much.
Yes, absolutely. Thank you. It does. I mean, it's 2020. Oh yeah. I mean, look, I think it's one of those things. We were talking earlier about people answering questions of pollsters. 60% of Republicans then and now believe that election was stolen.
Yeah.
Probably, a large percentage of Democrats and independents believe that, who are polled. And yet, I think a lot of people refuse to answer that question, even back then, out of fear, and just because they don't want to, they don't want to put their neck out. You never know; you might end up getting picked up by this corrupt FBI. So, yeah, I mean, I think most people did believe that it was stolen, and that's why President Trump. You could say that it was self-serving because he was in office. Sure, that you could say that. However, as the elected president of the United States and chief magistrate, it was his responsibility to investigate that. It's that simple. That's to think that an election couldn't be stolen is more than naive. Elections are stolen around the world. Why wouldn't it happen here? It's a color revolution.
Comment from a viewer. Did you see this? Trump should get an 8-year term now since he has won 3 times.
Already I think Steve Bannon made a crack during this Turning Point USA. I mean, he said Trump 2028. We'll see. I mean, I don't know. It would be Trump prophecy. I'm reading this affecting the White House for 20 years. Look, I mean, it might take that long to bring back, sane policies and America First policies. Now, I don't know if you agree with this or not, but during this congressional reconciliation bill, President Trump wanted Congress to lift the debt ceiling. Now, I don't know if I think that's the right way to go. I mean, I think that I get why Trump wants that because it's going to cost money to do secure the border, to do a lot of these other things that he wants to do, and that it would be easy to raise that money in Congress. But I think that that might not necessarily be the right approach. I mean, I would think that it would be better to have the Dogi guys, Musk and Ramaswamy and others, do some serious cutting of unnecessary government costs and really bring in some of these agencies, and also to allow the private sector to do some of the things that the government would otherwise do, rather
Right.
than raise the debt ceiling. So I don't know if
You're
I agree
exactly
with.
right. But remember that everything in human existence is subject to the ravages of time. So if you increase the debt ceiling, as bad as that is, you at least buy yourself a little time while you're doing this doggy stuff and everything else, because undoubtedly you're going to run into some backlash when you start really doing some serious cuts.
Right, and I
And
guess that, it does take time. It's like Reagan cut
yeah,
the budget and he cut taxes, but he also raised the debt,
yeah,
mainly because he inherited a decimated military, and he
yeah.
had some other things that it took money. So, ultimately he turned things around. It took a full term before the economy started to turn around and they started to pay down the debt. But he did need to have those revenues in the first couple of years at least. So, I mean, that's true also. So you could argue it that way too.
Well, that's kind of my impression. And I think in the case of Ramaswamy and Musk, they're not going to be shy about mocking some of the stuff that they're going to find.
Oh yeah.
And believe me, if you look at the federal budget for 5 seconds, you can find stuff that's outrageous. I mean, I did an article just on the NIH, all right? And all I was doing was looking at what was the biggest grant and what was the smallest grant. And you found out that inevitably the small grants were very practical. We're going to get rid of this disease in this particular locality and so on. And the high money stuff inevitably was this, what the term they use in biology, sexy sounding, nanomaterials and all this highfalutin, impractical stuff that's never going to work. But these guys got big grants.
Oh yeah, the money is all. I mean, it's like crack. They don't. I mean, I think that we should look at also the fact that the budget was changed as a victory for Trump for two reasons. Firstly, when they first came out with that budget that Johnson negotiated secretly with Schumer and
why the hell did he do that? Would you
because
explain
he's a skunk. But I mean, he's just as bad. I don't think he's any better than McCarthy. But the point is that it went up on Musk's Twitter. Thank God he has Twitter. And the result was a huge negative response all over the country. And that had an impact. That's what made them step back. And secondly, the eventual bill they did pass, it cut out something like $350 billion, including the global engagement, which is the title of this program today. And that was one of the big censorship mills in this country. They've been cut out. They didn't get their pay raises, which they don't need. And they cut out a bunch of other things that they were secretly salting in there. So it shows that a little public exposure goes a long way.
Well, you're right. So explain this to me. How in the world did Johnson and Schumer think that it's still, 1961 and you're Sam Rayburn or something? I don't get it.
They're still playing the old playlist. These big fat, what they call a crap sandwich, right? It's a 1,500-page bill with all this stuff. I remember interviewing Jack Abramoff. Remember him?
Oh yeah.
He came on my show after he came out of prison. He had a book out, which is pretty good. And he explained how they do this. I mean, the lobbyists in K Street, they put in little language into these bills, and nobody knows where it leads. It's like, S3-423-B3B. And you click on that and it goes to another SUV. And before you know it, you keep clicking, and eventually you get to something that involves a big check for somebody. or some kind of a law that benefits, makes lawyers make more money, or something. And it's very corrupt. And his answer at the time, and Trump has gone on record as calling for this, was that every bill before Congress has to be no bigger than 3,000 words, which is about 7 pages, 10 pages. It has to be posted online fully so that we can all see what it is. We don't have to believe the media telling us what it is. It could be debated by high school civics classes. Everybody can get in on it. And in that way, we're going to clean out these lobbyist giveaways. And I think that this is a step in that direction. They were able to cut out a lot of this garbage that is corrupting the system and that the uniparty supports. And I don't think that they're going to get away with it again.
Well, I think there's a book idea for you that centers around the notion of why does the elite media and why do these political hacks still think that it's 1953, that there isn't complete digital everything all the time, that you can somehow operate the way you used to. I don't understand how you can live in the real world at all and not realize. I mean, I'll give you an example, something I'm going through at this moment. All right. Thank God we're buying a house and so on. But here's the point. All the paperwork is online. It's all DocuSign. You don't have to go to some title company. All right. Things have changed. How come a guy like Johnson believes that he's still living in the old times? I truly don't understand it.
I think in his case he knows, but he's just got no spine. I mean, I just get the sense that he doesn't have the fortitude. Let's put it that way. I mean, that's my image of him. I say that without any evidence. I was just looking at him. I mean, I don't know. He looks like a 16-year-old kid, and he's just way over his head. And he's pushed around by these other people, and their whole priority was to keep the government open. Which, by the way, it would have been very interesting if it had closed, because then Musk and Ramaswamy would have got a good sense of what could be eliminated. But either way, I mean, I think we're entering into a time when they can't pull that off anymore. There's too much. They tried censorship. It didn't work. They removed President Trump's Twitter account. We had 30 million followers. They destroyed Parler. They destroyed thousands of accounts, including mine. And yet it didn't work. It didn't work because people stepped up. You had Rumble, you had Gab, you had all these other sites. And then you had Musk buy Twitter. And that was the end.
Be so arrogant, though, to think that you have this monopoly on fill in the blank, that you're always going to have this monopoly. I remember when I was involved with the music industry and the MP3s came along and the file sharing came along, and they just didn't get it. They
were used to a monopoly. They had. I interviewed somebody in the music business a while ago who talked about this. He was doing Christian music, and he was saying that they could not get a record deal in the 60s, 70s, and most of the 80s because there were about 4 or 5 gatekeepers, maybe 7 gatekeepers, one of whom was Clive Davis from Arista Records. And they decided what was going to be heard and not heard. And they had their agendas. They had their worldview. They wanted things to conform to a certain way, a certain message, a certain style. If you can believe, by the way, some people have talked about, Laurel Canyon and the fact that, David Crosby from Crosby, Stills and Nash his father was a high level, CIA type, a government type. Same thing with Jim Morrison. His father was an admiral. I mean, a lot of these people were sort of put in there to be like, I mean, they were great musicians. Don't get me wrong. I mean, I think, I admire the music, and they didn't even make a lot of the music. It was done by the Wrecking Crew. But, they kind of were like steering the culture in a certain way that fit the establishment. And that there was
the analogy that was used, because I was a member of the Academy of Recording Arts and Sciences back when all this was happening.
Yeah.
And somebody made the analogy at one of the meetings that picture you're at your elementary school playground. And there's a fat kid that's got a big bag of candy. And he's selling these little pieces of candy for 5 cents. And he's waving this bag around. And all of a sudden, this hole develops in the bottom of the bag. And all the candy starts flowing all over the playground. And he's running around, wait a minute, that's my candy, that's my candy. And no, it isn't. And it all fell apart. And I just have to tell this funny anecdote.
Yeah.
When the MP3 stuff really started, I got a hold of something, and picture what was then a CD. And remember, the MP3 format was about 11 times more compressed than the so-called Redbox format, so you could put more music on a CD than you could before.
Right.
So this guy gives me a CD. I put it in the computer, and there's images of every Beatles album cover. And if you click on the image, you get all the songs of those albums. All right. Anyway.
I mean, it's I think that in a way the whole music industry, it fell apart in the same way that the internet has done to politics. It's like everything now is accessible. I mean, it cannot be controlled. I mean, I've heard that the Beatles, for example, were Tavistock Institute. Now, that doesn't take away from the fact that they were great musicians. I admire the Beatles. I love the Beatles. But, they had to conform to a certain...
Oh, yeah.
And the Rolling Stones also. I mean, some of these big bands, I mean, they didn't sit in that perch for nothing. I mean, these were like... It didn't just happen by accident.
Yeah.
They were... influencers of not the kind that we think about today. They were there to, I mean, in the case of the Beatles, I mean, they glamorized drug use. They just did. I mean, there's no question about that. They deny it. I mean, John Lennon denied that Lucy in the Sky with Diamonds was about LSD. That's bullcrap. It was. I mean, they glamorized, and that led to a lot of people, including people I know personally, ending up dying. So I mean, I hope there's responsibility there, and it was a weakening of people, of the culture, of the opposition in a way. I mean, we could talk. This is a great subject. We could go into this deep.
Well, let me wrap up this story because it is funny. I will not mention the name of the guy.
Yeah,
very well-known songwriter. Will not mention his name. Anyway, he's in my office, and he's decrying the fact of the MP3s, and it's terrible and violating copyright. And I said, okay, you want to see something really illegal? And I showed him this Beatles CD. So I expected him to blow his mind, right?
Right.
Instead, he says, Mike, can I get one of those?
By the way, we have one final comment here from our texting friend. The Yellow Submarine song. Adolf Hitler escaped to South America on a yellow submarine. Coincidence? No, Jerome Corsi, who's been a regular on mine, did a book on this topic. And he does say that there is a possibility that Hitler did escape to Argentina, took on a different identity, and had to live the rest of his life quietly in Patagonia. I think that's possible. I mean, when Truman met Stalin at Potsdam, Stalin said to him that he felt that Hitler had escaped. He probably did. Why wouldn't he have? I mean, putting myself in his shoes, right? He knew it was all coming to, he knew that everything was crashing down. I mean, that he wouldn't have had an escape route?
Well, I remember as a child, that was a huge rumor all the time.
Yes.
That Hitler wasn't really dead. And
there's never been, I don't think there's ever been DNA evidence indicating that he had died in that.
The closest they've ever got is they had fragments supposedly of a skull or something, but that was years later. No one really believed it.
No, there was like a hoax.
Yeah.
Now, I'm not saying I know, look, I don't know any more than anyone else, but it's entirely plausible. I mean,
well, there were plenty of lower level Nazis that escaped.
Yeah, including Mengele, who ended up in Paraguay. I mean, and Eichmann, right? He got to eventually hunted down by the Israelis, but there was plenty of people who got out, and you know they knew it was all coming down. I mean, they knew everything was.
The only reason that Mengele escaped was, and the official.
And by the way, I agree with you on the call. Jerome Corsi is very trustworthy. I've had him on my program many times. I admire his work. He's had nothing to gain by writing that book.
Yeah.
Anyway.
But what happened? Because the official story from Israel, which take with a grain of salt, the only reason they didn't get Mengele was they couldn't concentrate on both Eichmann and Mengele, so they picked Eichmann.
Plus, Mengele died in his swimming pool, I think.
Yeah, no, I mean he was
causes. Yeah.
They knew where Mengele was. They knew where Eichmann was. To this day, I don't understand why they picked Eichmann, because he wasn't that well known. He was a bureaucrat. Mengele actually was killing people. You know.
No, Eichmann was, I think, high level. I think he was the number 3 man.
Yeah.
In the particularly involved in the so-called final solution. I mean, he was a Hebraist. He knew all about. He studied Judaism. He was just absolutely despised Judaism and Jews, and he actually visited Palestine briefly in 1936, where he put the Grand Mufti of Jerusalem on the payroll, and you know, a real enemy of the Jewish people.
Oh, there's no question about it. But I'm saying by today's standards, which you know maybe that's irrelevant, but by today's standards, who do you think of as the angel of death? You know, I've written about this, Mengele.
Well, I think Mengele got some protection because he was a doctor. It's just like Fauci. You know, these guys, there's like an international fraternity of medical people. I mean, Mengele wasn't even the worst one. Von Verscher was his boss and mentor, and he was involved with some of the most heinous experiments. He got a slap on the wrist after the war. I think he did like 2 years in prison.
I think he went back to private practice.
Well, he went back to his college in Munster, where he died of natural causes. You know, he was fine. Anyway, but great topic. We'll have to get into it at another time. What do you have coming up on the Substack?
Well, now that some of the, you know, I've got a little bit of time now with the holidays and so on. I think I'm going to get into, it's going to help you with your book idea.
Yes.
Why these people are so ingrained in stuff that just ain't true anymore, you know, that they've devoted their entire lives to fill in the blank, even though it's pretty obvious that it's all falling apart. Remember, we started the show, I mentioned Henry Miller with this absurd article about how the vaccines help the nursing homes. He's got to let it go. I mean, whatever credibility the guy has left.
Yeah, who is he working for? That's
he was
even the most virulent leftist isn't saying that anymore.
He's retired. But if you truly, really, really believed that every vaccine has an image of Jonas Salk in it and is saving the world, and you just can't bear to hear the details about what happened with this one, there's
something about medical issues anyways that people who come to believe these things, they just absolutely flip out if you question it. I mean, I even recently had a situation where I mentioned to someone that I had heard that all these hand sanitizers are not exactly healthy. And this woman had a meltdown over that. How could I say? because they're invested in it. It's like they've been doing it, and I mean, it's almost like maybe it's the new religion. I don't know, but there's something about, I still see people, even like at my synagogue, who are still fully masked 4 years after the pandemic, assuming masks were ever any good anyway, which they weren't. But putting that aside, I have never seen their face. I mean, they're still completely with heavy masks, and they put this one couple, they have their son in a mask. I think it's almost child abuse.
Yeah.
I mean, it's just, and it's like, I want to say something to them, but I'm not, I know that I'll be stepping in.
There were people that really bought into it, but I think you cannot engage these people.
It's not rational. Definitely not.
And the problem is okay. When my oldest son was in college, they had a parents' weekend at University of Arizona. All right. So we're at the hotel, and we see this older couple dressed up in the purple of University of Washington. And the guy says that he's been going to every University of Washington game, home and away, since the 1960s, 70s, whatever.
Right.
All right. So I look at the guy, and I said, well, that's very interesting. But you graduated from there, what, in the 50s or whatever it was. Have you ever thought about how little your college experience has in common with the kids that are in college now in the 1990s?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So I've got to ask you this. What are you identifying with exactly? The logo? I mean, what is behind all this? And the guy turns ashen and silent. I realized, why did he even do this? And it was like a fundamental thing of his life to follow.
It's very tribal. It's like criticizing the Boston Red Sox. It's just right. It's very tribal. Anyway, Mike, but I want to wish you a Merry Christmas.
Well, thank you very much. And this is one of those rare years where Christmas.
I want to wish all of my listeners a Merry Christmas. Merry
Uh,
Christmas, Happy Hanukkah, Happy New Year. God
All
bless
right.
America. And we can look forward to, God willing, a very good and interesting and positive year. So I'll talk to you.
All right. Sounds good.
All right. Thanks a lot.
All right.
All right. Welcome to the program. Charles Moscowitz here. By the way, we have call-ins on this show. I don't know if too many programs online can do that, but we do it the old-fashioned way, like you would do with a radio talk show, where you can literally call in at 508-637-5596. The number's listed here on the screen, 508-637-5596. Not taking TikTok today, mainly because TikTok's canceled the account. But I am up on Rumble if you want to send in a chat or whatever. Anyone listening knows I'm really ham-handed when it comes to technical matters. My guest is Thomas Gorenz from the Paranoid American. Thomas is a comic book publisher, a military veteran, an ex-Disney animator. Thomas and I met on Donut's excellent program recently, where we discussed some of the origins and doings of the international web of secret societies that seem to marvel all of our establishment institutions, both political, economic, and cultural. Thomas, thanks for joining me.
Thank you, man. And thank you, Donut, for introducing us. And also, that's dangerous. You just have live call-ins. How does that usually go? I've been flirting with that idea, but I'm not sure if I can handle it.
Well, I mean, I've only gotten a few calls, but I'm just introducing it. I hope to, in the coming year, as I feel more encouraged over what I hope is a lessening of censorship, I think that I'm going to be able to do broadcasting more consistently, maybe even every day at a set time. I think that helps. In which case, I'm hoping to get more calls by having people get used to seeing and listening to the program at the same time each day and covering, current issues. And if someone calls in, I get a beep, I press a button, and off they go. The only thing I ask is community standards within reason. And also, I'm not on YouTube, so I don't have to worry about that.
Same.
But the main station is Rumble for this show. But also Rockfin is very good. I don't know if you know about them. But there are alternative medias. I think when President Trump was removed from office and they deleted his Twitter account, where he had something like 30 million followers, right after what has now been proven to have been a government inside job, that being the Capitol protest. There was an expectation, I think, on the part of the establishment that they'd be able to really launch a full-bore censorship, and they deleted thousands of programs. They deleted Parler, which at that time was really moving up and taking on Twitter, which was the ultimate in censorship. But it didn't work. It didn't work because people got involved in alternative sites like Getter and Rumble and Rockfin and BitChute and a bunch of others. So, freedom prevailed, and ultimately, because they could not censor, I think that's what led to a huge victory for President Trump and his incredible comeback, and I think that the vote there and the level of that was much bigger than we even know. But here we are with the hope as we enter into the new year, and I do feel hopeful that we're going to be entering into a time when more people in this country are aware of the insidious agenda of an establishment that does not have their interests at heart. And so I think that's what this is all about. Now, Thomas, could you talk a little bit about how you got involved in broadcasting, and what were some of the events, if any, that kind of woke you up to realities in our political and social system?
If we're talking specifically broadcast or doing podcasts, the main thing was far less noble. It was just that I've been publishing comics about conspiracies for a decade, and operating it from behind the scenes just wasn't really cutting it as much. And I got to guest on a couple friends' podcasts, and I immediately liked the interactive nature of it. Like, it basically completely replaced my media consumption, where instead of watching a movie or binging a TV series, which you can't ask questions of and you can't really engage with, aside from going online and posting your opinion and getting into arguments over, but actually having long format conversations with friends and new and interesting people, that ended up being the real motivation to keep me going. But the original spark was I just needed to promote my wares. I just needed to tell my tchotchkes, and it turned into something way different than that. So it didn't start with noble causes, and even now I don't even consider it really noble. It's just to entertain myself, and almost like a self-fulfilling need to engage with people more directly than just reading an article or reading their bio or something. So those are really the main reasons. But I mean, I've been I guess you would say awake, I think, since maybe the mid 90s, when I first searched for the term Illuminati and came across Secret Teachings of All Ages. I came across Fritz Springmeier's work. I think I was 12 or 13 at the time. And then right from there, it was just a lifelong fascination with secret societies and occult knowledge and sacred geometry and everything in between.
So then the writing of comic books on conspiracies obviously led you to do some deep research to find out, to develop some interesting themes and characters and storylines. And that led you to a study of the international secretive establishment that in modern times, I think, is exemplified by the Illuminati. And also this long form format where you can really stretch out and talk with someone, rather than these canned interviews that we see on the mainstream media. It does lead to a deeper understanding and greater thought and a greater exchange. And it's one of the great powers of this new media. So I certainly get that. Now, you also worked as an animator for Disney. So I need to ask you about this. my daughter was a big fan of Disney growing up, and so obviously I was drawn into a lot of those movies, and we loved them together. We'd watch them. We had a couple of real favorites. Probably our biggest favorite was not a well-known Disney movie called The Aristocats.
Of course.
We loved that. We both could recite passages from it. We thought it was hilarious. And, and since then we kept up with it, and we'd go to the new Disney movies and Frozen and everything else. But I always thought that there was something going on with Disney, and you couldn't quite put your finger on it. I know when we went to Disneyland in Los Angeles, my daughter, I think she was probably about 7 or 8 years old at the time, she was literally terrified over going into certain things. And I didn't totally understand why, but now I kind of do, because there was something going on that her radar picked up on that mine didn't in some of these things. I mean, that when you look at, Snow White and the Seven Dwarfs, I mean, it's horrifying what was going on there. I mean, cutting their heart out and, just the violence of it. And since then, I've seen some videos which show some pretty explicit sexual images and violent images that are worked into the fabric, that are not like openly. But it's the kind of thing that once you see it, you can't unsee it. And I'm wondering, in your opinion, is that something that is just put in there because the animators are goofing around and they want to kind of drop, what they call Easter eggs, or, they're just to kind of get a laugh themselves? Or is there something more sinister going on here? I mean, is this something that the management knows about and that they're promoting and that they want? And if so, why?
I mean, I would say yes to both, but not in maybe congruent ways. Like, they might not be as directly intertwined in such a simple sort of fashion for that. So let me rewind and just preface this with the term Disney animator is very charged. Like, people assume that I was like hand illustrating Lion King sometimes when this comes out. I was known as a tweener, which is an in-betweener, which means that the big illustrators with the big names on the movies and everything, they draw the keyframes. They draw the individual action poses where these big establishing shots. And then all of those frames in between, if someone's like throwing a ball or something, right? The keyframer will show the character holding the ball, making a goofy face, and then they'll draw another keyframe after they've thrown the ball. But all those frames in between, those are sort of up to these other teams of lower tier sort of animators called in-betweeners, or just tweeners for short. So without going on a whole entire diatribe of like the technical aspects, I was essentially a tweener for Disney for a long time, specifically doing digital animation. They had already transitioned to digital. I started working there in 2006, I believe. And at that point, it was a lot of just 3D and 2D sort of software packages. So I did that for about 10 years, a little over 10 years. I got to work with a lot of their IP. And this was on the back lot of Disney World. I went to Disneyland a couple times. I went to the Burbank studios for some like work meetings and stuff. But for the most part, I worked on the back lot in the Roy O. Disney post-production facility, Walt Disney World, directly attached to the animation building. So I've seen a lot of stuff. I've heard a lot of all the different theories. And to directly address what you're getting at, of like the sexual like symbolism that gets worked in, some of the violent stuff. You even mentioned Snow White and the Seven Dwarfs. All of those things represent vastly different chunks of like Disney's chronology. Just even the difference between LA and Orlando, for example, is like two completely different timelines for Walt Disney. I think he saw what was going on in LA and realized he needed more space, more land, more freedom to do exactly what he had envisioned, and it was just never going to happen in LA. Right. Side tangent, your daughter was right to be a little bit creeped out by Disneyland. Aside from all the Disney vibe, that actually is the site of one of the most gruesome theme park fatalities that I've ever read about in existence. It was the Who Framed Roger Rabbit ride. Anyways, if you look into that, it's one of the worst things that have ever happened in a Disney park. Disney World claims that they haven't had any like catastrophic like fatalities that same way. Although I can get into that a little bit later because that's one of the weird Disney anomaly kind of like fabrications, like one of those illusions.
Okay.
So the sexual stuff here, if we go back to the 1930s, 1940s, like some of the earliest Disney movies, and I've got a series called Occult Disney that we've been watching every single feature-length Disney animation from Snow White all the way up to I think we're around 2006 right now. We just saw Cars, every single movie. So yeah, I've absolutely seen Aristocats. Even Aristocats has some of these kind of things worked into it. Fun fact, that was the very first Disney movie, I believe, that took place in the same time period in which it aired. Almost every other Disney movie prior to then kind of took place in the past, and a lot of it was like based around that. So that's an interest. It didn't work out for them as well, so they departed from that a little bit. The other thing that I think, and maybe the most nefarious, we'll get to the sex stuff. The most nefarious thing that Disney does is twofold. And these ones are completely intertwined. One of these is coming from a conspiracy theorist tin hat point of view. It's just trauma-based mind control, trauma-based programming.
Right.
But over the course of watching all these movies for Occult Disney, we've come up with this phrase. I think I heard it somewhere else, so I'm not going to take credit for it, but called the Disney proxy. And the Disney proxy, the reason why I call it a proxy is because very early in every single Disney movie, the protagonist, which is usually going to be a kid, is going to get separated from their authority figure. It might be their parents, might be an older brother, it could be anything, but they get severed from this authority figure. And what happens is once that authority figure is removed from the scene, the first thing that you're going to see on the screen, like clockwork, there's like a formula, is going to be this IP, this intellectual property owned by Disney, that's also going to coincidentally be on lunchboxes and T-shirts and Happy Meal toys. So this proxy, it's half trauma-based mind control, and then it's also half NLP anchoring, where hey, you're in this weird lost state. Your parents have been removed from you. You've been kidnapped. Your parents have died. Whatever, fill in the blank. Right. Whatever tragedy happens. Oh, but guess what? We're going to make it better. Here's Thumper. Oh, we're going to make it better. Here's Bambi. Or, it's like some different version of intellectual property. And that, I think, somewhat nefarious because it's a formula that you can see them play time and time again. But also the sort of Fabian end goal of this is to weaponize nostalgia. It's to like anchor something so deeply in your mind as a child that you will willingly and almost celebratory like pass it on to your kids. Let's go see this Disney movie together. Oh, it's like it becomes a babysitter to a lot of people, the Disney library. So that's the most nefarious in the shortest amount of time that I can explain, that like the most nefarious aspect of Disney is weaponizing nostalgia. It's why they're willing to spend money on movies that seem like they flop over and over again. It's because it's worth more to them to own real estate inside your brain and all your kids' brains, more so than the short-term gain.
So then you seem to be saying that it's kind of a financial thing. It's they kind of are institutionalizing their their business as something that's going to perpetrate and that's going to, through the means of promoting nostalgia. I mean, I think that the idea of separating the child, I think of Pinocchio as an example of that. And Bambi, of course, the mother's just killed, and they show that's horrible. It's very painful. You hear the gunshot. And then the child is brought into a situation which I don't want to suggest that it opens up the door to pedophilia. However, since we're going there, it's sort of like in a situation that's morally ambiguous. I mean, I think that Pinocchio is a good example where he enters into this world of almost where everything goes. I mean, he walks into this land. And, it's at a time when a person is young enough that they haven't yet developed their independent reason abilities. I wonder if there's some kind of an agenda with that. It kind of, first of all, it infantilizes people because you become like permanently childlike. But secondly, you're put into a situation of moral ambiguity where you're open to who knows what. Am I way off base on that, or what do you think?
No, I mean, even again, if you remove even just the sexualization part of it, which I promise we'll get into because that's one of the biggest claims of all of Disney and the
Right.
hidden message. But let's just take like Pinocchio, which you brought up, and you brought up Snow White and the Seven Dwarfs.
Mhm.
Both of those original stories, Pinocchio was based on, I think, like an Italian activist, like it was political activism. I don't want to conflate it by oversimplifying it, but it was like sympathetic to Italian anarchism in certain
Okay.
circles. But the premise of Pinocchio was that they really were kidnapping children and forcing them to work manual labor. So those scenes where they turn them into donkeys and they turn them into these donkeys that are just like, basically animal labor, that was a very real analogy to what was really happening to Italian children during the time the original Pinocchio was written. There's also really deep sort of Rosicrucian aspects. You can get into like pineal gland and stuff, but one of the mundane and practical versions of this were actual children being exploited, and the writer of Pinocchio was basically trying to shine a little bit more light on that, and it got adopted almost directly by the Disney movie Snow White and the Seven Dwarfs. This is another thing that was based on at least 3 different historical accounts, all the way down to the talking mirror. This was an actual item that was said to have existed in 2 or 3 different families' histories, dating back, I think, at least to the 14 or 1500s. But on top of that, the Seven Dwarves was also sort of this euphemism for sending children into the mines because their tiny little bodies could get into the little nooks and crevices better. So there are a lot of analogies of even darker. I mean, the sexual connotation adds to it, but deep, not even that far beneath the surface of these Disney movies, the original concepts were all about child exploitation. So if you just throw the sexual aspect on top of that, it's not like a far skip and a jump from forcing, like kidnapping children and forcing them to live in mines, and then someone saying like, oh, and they had sex with them too. It's like, okay, yeah, no shit, they did.
I mean, look, what you're describing actually doesn't bother me. It's actually good political commentary. Children being exploited by in the 19th century, right up till today. But what I see is kind of a more modern aspect to it, which is sex trafficking and sexual exploitation. Do you think that is something that was a conscious part of this? I mean, I've heard a lot of legends, for example, and I would say legends about Walt Disney himself in that regard, who I always thought was a great man, but I still do. But he was deep, according to all the stuff out there, and that's what we're talking about. And I'm not here to endorse any of it. He was deeply involved with secret societies, and maybe there was some kind of an agenda going on there. What do you think?
So this is probably the one that comes up the most, is like Walt Disney being, all of these things. I've done, I think, a fairly deep dive into this from a bunch of different angles. I've read the most critical, I've read the most complimentary sort of books all about Disney and his biography, and I've talked to people that work directly with him in animation studios and stuff. So quirky guy, workaholic. The secret society angle is a very unique one because Walt Disney, and let me go on just the tiniest of tangents here because it makes the most sense and it gives the most breadth to like how complex this guy was. So Walt Disney, growing up, he actually had a very strained relationship with his dad in particular. And through this, he had convinced himself that he himself was kidnapped as a child, that he must have belonged to royalty or some much more noble family line, and he was kidnapped and forced to live with these oppressors almost. It almost sounds like that archetypal Disney princess locked up in a castle waiting for a Prince Charming aspect, right? So he already had grown up like this, and when he was very young, he joined the Des Moines, the Order des Moines, which is essentially Cub Scouts for Freemasons. That's the best way I can put it.
I'm familiar with
You got to
that.
be 12 to 20, I think, 12 to 21 to join Des
But you have
Moines.
to have parents who are Masons, I think, in order to do that. Or maybe not.
Or you have to have some kind of a parental or like authority figure that is registered as a Mason. Well, here, this is way more interesting than just him being Desmoulins. He not only was he Desmoulins, but his direct mentor was the creator of the Desmoulins order, like the original founder. So this would be like if you joined the Boy Scouts, but you would be bearing the lead to not mention, oh, but I was also mentored by the guy that invented the Cub Scouts.
Sure.
So there's that angle to it. From everything that I've ever been able to tell, once he aged out of Desmoulins, he never joined the Freemasons proper. He never joined any other secret order except for Bohemian Grove. He was absolutely a member. There's documented evidence of him drawing sketches and signing stuff, but he also didn't get with the Bohemian Grove crowd as much. Even though it was kind of his crowd, just people that exploited artists. That was like the original DNA. But he had another one called the Rancheros Vistadoras, the visiting ranchers, which he considered to be like a more manly version of Bohemian Grove. He wanted to get like an actual outdoorsy nature experience from it, but he went to Bohemian Grove. He's like, these are just a bunch of rich guys in nice cabins doing, gay stuff all the time.
Well,
so
that's how Nixon described it. He said it was very faggoty.
Right. I mean, well, yeah, it's boys will be boys, and they're all
and
just
also,
naked.
Alex Jones was able to get in there with a camera and show the burning of the this effigy. And there's, I don't know if he actually caught on film the idea that there might have been some human sacrifice. I'm not saying there was, but it's a pretty troubling and pretty weird occultic group, and it tends to attract Republicans, I guess you might say. Rich.
Long, interesting story on how they founded too. I'll stay on track though, because these are like my absolute favorite topics. So Disney is this princess in a castle in his own mind. He gets raised into this sort of Freemasonry for kids, sort of secret society in some ways. And then after he exits this, there's no doubt in my mind that he carried those occult and those esoteric views with everything that he did. It was a huge inspiration in how much he adopted and kept true some of the Grimm's fairy tales. All of Snow White and the Seven Dwarfs could also be interpreted almost as like Rosicrucianism, which I guess would just be like a much older, more religious version of Desmoulins. So that form of Walt Disney being, in the occult and in secret society is absolutely no doubt whatsoever.
Not to mention Fantasia, right?
But every single movie, honestly, even Aristocats can all sort of be tied into these like esoteric teachings. Although, and this is why I mentioned that there's these different phases of his life, and LA and Orlando is a huge portion of that. That once he starts working on Walt Disney World in Orlando, he kind of has this different vision. He's thinking about Epcot, the experimental protocol community of tomorrow, and like he's trying to do something more than cartoons and more than theme parks at this point. He wants to make his own city, maybe country, maybe who knows where it was going to go after that. But as soon as he starts ultra like hyper focusing on Walt Disney World, he doesn't have as much anymore in the animation wing. And then as time goes on, he just becomes a delegator as opposed to boots on the ground, rolling up his sleeves and doing the things, which is natural for anyone that's at the head of this huge global conglomerate that keeps scaling and scaling and scaling. So when we talk about Aristocats and anything after that, there's really no participation from Walt Disney proper at that point. At this point, and I guess to summarize the whole occult Disney series, is the movie Fantasia is a literal spell, some literal magical ceremony that creates the world of Disney. It creates an entire universe known as the Walt Disney Universe that will outlive us all because it's now an egregore. It is one of the most powerful egregores. They sort of introduce all the different archetypes, all of the DNA that goes into the rest of the movies. Even characters are introduced in Fantasia that you see recurring out through other Disney movies to come for, over a century at this point, or getting close to it. So just the fact that Fantasia exists is that original magic incantation spell. So yeah, all occult, all the way down, all turtles.
Well, and plus there was some very frightening scenes in Fantasia involving nuclear activity. And I think the last Disney movie that Walt Disney was directly involved in was Mary Poppins. I think I could be wrong, but
also another movie about child exploitation, because they put so much emphasis on the chimney sweep and how lucky the chimney sweeps are. But if you look at actual chimney sweeps during that time period, they were kids. They were sending kids into these chimneys to sweep them out because adults wouldn't fit.
they could get up there. Yeah, they had wiry. They could fit into the crevices. Interesting. But you don't think that? I mean, it sounds like we're talking about influences on Disney's worldview and kind of this occultic element to it, and this fantasy world that he wanted to create and project into the future with Epcot, which is, as you say, that's City of the Future. Do you think there was a more conscious aspect to this, in that Disney might have been literally coordinating with, secret society people? I mean, was it, kind of like part of a world order element? Was he involved, for example, in the post-World War II Federalist Society movement or anything like that?
It's really hard to pin Disney down in particular on a specific. There is one thing, and this is from Dark Prince, or Hollywood's Dark Prince, I think, is this unauthorized biography that the Disney family absolutely hates, but it presents this case that he was sort of working in like a McCarthyist way to root out communists in the animation industry in particular.
Right.
And I'm glad you brought this up, because this ties into that Disney growing up felt like he was this princess trapped in a castle by his captors. The FBI, or that might have been the FBI, I think FBI, J. Edgar Hoover in particular, basically gave Walt Disney special agent in charge status in exchange for him to give up any sort of communist information or root out commies that he could in the industry. And in exchange for that, they actually told Disney they had found his real father. His real father was royal blood. He was a king of Spain at some point, or his family line were kings of Spain, and that if you just help us out with these FBI matters, we'll put these connections together for you. And we'll give you some of this research that they had uncovered. And I believe that they were just putting a carrot on a string for him. They were exploiting a character flaw, or maybe some deep-rooted issue with him. But this is absolute close to proof, depending on how much you believe the special agent in charge documents. But if that were actually happening, then at a government level, absolutely, Disney was covertly spying on his peers and reporting back to the government in exchange for benefits and secret information that no one else had. I mean, how else would you describe a secret society other than just an intelligence organization? So,
right. I
from
mean,
that very mundane example, you can extrapolate all of the other ones that, if he was in the Rancheros, and if he was in Bohemian Grove, and if he was still an appendant of Desmoulins, he did draw Mickey as Desmoulins numerous times. So he was actively recruiting in that way.
And also, I mean, as you say, the FBI was kind of the first literal, legal, open enthronement of a secret society into the United States. And then, of course, that was advanced under Truman with the National Security Act, which created the CIA and the National Security Agency and all the rest. An interesting book about this was written by Professor Michael J. Glennon, who wrote the book Double Government. He was a professor emeritus at Fletcher School. He served the Obama administration. He's an insider, but he kind of blew the whistle on a lot of this, even though I had him on my show and he didn't like me at all, but yet he admitted that, right? I mean, he was like, yeah, okay, he didn't deny anything I brought up, but he was unhappy with me for bringing it up, even though it's in his book. Anyway, I recall being also at the Disney Museum in Los Angeles when we visited Disneyland. And I remember that it went through great lengths to show Disney's lineage as going back to the Normans and William the Conqueror. And it traced the name. And so Disney was very concerned with bloodlines and ancestry. I don't know if he was into the Committee of 300. I mean, who knows? But going back to the Roman times with which eventually became the Venetian bloodline. But that does seem to be a theme, I think, in his work. It's a very kind of Gothic element of like superpower and magical power being held by certain people who had high positions.
So Disney, this is a really interesting thread to look at it. Like if let's not say literally in the committee of 300, the council of 300, but that Disney would if such a thing were in operation during Disney's lifetime, then Disney would represent this massive opportunity to influence the public, just not just American public, but the entire globe, right?
Oh yeah.
Disney had a massive surface area in that regard, but when I think of like those shadowy occult figures, like a literal Illuminati at some point, the actual Illuminati members rarely want themselves to be the figurehead, like an actual scapegoat or someone you can point a finger of or draw a picture of. So Disney likely would have been a very useful, I would like say an asset, as opposed to a CIA agent, a CIA asset, as opposed to an FBI agent, he's an FBI asset, so he would clearly be in all those roles, and he made propaganda movies directly for the government. Many of them were top secret, so he was, in every definition of the word, secret societies, if you expand that to include government and military, which I absolutely do. I mean, the cult of Mithras was essentially the first military, intelligence agency, right? So if you can extrapolate from there, it's really no different. We're just kind of shuffling.
You mean the ancient cult of Mithras during like post-Roman times? Is that what you mean?
Correct. Yeah. Well, I mean, the longest thread ever, but all of that ceremonial magic and sexual orgies and child sacrifice, this was state religion in Phoenicia and in Carthage up until the Romans stomped out Carthage. But the Romans didn't completely stomp out ceremonial magic and orgies and child sacrifice. They just said, it's only for the rich people and the male military members at first. And then never again was it supposed to ever be done outside. It was no longer supposed to be exoteric. Now it was permanently esoteric. And I think that that's sort of the longest thread that you can tie here. Is that
went underground after the Romans destroyed Carthage. And there's, according to Roman historians, when the Romans went into Carthage, there was such abominable practices that they literally were throwing up. They were like literally sick over what they were seeing. But of course, this is what the Bible warns us about. This is what, the book of Genesis. I mean, there's a thread all through it about the admonition against idol worship of graven images. It wasn't just worshiping a piece of wood, or like a rock or something. In the case of Moloch, this granite statue, which would have a burning furnace in the belly, you go in and throw your baby into that as a way to appease the gods. It had to do with all the practices around the idol. And all of it was, we can't even imagine what they were doing. But it was all state sponsored. And it was all run by the sort of government that would operate behind the scenes and use this idol as their mouthpiece to manipulate their masses and to keep people docile and to use, sexual vice and moral, all kinds of crap to keep people like kind of off center, infantilized, distracted. And the idea, it's interesting that you say, I mean, that the Romans basically tried to stamp it out and did so with Carthage, but then it went underground. That's interesting.
Literally went underground. They took what was happening above ground, and state sponsored is maybe even underselling it. Maybe state mandated would be a better way of describing the ceremonial magic, sexual orgies, child sacrifice. This wasn't just, hey, if you want to do it, we're cool with it. This was like, you better show up at 7 a.m. with your newborn to throw them into this fire or else. Like, so there was very much a state mandated aspect of this that you could not escape it. So when the Romans came, that literally went from being done out in public where, the neighboring cities could see it happening and saying, well, let's not be like those guys. This is like the biblical aspect of like those Carthaginians, or like they're worshiping Moloch over there. That was basically saying like, don't do what they're doing over the river, in so many words. But then the Romans just stomped that out above ground and literally made them do it in caves underground. Like all the cult of Mithras original meetings usually happen in underground caverns or under temples or in subterraneous sort of settings. So
and
it
there's a
turned
lot
into
of that even
underground.
to this day in Italy with underground Rome. And you find tunnels and catacombs and passages, and even under the Vatican. I mean, they say there's underground, almost an underground city that's as big as a football field, with who knows what's in there. But, and I'm not pointing a finger at the Vatican. I admire Catholicism. That's not the issue here. But what you're saying here, Thomas, is sensational. You're saying that this cult of practices that was, went underground after the destruction of Carthage. Are you saying that that's still here? I mean, are you suggesting that this
Oh
is
yeah,
something-
I'm not just suggesting, I'm outright, directly
Okay.
claiming it. And Fantasia maybe being the best example. My favorite scene, even growing up, like the scariest one, where they show this huge black demon god with two horns. He
Oh,
literally
yeah.
represents child sacrifice, and he represents pagan gods and the horned bull god of agriculture and fertility. The actual name of that god is Chernobog, which means black god, and I think in Serbian or Slovenian. And this happens on Walpurgis Night, which is essentially like an actual pagan ritual in which these witches would get together and they would do orgies and sacrifice in order to basically release their own magic out into the world. And the whole premise of the magical ceremony and ritual is to keep doing that over and over again in that exact same spot and the exact same incantations for centuries, so that it harnesses real magic. So that premise is what Fantasia is. Fantasia is just a animated version of these, ancient rituals to not just Chernobog, but every other two-horned deity that kind of came before it. And through syncretism, it's easy to sort of like oversimplify and just like combine different cultures and religions, but that's kind of what we're doing here, because that's what Fantasia is. Fantasia is syncretism animated all together in like a 2-hour presentation.
Mhm. Now, I mean, I want to just move history up a little bit here, because maybe I tend to embrace conventional history here, but I do believe that the Israelites were the first attempt to reform some of these practices. The Torah basically laid out moral and ethical laws which emanated from Sinai, according to the Torah, and which rejected these practices, even though the children of Israel struggled with it, and sometimes they were good and sometimes they weren't. At least they began the process rolling. And then, of course, the ministry of Jesus resulted in bringing that to the world, and it was eventually became the official faith of Rome under Constantine, which I, as conventionally looking at history, believe was a good development. It was an attempt to stamp out these practices and an attempt to bring about a more moral order in the universe. But you seem to be suggesting that concurrent with that was a continued underground that continued to operate in this sort of, I guess you might say, satanic practices, and that it involved people at high levels of power, of influence, both in government, culture, and economy. Is that true?
Yeah, I'm absolutely. And actually, this is highly controversial, and I'm aware of that. Although one of the most compelling takes on this particular dynamic I've come across so far is essentially that the Israelites and the Carthaginians or the Canaanites or the Phoenicians, or whatever name you would give to that sort of crowd that was into the state mandated magical orgies and sacrifice and everything, that really the Israelites and the Phoenicians or the Carthaginians were worshiping the same God. It's just that the Canaanites were doing it in this abhorrent way. And this is where the Israelites were saying, like, don't do what they're doing across, the river over here. Like, they're having a great time with their agriculture. They're worshiping these agricultural gods, and they're making these sacrifices, and they're doing sex out in public, and business is booming. They've got crops, all over the place that's actually working. And they had just come from the desert. Even if that's just the metaphor, it was really the difference between desperation and abundance. And it was a way of saying, like, just because they're going through a boom right now, do not adopt their particular practices of worship. But that also means that when it gets stamped out, all those people that were doing so well and had accumulated all sorts of capital, not just, wealth, but like political capital, goodwill amongst all the other people that they had spread their riches of agriculture from. They obviously can flex that, and by flexing that, it's to, well, let's preserve this culture that gave us everything that we wanted, but obviously we can't do it out in public anymore. We have to only do it at night, burning charcoal in the middle of the forest or going into these caves, or better yet, join the military, where the military, you could be easily weeded out just depending on not only your physical aptitude, but if you were like in it, if your mind was in the same mentality as everyone else. And they also had the luxury of just killing you if you applied and you didn't get the job. They weren't just like, okay, go home. They could just eliminate you for any number of reasons. So it was a very methodical and powerful way to preserve everything that had been going on above ground and make sure that it maintained itself below ground. And there's a wild tangent we wouldn't even get into, but you can trace this exact practice go through Tunisia, the northern coast of Africa, all the way down into the rest of Africa, and make its way through, Haiti and Dominican Republic and all these all these other adaptations of the same sort of fertility rituals, the same orgies and sex magic and black magic and sacrifice. It continued even all the way down to the two-horned gods. So it never really got fully stamped out, despite Rome's best efforts.
No, but I don't know if I'm taking issue with you here, but I think that the Israelite movement, the thing that made them different than all other nations was that they rejected these practices, that they continued with animal sacrifice, but not human sacrifice.
Absolutely. No, I think we're not in disagreement there, that the Israelite was a complete reformation of how they were worshiping. And I guess the contentious part that I injected there, based on other things that I've read, was that a lot of people claim that these Canaanites were worshiping, Satan, or they were worshiping some other deity, but it seems more reasonable and complicated that they were literally worshiping the exact same God. It's just that the Israelites were doing this.
I don't think so. Only in that I think they were worshiping idols. They were worshiping Baal and Molech and Asura, which were man-made idols created by the state, whereas the Israelites were worshiping something more transcendent. I mean, a universal God that was
fair point. I guess the difference being like one of them was doing it the right way and one of them was doing it the wrong way.
Right. Well, I guess you could say that, but the thing is, and I do think that Christianity brought that to the world, this idea that you can't create a God on earth, and it's not a man-made thing that a government or that a group of elites can decide what it is. That there is something that's separate from our own existence, that is real, and that is, that we can't manipulate. That God is outside of the ability of the human being and the human mind to create or manipulate, that we're images of God, we're not God. That's the sin of the Garden of Eden. I mean, that Adam and Eve thought that they could be as God, they could know everything, they could have cosmic consciousness, eternal life. But they were going to overthrow God, and that's why they were banished. But because we're not gods, we're just human beings. We're imperfect. Our perceptions are limited. But we have some divine revelation that we can look to craft our lives. So bringing things up to today, and I think this is really interesting, and I agree with this, by the way. I mean, I think you have this continuous cult that's underground, that is involved in these practices, that does attract the highest levels of elite, that has basically become and has formulated into secret societies. I think it started in the Middle Ages. You had the Knights Templar was, I think, infected by it, and that's why they were banished by the Pope. You had in the Carabinari, and in the 18th century, the emergence of the Illuminati and the French Revolution. So I think we could trace the history of it. And what you have are an intricate web of secret societies that sometimes clashed, at other times cooperated, but yet all maintained almost an alternative existence from everyone else, and yet walked amongst us as everyday people.
Well, yeah, the ones that who's writing the books? If everyone's reading the books and on the same page, someone's got to be writing the books. So there's already going to inherently be some sort of aspect of these like secret societies. Even in Catholicism has Opus Dei, which is their version of Freemason. I mean, that maybe the wrong way of phrasing that, but like they can't be compatible with Freemasonry, but still have the same need to have this internal intelligence structure. So every single group seems to form one of these, regardless of what they call themselves and whether they're political or religious or apolitical or what have you. There will always be this like weird pyramid structure that I think the Bavarian Illuminati in particular, I think sets the most obvious template, so that if you can understand how the Illuminati worked and why it worked, why people joined, how sort of potent that entire structure was, and then just say, okay, yeah, how do you apply those particular properties to any organization that technically they become a Illuminati in a way. And the Illuminati, Bavarian Illuminati in particular, I think the way that explains it the best for me is that they're selling something that never goes out of style. If you're trying to sell something to a priest or a pauper or a pope or anyone, a king, they might already have the resources to own all the material goods that you could possibly want to promise them. They might have all the life experiences, but if you promise them some sort of arcane knowledge that no one else has access to, I found this sea scroll, I found this old book, or God told me in this epiphany about how to interpret these symbols that have been a mystery for ages, right? I've got all those secrets. Now you've got a really good sales pitch that you can ensnare anybody with. And one of the stipulations, again, for the Bavarian Illuminati, okay, well, not only do you have to give us some actual money and your time and all this stuff, brain power, but we also want you to snitch on yourself. We want you to keep a little diary of all the dirty little things that you've done and think about, and everything that your family's doing and your friends. Just take a complete diary on everyone. And what they do is they can slowly form this holographic image of the society that they're living in, like where it's not just people's pretenses, but what's actually going on behind the scenes. And even better, if they can recruit everybody in another group somewhere, let's say the Illuminati infiltrates one of the high Freemason lodges, and they recruit every person in there, but tell them all, you're the only one from this entire lodge that we're recruiting. Don't tell anyone else that we even exist. Take notes on yourself, take notes on others. But they do that to the whole lodge. They do it to like 30 or 40 people, right? And now they're all snitching on themselves and snitching on each other. It becomes this huge cachet of blackmail. And so now you've got the ultimate sales pitch. Someone's on the hook and they're giving you money and they're giving you time and brain power. They're also snitching on themselves and others, an entire community. And pre-internet, obviously, Bavarian Illuminati, whoever's at the top, which would have been Adam Weishaupt, he could act as this all-knowing sort of God on earth, where you came up to him and you were like, hey, I've got a chemistry question, I've got a religious question, a math question, a science, whatever. He could be the ultimate Renaissance man polymath, where I was already going to expect, like, okay, I write you a letter, it's going to take, a week to get to you and a week to get back to me. I might not hear from you for 2 or 3 weeks. That was the norm. So now Adam Weishaupt can get a question he doesn't know the answer to, but he can consult this vast network of experts that he's recruited from the highest levels everywhere, like the actual authorities on any matter you could think of. So now it seems like this Adam Weishaupt guy's got all the answers. He literally created an intelligence network based on blackmail. And for those that even maybe figured out the game far too in, that fallacy of sunken costs, where it's like, well, now, it's going to be the emperor wears no clothes. Like, now I'm going to look like an idiot if I got swindled by this guy. So keep that thing going, or even better yet, kick Adam Weishaupt out. Maybe he didn't have the greatest intentions, but I know what this thing could be. Let's just keep this thing on track and make it what it could be, which is a sort of another false premise, right? The thing
becomes corrupting.
But that particular formula, sell someone knowledge that they can't get otherwise access to, blackmail, and then acting as some sort of an authority. That's, if you read modern CIA recruiting documents on how to secure assets or recruit for other agents, it's this exact same kind of premise. There was something called, I think it was called RATS or something, which was like repertoire and opportunity, or I forgot what the actual acronym was, but this is exactly how you sell anyone on any covert agency.
Well, I mean, I suppose when you strip it down to its basic essence, it's the lie of the serpent in the Garden of Eden. We can offer you eternal knowledge. We can offer you eternal life. We can offer you the meaning of life and full understanding of good and evil and everything in the universe. In other words, you can become God. And, it was very alluring. And every generation deals with it. Whittaker Chambers, who was a communist spy in the United States and who then turned state's evidence against Alger Hiss in the famous Hiss trial of 1948, and wrote in his autobiography, Witness, that communism is the world's second oldest religion, and that it comes from the Garden of Eden, metaphorically, in that it's the rule of the universe by man as opposed to by God. That man will be the highest elite. An elite of man would be the highest level of knowledge, and that they would control others for their own good, and that they would create a utopia. They're offering utopia. They're offering all the answers to the pain of existence, because we live in a vale of tears, as Catholics like to say, and that you can alleviate yourself by seeing this greater knowledge. It's a very alluring sales pitch. Now, having said that, I think we can identify the nature of the Illuminati, and you've done that in, I think, your most recent book, Thomas, right? About the Illuminati.
Donut and I. We just call it Illuminati comic. The cover actually says, "Are you being mind controlled by the Illuminati?" Because it's meant to be something someone will walk by and be like, "Oh, what's that?" and pick it up.
Yeah, I mean, it's a great concept because it's based on more than some truths. I mean, the Illuminati had an agenda that's well known. They wanted to create a one world order. They wanted to create a one world religion by getting rid of all of the clerical and political entities of their day, by getting rid of all the institutions that promoted those entities, both good and bad. But the good ones were things like private ownership and self-interest and sovereignty and all of the other things that allow humanity to advance and the individual to advance. They wanted to abolish all of it, which Marx then went on to describe as false consciousness. And that the way to get rid of it was, well, he wants to get rid of the Jews, but that's beside the point. I mean, just whatever, get rid of America, get rid of Christianity, as a way to move man into this one world collective entity where we would all become, lobotomized ants, basically. However, having said that, I don't think it's a complicated situation in that not all secret societies were part of this and still are not. Sometimes I think that there's a necessity for some secretiveness in certain situations. George Washington, for example, was a member of a Masonic lodge in Alexandria, which developed the layout for the city of Washington, D.C. He received a letter from a minister named Snyder in New York who said, I think that your lodge has been infiltrated by the Illuminati, and I want to alert you to this. And Washington sent back a letter in response saying, I'm very well aware of what you're talking about with the Illuminati, which he referred to as diabolical. However, I don't believe that they have infiltrated my lodge. I think that, and yet we know in American history that they eventually did get major footholds in this country, and that they developed such organizations as Skull and Bones and others. But I don't think it's quite, you can't throw the entire baby out with the bathwater. I know it's complicated, and we can't know the inner portico because we're not part of it. And we don't know, so it creates a natural and should create a natural distrust. But there have been, sometimes secretiveness is necessary. I mean, the Sons of Liberty, for example, in Boston, was developed on Masonic lines, and they affected the Boston Tea Party, which led to the American Revolution. They needed secrecy in order to operate, and in order to plan, and in order to figure out how to confront the tyranny of General Gage, who was the British general who was occupying Boston. And they did it. And I think that sometimes when you're in a situation where there's political oppression, people can organize in secret and make plans in terms of how to counter it. So it's not, ultimately when these things become established, they probably are infiltrated by the Illuminati. But I think we have to be, we have to kind of look at this on a case by case. What do you think?
I mean, yeah, it will just be like saying any intelligence organization can't really be inherently good or evil. Some people have inherent distrust of anything that's secretive, but like you just mentioned, without Sons of Liberty working on the backbone of these Masonic lodges, which at that point a lodge was just somewhere that you met. Most of those, if you've gone to that area, they're just pubs. They would just meet at the bar after they kicked everyone else out. They would hang out and they would make their plot. That was the Masonic lodge, was them hanging out after.
But they did have a society that was built on Masonic lines.
Right. Well, and again, this is like that template where they understand that, okay, here's the Masonic template, is that you have to know the code name of the different people in your lodge, the code name of the city the lodge is in. You wouldn't actually say the building that you're meeting in. There would be like a code name for that. There's going to be a secret handshake.
And maybe that's a way to winnow out people that they couldn't trust and try to verify people who they could. And sort of, there's a necessity to that because in a way, I mean, it sort of stops infiltration by people who don't have the right intentions.
Another really practical, I guess, example, if you look at Prohibition era, speakeasy, you would have to know someone that was already kind of in that speakeasy, and they give you the password, and you knock 3 times, and they say, that's essentially what, that maybe like this one is just based on gambling and drinking, but all the same, this was a secret society in many ways without maybe even a name to it. So I think that there is always going to be a need for these sort of secret. This might be another contentious point too, but I've heard the most compelling argument against this was like, well, Jesus in the Bible is against secrecy. It's the antithesis of secrecy. But there's one in particular passage, and I'm not a theologian that can quote the exact verses. Hopefully someone else knows this one, but Jesus is going around telling a whole bunch of people, like, I'm not going to go into town today. And he's basically telling everyone that, you're not going to be under my purview. Don't worry about it. I'm going to be busy over here. But then he puts on a disguise and he sneaks into town anyways. And he observes everybody acting, thinking as if he weren't watching, to just see if they were still. And that's one of these interesting examples of even Jesus would put on a costume and like sneak into an area and spy on everyone just to see if they acted differently. So there is a use for secrecy and deception in almost any context.
I mean, I suppose that Jesus's apostles, his disciples, constituted a society that was somewhat closed. And then, of course, they then had a traitor in their midst in the form of Judas. But, I mean, the secret societies really affected the Irish Revolution against the British. It affected the plot to assassinate Hitler. It probably affected the overthrow of the Soviet Union. So, China possibly has that too. So I think that there are positive elements to it. The problem is that it also is prone to corruption because not only infiltration, but because it's often the illegitimate and deviant use of power, and that is corrupting, and that can have, especially when you have bad people get involved in it, which inevitably they do, because power, as Lord Acton said, power corrupts, and absolute power corrupts absolutely. There are very few political figures that are good people.
I think there's a couple like litmus tests you can give. One of the most obvious is, does your secret society require blackmail? And if so, it might be one of the lesser of them. Or is it straight up just money? Do you just have to pay money in order to be involved? And in that case, it's maybe just any other regular pyramid scheme. So there's a lot of different aspects to like the good or the bad and the actual uses of all these. But just like any other infrastructure or formula or template can all be corrupted by, someone doing bad things, because what they also represent are these intelligence networks. And I guess now the concept of secret societies is sort of dying out in a lot of different ways, because we've got LinkedIn and we've got emails and we've got private email servers and Discord groups and Signal, encrypted Signal chats so you can put a bunch of people, and that sort of eliminates a lot of that original, like, would the Sons of Liberty had to meet up in person at a pub after hours if they could all just be in an encrypted, Discord chat? Maybe not. Maybe they never would have actually come together that exact same way. It was just the limitation of technology, just the same way that sending letters back and forth in Adam Weishaupt's time by like horseback, that might have been their version of Discord. And if they could have just emailed everyone or just sent like a top secret correspondence, they would have had to have still done that. I think it would have changed the shape of all of that. So right now it's harder to say like who's the current Illuminati or who the current secret societies. It's just an email chain. Like the most secret society on the planet is probably just a whole bunch of boring email chains at this point.
Right. Although those emails, once they are put into place, they exist, and it's hard to remove them. And there's a certain amount of transparency around that, even though, like, Hillary was like destroying her emails with the bleach bit. I don't know, boring. But nevertheless, it's still out there, and it's hard to conceal. But I would argue that in modern times, particularly since the launch of the Illuminati in 1776, the secret society infrastructure has become overall corrupted. And that was advanced by the Rhodes Roundtable Group, which is at the turn of the century, the Anglo-American establishment, and that it kind of has grown up in other societies, and oftentimes there's intersection and interaction. The central banking establishment, which also launched in the 19th century, plays a major role in it because they get to decide the value of things. That's a huge power. They decide how much your property is worth by how much currency they emit into the economy. It's a huge power, and that they do informally, and it's been written about. If you read the work of Carroll Quigley, he gets into this in Tragedy and Hope, who was a supporter of it, and he's a professor at Georgetown University, that the interaction and intersection between economic, cultural, and political forces, both in this country and around the world and with each other, has created an atmosphere which can only be described as an informal world government, and that they leave in place the official governments, the official offices, the official ceremonies, but behind the scenes, they increasingly control everything, and that their motives and their means and their agenda is not holy. Let's just put it that way. And it's certainly not wholesome in terms of the right of the individual under God. Anyway, Thomas, I got to run, and this is really an interesting conversation. We've just touched on the surface here. I could do that. We could talk for hours.
Well, let me tag in really quick too, since you asked like the sexual Disney
Yes.
stuff. I just want to tag in here without going on a wild tangent on it, but that an interesting dynamic that people seem to leave out, especially in the earlier Disney movies that they claim get very sexualized, but those artists, when they weren't drawing cartoons for Disney, were pretty much drawing pinup artwork. These are also the same artists that were literally would be working on a feature-length Disney animation, get sent off to war, see combat, see friends die, kill people themselves, return back to the States, and then finish out that Disney animation. So the amount of literal trauma that these people were going through, there's a lot baked into those early classic animations. There's so much more than just wanting like, hey, let's see if I can sneak a nipple in this scene here. I think it's way deeper than that.
Interesting, and you can kind of tell, but it definitely opens a door, or you might say a portal, to some insights into the Disney animation series, and it's something that I think we all sense. Anyways, Thomas, where can people get a hold of your excellent books? And I know you have a podcast that's up, The Paranoid American, that's available at Apple Podcasts and elsewhere. So let my viewers know where they can find out more about you.
Yeah, if you search for just Paranoid American on any platform, you'll find something of mine, whether it's a podcast, a documentary series. You search it on Amazon, you'll find some of my books, but you'll find all of the stuff that I got at paranoidamerican.com, which includes things that I'll never be able to list on Amazon or elsewhere, like a Hillary Clinton adrenochrome playset, like things like this, a little severed head and like a blinking light. So yeah, I've got every kids books, adult books, stickers, toys, everything. I'm trying to really make conspiracy theory and occult research fun and approachable to everybody.
How to get superpower through the blood of babies. Anyway,
correct. We literally have a book called the Homunculus Owner's Manual. That maybe not babies, but it's about raising homunculus and then like cutting their head off and spilling their blood on your toes, and you can walk on water for a couple days.
Very important work and great imagination too. All right, Thomas, listen, thanks so much for joining me. Great conversation. An honor. Let's do it again sometime.
Thank you, Charles, and thank you, Donut, for connecting us.
Okay, welcome aboard, everyone. Charles Moscowitz here. Michael D. Shaw is joining me, slightly delayed due to computer issues, but here you are, Mike, cranking it out.
You know, it's funny, Chuck, how within really a few years of the advent of the internet being publicly available, people started relying on it to an extent that it's unbelievable. I mean, if it's down for a minute, people get upset.
Oh yeah,
and, rightly so. You know.
No, you freak out. I mean, can you imagine? Like my phone, I remember my computer's not working. I'm there having a complete meltdown.
Yeah, it's just so. And you know, in the famous words of, I have to tell you, the first computer I ever bought, I had a friend who was an old-time mainstream guy, right? And this was an IBM PC, if anybody remembers that.
Was this the old-fashioned big desktop?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, I had one of those.
So what happened was they came out with their first model that had a hard drive in it. That was the IBM XT, which I got. And my friend Alan Stewart, and again, old mainframe guy, older than me, he opens it up and said, "It's a miracle this thing works at all," you know, because he was used to the huge IBM 360 mainframe, takes up a whole building.
Oh yeah, and I remember you to go online. There was the handshake, and you hear like the clicking noise. And I mean, back then I was the head of a pretty big and successful business, so I had money back then. I spent a lot of money on this big, monitor and the keyboard and a printer and a column and memory and all the bells and whistles. Now, basically the laptop can do all of it you can get one for like $300 or $400 at Costco.
Yeah, it's a whole different thing. But anyway, the best thing that I saw all week, and I'm sure you see it because you watch all this crap, was that joint press conference of those Senate Democrat leaders. And you know what I know why you're laughing.
With Schumer.
And
that was
they were asked, okay, Schumer was the head of it. And he's asked, what about the pardon? Well, I got nothing to add. And then the next reporter comes up, what about the pardon? So he's asked 5 times. All right, here is my sincere question to you in the audience. Biden's a dead duck. Why not, Chucky Schumer, just say, hey, we were disappointed. But to not even speak, do you appreciate how gelded this guy is? The Senate Majority Leader doesn't have the huevos to just give an honest statement. Hey, we were let down. But to say
that's why they lost. That's what I mean, the worst violator, of course, was Harris. I mean, they could not answer a direct question on the most simple things. I mean, we've all seen the congressional testimony over the past couple of years. Josh Hawley and Ted Cruz and some of these other guys asking questions of people, and they just would spit out this kind of like shibboleth, this kind of pre-planned slogan, and they kept repeating it. Some of these judge appointees are the worst. Oh my God, they're just like little robots. And I think that really peeved a lot of people, and this is why they voted for Trump.
Well, this stems from, and it's one of my great cliches, the Model UN mentality.
Right.
What do I mean by that? Because this probably predates some people. Back in the day, and you tell me if even in your era this was true, you get all the kiss-ass 7th and 8th graders, and they would be the Model UN. And they would have this set of liberal beliefs that were drummed into their heads. And the problem is most of these people never changed. Because
it's a finishing club for the future left-wing activists. I know my daughter was briefly involved in it. She didn't like it, but she went to the convention in Boston for it. And one of the main speakers was Noam Chomsky.
Oh, there you go.
And he's there rambling along, and all of a sudden he said something outrageous. He goes, "The United States got what it deserved on 9/11," or something typical. Yeah. And all of a sudden, my daughter's like, she's like, "What?" Her ears pricked up. But yeah, she was
smart. She was actually smart, as opposed to just being a quote good student. So the point is, and I think you'll agree, that the ones that weren't smart, like your daughter, there was it. They were just
spoon-fed, and it's kind of how to act, how to walk, how to talk. Yeah. It's a finishing school for the left, and for the future, rulers of the world.
And they never change. It's pathetic now, really, to watch it, because I knew people like this that had some intelligence, but despite all that's happened, they don't change. And
no, they can't. They're locked in. I mean, as I've said, a classic example is Harris, who obviously is not the sharpest knife in the drawer, complete tool, but nevertheless, she just could not answer a question. I don't think she's capable of it. So programmed at probably such an early age, probably by her Marxist father, that it's like there's no one home. It's like a robot. It's a hologram. There's lights. It's made up of like pieces of particles of light that look a certain way, but that there's nothing really there. It's I know I use that analogy. Oh, I always use that. It's a hologram phenomenon. Smashing the Hologram. That's the subtitle of my new book. It's not out yet. I'm writing it. But look, there's a lot to celebrate right now. I'm cautiously optimistic, but I think that there are some damn good things going on.
I can't believe you're in a good mood. What's wrong?
I know, I'm not used to it. I almost don't know what to say. It's like I'm used to this kind of, I don't know what to do with myself. I mean, it's one victory after the next. Even this most aggravating story that's just coming out, that Biden, after pardoning Hunter, which in the broad sense, I suppose I don't blame him. If it was my son, I'd do the same. However, there's now talk within that administration, whoever's running it, that they're going to pardon all these rotten people. I mean, Fauci and Schiff and Liz Cheney. I mean, it's aggravating. It is. I mean, I think it's the last miserable gasp of a dying, illegitimate regime that has just weeks to go. They weren't able to trigger World War III in Ukraine, even though they gave a green light to mines and far-range missiles to hit Moscow. That didn't work. They're on their last legs. So Biden has just done something that involves some kind of an executive order that they claim will have legs after he leaves, that allows something like.
But they always talk about that. I mean,
they're trying to do all of this crap. This is like, Massachusetts is a microcosm of this. They say they're leaving the candle on at night, the day before the legislative leaves for Christmas and the day before the governor leaves for a new administration. They're there at like 11 p.m. at night on Christmas Eve, signing laws and signing legislation and trying to ram through, So this is a very dangerous time, but the days are waning, and I think the big stuff, they're not going to pull it off. But he did sign this one thing that is aggravating, and that is that it allows something like upwards of 42,000 federal employees to not show up to work. Did you see that?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean that as it is, apparently it's very revealing that they're only that they're allowed to they only have to come in and show up one day out of the month. I mean, these people what are they doing? It's like a no-show. I mean, the real work is done by consultants who are also ripping everyone off.
Well, right. I mean, the story on that, and this is not well known to the public.
Yeah.
Right? Remember, I lived in the DC area for almost 20 years. There were people that I knew, obviously not going to mention the name, but this guy worked for a contractor for Department of Agriculture.
Right.
He was getting paid 3 times the salary of the agency guy who was supposedly a supervisor. And that's not uncommon.
And he was a subcontractor. He was because look at, I mean, Harris pissed through about over $1 billion of, no one knows where the money disappeared. Now they're 20 million in debt. And, it's been, I think there's some whistleblower has said that consulting firms and consultants became multimillionaires overnight. They just put the money in their pocket. They did nothing. And, I mean, I could just give a personal anecdote here as well. This even happened to me. I mean, in my campaign, people got checks for doing nothing that I didn't know about. I had this one guy, all of a sudden they all come out of the woodwork, and then he got a check as a consultant, and I ran into him at a Starbucks 2 years later.
Oh.
And he sheepishly said to me, he says, "I want you to know that I did nothing, for that money." I'm like, look, I kind of suspected that, but I mean, that's the way this business is. I mean, everybody's like getting these checks. And it's a situation which in Washington is so bad now that you have people who haven't shown up for years. And I think that the exciting news is that Vivek Ramaswamy and Elon Musk are fully aware of it, and they're going to clean out those rat's nests, every last one of them. And I don't think if Biden is signing some kind of an executive order to protect them, I don't think that's going to work.
No, it is going to work. And of course, the problem is for them that they're making it worse than it is. All right. If you have to decide an executive order to protect 40,000 people that aren't working, there's not going to be a whole lot of sympathy against government cuts.
You think he's going to do this blanket pardon of like Liz Cheney and all these rotten, swamp monsters?
I'll tell you whose name is at the top of the list is Fauci.
Oh, I know. Oh, the Mengele Fauci. I mean, that's aggravating. I mean, obviously, if they accept
Chuck, the good news is about that, and you know what I'm going to say. Yeah, it's terrible that this guy's killed thousands of people, maybe more. But now they're admitting it.
I mean, yes. I mean, obviously, if they're not getting pardoned for nothing. I think that the party line is, well, this is all Trump's fault because Trump is going to prosecute these people. I don't think anyone, even the liberal media, didn't buy that when they claimed that about Hunter. Everybody knows that he was just a real scumbag. I mean, on the top highest order, nobody bought this at Trump's. First of all, he's not even on the list of people that Trump is going to prosecute. I mean, and also, unlike them who make up crimes, like they'll take an alleged campaign misdemeanor, turn it into a felony, split it into 34 pieces, and get 34 convictions from a corrupt jury and a judge who's made $85 million in contributions to his daughter's firm. The Trump people aren't going to do that. They're not going to make up crimes. There's plenty to work with there. They're going to work, you just work within the law. I just had on earlier today this lawyer, Peter Tickton. He's been around a while. He's actually a longtime personal friend of Trump in Florida. He's in Florida. He's bringing a case in Florida regarding voter fraud, and he's calling for the decertification of a congressional race because the independent, so-called mail-in ballots, which come in at an average of like several hundred to 1,000 a day in a period leading up to an election, he discovered that there was on one day 185,000 of them came in, which is statistically impossible, and that someone had shut off a little computer machine run by the state, which requires that they prove that they have a driver's license and that there's one other proof of personhood. That was shut off by someone or automatically the day those came in. And he's got a lawsuit. It's happening next week. And it's going to open up a whole deal. He knows Pam Bondi, who's going to be the attorney general. He knows Trump. They're aware of this. And I think that if they open this thing up, because he says this is just the tip of the iceberg in terms of a national phenomena. Trump won anyway because he got such a huge vote, but they were doing this crap that we've been talking about for years with these fake votes. He says that they're almost like drone votes. They're phantom votes. They're not connected to a real person. I've heard about this before. I mean, this has been out there, but he now has the receipts for it. And he says that if the trial is on track and it really gets the kind of traction that it should get, it's going to open up a can of worms because Trump actually, in Congress, the Republicans actually carried 40 or 50 more seats than they actually seem to have. And that this was more done on a local level than nationally. Probably Trump did get bigger amounts of votes, but for it was mainly a congressional thing. They couldn't take down Marco Rubio and Tim Scott because they're like Trump. They had a big vote that these kind of votes couldn't overcome, but they were able to take out several close elections for Congress. And if this thing is exposed, it would be beautiful. I mean, we'll there'll be a lot of new congressmen coming up.
Well, there's three elements that are very entrenched that are going to be attacked. One is voter fraud,
right,
which is everywhere, and you just have to use your old friend inductive reasoning, right? How did California go from being at worst a purple state to be blue as hell? It's voter fraud.
Yeah, but I think we have to differentiate. It's not so much voter fraud, like people engaging in fraud.
Voting fraud.
That's a felony, and that's something that it's out there, but it's not. There's no big change in that. That's been going on since the days of Washington. What has changed is what I would call election fraud, ballot fraud. Good. These are not real people. These are fake ballots. This is, Attorney Tickton talked about ballots that are made up of algorithms that are entered into the computer system, that somehow they appear and then they disappear. It's like a ghost. They show up in the system a few days before an election and then they vanish. And he says that it is something it's a national thing. It's an international thing, actually. And that he's on the tip of an iceberg on a huge story, one that I think that the leftist media is going to try to, ignore, but it's percolating. As I said, he has Trump's air, he has Bondi's air. They know about it, and it's going to be very, very interesting to watch.
Yeah. Well, with that you call election fraud, there's also healthcare fraud. There's also defense industry fraud, and I think that's going to be the one that's hardest fought. All right. The reason they're after Hesgath is that he's the first actual war fighter, I think, in at least the last 100 years. Well, they never.
And
I
yeah,
don't
I
know
mean,
who the
this is a
Secretary
big.
of War was, but in the research I've done, they've always been bureaucrats.
Oh yeah, always desk. I mean, and also, I mean, the fraud in the Defense Department. I mean, they cannot pass an audit.
They
They're-
failed 7 straight audits.
Yeah, and I mean, even my own Senator Ed Markey, before he went in the tank for the left completely, back when he was making his bones as a rep, he brought up. He was the one. He held up a toilet seat and said, "This cost $2,000." You know, he's the one that kind of exposed that back in the early. I think it was in the late '80s. He's been around forever,
Yeah.
but now he's completely corrupt. He's a complete stooge of the leftists, you know, powers. But back when he started out, he was a fairly decent, you know, solid Boston Irish guy, you know, who knew how to go in and knock around some things. And he brought this up way back then. So this is nothing new. And yeah, Hegseth is somebody who could go after it. He's not part of it. And that's exactly why they're going
right.
after
He's
him.
not part of it. And it really is interesting that the only argument they can use, forget about all this crap they're trying to dig up on him, but the generic argument that, well, this is unprecedented. Oh, yeah. You know,
Yeah.
let's look at Robert McNamara. Boy, he hit a home
Oh, I
run.
know.
You know, he was another typical industry guy. How many
Oh, they
lives
all
did
have
that
been.
guy shed, you know?
I mean, all these people, Schlesinger. I mean, we could look at all of these guys, and that you know, they're getting into like digging up someone's personal life, and I don't think it's going to work. I heard just yesterday, I don't know if this has been confirmed, but apparently all of the Republican senators are backing Hegseth, and that includes, you know, even the real rhinos like Murkowski and Collins. So this is a huge victory. This is a major step.
I think they're backing him because now they know which way the wind is blowing. There seems to be this whole bulldozer going through the entire corrupt government structure. The big money is in defense, and the big money is in healthcare. And that's the thing that they have to fix, those rotten agencies. Isn't it funny that the guy from Stanford, Bhattacharya, I believe his name is, he was on their enemies list, and now he's going to be head of the whole NIH.
Oh yeah, and Kennedy, that I don't think they can touch him. You know, they've demonized him. They've tried to go into, you know, his past, and they're digging up personal stuff. I don't think, you know, this is the same crap they've always pulled. I mean, if they can't find something, they'll make it up, and they'll basically bribe people and hire people to come forward. I mean, this goes back to Anita Hill. That was the first example. She was a mediocre mid-level executive working under Thomas, and he might have told a few dirty jokes. Fine, he never touched her. He asked her out, not appropriate, but you know, it's not like that has to come up in a Supreme Court hearing. I think that she was awarded. I think that she was groomed, and she got money. I think that apparently afterwards she was charging $10,000 to appear as a as a speaker at a college, and she got a big fat book deal. Then she got a tenured position at Brandeis, and she was rewarded.
Yeah,
where she heads the diversity and inclusion department. So, right, she does. So she was. Well, you know, I think that that's how that works. I think that she was given some plums.
Well, you know, you're from that area, so you tell me, how does the destruction of Brandeis University reputation comport with the Brandeis family, if it's still even involved?
I don't know if they ever were involved. I just think they named it after Brandeis because he was America's first Jewish Supreme Court justice. It has nothing to do with Brandeis. It's just they wanted to come up with a good name to kind of give a brand. But even now, I mean, there's a woman making the rounds attacking Hegseth. For what? He was seen publicly drunk. You know, there's no one's ever charged him with anything. But I think she's getting an award. She's going to get a book deal. She's going to get her fat face on television. you know,
How about that? If everything she says is true, it doesn't matter anyway.
So
She
what?
lets the guy's room.
I mean,
You know?
these are like the worst kind of like attacks. I mean, and she's appealing to the cottage industry of Trump haters, which are people who do spend money on books. Trump's own niece made millions, you know, peddling her book. And she was a disgruntled family member. It wasn't even against Trump. She was angry because the family screwed over her father. Fine. But she's used that anger to, you know, hook into the Trump derangement industry. You know, I mean, and as I said,
such a large percentage of book sales are based on this vicarious sort of weird sensation. Okay. If you go to any fat person's house, you'll see 2 bookshelves full of how to lose weight books. Right. And if you go to any liberal's house, you're going to see, I mean, before Trump, you'll see whatever the flavor of the month, left-wing cause, all the books.
Oh yeah.
And
you walk into Brookline Booksmith here in Boston, near where I live, and it's all those books on the front of the house. I mean, that they're like in the windows, and you know, along with the Black Lives Matter flag. Not to putting aside the fact that I think the head of Black Lives Matter endorsed Trump, but putting that aside, I mean, there's still, and they have what's called the apple pie and motherhood placards. We support science. We oppose hate. You know, all these euphemisms that are saying that they hate Trump, basically. But
I've always wondered, because, you know, as a marketing guy, I'm always a student of human behavior. All right, maybe you hate Trump or you're liberal, whatever you are. How does it make it any better? How does it hurt Trump by you sending money for a book describing how bad he is? How does that affect anything?
They just wallow in this stuff. Yeah. I mean, look, I saw it at my Thanksgiving table.
Oh, I was going to ask you.
Oh yeah, I mean, there are people, with due respect to her, my 91-year-old mother is one of them, that are going to spend the rest of their lives just stewing in hate and rage and anger and just absolute bitterness. I mean, I don't know how they sustain it. And it's so like they repeat, all of a sudden these people are experts on tariffs. They don't even know what a tariff is. They should have taken a little time to look it up in a dictionary. And they're like, all of a sudden they're like, anything that they can get. And it's, I mean, it's just, it's really like, and I think that cult is diminishing. I do. I think that
I think you're right. Reality has hit too many of these people right between the eyes. I mean, you can be the most flagrant model UN type there is, but after a while, you're going to see, hey, you know what? My worldview that was pumped into my head when I was 12 maybe doesn't apply anymore. But then by the same token, you and I have met people who still talk that way.
They do.
And you just can't convince them otherwise.
It's like Michael Savage says, it's a mental disorder.
Yeah,
it's a mental disease. And I said to them, I said, look, I certainly respect opposing Trump's political positions, or using reason, and I get the fact you may not like him personally, you don't like his style, fine, but really, I mean, this kind of hatred, this irrational hatred. Look, I didn't like Obama. I disagreed with his socialistic agenda. I didn't like him as a person particularly. I found there was something about him that I didn't like his character. But when he did something that I thought was good, I praised it. Right. I wanted what's best for the country. I mean, I was glad that he wasn't worse. I wasn't like, stewing. And same thing with Clinton, who was even more of a loathsome individual. Yeah. But still, I mean, I never was, there's something really wrong with them. I mean, yeah. And I said, look, Trump has won. He won a substantial mandate. Get over it. You don't have to like him, and you can criticize, but it's like the campaign is over. You lost. Get over it. It's like, it's really, no. Although I
because
will tell you, I haven't seen any. I mean, after John Kerry lost in Massachusetts, you still saw those signs up on the lawn a year later.
yeah.
I haven't seen that with Harris. Those are
No.
gone. Nobody's. She's bad. I mean, she's like, just as I said, it's going to be like Dukakis. People don't want to ever think about her again.
Well, no one voted for Harris.
And by the way, you're right. I think her husband is leaving her, from what I understand.
It was pretty clear to me,
Yeah.
having been around, the Hollywood situation, but that was just an arranged marriage.
Right.
Obviously, she had to have some quote husband.
Sure.
She was going to be on a political trail, but just
Terrible.
You almost feel bad for them because, good God, what a terrible candidate.
Oh, just the worst. I don't think there was a worse candidate in history. I mean, it was horrible. And now
people have made the argument that she was the worst.
Oh yeah,
in history.
Hands down, the worst figure to ever reach that level in a presidential campaign. And I think most people are relieved, even people who hate Trump. They're happy that she's gone. I mean, it was awful. And they may hate Trump, but Trump is, at least, even for the worst Trump haters, they understand that Trump is consistent. He is who he is, and we know what to expect from Trump, and he delivers it. I love that stuff, but even if you don't, there's a virtue to that. Same thing was in a way true of Reagan, even though I'm not a big fan, but he was consistent. He carried himself in a certain way. He stood for certain things. You knew what to expect with Reagan, and there's something to be said for that.
Yeah, I would agree. People have asked me, what do you think she's going to do now? She's going to disappear, right? Who the hell wants to interview Kamala Harris?
Well, Bill O'Reilly says she's going to run for governor of California.
If she does, we'll
probably have to run against Caitlyn Jenner.
She's not popular.
I don't think
she
so.
doesn't realize everybody hates her. It's kind of like you can almost compare her career, if you follow the movies, to Rachel Zegler. It's the same thing. Some pumped up situation, and in the case of Rachel Zegler, it's even worse because she torpedoes herself nonstop. At least Harris would generally keep her mouth shut.
Yeah.
Imagine being Disney, already spending over $300 million on the live action Snow White. Everybody hates this broad. Everybody. The trailers have come out, ratioed 10-1, 15-1 on YouTube.
Yeah.
I just don't get it. And they changed it. Here was the latest thing to come out. Well, in the original story, it's Snow White because her skin is white as snow. I'm not making up the following.
No, I know.
They changed the story to she's Snow White because she was out in a snowstorm as an infant and survived.
That's a good one. Can't have a white girl,
And of course, the other problem, which is just killer. Magic mirror on the wall. Who's fairest of them all? All right. If you look at Gal Gadot and Rachel Zegler, who's better?
Enough said, yeah. Oh man, yeah. That's a huge.
So
debacle.
The DEI thing is just dying a well-deserved death.
Yes.
And it couldn't come any sooner,
It's I mean, these are all great and wonderful byproducts of this election. It really, and I don't know, the Democratic Party could be in the wilderness for another 40 years. It'll be like the Israelites in the desert before they finally find a new promised land. I mean, they just, I think they're clinging. They're like, It's like the reverse of what Obama said: bitter clingers, holding on to their
Exactly. I mean,
DEI.
the whole thing was based on, it's basically a communist model, right? You find the hobby horse du jour, all right? In 1917, it was the peasants and the poor workers. There's always some oppressed group.
Right. There has to be like that's part of like the critical theory. You know, you need to set people against each other, find a group that's being oppressed. I mean, it's the great conspiracy theory of exploitation. I mean, that
Well,
somehow.
I mean, let's face it, it worked for a while. You could be sympathetic to the peasants and the low-paid workers.
Right.
The trouble is they ran out of victim groups, you know? Not that many people are sympathetic to trans women playing collegiate sports. So
No, I mean, this is like this is kind of the Waterloo,
yeah,
it seems. And conveniently, this case is now before the Supreme Court. And it doesn't look good for them. I mean, it's just, you have, Ketanji Jackson, who comes across as about, it's just as a dimwit. I mean, she says something about that she's comparing sex change operations for children to miscegenation. I don't know how she
well,
makes that up.
but she was outdone, I think, by Sotomayor.
Oh, yeah, another one.
Sex change operation has about as much risk as taking an aspirin.
Yeah.
So
I mean, and I think I think that most people, including most liberals, are cringing over that. They don't want to talk about it. It's so, and it's just coming at a time when, they're already on the ropes. And, this is one of the many reasons why Trump won, is because people reject this whole agenda. Sex change operations for children is ghoulish. It's sinister. It's sick. It's really something that, and meanwhile, you have these young women who are trying to come forward and testify in terms of what they've been through. They're the real heroes, and they're being ignored and they're being shut.
they're being ignored and silenced, and you really have to wonder about big pharma, about the whole healthcare.
$1 billion industry, right? People are making. I mean, Steve Bannon had on this guy the other day that it's just heartbreaking. I mean, he had twin sons, and one of them, I don't know what he did. Maybe he picked up a Barbie doll or something when he was 3 years old. The wife decided that he was actually a girl in a boy's body. They got divorced. She got custody. She's forcing him to have sex change operations. The father can't even see the child. It's heartbreaking. It's like, oh my God. And they got this radical judge, basically, coming down on him because he disagrees. I just don't think that's going to fly in this country. It's so evil and so despicable.
It is evil, but remember, they've controlled the institutions for 50, 60 years. So it's not going to come back all at once. But we let it deteriorate to this extent, and shame on us. All right. So
yeah, I mean, this is how far it's gotten: sterilizing children, removing a young girl's fallopian tubes and a boy's testicles. That's what we've come to. That's the symbol of the opposition now. That's what they're fighting for now. I mean, that's how low it's gotten. Have they run out of everyone else? I mean, this would have been unthinkable even 3 years ago.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Always something. No, they want to call in the show.
Okay. Tell them to come on.
Yeah. So
By the way, I mean, just
I think this is as low as it's probably going to go. And I have zero sympathy for these idiots that have followed this train from championing the peasants and the workers down now to this transsexual stuff, and people, nodding, yes, that's the cause. It's all despicable.
It's ugly. And by the way, if someone is watching this live stream, you can call in 508-637-5596. We could take a call if you want to call in. 508 637-5596 is the number. I think we also can take chats on Kick and on Rumble. Let me just see if I can see that. I'm terrible with this. Yeah, I mean, I should get Discord, whatever that is. People tell me that that's something that could be used for, like, technically to get chats. I am really bad at that. By the way, if somebody knows someone who understands how to do some of these things, contact me and I'll hire you. To help me, because there are these various live streams that I just don't know how to hook them up, but I should have, and they're not even, a lot of them are free. I mean, I should be live on Substack. I should be live on Telegram.
All you have to do is find a conservative young person.
Yeah.
In the Boston, Brookline area.
I should.
There's be 2 or 3.
That's what I need. I need some kid maybe from BU at the BU Quickie Job Service who it probably could do this in their sleep. They just line up, but I don't really have the wherewithal for it. I mean, I've done some things, but anyway. So my
you're already on 33 networks.
Yeah, I mean, I am up there, but I need help to get them on more of them and eventually get some consistency in terms of regular times and all of that. So anyway,
what about your upcoming book? You dropped a hint on that.
Well, yeah, but that's not going to happen anytime soon. I mean, I'm working on that slowly.
What's the subject, if I may ask?
Well, I am studying. So I'm going to get a degree in sociology through Arizona State University, and I'm using a lot of this assignments and materials and research for the book because it goes into what's happened to education. It's so far left that, and some of the people that are taking these, as you say, like with Model UN, you have young people who are taking these courses who really don't know better and who are just steeped in this stuff. And it's real, it's Marxism brought up to today and put into today's paradigm about, the different causes. And so I'm writing about that, and I'm taking notes, and I'm writing papers, and I don't like to leave anything unpublished. So when I write a paper, I'm then incorporate. It's kind of easier that way, I have a paper I've written, and then I incorporate it into the book. So it's kind of
your old friend Sam Blumenthal.
Yes.
How long ago did he notice this trend in education?
Well, Sam has written a shelf load of books on this. His magnum opus, I think, is NEA Trojan Horse in American Education.
Yeah.
Where that was the first book that really launched him, and very influential, where he goes into the history of how this kind of behavioristic leftist modality took over public education and how it originally was not that. He shows how Harvard really started out as a Puritan thing. I mean, it was congregational and how it changed. Yeah. And same thing with Yale and all these colleges. They started out as Christian colleges and they changed. And he goes into when that happened, how that happened, and points to several major figures, including particularly John Dewey, as coining the phrase change agent and turning education into a tool of world change and reconnoitering the human being, as opposed to teaching people how to think. So, yeah, I mean, I think Sam, if he were here today, he'd be very pleased with what's going on. Trump has said that he's going to abolish the Department of Education, and he will, because he means it. And Reagan...
That was absolutely the low-hanging fruit. Okay, yeah. You could get rid of the majority of federal agencies, but if you wanted to pick the absolute easiest one that has no justification existing at all, that would be it.
Oh yeah, I mean, and that's just the beginning. I mean, there's this what do they call it? Council of Democracy or something. Yeah. It was started actually by Jesse Helms, and it was started as in a sense, it was good in the beginning, but now it's run by Victoria Nuland and her husband, who basically wrote a column in the New York Times calling for Trump's assassination, and who is instigating color revolutions. They're behind the Ukraine revolution. Now they're starting trouble in Georgia. And they're out there. I mean, they get something like an annual $300 million check from the taxpayer. I think that Musk and Ramaswamy are going to cut them off at the knees right away. And these other things are just, we're going to, it's a beautiful thing to watch. I mean, I don't think that they're going to be corrupted. We'll see. But I think that these guys mean business. I think that, the wind is on their back. I mean, it's going to be, I think that all of Trump's people are going to be confirmed. You got Mike Davis out there, who I think would have been an interesting attorney general pick. He's the Project 21 project outfit. He was involved with helping shepherd in the Kavanaugh to U.S. Supreme Court. He's been around. He knows the score. And he's like, if any senator votes against, the Senate is there to advise and consent. And if someone has to have a pretty damn good reason to vote against a nominee of a president, they are there simply to look at whether or not someone's fit for the office, or if there are anything really major reasons why not. And there isn't. And so he says if they try to pull any crap on any of these people, those senators are going to feel a certain level of wrath. Not just in terms of being primaried, but there's other things that he's in touch with that I think he can do. Maybe some of the old, going back to the old J. Edgar Hoover approach. I don't know. I don't know what he has in mind, but nothing violent at all. I'm just, that there's going to be a price to pay if they don't vote for the nominees. Trump won the election, and he has a right to appoint his cabinet, and that's that. Just like any other president, unless there's a damn good reason. So I think that Trump is going to get his people in, and it's going to be great. I'm
really looking forward to it. And what's nice is what an attitude change on your part. Yeah, my goodness.
After 4 years of traveling in the vineyards, and just being disheartened. I mean, it's exhilarating. Yeah. It's a beautiful thing to have seen. And it doesn't mean we dropped the ball, because, as I said earlier today, I had on this attorney, Peter Tickton, who is bringing a case in Florida of voter fraud or election fraud. We have to stay on that. They still have that apparatus. It's still in place, and they will use it again. And they have used it around the edges. You still have Mark Elias, who almost got, stole the election in Pennsylvania, right? The Casey. I mean, they meant business. I followed him on Twitter. They were trying to get him in. And the only reason
people are going after him now. On his Twitter feed was full of lawyers that claimed they knew the guy, that said he's got a serious, not making this up, BO problem. And they were arguing with him in the Supreme Court, couldn't stand within 10 feet of the guy.
Oh, he's obnoxious. I don't doubt that. He looks like a hound. But the only reason that stopped is because even Shapiro in Pennsylvania finally stood up and said it's over. Forget it. Yeah. So, I think that they're still out there. They still have this machine in place, and we still have to stay on it. We still have to interview people. We still have to examine it. There still has to be challenges to it. It has to be pulled out root and branch. It's like weeding a garden. These are deadly, weeds. They are, they're invasive species, that need to be. It's like in Florida, that snake that's destroying the Everglades. Yeah. They've hired bounty hunters to go in, and they're paying the big money for every snake they get, and they get more money for every egg that is in the snake. I mean, I saw a video about this. These guys went in and this huge thing. I mean, they slid it open the stomach, and something like 30 eggs came out.
Oh,
And they said, we're going to be able to build a house on this. I mean, this is like, and they deserve to. I mean, that's what you do. You have to get rid of these things, or else they're going to strangle the entire Everglades. It's an invasive species that was put in there by who knows who. And that's what these people, this is what this voter fraud thing is. It's an invasive species that it has a grip like a snake on our system, where every man, one vote, with the sacred system of elections. And I just think that, you knock them back, but they're still there, and they can grow, and they can grow again. It's like the kudzu plant. You can burn it, but it's going to come back. So we have to stay on this, and I will stay on it.
Well, that's great. But it's good to see you in a positive mood.
Yes.
And, can't wait for what happens. I can just see Trump on January 20th walking off the podium, and immediately everything happens,
It's going to be, I mean, I heard Steve Miller talk about this, and he said, look, the world is going to change on that day. And I believe that.
Yeah.
It's going to be, it's already affecting the world. Romania just elected a conservative guy who's stopping the trafficking of tens of thousands of Romanian children, apparently.
Yeah.
Germany, the liberal government's collapsing. France, the liberal government is collapsing. England, I think that Harwell, whatever his name is really unpopular, and he's probably going by the way of the glue factory. Ireland, I think, just elected a relatively conservative prime minister. It's happening, and it's all because of Trump. It's a boomerang effect all over the world. I don't really understand what's going on in South Korea, but maybe there's something with that. I don't know. But
God bless.
Yeah. It's a worldwide phenomena where people are waking up and they're taking back.
That's great.
Yes. People are reasserting or asserting for the first time their sovereign rights as citizens under God.
And look, MSNBC and CNN are at their lowest ratings in decades.
They have become, I mean, Rachel Maddow was literally crying on the air. They had to cut away. She was like, so yeah, I mean, and they're gone. They're gone. And I don't know, rumor, I suppose.
Does everybody realize that whole mess wouldn't even exist but for the way cable TV is set up? And cable TV is dying. I mean, I always said, and I maintain this, and I said this, I think, on your show and years before. What a business model. You charge 100 million customers for something that 80,000 people watch. What a deal.
Oh yeah, right. And then they pipe it through the airport.
Yeah.
But I think that Elon Musk might buy MSNBC probably at a cheap price, and maybe he'll replace Rachel Maddow with Laura Loomer. Anyway, so Mike, what do you have coming up on the Substack?
Well, when things quiet down a little bit before Christmas, I'll put up a couple articles. I haven't done anything for about 10 days. So just
if the war against Christmas is over too, I think it is.
Yeah. Well, the war on Christmas that quote doesn't exist. Yeah.
Yeah. And the war against Thanksgiving didn't go over too well this year either.
Yeah.
So I think that culturally there's some very interesting developments. America in many ways is back. So thank God.
Yeah, well, it's been away for a long time, so
yeah,
glad to see it back.
Be it back, but we have to keep educating and keep moving the ball. All right, Mike. Well, I'll talk to you soon.
We will see you.
Thanks a lot. All right, thanks for joining me, everyone. Charles Moscowitz, welcome to the program. The movie in question is Beneath Sheep's Clothing, and my guest to talk about it is author Trevor Loudon. Trevor is a New Zealand author, speaker, political activist, blogger. He was vice president of ACT New Zealand, a classical liberal and right libertarian political party from 2006 to 2008, the author of 5 self-published books on U.S. politics. Trevor, thanks for joining me today. It's an honor.
Always good to be on. Thanks, Charles, for having me.
You know, Trevor, before we get started, I have to ask you about this New Zealand story with this haka, which took place
right.
in the parliament. I mean, it's something that, in spite of myself, I can't stop watching it. It's fascinating. And what is going on there? Briefly, what's happening with that?
Well, we've got to see the head of the ACT party, which you mentioned. I used to be the vice president of, is David Seymour, and I knew him very well when he was the head of Young ACT when I was the vice president. And he's introduced a bill defining the rights conferred to all citizens under the Treaty of Waitangi. That was signed in 1840. It's like your Declaration of Independence. It was a founding document of New Zealand. And what it was the Maori citizens, a native race, transferred sovereignty over New Zealand to the British Crown in exchange for British citizenship. Okay. Mm-hmm. They became citizens. Now, the left, the communists, ever since then, have been trying to say, no, this was a partnership. Maori are equal partners to everybody else. Maori should have 50% of representation in government. Maori should have 50% of this, 50% of that, 50% control of the airwaves, the seabed, etc. So David Seymour's Act law was to basically codify the rights so that Maori and everybody have exactly the same rights as everybody else. Nobody has special rights, which I 100% concur with. That's the principles that America is founded on. But the left spins this as though this is a horrible bill taking away the rights of people. No, it's not. It's stopping communists. The Maori Party is a communist party, effectively. Is stopping communists getting leverage over all of New Zealand society, way out of proportion to their numbers. So that's what it is. It's a complete scam. And David Seymour was calling out the scam and saying every New Zealander should have exactly the same rights, no more, no less, regardless of your ethnic origin, which I think you and probably all of your listeners would agree with, Charles.
Of course, and the bill doesn't take any rights away from the Maori. It just simply recognizes that all citizens of New Zealand are equal and that the Maori are free to organize their identity any way they choose. Doesn't change anything. It just it doesn't give special group rights to any particular group.
It just stops Marxists using race as a wedge issue to get more powerful themselves. Like, for instance, they were pushing things, and it happened in some places that Maori, who are 15% of the population, would get 50% representation on government boards. So this is a great way to blackmail people. Oh, we're on the Waikato Water Board. Well, if you want to build a new pipe, you'll just have to give a couple of $100,000 to our Maori Resource Centre. And then it's ending an endless stream of scams, of special privilege, of affirmative action. But the left-wing media, of course, says, oh, this is taking away rights from people. It's like saying if you arrest the mafia, you're taking away their rights.
Do the Maori have a particular geographic part of New Zealand, or are they well distributed throughout the country?
They're well distributed. Well, look, the further north you go, the more Maori it gets. Like New Zealand is about 1,000 miles long, 2 main islands. When I grew up in the South Island, Maori were probably 2% of the population. If in the far north are probably more like 40% of the population.
I see.
The further north you go, the more Maori citizens you find. But they are everywhere. Every community has Maori citizens.
And the other thing, I mean, this gets into a broader question of the indigenous issue, which is something the left is, I think, using on an international scale as a
Absolutely.
leverage
Yeah.
to try to undermine sovereignty and to use people. And just to go to that briefly, my understanding is that historically, the Maori people and the British arrived in New Zealand roughly around the same time. It
No,
wasn't like they were there first, and if they were there first, it wasn't. It wasn't. We're not talking about a long period.
no. The Maori arrived about 1,000 years ago from the
Okay.
Polynesian Islands, so they were well established by the time the British came. The British established formal sovereignty in 1840, but there'd been British communities there for about 60 years before that. A lot of Massachusetts whalers were there, by the way.
Oh,
There's
sure.
a lot of Massachusetts blood in certain communities in the northern,
Interesting.
because the sailors had to have something to do in their time off, you know, and so there's a lot of Massachusetts ancestry in certain
Yes.
parts of the North Island.
Just like a lot of Massachusetts people are in Hawaii. They
Well,
settled here.
exactly, because of the whaling industry and that's
Whaling industry and also missionaries.
yeah,
Puritan
exactly.
missionaries.
Well, that's exactly the same pattern in New Zealand, and the Maori are basically the same Polynesian race as the Hawaiians. They're the southern reach of the Polynesian diaspora, which went to Hawaii, Tahiti, and many islands in the South Pacific. But look, you're right about this being used internationally. The communists call this the nationalities question. It was devised by Stalin. It's where you don't have a working class, you find ethnic minorities, religious minorities, racial minorities that you can instill a sense of grievance in and use them as revolutionary cannon fodder. So this is the Hawaiian independence movement. It's a Marxist movement. The La Raza movement, which wants to return the southern states, southwestern states to Mexico.
Sure.
The communists who worked in the black community in America and the Native American community for decades. So this is a common thing. Wherever there's minorities, there's Marxists stirring them up.
Right, and they want to sow division, and they run on this assumption that somehow if a timeline indicates that a group of people were there before another group, they have some kind of a divine right to that country. And of course, they apply this very arbitrarily because they will never apply it to Jews.
To Israel, that's different. That's different.
Yeah, to their homeland of that tiny little swath of land that we call Israel. I want to bring things to politics right now, and I feel remiss if I don't talk about the fact that after the resounding victory, thank God, of President Donald J. Trump to serve a second term, he received both the electoral vote and the popular vote. It's interesting that all those states that were trying to get rid of the electoral college by signing a pact saying that all of their electors will go to whoever wins the popular vote, they're now going to have to send all their electors to support Trump.
Yeah, isn't that a sweet injustice? Isn't that sweet justice?
Yes, and also that Republicans have taken both houses of Congress, and it does look like we're moving toward a significant realignment politically, one that is as profound as any going back to the Reconstruction after the Civil War.
Yep.
But they are causing a lot of problems in these miserable final weeks of this lame duck, illegitimate, illuminated, radical regime. They're trying to trigger World War III in Ukraine. And I do think that that's obvious. Now you have green lights for the Ukrainians to fire advanced missiles into Russia and place landmines. And it's all happening in these final weeks. I think that they're trying to embroil the United States into a world war, which will, of course, make it difficult for President Trump to fulfill the mandate that he called for, which is to bring about a negotiated peace in that war. Do you think that is the case?
Well, look, I'm a big Ukraine supporter, so I'm glad they're getting these capabilities. But yes, look, Biden didn't. The Ukrainians have been pleading for 2 years to be able to strike back into Russia when they've got troops massed across the border ready to attack them, they're not allowed to attack them. So now Biden has given them some limited capability right at the end of his term. I think this is basically to take a card off President Trump's table. Basically, there's nothing to do with helping Ukraine here, though I'm glad they have the ability to defend themselves. This is all about sabotaging President Trump.
Well, that's right. And I think that both sides want a negotiated peace at this point. And I don't think it's realistic for the Ukrainians to expect Russia to return Crimea or some of those eastern provinces. So there's going to have
Russia wants all of Ukraine. Russia's not going to negotiate.
Well, that's right. That's why there has to be a negotiated
all
peace.
of Ukraine. So there is no negotiated peace.
Okay.
Really, in my opinion, because Russia said quite plainly, we want all of Ukraine, not just the parts we occupy, all of it.
Right, but they're not going to get all of Ukraine because
they're not going to negotiate till they do.
Well, that's just it. There has to be painful concessions. A war can only end with a total victory by one side or painful negotiations to result in the compromise. And I think that Trump's position is that to protect Ukrainian sovereignty, there's going to have to be, and to stop the war and the killing, there's going to have to be a painful negotiated peace. And that's sort of where I am with it. But let's go on to your movie. It's
not mine, it's Julie Bieling's movie, but I'm interviewed in it.
You're interviewed in it?
Yeah.
Well, let's talk a little bit about the movie because it gets into a topic of how much communism and communist ideas have infiltrated our liberal Western democracies, and something right under our eyes which we don't see. It's imperceptible, but yet done in the broad daylight. So
yeah, well, look, the movie is Beneath Sheep's Clothing, and Julie Bieling did it. She was a missionary in Russia not long after the collapse of communism, and wrote a thesis on how the Russians suppressed, how the Soviet communists suppressed religion, specifically the techniques they used. And she found that when she got back to the States, she found that the Democrats were using exactly the same tactics against Christian churches and conservative Jews, Catholics, etc. here, even Mormons. And so what she's done the movie basically showing us how we're in a communist revolution. That's what we're in right now. Now, Donald Trump has put the brakes on that, and he's going to reverse a lot of it. But we got to understand that's what we're in.
Right.
We're in a 70% completed communist revolution. They have our education system. They have Hollywood. They have sport. They have most of the universities. They have the Democratic Party, the unions, and they're trying to consolidate their power by winning one more time and legalizing 30 million illegal immigrants, so who will then vote Democrat religiously. So we're in a revolution. Donald Trump is putting the brakes on, but they ain't going away. No. They're going to be fighting tooth and nail, and I mean violently, lawfare, everything. And Julie's is the best movie I've seen out there that actually makes it real to people that that's what we're in. That we can understand that this isn't just stupid Democrats or silly liberals. Open borders, the indoctrination of kids, destruction of the energy industry, all of it is communism. All of it is a manifestation of the American communist movement, which is allied to various foreign communist movements.
Yes, I mean, well, more philosophically, I think that Whittaker Chambers got it right in his book Witness when he noted that communism is the world's second oldest religion, and that it goes by different names at every generation, but what it is essentially rule by man, as opposed to the sovereignty of a creator of the universe, with man under God having a limited sovereignty. And that every generation has had to grapple with this idea. It really, in the modern times, was launched with the French Revolution. In the United States, it was launched, I think, or got the successful foothold with the election of Wilson in 1912, and the transfer of sovereign powers to unelected bureaucracies like the Federal Reserve and the Council on Foreign Relations and all these other groups that are shadowy and unelected and don't represent the people. President Trump has thrown a stick into the hornet's nest by basically openly calling for a return of sovereignty to the people under God and not to this clique of internationalists who want perpetual war and the erosion of sovereign borders. And for that reason, while he won, the war goes on. It's not over. In fact, this is just the beginning. They're not going to sit down and allow for a reversal of hundreds of years of setting the stage for their creation of this international beehive of where nation states become just pro forma and provinces of a world order.
Yeah, look, and you now analyze it perfectly, Charles. This is ultimately satanic. You know, the natural order of things is God, man, nature. You know, and there's hierarchies. You know, we're given institutions to govern ourselves, like the church, like civil government, like the family. They're the godly institutions. So communism in its various forms, and you're right, it's gone back thousands of years, has always sought to overthrow and undermine the church, to overthrow and undermine the family, and to overthrow and undermine civil government, to basically give Satan the upper hand on earth. That's what communism it is, and its various names. Today we call it sometimes globalism or the deep state, but it is communism, and it's heavily influenced by China, by Iran, by Cuba, by North Korea, other countries who have control over large numbers of our senators and congressmen, and have their agents working all over our communities. Like if you look at Boston, you know, there's a group there called the Chinese Progressive Association, which is a communist group, works with the Chinese Communist Party, and basically runs the Boston City Council and runs Elizabeth Warren and many of your other Congress members. So
and
all
Michelle
over
Wu.
America.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, Massachusetts is behaving in a very strange way. I think particularly since Maura Healey and Michelle Wu were elected.
Yeah.
And you have this phenomena, I think, manifested in this spending, maxing out the state budget to pay for bringing illegal aliens in and putting them up in nice hotels, giving them 3 meals a day. There's no sense to it. There's no logic to it, and the state's going broke over it.
Unless it's part of a revolution.
And now they're covering up a pedophile scandal that involves these people. I'm not going to go into details about it because it's a story that's just emerging. But in normal times, this would be enough to force them all out of government, but it won't happen here. They just control the levers. I mean, the Boston Globe is a huge power in the state, has been for many, many decades, and they kind of call the shots in terms of what is permissible and what isn't in the public sphere. And I'm sure Massachusetts is just a microcosm for a lot of other states, not all. We have some, they call the red states, more freedom oriented, but they still control what, the high ground of the culture, as you say. I mean, I think there was Andrew Breitbart once said that, politics is downstream from culture, and they control the big culture, the big media, big tech, big, entertainment, Hollywood, all of it, academia. They really have, and they have worked to develop this stranglehold on it slowly over time. It's like a Fabian approach where they gradually weed out their opposition and install their friends and agents.
That's exactly how it works. How do you take over a university or a union or a church or a government? You just get a few people into key positions, secretary of a union, president of a union, chancellor of a college, head of a sociology department in a college, and they just hire their friends. They keep hiring their friends, and they get rid of any opposition. And that's in 10 years, you could take over a university or a church or a labor union. And that's what's happened. Most of our institutions in America, the unions, churches, Hollywood to a large degree, are controlled by communist sympathizers, many of them loyal to China. And one way it exhibited, if you look at all the states that had the harshest lockdowns during COVID, Massachusetts being one of them, Minnesota being another, headed by Tim Walz, the Chinese communist aficionado, California, Hawaii, Oregon, all of the states that had the worst lockdowns were all the states with the most Chinese influence. Because it was designed not for public health, it was all about wrecking our economy. Because
it was nothing to do. That's a huge scandal, and they were able to shut down small, as you say, mom and pop businesses, and while leaving the big box stores open, shut down the churches, shut down the schools. Children had to get education through Zoom, which, by the way, actually turned out to backfire on them because we got to see.
Yes, I agree. Yeah, exactly.
And eventually the regime had a major setback. Thank God for the Canadian truckers who stood up and said, we're not going to go for the forced vaccines of the jab, which of course is questionable. And the whole regime collapsed. Here in Boston, Michelle Wu, our new mayor, talk about maybe communist associations.
Oh, absolutely. She is
very
heavily tied into the communist movement.
You couldn't go into a store or a restaurant unless you showed your card proving you'd had the vaccine. And that happened right when the truckers struck, and there was fear that the trucker strike would spread to the United States. So they backed down, and she backed down.
Yeah.
And so they had a setback, but they're going to try something else. I mean, this is it's only a matter of time. I think that they've had another setback with the election of Trump.
Yeah.
And the team that he's putting together is tremendous. They're going after every one of them. They have people who they're planting a strategy, from what I understand, where they're going to sue everybody. Every move he makes is going to be lawsuits, attempts to impeach him. And I think that Trump has become sophisticated enough, and the people around him, that they're going to respond by countersuing. There's going to be, they'll tie them up. I mean, they'll bleed them out. This is a tough group. And I just was censored on TikTok. I guess I said something that PO'd the TikTokers, so I've been suspended for a week. Sorry about that. So anyway, that's the agenda. Look, I mean, it's happening in real time here. They still.
It's wonder because we were talking about Chinese influence in the.
Yes, I think that was the key, mentioning Chinese influence.
Yeah,
I think you're absolutely right, which is profound. China has, basically established a censorship regime in the United States with scores of, they got the EKG thing. I mean, they got rid of that to an extent, where if you don't rate well in 3 areas: economy, environment, governance, and social consciousness, you get a lower score and you can't function as well. I mean, that's open in China, but in this country, it's a little more subtle.
Yeah.
But it's a gradual tightening up of control over the lives and the destinies of citizens.
Well, that's right. And what people see these things, they see the open borders, they see the ESG, they see this transgender education, they see the lockdowns, they see the destruction of the US energy industry, all of these things. What they don't see is that these are all arms of the communist octopus. All of these can be linked back to China. The COVID, obviously, Black Lives Matter was a Chinese operation.
Right.
The election, every state has major Chinese-backed election. Voter registration organizations. The Chinese Progressive Association does that for you in Chinatown. They run Boston through doing that. So if people understood the actual depth of Chinese penetration of every level of our society, from Congress and the Senate to Hollywood to the unions, whatever, they would be shocked beyond measure. But this is why they They had to get rid of Trump with the COVID and the Black Lives Matter and the election shenanigans. And now they're freaking out because they've overplayed their hand, and Trump is a lot smarter this time and a lot better people around him. So we're going to see a battle royal coming up over the next few years. But as the point being, don't go to sleep. It ain't over. Too many people went to sleep the first time Trump got elected, and they came back and they won the election, and they rubbed our noses in it like little puppies in the carpet, you know?
Right.
And we got to understand Trump's a leader, but we got to all be involved in taking our country back, all of us.
Yes, indeed. And we, as we said, the battle is just beginning. I mean, it's a great victory. We should bask in it and enjoy it as we enter into the festive season. But they're setting all kinds of booby traps for Trump. And I mean, even Obama did this when he set up the Steele dossier, and he put people that they call it burrowing. They burrow people into the civil service and into administrations and positions that you can't remove them. I mean, right now, in the final miserable days of this administration, Elizabeth Warren and a couple of other senators are trying to shove radical judges into place. And by the way, shame on Ted Cruz and J.D. Vance for not going into the Senate and working to stop this. They're sitting on their laurels. These are positions that are going to be with us for decades.
And look, their own literature, I read the left literature, they're talking about the job is to entrench their word, entrench as many justices in the system as we can to hold up the Trump agenda, entrench their word. So this is a very organized, very disciplined, very focused revolutionary program that we're dealing with.
Indeed, it is a color revolution. In fact, recently, one of the congressmen, I forget his name, he openly stated that they're setting up a, quote, shadow government. They want Shifty Schiff, who basically lied for years about having proof that Putin colluded with Trump to steal the 2016 election. He's going to be set up as a shadow attorney general, and they're going to everything that whatever Trump does or any of his cabinet members, they're going to counter it. So, I mean, this is like, it's subversion at its worst. And they point to the British system as an example. Well, guess what? We kicked out that system in 1776. I mean, we don't want to go back to that.
No, we don't. We got a constitutional republic, which has set the country free and made the most prosperous and great country in the world. But he just mentioned Schiff. All the time he was going on about Russian collusion, he was working closely with the Committee of 100, Communist China's main influence operation in America. So he was going on about Russia, and nobody called him for his China. Deeply in bed with the Chinese Communist Party all through that time, and nobody called him on it. And that's why I write my books exposing this kind of stuff. But Adam Schiff is hardcore, and he's connected to the Committee of 100, which, as I keep saying, is Communist China's main influence operation in America. But this is the thing, Elizabeth Warren is deeply tied into the Chinese Progressive Association, Communist China's main influence group in Massachusetts. So is Ed Markey. So are several of your congressmen. So is Michelle Wu. So are several other people on the city council. China controls Boston. China controls San Francisco, LA, Boston, I believe Portland, Oregon, certainly Honolulu, and many other cities around the country, the Twin Cities as well. And so we got to understand how deep this is and the battle that Trump's got on his hands, and that we have to play a role in this.
What we can do is exactly what you're doing right now, Trevor, which is to identify, expose, and then oppose the nature of this conspiracy. And I use that word openly because they call it that themselves. I mean, the entire communist edifice is by nature a conspiracy. They don't operate.
That's what they call themselves. Yeah.
They're not operating out in the open. I mean, they're not they are subverting institutions because they know that if they came out in the open, they would be kicked out so quickly their heads would spin. So they do it through, careful, subversive, well-studied means of changing perceptions. People that are involved in this, some of them don't even know they're involved in it.
Yeah.
It's very, very tricky and very difficult to detect, which is why it's very important, especially now with Trump coming to power, that we get into identifying the nature of this. And by the way, your blog is called the New Zeal blog. I really recommend.
TrevorLoudon.com or New Zeal blog, yeah.
TrevorLoudon.com, New Zeal blog, Shining the Torch for Liberty. You get into American politics. Your book is Stealth, Kamala Harris's Communist Roots. That was something that I think people did become aware of that one.
Well, that's the book just behind me. You can see it just there, Stealth,
yes.
Kamala Harris's Communist Roots. But that is not just about Kamala. That's about the movement that made her, the communist voter registration groups, the massive communist infiltration in California and other states. So, yeah, I recommend that. But Beneath Sheep's Clothing is a must-see for everybody too,
Yeah.
People
I mean, the reason they couldn't steal the election this time around is because the Republicans at least learned some lessons from last time, and they were able to field thousands of volunteers who worked the polling places, who sat in the counting rooms to make sure that there were more eyeballs on those absentee ballots. They couldn't do a mass mailing of absentee ballots this time around, but they couldn't pull it off. But yet they still are counting in some places. They're still trying to do rear guard actions.
See, there's a group called Seed the Vote, which is run by the Chinese Progressive Association of San Francisco, which works directly with the Chinese consulate. They are running the vote curing operations around the country. That's where they send their people, and they're openly saying this is to get more seats for the Democrats. They're openly saying this. So that this Chinese operation is going around finding faulty ballots and getting them cured. But they only get them cured and admitted if they're Democrat ballots. If they think they're a Republican ballot, if the person who did it is a Republican, they're not going to cure theirs. So they're still trying to steal seats. They're still trying to steal state Senate seats and congressional seats around the country right now. This is
There's still 3 seats they're counting in California. And of course, you have in Pennsylvania the attempt to steal the Senate seat. One of the electors, one of the election officials there actually openly admitted that they were counting illegal ballots. And she said, I don't care because everyone breaks the law anyway. So even their communistic governor has come out, Shapiro, and has put a stop to it. It's just so obvious that they can't do it.
You should be going back and throwing out all the ones that have slipped through.
Yes, they should. And also, we do have now groups on our side like Turning Point USA. You've got Charlie Kirk, and you've got others who are curing ballots for us. So, I mean, they've learned some lessons. They're going out and doing, voter harvesting now because that's how the system works. We all voted early this time around. We didn't wait for election day. We didn't fall into that trick. They still stole Arizona, but the stealing has been met on the field by people who are playing that same game. And I think that's been very important. Although now that President Trump has won, I hope that he doesn't forget about the fact that we need national reforms on voting. We need national voter ID. We need to have paper ballots, get rid of the machines. Elizabeth Warren in Massachusetts put a bill up in 2018, I mean, where she said that the voting machines are rigged and that we need all paper ballots. Of course, she denies that now, but that's we have to call that up and say, I support Elizabeth Warren's bill.
And I do too, but that's the thing, isn't it? All these reforms have to be put in place, and people have to go to jail for committing vote fraud.
Oh, absolutely. And
You know,
and by the way, it's not
what's
voters who are
worse, stealing
committing.
your car or stealing your ballot?
Yeah, I mean, this is a crime. It's a felony. It's not individuals committing voter fraud either. It's election fraud. It's ballot fraud.
It's organized,
Yeah.
hardcore. It's like an organized crime issue, and I want President Trump to set up an organized crime unit, federal government that goes and does RICO lawsuits against the organized ballot crime operations in Boston, in New York, in Los Angeles, in Chicago, and you start finding the low level people, and you say, we've got you for vote fraud. You get 2 years in jail, but you can go free if you rat on who paid you, and you go up the chain and you find the people at the top and you put them in jail. And if you do that, vote fraud will be gone. It'll be over.
I think that's an excellent program. I mean, those rotten big city machines have been in power by these means for several decades now. That goes back to the 1960s.
At least, you know, and we're not going to fix the country unless we fix that problem.
Oh, I totally agree with you. That's the first priority, returning the voting system to one man, one vote. And the integrity and sacredness of that system has to be restored. So, Trevor, just briefly, let's talk a little bit about this movie again that you're here to promote. What will people expect to see if they get this movie?
What they'll expect to see is understanding that communism is alive in America, and it's way more powerful than they think, and it'll show how it's done, the ways this is manifesting, because we all see these weird things going on, whether it's open borders or transgenderism or the attacks on the energy industry, whatever it is, but we don't understand that it's cohesive, that this is part of an organized program by our enemies to bring us down. So the movie features me, James Lindsay, Alex Newman, and a whole bunch of other people some of whom lived under Soviet communism and are talking what they saw back in their own country. They see is exactly the same that was happening in our country until the last election, and still is happening, though now more on the defensive than it was. So look, it's a great movie. It's very, very gripping and very educational. And I want millions of Americans to see it. I really do. And I don't make any money off it. I was in it because I believed in it. And I just want people to see it.
And now more than ever is the time to learn these these messages, these lessons, and to examine your local politics, your state politics, and when you see strange things going on, like governors saying, "I'm not going to allow illegal alien criminals to be deported," or "I support sex change operations for children," or any of these other things which are hard to explain, you know that there's something rotten underneath, because these are not things that people elected our government to do or to allow.
These are not stupid people. They're saying crazy stuff, but they're not stupid people. These things only make sense if they have an agenda to weaken and divide the country in preparation for a revolution. And you got to look at it through that lens. And Beneath Sheep's Clothing will help you to understand that lens, how we actually look at these phenomena and see the connections between them.
I can already see the battle lines forming around the issue of deportation of illegal aliens.
Yes, absolutely.
And I think that the Trump administration is going to focus on, first of all, supporting the worst people. I mean, certainly in the first year, criminals, fentanyl dealers, drug dealers, violent criminals. And also, I think that there's going to be a massive self-deportation because they're going to cut off the money. They're going to cut off the fancy hotels and the dinners and the credit cards. Even Mayor Adams in New York is already starting to do this, which is why I think he's under attack they're
100%.
He's actually shown a little independence. And I think that's going to be the Trump strategy, but their strategy is going to be to try to resurrect all of this old demonization. Oh, he's separating families and the children in cages, and we're going to hear all that kind of propaganda.
Yeah.
How do we respond to that?
Well, I think like Leo Hohmann is, you don't apologize for it. You
Yep.
said these people are criminally in the United States. They are taking the place of legal immigrants. There is no justice for this, and for the integrity of the American system, and for a lesson to all of those around the world who want to cheat that system. These people must not be allowed to enjoy the fruits of their criminal activity. And when I say criminal activity, jumping the border is a crime.
Exactly.
It's not just everybody who is here illegally is a criminal by definition. They've
That's right.
committed
And we have to
immigration
stand up for
fraud.
law and order. Yeah. And the idea that they would be flown in by the Biden people, that shows how Biden, I think, to the degree that he had any scruples or brain left, was very compromised, probably by China. And
100%.
Yeah.
He's China's man. He's been China's man since at least 2001. He was Russia's man since the early 70s, and Iranian's man since the late 70s. But but this, look, allowing the borders to go wide opening, having 10, 15 million people streaming across the border, that's not stupidity.
No.
That is a deliberate program to alter the United States on a permanent basis, to swamp the conservative voting base, to cripple the hospitals, cripple the education system, and economically destroy us. That only makes sense if it's malicious. These people are not that stupid.
Oh, no, it's quite deliberate.
It is absolutely deliberate. The goal is the social transformation of America on a permanent basis towards socialism. You imagine, had Kamala Harris got in and she legalized 30 million illegal immigrants who then voted 90% Democrat, that was their goal, to have a one-party state that could never be thrown out, ever.
You'll never get rid
to getting it.
Once you have a communistic government in place, it's very difficult to get rid of it. I mean, look at Venezuela. We could look at the Soviet Union. It took almost 100 years to get rid of that. I mean, they immediately assume control of all of the levers of power, all of the nexus of influence in a country, and there's just no defeating them. So
people used to say to me when I campaigned against communism in the 80s, they'd say, "Oh, Trevor, if the people in Russia didn't like communism, they'd just organize a revolution and throw it off." And I'd say, look, to do that, you need a few people, right? So you got a room, you got 25 people in it, you're going to organize a revolution. 5 of those people are KGB informants, but you don't know who they are. And if they tell the KGB what you're doing, you're going to get executed. So are you really going to try and organize this counter-revolution?
No, they use, of course, they have the mechanism of terror. I mean, I've talked to a couple of Iranian exiles here who have told me that they go back, that some people try to go back and they all get killed. I mean, it's just they control that ability, and they have an outreach all over the world. And so, through terror, certainly China does this. China has in colleges the Confucius clubs, which keep an eye on Chinese students, making sure they're in line.
And they had about 17 secret Chinese police stations in Minneapolis and others, monitoring anybody who might say something bad about China, and then their families will get pressured. They will get kidnapped. They've actually kidnapped people from this country and taken them back to China. Chinese nationals living in America who have criticized the Chinese regime have been kidnapped and returned to China.
Oh, yeah. And
that was right under Tim Walz's nose. Tim, China-loving Walz in Minnesota was allowing this to go on.
Yes, and it's something that, I mean, we can see how China even handles its own citizens. People disappear if they if they run afoul of the Communist Party. So, so Trevor, let my viewers and listeners know where they could get more information about you and your excellent work.
Yeah, trevorloudon.com. That's my website. All my books are available there. And Beneath Sheep's Clothing, you go to beneathsheepsclothing.com or go to Amazon and look it up and get a copy
Excellent.
there.
Trevor Loudon, as always, I want to thank you for joining me. Great conversation.
Always a pleasure.
Welcome to the show. Charles Moscowitz here, live streaming on all the usual live streams and downloading on all the usual podcast sites. I'm in the process of expanding my live stream numbers, only in that there are all these wonderful live streams that work independently, but I can't figure out how to get them to work yet with my system. I am clumsy when it comes to these matters, but I would just mention to anyone listening that if you know how to do these things with live streams, I'll pay you. Contact me. Send me an email. I want to hire you. I need help figuring this out because there's all this opportunity. And I do think that now, as we enter into the glorious age of President Donald J. Trump
2.0.
Yes, we're going to see a reduction in censorship at last. So I want to be ready and to hit the ground running on that. I am already thinking about really launching a weekday regular show with calls and all the things that I wanted to do before the censorship regime kicked in around 2018, just before the pandemic, when suddenly I was taken off YouTube and all that. But I think that already I'm seeing positive response. Already there's a loosening up and everything looks like it's a go. You know, things are looking very, very good. I'm feeling giddy, actually.
Well, I think what's happening, Chuck, is that the 25% of the lost audience of CNN and the 50% of MSNBC has all signed up on your channel.
You know, that they've lost a huge audience. I don't know if you saw this, but even like the left-wing podcasters and YouTube channels, like David Pakman was quoted in an article in the Gateway Pundit. He noticed that right after the election, he lost something like 25% of his subscribers.
Oh, that was glorious watching that video.
And, you know, he had been growing for years. And I think that they made the point that even the left is sick and tired of all the gaslighting and lies that they were pushing all those years. And, you know, it's all kind of, you know, people have had it with it. And it's just, I think that Joy Reid is now gone. My understanding is she just deleted her entire Twitter X account. And, you know, they don't know what to do with themselves. I mean, it's just, it's all falling apart. They can't, apparently MSNBC is up for sale and they can't get anyone to buy it.
Well, I have heard that the Daily Wire wants to buy it. Obviously, it's not going to stay liberal, but there is some value in having a TV network. Not the value that there used to be, but that David Pakman thing was great because if you watch the video, he was figuring out in real time what was going on. First, he said, you know, maybe it's just a tech glitch, or maybe a couple of people subscribe. But then toward the end of it, he was beginning to see that if you keep lying to people and telling them all this dire crap and it doesn't come true, then it's going to fall apart. And what's going to happen after that, remember, this is just news media. But the people that were really lying to you, where really affected your life, unfortunately, was public health.
Oh, yes. And, you know, I've heard rumors that RFK is going to be the head of the EPA.
You mean HHS?
Yeah. Housing, Health and Human Services.
Well,
which it's, I mean, and he's he's been talking. I mean, he's got a channel where he's like, I'm going to clean this place out. I'm going to we're going to get to all the toxicity that's put in food, the pushing of vaccines unnecessarily, and he's one of America's preeminent environmentalists, and he's got guts. I mean, he's a very successful lawyer who's had lawsuits, won many lawsuits against drug companies and against all of these people. And that's huge. That's, this is like, I can't believe this is happening.
Well, the other thing with him is he's got a big chip on his shoulder now because he was betrayed by the party of his family. He was betrayed by his own family, for God's sake.
Yes, he was. And yeah, he does. And, he's on the right side. He's probably a lot closer to where JFK and where his father would have been had they been, were they alive today. And I think that he knows that. And he wants to, by the way, speaking of that, he wants all that declassified. And Matt Gaetz, he's going to declassify Diddy tapes and all that crap. Epstein. Oh my God. That's why they're going into a frenzy right now against him. But Trump needs somebody like that. I mean, in his first term, he had like Jeff Sessions. The guy was like a noodle. I mean, he didn't do anything to help defend Trump.
He gave, it's funny. My wife was mentioning Jeff Sessions.
Yeah.
And I explained to her, reminded her that he got the gig because he was, to his credit, the first senator to endorse Trump.
Right.
But that ends up being pretty thin gruel, unfortunately, because the guy turned out to be a lightweight.
Right.
Some good old boy that just kept getting reelected in Alabama. And
yeah, and I think Trump, and then of course Bill Barr was worse. He was an outright traitor. I mean, he actually lied to Trump. Oh yes, we investigated the election and we found nothing. So I think Trump has learned his lessons. It looks that way. Trump he has somebody in there, because obviously I think it's fair to say that he's going to have 4 years of attempted impeachments and lawsuits and bullets and everything you can imagine they're going to keep throwing at him. And so you need a guy like Matt Gaetz. I mean, he's I've seen some of the video of him in Congress interviewing people like Christopher Wray. I don't know if you saw this.
Oh yeah, well, he's a flamethrower with that.
Oh yeah. He's a tough, like old-fashioned Southern lawyer. He has a great ability to smoothly move forward on an argument. I mean, JD Vance has that too. I mean, they don't take any crap. I mean, you can throw everything at them and they just keep going, and they know how to keep the thing. They keep on the topic. They don't get rattled. And you can see in his interview with Christopher Wray, and he's saying, you don't know where the Hunter Biden laptop is. You've had it in the FBI for 10 years. And Christopher Wray, what an evil individual. You can see they have a close-up of his face. He's got, Tourette's syndrome. He's twitching and everywhere you can look. I mean, the guy is just, there's something really rotten. And now I understand that just before coming on the air, I'm looking at news. Kash Patel is going to be the new FBI director.
Is it FBI or CIA? It was
FBI. FBI. Yeah. That's freaking amazing. He's going to clean, because he wrote a book about this gang, Washington Gangsters, I think it's called. I wish I'd interviewed him back then. I probably should have. I whatever. But the point is that he knows the score. I mean, he's going to clean that office up and get through all of these, rotten, FBI officials.
Well, let me tell you about the FBI. The morale at that place has been going down the toilet since, believe it or not, about 2005. And I'll tell you why I know this. As some of your viewers may recall, I'm a California guy, moved to the DC area for some years, came back to California. Point being, when we had moved to Northern Virginia, I joined a health club and got to be friendly with a woman at the front desk, who then I found out her husband was an FBI special agent detailed at headquarters.
Right.
And she just wouldn't stop talking about how bad the morale was and how everybody hated the leadership. And that was back then. And it was only getting worse and worse and worse. Chris
That was
Wray.
probably back when Mueller was the director.
Yeah.
Or Comey before him. These people are political hacks who are just weaponizing, and I think Wray has been the absolute worst. I mean, they're going to, Patel is going to take the politics out of it and start to investigate actual criminals, actual enemies of America, people who are, the drug cartels, whoever. He's going to stop prosecuting Catholics by sending spies into churches and parents at school board meetings. I think that the other thing, Gates made mincemeat out of Garland. What a rotten individual he is. These people, I mean, they have the nerve to talk about, criticize Trump's appointments. I mean, this is excellent. These guys are great. And Hegseth, he's fine. He, look at his resume. I mean, the guy spent 20 years in combat, unlike a lot of these generals like Milley, who probably would faint at a nosebleed.
No, Milley was a desk general.
Desk generals, exactly, who worked their way up through cocktail parties and social circuits. I mean, Hegseth actually is in combat. He's awarded several Bronze Stars, front line. Same thing with Tulsi Gabbard. I mean, look at her record. It's incredible. These people are great.
These are the kinds of people, Chuck, that were always passed over for these inside positions. I mean, That's the problem. And you can go back to Secretary of Defense a long, long time, and you know who I'm going to mention. Your favorite guy, Robert McNamara.
Oh, yeah, right. Formerly head of Ford Motor Company. Knew nothing about
the Wonder Boy who said that we were going to win easily in Vietnam because on paper we looked better than the Viet Cong. And this moron, it took him to, people can call in and tell me the exact date, but literally 6 months before he died, for him to finally admit, gee, I really screwed up.
I remember that interview he gave at that time, and, reporters started to ask him questions about it, and the man just absolutely flipped out. He was screaming at them. I mean, he's filled with such remorse and such guilt. I mean, he's responsible for, the blood on his hands of just these stupid policies and bad decisions in a war that we either shouldn't have never been in, or we could have won it in a matter of maybe a year. And just, it was really a pathetic, rotten. I mean, and these guys, I mean, they're all, even Lloyd Austin, who is right now Secretary of Defense, and who's a relatively good comparatively to most of them. He was he like CEO of Raytheon or something? I mean, he wasn't like, I mean, he's a general, I think, but it wasn't from war. I mean, it was more like another one of, I mean, I suppose we could even go back to Eisenhower, I guess. Never really was actually.
In fairness, Eisenhower was basically a desk general.
He was.
And let's face it, he became, quote, a hero because of the way World War II worked out. But he was promoted way over MacArthur for the only reason that he was able to kiss a lot of FDR butt. And
MacArthur was the real McCoy.
Yeah,
I mean, MacArthur, he was when he was in the Philippines, and they lost the Battle of Manila, and then they were in the Corregidor, in retreat. He didn't want to leave. He was like, I'm not going. I'm fighting. Eventually, FDR had to personally call him in the Philippines and order him to leave.
Yeah.
I mean, that's like, that's tough. I mean,
he was a tough guy.
Yeah.
And of course, my late friend, Vin Lewis, always what he referred to when Harry Truman fired MacArthur, he referred to it as the original Revenge of the Nerds.
Right. Although Truman was correct in firing MacArthur. I mean, it was in retrospect, because we have a civilian government, and you cannot have a military figure defy and contradict and be insubordinate to that government.
But what was great, and Vin was always very intelligent about this. It literally was true to the movie Revenge of the Nerds, because the nerds had legitimate complaints about the jocks, right? I mean,
Right.
so yeah, there was stuff that MacArthur was doing that was wrong. No question about it. But if you looked at Truman,
Yes. Well, MacArthur actually was right, but the problem is he was contradicting Washington. He wanted to invade China, you know, and keep them out of North. He had completely taken North Korea by force, and he wanted to strengthen that border and eventually do some forays into China. And you know, Truman put a block to it, and then of course China invaded. So it was a disaster.
Well, I mean, that was the really a bleak period, because this whole Marshall Plan type idea for the world and so on was a terrible failure. And you're right, MacArthur was right.
He was right, but unfortunately it was insubordination because Truman was president. So I get that. I mean, that's like what Milley did. I mean, he was insubordinate to Trump. So, and in fact, now Milley has said, and I hope he's right, that he's afraid that once Trump is in office, he's going to be called back into service so he can be court-martialed. I hope they nail him. I hope he is. What a horrible person.
Yeah, it was just terrible. And here was a guy, didn't really have anything on his resume other than playing the game and being one of these desk generals. And when I lived in the DC area, there were hundreds of these kind of guys.
They're all, I mean, he didn't even go to West Point. I mean, he went to Princeton. He didn't have any military. I don't know if he had any background in military. You know, it's just, I hope that Trump revokes all of the security clearances of all those people, those intelligence agents who signed the Hunter Biden laptop letter, and maybe even have them investigated. That's, you know, Trump wants revenge. Fine, good. I mean, it's not so much revenge, it's justice. You know, the left has for years, I've been hearing them gaslight, you know, no one is above the law. Really? Well, now they're gonna eat that now, hopefully. Yeah, because no one is above the law. And those people, I mean, they need to be brought before tribunals and interviewed. And if they're guilty, you know, let the process take its course, of course. But, you know, if they're so worried about it, what are they hiding?
Well, call it revenge if you want, but I would prefer to look at it as straightening out and reforming the system. If these scumbags can exist in such a bad system like this, then it's got to be looked at heavily. Okay. And an article came out some weeks ago, I think in Epic Times, asking sort of rhetorical question, exactly what was wrong with the spoils system? It seemed to work pretty well.
It's sensible. I mean,
this horrible civil service thing, which now your new Department of Government Efficiency is going to look into. And by the way, great article in the LA Times, clueless thing on the front page of the LA Times today. It's unclear how this new department is going to find out anything. I mean,
I think it's going to get pretty clear pretty quickly. I mean, Elon Musk. I mean, how can you get better than that? Yeah. I mean, he's the richest man in the world, and Vivek Ramaswamy is no slouch either. I mean, to have them go in forensically looking at every government agency, I can't believe it. I mean, I've been talking about this for decades. In Massachusetts, they should do this. I hope when they're done, they have a Doge in each of the states, and they clean up Massachusetts and the Massachusetts, the MBTA for starters. I mean, it's like 40,000 people on payrolls and their pension plans and their hacks. Meanwhile, the train is running last year with their train with no engineer running over the Neponset River. I mean, it's a disaster. And you know, so yeah, I mean, that's huge for them to go in like that. I mean, no wonder they're nervous.
Well, here's a little speculation. You think, despite the fact that we suffered from 2020 through 2024, is it not better that he won in 2024 because now he's more pissed off? The mandate is clear, and You know, we had to kind of wait, didn't we? But yeah, I think it's better this way.
Oh, it is. I mean, it's almost providential. I mean, Trump has had a chance to learn from his mistakes. The country has had a chance to see what a disaster an illegitimate leftist regime is going to rot. And now he's come back with an ability to bring that new wisdom and this new team. I mean, there's a whole political realignment. I think it was Stephen Miller, another great guy, who said that this is the biggest political realignment in American culture and politics since the Reconstruction. You know, left and right no longer apply here. This is the people versus the uniparty oligarchs who are corrupt and who are out of touch. And that's why they're going berserk, especially over Matt Gaetz. I've never seen such a meltdown. Oh my God, they're like absolutely, spinning like crazy.
The funniest Matt Gaetz that I saw was Lisa Murkowski tweets out, he's not really a serious candidate, blah, blah, blah. Well, that's really big talk from that broad, right? She was Frank Murkowski, who was the governor of Alaska's daughter.
Yeah.
And he appointed her just as some young woman that from out of nowhere to become a senator. And
talk about legacy. I mean, I don't even think it's going to matter because there's 3 extra Republicans senators. I think it's 53. They're trying to take McCormick out in Pennsylvania. That's not going to work. They got Mark Elias doing like a rear guard election steal over there. He wants
what a scumbag Bob Casey turns out to be.
Oh my God. And he wants to recount ballots that already the state court twice or 3 times has said are not valid. We're talking about ballots of people that aren't even residents of the state.
Right.
So that's not going to work. But they're trying to do something. I mean, so they've got 3 senators. They probably have at least a half a dozen senators who are going to be up for re-election in 2 years, who are probably not going to be so quick to oppose the Republicans, and who are going to go along. It's not good that Thune became the Senate majority guy. I mean, that's the way it goes. But I think that, he has gone on record as saying that he supports President Trump's request for recess appointments and for recess so that they can appoint people and not have to wait a year to get someone in office.
My hope is that Thune is not going to be as bad as everybody thinks.
Yeah.
I believe that he's had a bit of a transformation. Maybe he got in there because McConnell was able to force this secret ballot nonsense. But I think if he wants to make a name for himself and not go down as another one of these crummy South Dakota senators,
right,
that he had a chance to do something right.
Well, Thune started out when he went in as his whole calling card was that he was an evangelical devout Christian, which is good. Yeah. Then he kind of lost his bearings, I think, after 3 terms. They get corrupt. Pretty soon he's become another one of the good old boys. He's like giving, garnering favors, and he just sort of lost his soul a little bit. And
that was unfortunately, Chuck, the 17th Amendment problem. That the worst part of direct election of senators is that you get Joe Biden and John Thune type guys because it's always dominated by the small states, right? South Dakota has 300 people in the whole state. So it's fairly easy to cater to a sector of that. What Daschle did, by the way, he was in forever, was that he got very chummy with some Indian tribes, and that was it. All right. Biden's success was a couple of unions, the credit card guys in Wilmington, and he was in forever. Mike Vance,
he becomes a corrupt borough, basically. It's like a rubber stamp.
I don't know that the people that thought direct election of senators was a good idea even considered this horrible small state phenomenon, but there you go. All right.
Yeah, I mean, look, it was a terrible idea. Basically, it took power away from the states, And the senators, rather than representing the states and their legislators, they represent the federal government. I mean, it's become like Trump has put revolutionary proposals in place, term limits, Senate no more than 2 terms, maybe House maybe 3 or 4 terms, fine.
Right.
Moving some of these enormous bureaucracies out of Washington, that'd be great. Maybe you should put, the Health and Human Services into Juneau, Alaska, or something. Like move them around the country so that they're not part of this rotten culture and they have to like hire real people in real places and become like much more efficient. And he's also talking, and this is a miracle, getting rid of the Department of Education. Reagan said he'd do it, and he never did. Instead, he put in Bennett, who turned out to be bad.
Yeah.
And getting rid of the Department of Education and just putting in a couple of national standards for school boards to follow in exchange for federal dollars.
Well, you're right. I mean, it's never been explained to me, just because you have a list of standards that schools have to maintain to get federal aid, why you need a department with 34,000 employees.
Oh, it's a gift to the teachers unions. They've been pushing for that for over 100 years. I can just hear the late, great Dr. Samuel L. Blumenfeld, my mentor, in his grave talking, smiling. I mean, he wrote a whole shelf of books on this topic. I mean, it's just a rotten, it was put in place by Jimmy Carter because they wanted to help elect Carter, and it was a political favor. And it has corrupted the system ever since. It is all about DEI and gay rights and nothing else.
Yeah.
It's nothing
Jimmy
to do with
Carter was the gift that keeps on giving. I mean, it's.
Oh man, if they get rid of that, we're going to see finally a return of education to the school boards where you have parents who are elected. I mean, the reason here in Boston that Mayor Michelle Wu is not allowing for the direct election of the school committee, it was taken away during busing because there was so much contention, is because she doesn't want people like, I don't know, me running for school committee. People who've had a child graduate Boston Public Schools like I have, who actually can go in there and take a look at the curriculum, take a look at the budget. Doesn't want that. But the point is that they still are elected, and there are parents on those school committee boards, and they will make the decision about the curriculum, not some rotten, corrupt Washington agency that is, living off of the taxpayers and foundation money from the Ford and Rockefeller Foundation and pushing a leftist agenda. Now, if they want to be leftist, fine. If like Cambridge, right, or Somerville or Provincetown, they want to elect communists to their school board, good, let them, if that's what they want for their children. But the point is, you'll have choice. You can do this through. There's a little concept that the left likes to talk about called democracy, right? There are democratic principles, and it's what Trump is doing is, it's just, he really is on a roll. I mean, this is downright revolutionary. It's just I can't believe it's happening, and it is happening. And not only that, but if God forbid Trump is somehow taken out, he is setting up enough of a structure that it's going to continue, between all of these people who are now going to be in the government, like J.D. Vance and like Kennedy and Musk and Tulsi Gabbard and, Kash Patel and all the rest of these people. It's going to become a juggernaut. It's not going to matter if ultimately, well, it does matter, but I'm just saying they won't be able to stop it.
No, and they are so scared and so upset because it's all falling apart. But that's not the only thing that's falling apart. Look at the incredibly stupid failed campaign of Kamala Harris, where I think if you play the tapes back, you will find me saying stuff like there's no talent on that side, and they think it's still 1950. All right. Apparently, they thought it was a great idea to spend a lot of money on celebrity endorsements.
Yeah, like
Okay.
millions of dollars. They gave $1 million to Oprah, which she lied about when she was chased down the street by a reporter. Did you
Well,
see
she
that?
was confronted, and it was a stupid lie. Well, they didn't give me $1 million.
Me.
They
Yeah,
gave it
right.
to my company. Right. Okay.
Or
Thank
like
you.
Beyonce got 10 million. I mean, this is like these are donations from people who wanted to support, a political candidacy, not to give to Beyonce. And it was all flat. They had to do it because nobody would show up to hear her. She was so horrible. They were paying people to go to these rallies. They and then they had these guys like that numbskull Sisson, that white kid on Twitter on TikTok. He was being paid by a public relations firm, to do that. He was on a payroll.
Yeah, he was completely phony. He didn't care.
Yeah, Trump
More
didn't have
money
to do
than he's
that.
ever made. So he'll say what they tell him to say.
Of course, he's an employee. I mean, it's really awful, and now they end the campaign with $1 billion spent, $20 million in debt, and she's still raising money to try to cover the debt. Trump maybe was trolling, I don't know, but he said, "Well, I'll tell you what, we'll retire her debt by my campaign. I'll just pay for it because I don't need the money anymore. I'm in office." But I don't know if they took him up on that. But really, really bad. I mean, one of the worst. And now they're all like at each other's throats, trying to blame everybody. And
here's another conspiracy theory, according to, if you want to believe Nancy Pelosi, right?
Oh my God.
That she claims, and remember, she's lies 9% of the time. She claims that the Democrats wanted to have an open primary, but Joe came out and endorsed Harris as a deliberate way of torpedoing everything, because then they couldn't go against that, apparently.
I think there might be some truth to that, actually.
Well, I mean, there's no doubt in my mind, absolutely no doubt, that Joseph Biden voted for Donald Trump.
Oh yeah, and his wife, she was dressed in like red clothes that day. I mean,
yeah, wearing this MAGA outfit. I mean, come on, all right.
I've never seen him look happier. He hasn't looked that good in years. He's smiling from ear to ear. I mean, he met with Trump. He looked like relaxed. He's like, yes, finally. I mean, they despised her, and I mean, she called him a racist and a pedophile to his face during one of the debates. And then you see during Memorial Day, she's sitting there in the stands with Jill Biden, and you could just, it looked like she was about to get up and like it was just really brutal. So, I mean, these are all sort of like the whole thing is just crumbling, and everybody's like pointing fingers, and they don't get it. They don't understand why they lost. They think that it's not her personality, it's the issues. She did better than Biden probably would have done. I mean, they just the whole administration was obviously not legitimate, and it was corrupt. Opening the southern border, right? I mean, hamburger at McDonald's, $15. Just World War III on the verge. What do they have going? I mean, castrations and hysterectomies for children. I mean, they've got nothing other than those things. What? I mean, maybe, but he's made many accomplishments. What? He lowered the price of the EpiPen. Okay, fine. It's like, good. I'm glad he did. Very small potatoes. I mean, it's like this is it for 4 years. It's like, really?
It was just too bad for everybody. He should have quit while he was ahead.
Right.
He was able to get away with 50 years of corruption. He could have retired.
He couldn't let go.
To the beach, and that would have been it.
Yeah.
But
no, it's old-fashioned hubris. I mean, people think they're indispensable, and they get drunk with power. It's happening around the world. I mean, it's happened throughout history where you have these new political figures, these young guys usually, who come up and they're reformers and they're going to take over the country. They get elected with a huge popular vote. And then after a few years, they start to enjoy the perks of power, and they eventually, they're not going anywhere. It becomes as bad as anything. They're there for life. People get
I
drunk
heard of
as
a guy
hell.
named Julius Caesar. I think you're describing his biography. You know,
Yeah,
that-
I mean, it's an old story.
Yeah.
You could look at the kings of Judah, like
Yeah.
that. I mean, it's just an old story. I mean, this is why, you want to get biblical about it, why the prophet Samuel warned the children of Israel not to have a king.
Yeah.
Right? I mean, there's a fantastic speech in the book of, I think it's in the book of Samuel, where the people come to him, we want to have a king like all the other countries. And he's like, fine. He's going to, your daughters will be made into prostitutes. Your sons will be sent out to war where they'll all be killed. Your property will be seized. It goes on this long litany of what's going to happen.
Yeah, that's what we want, right?
But the people, we don't care. We just want a king. We want to have somebody to look up to. I don't know. It's like a psychological thing, I guess. But anyways, these are very interesting times. And, I feel like we have to still keep the eye on things. I mean, nothing is ever we're never going to be there. This is just the next stage. My job over the next years is going to be to try to articulate the reasons why this administration is in place, what they're about, why they're important, to try to educate people as best as I can to make the most out of this. And also the one issue that I hope that Trump doesn't overlook, and I understand if he does, because he's received this incredible mandate. And by the way, just a little side, not to digress, but all those states that signed a compact to do an end run around the electoral college, right? Because they said, we're going to only give our electors to the winner of the popular vote. They're all going to have to give their electors to Trump, including California. All the electors will have to go to Trump now because he won the popular vote. And apparently they're still counting and he's growing. So, but the point I wanted to bring up is that we cannot take our eye off the ball with regard to election corruption, with regard to election integrity. They did try to steal it again. There was so many
Kerry Lake.
Kerry Lake, exactly. That's obviously stolen. I mean, I think in Wisconsin also they stole it from Hovde.
Yeah.
He's shown how this happened. So yeah, they are still trying. They still have this incredible infrastructure that can steal elections on the state and national level. And they did. The reason, frankly, why Trump won is because he learned the lessons of 2020, and he saw the example of Glenn Youngkin in Virginia. Glenn Youngkin was able to and he went up against the real left establishment. I think it was, what's his name? He was a McAuliffe, right? Clinton guy. I mean, these are entrenched powers. And he came up, he had never held office before. He's a wealthy guy, I think he's a Wall Street guy. He got thousands of volunteers to work the voting booths, to stay in the counting rooms, to watch the counting of absentee ballots, to do all of the tabulation checking. And he also had a team of hundreds of lawyers on call. So if someone saw something funny going on, whether it be just observing a corrupt election official or whether the Democratic Party was trying to pull some bullshit about, we're going to keep counting, his lawyers were ready to hit the ground immediately and get it, and he won because of that. It was the cleanest election that Virginia probably has had since Jefferson. And even that wasn't so clean. But the point is that Trump did this nationally. The RNC did this. Thanks to Lara Trump and Watley and a couple of other people, they fielded thousands, I think it was something like 275,000 volunteers across the country, not just in the battleground states either, even in some of the red states like Texas. And they worked the counting rooms, they worked the polls, and he had lawyers on staff. And whenever they came up with some bull crap about, well, we need to, we're going to count, illegal votes, and we're going to do this. They had lawyers in court within a minute, within hours, stopping it. Pennsylvania is a good example. I mean, there was several lawsuits brought up and decided within hours, where you had corrupt Pennsylvania county officials and DAs, they stopped it. And they did it because they knew what they had everything well heeled, well coordinated, and they were able to fight these things. Michigan, they stopped that crap. I mean, they were going to start in again with the white vans. Atlanta, they had it down. I mean, they just, the only place I think where they did kind of falter was Phoenix, but Nevada.
I think Phoenix, unfortunately, Kerry ended up being a martyr, but I think that was the last gasp because this guy, what's his name, Richards, I believe.
Richer, yeah, Stephen Richer.
He's out. That was it. I mean,
yeah, but he's talking about corruption. I mean, he's allegedly an R Republican. He's like working with these radical left-wing PACs. These PACs, these political, not what I'm thinking, no, the NGOs apparently, UN NGOs.
Yeah.
All left-wing are trying to, they're out there. You didn't have like Zuckerberg write a big check this time. You didn't have the big money coming in this time. But the point is that in the broader sense, the whole system still has to be overhauled. It's been brought up that the states that Trump won were states that had voter ID, and the states where he did not win are states that don't have voter ID. There's a map that can show this without exception. This is this is crazy that they don't have voter ID. I mean, there's no excuse for that. They don't have it because George Soros created this turf group back. I think it goes all the way back to the Bush-Gore race. I think, but maybe not that far. Called the Brennan Center, that basically decided that the way we're going to fight voter ID is that we're going to claim that it's racist, which is absurd. And the media jumped on that. The establishment jumped on it. And it's interesting here in Massachusetts. I can think of an example. I forget her name, but she was an ultra-liberal left state senator who was championing voter ID. And back then it was actually a liberal cause. And then all of a sudden, like overnight, she did a 180-degree turn. Suddenly, oh, no, we can't have it. The point is that they have
that
to.
That is so reminiscent, though, of the way those commies turned on a dime.
Oh, yes.
Where Uncle Adolf is our ally until he isn't.
When Hitler double-crossed Stalin, all of a sudden, I mean, there's a case where this communist guy was giving a speech at like a public rally, and suddenly this guy comes and whispers in his ear. He gives him another speech, and he goes, I mean, they literally changed everything overnight. And that's how they operate. And I hope that Trump does, steps up and does the reforms necessary. There has to be voter ID in all 50 states. There has to be paper ballots. The rotten computer, the Dominion, they tried to do it. They had cases in Tennessee, apparently, where you could not vote for Trump. You'd put Trump on the ballot and it would switch over to Harris. Now, people caught that, but the question is, how many people didn't catch it? How many people didn't notice this? It's still there. They have to throw out Elizabeth Warren, my senator, Hiawatha. She was championing this until all of a sudden there's like a 180-degree turn. In 2019, she put up a bill before the U.S. Senate saying that there will be no voter machines because it's, quote, rigged, unquote, and she was right. And they have to bring that back. They have to get rid of the machines. They have to have paper ballots counted on election day. No absentee unless you have a very good reason for it, like you're in the military or you can show. And if you do cast an absentee ballot, you have to have your signature in the town clerk's office where it can be verified. And it's just that simple. I mean, this country, it's a disgrace that we haven't done it right. I mean, it's never been right here. You go back in history, it took 100 years to get the secret ballot. When this country, in the first early part of the 19th century, people would vote in public with a show of hands, and you could get it hurt. The author James Fenimore Cooper, the author of The Last of the Mohicans, his father was murdered after voting for the wrong candidate at a public forum in New York. And after he left, after voting for the wrong guy, he was hit in the back of the head with a baseball bat and killed. So I'm just saying, I mean, this country has never had it right. It's always been corrupt. You know, the whole, the voter rolls. I mean, Mark Elias fought tooth and nail to stop states from removing bad names from their voter rolls. I mean, what could be more obvious than that? With a click of a mouse, all that information is available. You can cross-check it. There are these guys who's doing this statistical analysis. You can go into any state and take a look at tax returns, take a look at utility bills, take a look at all sorts of things to prove that a person is who they are and that they are residing where they say they're residing. And anyone else should be removed from the ballots. I mean, you've got hundreds of thousands of names on ballots of people who have passed away or they've left the state or they don't exist. That is no excuse for that. I mean, we can't have that in this country. I think this is a very important cause. You know, it's not, I mean, there are other things that are exciting right now and I'm thrilled, but they can't forget about this. This has to be done, you know, and they're going to, and when they do, if they do, you're going to hear the left scream louder on this one than anything. They're going to absolutely go.
You're probably right, but I mean, the reason they haven't been able to do much about it is because, again, I go back to public health. People don't want to come to the realization that it's corrupt. You know, because you're taught from the time you're in the first grade that it's a free country and you can vote and your vote counts, just like you're taught that, you know, you have your Salk polio vaccine and you do what they tell you to do and everything's great. Yeah. And for people to realize that a lot of this was just crap is devastating.
Yeah, but Trump doesn't give a damn, it seems.
Oh, I get it.
He's going to go ahead and, you know, they can scream and squeal. And his wife doesn't give a damn either. Apparently, she didn't want to go when he went to meet Biden because she hates the Bidens. And she rightfully blames them for sending armed thugs into her home where they rummaged through her underwear drawer and her son's bedroom and turned everything upside down. She's very angry. She blames Biden. And Trump asked her to come with him. And she said, F that, I'm not going. Yeah, I'm not going. I don't want to see him. So, that's great. That's who you want. I mean, both of them are like that. They're like, they don't seem to care. They're very, and now that they've had this mandate, you know, the left says, oh, he's not going to have the guardrails, they say. I mean, listen, Bill Maher, the guardrails are gone. Yeah, you're damn right they're gone.
The
guardrails are gone. He seems to be going right in and doing what he needs to do. And, you know, it's an incredible thing to see. And I just am very excited. I mean, for the first time, I feel
your mood is so much better than it was a few weeks ago.
Oh my God. I'm still not 100% well. I had such a nervous breakdown. Those few days leading up to that election, I didn't know I was going to be that affected. That night, I was almost like in some kind of a stupor. I mean, I'm there practically passed out on the couch with my pistachio ice cream.
Well, I figured something was up because, as you recall, it was on the next day when it was clear that he won. You were just euphoric. You called me. Let's do a show right now.
Let's do it. I know. I mean, I'm like half asleep, and all of a sudden, I have one eye open, and I took a look at Rachel Maddow's face. She had lost all it looked crestfallen, and all of a sudden, I'm like, yes, I was totally up, and something is going on. And then I'm flipping the channels and they're all like, it's like worse than a funeral. They're like, oh, you know, and one of them, she's like, I'm nauseously optimistic. Yeah. Really? I mean, they were
I hell with those people because what I saw in the real world, and maybe you saw it even in your little enclave there, is a lot of these people were coming out of the closet as Trump people. I remember I go to this deli to pick up a breakfast sandwich on occasion.
Right.
And I said, well, George, how are you doing? Well, after last night, I'm doing great, And I never knew he was the Trump guy, right?
Yeah. Well, I think that everybody's very happy. Even people who voted, nobody liked her. Nobody was happy with that. And I think that even a large percentage of people, other than these crazy women who are shaving their heads, I think that most people are relieved and happy. They know that the country dodged a major bullet. They know that already things are looking up across the board, across the world. The rest of the world is celebrating. I mean, it's Israel is going to annex the West Bank, okay? I mean, it's amazing. Let them do it. Get it over with. It's like these are major positive developments in the world.
Well, here, I'm going to put you on the spot now because it came out and the numbers were higher than 80%, and in some cases over 90. The three top demographics for Kamala Harris were Black women,
Jews,
Jewish women, and LGBT.
Yeah, but something, even amongst all three of those categories, I think Trump made a few gains.
He did.
He got 26% of the Jewish vote. Now, that doesn't seem like a lot, but
More than what?
comparatively speaking, that's 1 out of every 4 Jews voted for Trump. Women, she didn't get the women's vote. I mean, I think that Biden got a bigger women's vote than she did. I mean, all the talk about abortion, it didn't happen. I think Trump, I don't know if he won the women's vote, but it was pretty even. It didn't work for her. Maybe Black women, I don't know, but it didn't fly. Gays, I think Trump did better. I was driving around doing my driving, and I noticed in the town of Sharon, which is a very ultra liberal town, this gigantic rainbow flag, gays for Trump. Flying on the front of the house. I mean, they weren't making any secret about it. I think that Trump did better among all categories.
Why do you think that the brain trust of the Democrats, or at least her campaign, thought that abortion was a winning issue? I never understood.
No, but I think that most people saw through it, which is, first of all, if people do believe in, and they are pro-choice, Biden and Harris didn't do a damn thing other than a lot of hot air on that issue.
Yeah.
I mean, they did diddly squat. I mean, it's not a federal issue any longer. It's a state issue. And if they cared about it, they might want to work with states to try to just maybe tighten up the laws a little bit to help protect the life of the mother, which, by the way, we talked about this and you made the point, and now it's been kind of more proven that isn't happening. Women aren't dying because they can't get an abortion.
No, and the other dirty little secret is that after Roe v. Wade was overturned, abortions went up.
Yeah, and in some states like Massachusetts, they actually liberalized it, like to the point where now you can do it after the baby's born. Yeah. It's horrible, but look, that's what it is now. It's up to the states.
Well, that's my point, Chuck. So why did anyone think this was an important issue?
It wasn't. And I think people saw that. It was not on the ballot. It was not a federal issue. If they don't like abortion or they want to change abortion policy, it's a state issue. And there was some people that they thought they could get revenge against Trump because he appointed conservative judges. I don't think that worked. You didn't get anyone outside of a hardcore base of people who bought into that. People just, and the other thing on this, on everything is there hasn't been any rioting. There hasn't been any violence. There hasn't been any,
Right.
pussy hat, stuff. I mean, none of it. It's people are happy. They're relieved. None of that. And I don't think it's going to happen at inaugural either. I mean, they just don't have the energy for it. And if they do, if like Antifa comes out, that's not going to help them. The other thing that Trump, and now it's so there were 2 rumors going around. The first one, as I say, it was dropped by Mike Huckabee, the new ambassador to Israel. That Israel
was that a great choice?
Excellent, brilliant. I think he's tremendous. I think that Israel's going to annex the Judea and Samaria. The other one is that Trump is going to pardon all of the J6 prisoners.
J6, yeah.
2 federal judges have now stopped all hearings. The rotten, Garland office is still trying to, arrest people and raid people. I mean, and they're not. It's not happening. The time is ticking away. They only have a few more weeks.
Well, here's a little speculation thing for you. What happens to Garland next year? What does he do? He goes around the talk circuit. Well, I tried. I was an old warrior. I did all this. What happens to guys like that?
I think that we'll never hear from him again, because I think that the far left hates him because they don't think he did enough.
Yeah.
He didn't jail Trump. He didn't do, why? I mean, I'm listening to Jim Braude and Marjorie Egan on NPR here in Boston. I mean, they're like, why doesn't he, go in? I mean, he should have been put into Rikers Island because he defied that corrupt judge in New York. He defied the gag order. He should be put in chains. No, I mean, he didn't do that. So he's hated by all sides. And he's like I mean, that's just an old, rotten, that's the past. I don't think anything. He'll go to the same place Kamala goes. Nobody will want to hear from these people ever again.
Well, it's interesting because unlike Mike Dukakis, that ended up having an academic career and being sort of a somewhat respected guy, those two, you're right. Everybody hates him. What I predict is going to happen with her is at some convenient point the next year or so, Dougie and her are going to divorce.
Right.
Because what the hell does he need her for now?
Sure.
And she's just going to be forgotten, kind of like Norman Thomas or something, just fading away. And
she'll end up with a couple of cats in, like an old cat lady, sort of what J.D. Vance was talking about.
Well, it's interesting that there was maybe non-Californians aren't familiar. Well, Jerry Brown had appointed this woman, and you know where I'm going with this, Rose Byrd, as the Chief Justice of the state of California.
Right.
And she was a radical leftist who it was a joke. I mean, there were some large number, dozens of death penalty cases came in front of her, and it didn't matter how egregious the circumstances were, she voted no every single time.
Right. Let them loose. Yep.
She ends up as the former Chief Justice of California, unable to get a job with any law firm. All right. Goes on welfare.
Oh my God, really?
No, well, she developed cancer, which I think took care of some of the money, and she just died in obscurity. And
yeah, that's where I think that's definitely a possibility. I mean, these people have they're no, the left will give you, they'll weigh your shelf down with awards when you're of use to them, but when you're not, they'll pull the rug in a matter of a minute. You're just gone.
Yeah, absolutely.
I mean, these people, I mean, who the hell wants to go? What's going to happen to Rachel Levine? I mean, who the hell wants to hear from any? I mean, but with Harris, I mean, she's so dreadful. I mean, you can't stand listening to her. Nobody liked it. She was the left-wing media people that put her on for softball interviews and who were paid, we now know, to do so, and who did the softest interview you can imagine. They looked like they were ready to slit their throats listening to her talk. It was depressing. She, you walk out of it stupider than you were when you went in. I mean, it's just, it was so bad.
Well, that's having a boomerang effect. Also on, for example, CNN. The only reason people even watch it anymore is Scott Jennings is on.
Yeah, exactly.
He's a conservative guy, but he's always on with this Abby Phillips, who's an attractive black woman, not very smart, because he'll raise these points, and she looks like deer in the headlights, and then she's listening to whatever someone's saying in her earphone, and then comes up with some comment. I mean, it's all done, and people are going to reflect. This is what's going to happen. They're going to reflect, wait a minute. Why was Harris even elected to anything?
Oh, well, everybody knows. she worked her way up through the casting couch,
Yeah.
and then she was like she played the race card, and she just was very manipulative. She knew how to get favors. I understand that Jennings might be the press secretary, which would be great. He's very good.
Yeah.
So yeah, I mean,
So
Trump
it's
is
really exciting times.
yes.
It's very exciting. I'm sorry to watch some of these people crash and burn.
It's a beautiful thing. It's going to be very, as I hear, who is it? As Steve Bannon says, it's time to break out the popcorn and just watch, and
Well,
watch
you
it
can
all
see
come down.
CNN is getting rid of these overpriced hosts. Your friend Chris Wallace is
Oh,
gone.
he's horrible. Yeah, he's been gone for a long time.
Well, he went, but the thing with him was his father was terrible, but that was the era of CBS with all the leftists. Mike Wallace was nothing more than a left-wing bully. Chris Wallace was nothing more than a nepo baby who
Well, at
just
least Mike Wallace would occasionally chase someone down the street with a mic,
yeah.
and try to get some answers. I mean, Chris Wallace is a piece of what. I mean, he's what he tried to do to Trump during that debate, just evil and ugly, and just I'm glad to see him go. Hopefully, all these the final last ditch effort is being pulled off, or try. She won't get away with it, but none other than my own Senator Hiawatha is trying to jam down some left-wing judges in the last weeks of the administration. She's trying to shove down, finish the Biden judges, and it's not going to happen.
Yeah.
Mike Davis, who is really a powerful, one of these tough Irish lawyers, he's great. I mean, he's on all the times with Bannon, who, by the way, is just absolutely soaring, and who's brilliant. Check it out on War Room. I don't miss one of those podcasts. It's beautiful to listen to that. But Mike Davis is a regular guest of his, and he's a brilliant lawyer, and he's not going to let her do it. He's got people there in Washington. He's well connected. They're going to pull the plug on that. She's trying to shove down the throat leftist judges at the last minute. I don't think she's going to get away with it. They tried to get Sotomayor to step down, with the rumor being that Biden would then appoint Harris, which I don't think he would have done anyway.
No, there's no chance.
But
There's
Sotomayor is saying,
you know what? She wouldn't have wanted it because she's just too stupid.
They don't know what to. They think that maybe she's young enough that she'd be a warm body in there. But Sotomayor has said she's not going anywhere, and that means that Trump is going to get more federal, judicial appointments at some point, because apparently she's not in good health. I mean, I guess she's got like an advanced diabetes or something. She has a medical assistant with her at all times, and it's going to be like Ruth Bader Ginsburg. People are begging her to leave, and she's like, "I'm not going anywhere." So Trump will get probably 2 or 3 more appointments, and it's just amazing. It's going to be amazing.
We're going to get tired of winning, right?
I know. It's the whole, I mean, this country, I that's why I was so sick, because there's such a difference in terms of the course for the future, the way things could go. And I just am so thrilled and pleased.
People were just always overwhelmed. I mean, I called a friend of mine, a retired cop, conservative guy. This is about a week after the election. I said, Neil, I haven't heard from you. He said, I'm still basking in it. I'm still enjoying the glow.
I know. I don't even know what to do with myself. It's a beautiful time. I mean, you almost feel like you don't want to get too giddy, because bad stuff is obvious.
And by the way, all these meltdowns that you see on TikTok, this is all crap. And it is, because what human is going to say, well, wait, I'm going to have a nervous breakdown, but let me first log in to my TikTok account. And that's not how humans work. This is all crap. It's all theater.
Oh, I know. There's this one woman who's doing all the screaming in the car.
Yeah.
This musician, I don't know if you've heard this on TikTok. He's turned it into like a rap concert thing with drum beats and music. It's hilarious. And then there's the Lysistrata group, following in the example of South Korea, apparently. Women, no sex, no men, no relationships.
But it's like a parody on itself, because all the women that post these are ugly.
Well, I like the comment made by Natalie Winters, who's Bannon's co-host, and who did a brilliant job of filling in for him while they had him in prison. She's like, well, they're not, as President Trump would say, they're not sending their best.
Yeah.
Oh man. Anyway, so
there's been all kinds of parodies on it. One of them comes up and said, look, what do I have to do to make myself unattractive to MAGA guys? And Paul Joseph Watson said, just keep doing what you're doing. Perfect.
Oh yes, I know it's just not flying. Good for them. Anyway, so Mike, what do you have coming up on the?
I was going to do but I think I've just done it on this show. I was going to do a piece called "Dead Wrong," and maybe we'll still talk about how. It's getting old even for me. How there's just no talent. They're going back to 1950s. Oh, just wait till we have the media. That'll convince them.
Yeah.
What I'm waiting for is the owner of the LA Times. I don't know if you heard this, because why would you? Said that he's firing the editorial board and is going to replace it with all conservatives.
Wow.
And I guess if I'm going to get it, the LA Times has been liberal since the mid-'60s, but it's at least a real newspaper in the sense that there's some content and so on. And I'm hoping maybe they'll go a little more conservative, because the thing I get delivered to my house now, and the USA Today Network has a bunch of these things, these local papers where the national news is 3 days old. I'm not kidding. 3 days old. And yeah, you're pretty up to date on the high school football scores in the local area and stuff, but It's a joke. My wife says, well, and she reads the paper in the morning, well, that took me 7 minutes, so.
I know there's no content to it anymore. The Globe is like that too. And I don't think the Globe is going to change.
No.
That's not happening. Although there's a lot of rumors about Mayor Wu having some serious opposition here in Boston, including from the son of Bob Kraft. We'll see. It's interesting. And he's more conservative.
Well, I never understood, other than historically, how Boston, which to me, a large part of Boston, is hard scrabble working class, how they didn't get all red pilled as much as I would have thought that they should have.
It's a good question. I don't know. They go just so far. They elected Marty Walsh over a very left-wing candidate.
Yeah.
And he captured all the rich, well-to-do leftist neighborhoods like the Back Bay and Beacon Hill,
Yeah.
Whereas Walsh got all the more blue-collar areas. So, there is at least some shift there, but you never see, a real, MAGA type in Boston, at least not yet. We shall see.
All right. Well,
all right, Mike.
I'm glad you're doing so much better.
As is everybody. All right. I'll talk to you next week. Thanks a lot. And good afternoon. Charles Moscowitz here. Steve Turley is my guest of this segment. Steve is internationally recognized scholar, speaker, and classical guitarist. He is a professor in theology, Greek, and rhetoric. Steve, thanks for joining me.
Well, it's my pleasure, Charles. Thank you for having me.
And Steve, you certainly have a gangbuster of a YouTube channel going. I've been watching it. Very, very good.
Oh, cool. Thank you.
Now, you bring up a very interesting premise in that you seem to believe that we are entering into a, you might say, renaissance of Western Judeo-Christian culture in the United States and maybe around the world. And I think you peg that to not to the pandemic itself, but that the pandemic is an opportunity to advance such culture. So talk a little bit, if you will, about your premise there.
Yeah, thanks for that, Charles. Yeah, so what I saw prior to the pandemic were a number of dynamics that scholars tend to call post-security politics. It's a very interesting term. The nation state that's got structured, not to get too nerdy, but the nation state that got structured around the 17th century, that really in many respects, like Yoram Hazony, the Israeli scholar, argues, was more or less modeled after sort of a biblical cartography, so the Israelites, the Hittites, the Canaanites, the Egyptians. Well, prior to the 17th century, in many respects, the world was kind of run by empires and imperial structures. And after sort of the fall of the Holy Roman Empire, we started breaking up into what we now know as the nation state. And there were three advantages to the nation state. We had a sense of border security, so we could stay safe from marauders, We had a sense of economic security, so we can find jobs and provide for our families. And we had a sense of cultural security so that our religions, our customs, our traditions can be celebrated and revered and give our lives a sense of meaning so we can flourish as human beings. What globalism has done over, say, the last 4 decades or so, what scholars have noticed is it's smashed those three securities. It's opened up our borders into basically a borderless world. It's instituted what's known as an economic global division of labor, where manufacturing and industry has been shipped away from first world nations to so-called third world nations, China being the primary beneficiary of it. So we've lost all our manufacturing, and it tends to replace our customs, cultures, traditions with lifestyle values. Increasingly, proponents of globalism see our cultures, customs, traditions as hateful, as bigoted, as discriminatory, and the like. So, in the face of all that, there's been a massive backlash, and that backlash is going on all over the world, where populations are increasingly re-embracing their borders, their economic manufacturing base, and their cultures, customs, and traditions as mechanisms of resistance against globalization. And in many respects, this pandemic is only, well, in frankness, it's hastening both dynamics. It's hastening the craziness that we see with globalists and their autocratic tendencies, but it's also hastening and intensifying the blowback against that. Everybody now is closing their borders. Everybody wants to bring manufacturing back home and the like.
It seems to me that the portrayal of the idea of the nation state and national sovereignty involves a major case of psychological projection on the part of those who advocate globalism, because the nation state is a very progressive institution. It's one that evolved over thousands of years, and it's one that, as you say, it protects a culture, it protects property, it's natural to a nation to protect the life and the safety of its citizens and their futures. I mean, it goes back to the Bible, really, and when they began to develop national borders after mankind tried to overthrow God in heaven at the Tower of Babel. You developed different languages, different cultures, different nations, and then the Bible, the Torah, goes on to give very specific borders for the nations and for all of the individual tribes of Israel. So the whole concept emerged. It's not new, and it's something that has advanced, and I think the greatest advancement in the great progression of the nation state was the development of the United States.
Yeah.
In that we have, we are the first nation to really embrace the biblical idea that rights come from God and not from the state, that we're created in the image of God. We're not God. And that as such, we have a limited sovereignty that we derive from God. And then we give a state certain powers that protect and defend those rights. It's not, the state isn't the supreme, which is, of course, a biblical idea, but it's a radical idea. And it's an idea that was patented by the founding fathers of this republic. So, I think that the pandemic brings to fore the necessity for things like property. And now we're protecting our own private properties more from this dread disease that is banging at the door. Nation, exactly. And that the nation is protecting itself by limiting people coming into the country because they might have the disease. And I think that even the European Union, which is very globalist, as you say, they've begun to protect their borders because that's what you do naturally. I mean, the animal kingdom understands this. A bird understands this. Try to interfere with the bird's nest and see what happens. Dogs understand it. Go too close to a dog and see what happens. The idea of the nation state or the idea of the individual property is a natural thing. It's kind of hardwired into us, and this movement to erase it and to try to claim that it's anachronistic or something is actually an unnatural development.
In many respects, what we're seeing now is simply a deference to the very nationalist, populist, America First policies that Trump had been implementing for the past 3 years. If I told you, say 6 months ago, that a North American leader of a North American nation, whose last name starts with TRU, has closed all his borders, has instituted a travel ban from Europe, China, you name it, in an effort to seal those borders, you would be shocked that I told you that one would be a fellow by the name of Trudeau. But it's exactly what's happened. Even globalists are behaving like Pat Buchanan right now. Even globalists are adopting this nationalist populism. And the whole idea of the supply chain, of farming out our manufacturing for pharmaceuticals to China, that's dead. That ain't coming back anytime soon, that's for sure. Right. You have Macron and France talking about bringing back industry to France. Japan has done the same thing as well, as starting to bring back their industry away from China. They start to see it as all economic nationalists do. They see the economy as a national security issue. We are a nation with an economy. We're not an economy that happens to be a nation that bows to it all the time. That's the very globalistic structure. And it's stunning. They did a study even before the pandemic. Breitbart talked about it, and they found that over 70% of the American public, when you polled them and asked them pointed questions that were reflective of an America First nationalist populist agenda, 70% of Americans agreed with it. The biggest, the single most